Chapter 361, Blood Rage. Standing aside, Han Feng watched Wei Peng trying to pull Wei Yun up. But he couldn't. Sister, get up. Sister, get up. Sister. After trying several times, Wei Peng seemed to have recognized the truth and knelt down beside Wei Yun and cried. Who made this become like this? Han Feng's trembling voice gradually became louder, and his eyes gradually became red. Report to the commander, the Allied liaison. The radar soldier, Luna, has been copied and reborn. Luna? Who is it? Hearing that Luna came back, Han Feng changed the subject and asked. It's me. Suddenly, a very discordant voice came from the ruins above Han Feng, looking for the sound. It's you? Han Feng stared, looking at Lin Lan in disbelief. At the same time, Wei Peng also saw Lin Lan and cried out loudly, It's you! It's you who killed my sister? It's you? After speaking, Wei Peng jumped up from the ground and instantly activated his speed superpower. At such a close distance, Wei Peng can be said to have teleported. Thanks to Han Feng's speed superpower, Han Feng can easily capture Wei Peng's every move. Wei Peng rushed to Lin Lan and punched Lin Lan in the heart. At this moment, Wei Peng was in despair and anger. This punch almost used all his strength. As long as this punch hits Lin Lan head-on, then Lin Lan will definitely be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Because with such a force, even if it is used on himself, he will either die or be disabled. Bang! Buzz! Crack! Wei Peng hit the unprepared Lin Lan. With the blessing of speed, Wei Peng's punch dealt at least tons of damage. However, Wei Peng's attack can be regarded as hurting the enemy 1,000 times and hurting himself 800 times. After the fist hit, Han Feng clearly saw that Wei Peng's fist was abnormally twisted. His hand bone was broken. But what surprised Han Feng was that Lin Lan's figure did not change at all. Not even a small step back. Swoosh! As Wei Peng fell, Lin Lan made a move. With a sharp sound of breaking wind, Lin Lan grabbed Wei Peng's neck with one hand. With a slight tightening, Wei Peng's eyes rolled back, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Someone asked me to save your life. But don't be too arrogant. If you keep annoying me, I just said I won't kill you today. But it doesn't mean you can still be alive tomorrow. Holding Wei Peng, Lin Lan talked to him. But Lin Lan's eyes always looked towards Han Feng intentionally or unintentionally, as if he meant something. Who? After saying that, Lin Lan waved his right hand and threw Wei Peng lightly to the side. Bang! Gulyuan. After rolling several times, Wei Peng lay on his back on the ground. Which dream is it? Which dream? The next moment, Lu Rui, who was slumped beside Han Feng, shouted like a madman. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Han Feng also reacted immediately. Ruins, Wei Peng, death, and the headlights that shone when he came just now. However, the dead person changed from Wei Peng to Wei Yun. While Han Feng was silent, Lin Lan squatted down, looked at Lu Rui and said with a smile, You are so powerful. Why don't you dream? How did Han Feng die? Oh! Right, I almost forgot. When he looked away from Lu Rui and back at Han Feng, Lin Lan continued, I almost forgot that you have a companion. After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng instantly remembered Gui Yongqing, whom he had not seen just now. Hey, he's here. As he spoke, Lin Lan took out an arm from behind and threw it down. With a bang, Gui Yongqing's broken limbs fell at Han Feng's feet, stirring up a cloud of dust. Oh! Sorry I didn't take all of them. Wait a minute, Lin Lan laughed self-deprecatingly, and then took out Gui Yongqing's other broken limbs from behind. Why? At this time, Han Feng, who was trembling all over at the beginning, became somewhat calm. Lin Lan pretended not to understand Han Feng's question and asked back, Why? Why do you do this? It's fun when responding to Han Feng. Lin Lan also made a playful expression. Play? Yes. Have you forgotten? I told you before. What would you do if I killed Wei Yun, Wei Peng, Lu Rui and others? Looking at Han Feng, who was lost in memories, Lin Lan continued, Look, I told you in advance. You just forgot. Hee hee. Seeing Han Feng suddenly laugh, Lin Lan asked in confusion, Huh? What are you laughing at? Telekinesis. What? Hearing Han Feng muttering in a low voice, Lin Lan frowned. Start. Zheng. Shao! Swoosh! 20 customized weapons flew out from Han Feng's waist. In pursuit of speed kill, Han Feng didn't even let the customized weapons turn, and pierced through the clothes directly. When the silver shuttle and silver wings pierced Lin Lan, Han Feng also activated the speed superpower at the same time and rushed straight to Lin Lan. Swoosh! Lin Lan stood up and flew backwards to avoid it. This action, normal people can't do it at all. How can a human being stand up and move backwards at the same time? Especially at such a fast speed. It's like there is an invisible rope pulling Lin Lan back. Swoosh! But it didn't matter. The custom weapon was much faster than Lin Lan. Swish! Seeing the silver shuttle and silver wing approaching, Lin Lan, who couldn't retreat in time, quickly rolled over on the ground and dodged the attack of the custom weapon. But Lin Lan didn't escape unscathed. At least, most of his clothes were torn. After the first wave of attacks, Lin Lan stood up and looked at Han Feng, who was chasing him. Facing Lin Lan, who was half exposed and disheveled, Han Feng showed no pity. He turned his feet a few times, twisted his waist, and kicked Lin Lan's neck with a whip kick. At the same time, the silver shuttle and silver wing behind Lin Lan also completed the turnaround and prepared to come back. Being attacked from both sides, Lin Lan looked at the approaching Han Feng with a half smile. Oh no! It's a trick! Seeing Lin Lan's fearless eyes, Han Feng's heart sank. He secretly said in his heart that it was not good. However, with such a terrifying speed, how could he stop just like that? There was no way out. Han Feng simply gritted his teeth and accelerated again, prepared to cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Buzz! When Han Feng and the silver shuttle and silver wings were about to touch Lin Lan, a strange scene happened. Lin Lan activated the telekinesis to imprison. The three people who were immobilized floated in the air motionless, like a performance art. Swoosh! At the moment when Han Feng struggled hard, two sabers cut through the air and attacked Lin Lan's head. It was my mistake that I didn't kill you last time. But this time, you are not so lucky. From the sound, it was Tanya. The reinforcements have arrived. Swoosh! Lin Lan squatted down and dodged the fatal blow of the two sabers. However, Lin Lan did not release the control over Han Feng. Han Feng could still feel the pressure of the confinement. Tap, tap, tap. Listening to the rapidly approaching footsteps, Han Feng knew that Tanya was very close to him. The adults are talking, and the children can go play with the children. Lin Lan looked at Tanya sideways, without even looking at her straight in the eye. Swoosh! Suddenly, another figure came over quickly. It was a level 6 female corpse. Bang! Boom! A few dozen meters to the side, the level 6 female corpse and Tanya collided, making a loud muffled sound. Oh no! Han Feng felt as if his heart was at the bottom of a cellar when he saw the level 6 female corpse. But on second thought, Tanya has now been promoted to a 1-star hero level soldier, so she may not really be powerless to fight. Okay, without the flies to disturb us, let's continue. Turning around, Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and continued, It's been so long. And you're still like this, fighting at the slightest disagreement. Haha, but it's understandable after all. There's nothing you can do unless you fight hard. What can you do? Oh damn. What are you going to do? Standing in front of Han Feng, Lin Lan looked like he was sure of victory. Looking at Lin Lan's ruthless ridicule, Han Feng struggled with all his strength, trying to break free from the shackles of telekinesis. I killed Wei Yun. The steel pipe in front of Wei Yun's chest was inserted by me. Hearing these two sentences from Lin Lan, Han Feng went berserk instantly. With a flushed face, Han Feng slowly twisted his body. Appreciating Han Feng's final struggle, Lin Lan sneered, Don't bother. You can't break free from my restraints. You might as well accept your fate. Trash. Oh! Right suddenly, Lin Lan seemed to remember something. Approaching Han Feng, Lin Lan reached out and pinched Han Feng's cheek and said, I just suddenly remembered that Wei Yun seemed to have said something before she died. She said, she agreed. With a curious look, Lin Lan slowly said, Hey, tell me, what did she agree to? After Lin Lan finished speaking, Han Feng's eyes instantly lost focus. Wei Yun. Wei Yun agreed my proposal. Han Feng's mind kept echoing this sentence. She agreed, but she died. Boom boom. Han Feng's heart began to beat violently. Boom boom. The heart continued to beat faster, active on the skin in a visible state. Boom boom. The violently beating heart seemed to break out of the body. Buzz. In an instant, Han Feng broke free from Lin Lan's restraints. Slowly fell to the ground. Without rushing to take Lin Lan's hand off his cheek, Han Feng just stared coldly into Lin Lan's eyes and said, "It's you. All this is you. What are you doing?" A kind of last gasp. But the breath has indeed become much stronger. Then you can die. Under his calm appearance, Han Feng seemed to have no emotional fluctuations. Boom! A muffled sound burst out from Han Feng's body. The next second, fine blood oozed out of Han Feng's body. After a while, Han Feng was like a blood man covered in red. Han Feng, in this state, stimulated the third superpower. Blood Rage. Chapter 362, Anger Kills 100 Steps. Seeing Han Feng's strange behavior, Lin Lan was not angry but happy. Take away the hand that was pinching Han Feng's cheek, and even put the finger stained with Han Feng's blood into her mouth to suck. Delicious, Lin Lan said infatuatedly, staring at Han Feng with a look of enjoyment. Do you have anything else to say? Looking at the intriguing Lin Lan, Han Feng asked expressionlessly, "If I kill you, you will be mine." And then, Han Feng lost all his patience as soon as he heard Lin Lan say the first few words. The whites of Han Feng's eyes turned blood red in an instant. And the next moment, swoosh. Eyes were red. Blood Rage was full. Facing Lin Lan, who was close at hand, Han Feng lightly extended a claw. This seemingly light claw was so fast that it left an afterimage. Tear. Lin Lan, who had been on guard, saw this and quickly withdrew to a safe distance. But a sound of clothes shattering still sounded. Han Feng stood in place, holding Lin Lan's shattered coat in his hand. After looking at the clothes in his hand, Han Feng slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Lan again. Swoosh. As fast as thunder, Han Feng was next to Lin Lan, who was dozens of meters away in an instant. Bang! With a swing of his fist, Han Feng hit Lin Lan's left arm. Bang! 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 The swinging punch was just the beginning. The subsequent combo of several strikes was the main course. Within 1 second, Han Feng threw dozens of punches. The speed was so fast that after Han Feng knocked Lin Lan away, the afterimage slowly disappeared. Haha, trash is trash. Trash with a last gasp, ha ha ha. More than 10 meters away, Lin Lan, who was lying on the ground, burst into an unprecedented laughter. Trash. Han Feng opened his bloodshot mouth and repeated these two words. But his face was still expressionless. Are you done? It's my turn. Getting up from the ruins, Lin Lan twisted his wrist and neck, as if preparing for the battle. Get ready, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Lan bent down to run, while instructing Han Feng. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Lan disappeared from the spot. And under the original position of Lin Lan, a small footprint was stepped on a metal plate. Whoosh. Bang. At the moment when Lin Lan disappeared, Han Feng also disappeared at the same time. When Han Feng disappeared, a solid footprint was also stepped on the metal plate under his feet. Bang. 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 It was as if in the void, two figures kept colliding with each other, and then disappeared separately, then collided with each other again, and disappeared again, and so on. Only when the two collided could the two shadows be barely seen. After a few seconds, boom, next to the ruins, in the open space, Han Feng and Lin Lan were standing there with their fists against each other. No one moved. Tick, tick. After fighting for so long, Han Feng's blood almost covered his entire body. The remaining blood dripped onto the snow, turning into tiny red snow holes in the snow. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. Han Feng muttered like a word. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. At the same time, Lin Lan also activated telekinesis imprisonment. Seeing that he couldn't escape the imprisonment, he saw that Han Feng seemed to regard the imprisonment as nothing. Lin Lan was shocked. This was the first time that Lin Lan showed an extremely shocked look. Retracting his fist, Han Feng walked in front of Lin Lan. He slowly raised his fist and aimed at Lin Lan's heart, as if he was completing something that Wei Peng had not done yet. Bang! A straight punch pierced Lin Lan's chest fiercely. There was a deafening muffled sound. Puff! After being hit in the chest, Lin Lan, who was immobilized, suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, which fell on Han Feng. However, Han Feng, who had already become a blood man, did not care about a little more blood. In Lin Lan's horrified expression, Han Feng slowly retracted his fist. However, Han Feng did not put down his fist, but punched again. The landing point was still the same as before. Puff! This time, Lin Lan spurted out more blood. Slowly retracting his fist, Han Feng prepared to stab for the third time. Ha ha ha. Cough. Ha ha. Seeing Lin Lan's sudden laughter, Han Feng did not stop. Bang! Puff! 3 times in a row, hitting the same spot on Lin Lan's chest each time. When the third punch landed, Lin Lan spurted out much less blood. Cough cough. Ha ha. Han Feng still raised his fist again, with an expressionless face. Do you really dare to kill me? What no one expected was that Lin Lan, who was so arrogant before, said such words at this time. Why not? Han Feng held up his fist and stopped attacking. Then slowly said, why not? If you kill me, you will kill your companion. Faced with Lin Lan's sophistry, Han Feng refused. You are no longer my companion. Haha, do you really think Lin Lan will kill Wei Yun? Suddenly, Lin Lan changed his words and said this confusing sentence. Although Han Feng is now in blood rage mode, it does not mean that Han Feng is brainless now. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng asked, who are you? Haha, you are scared. You are scared. Lin Lan did not answer Han Feng's question directly, but laughed wildly. Either you kill me now, or you let me go, and when I recover, Wei Peng will definitely die. Ha ha ha. Lin Lan's sinister plan. No, it's the sinister plan of the person behind Lin Lan. Use Lin Lan's body to kill the most important person around Han Feng. And now, there are only 2 ways for Han Feng. Either accidentally kill a companion, or let her go. But Wei Peng, hee. Putting down his fist, Han Feng sneered a few times. Seeing that Han Feng gave up the attack, Lin Lan thought he had won. So he shouted, you are still the same you haven't changed at all. For the self-righteous morality in your heart, you killed your fiancée with your own hands. Do you know? It was you. Who killed? Myself. Unmarried. Wife. Lin Lan did this to drive Han Feng crazy and kill him, so that he would always live in a world of evil. But Lin Lan forgot that Han Feng had no emotions in his bloody rage. Instead, he was clearer than ever. After shouting these words fiercely, Lin Lan suddenly whispered, now, the option in front of you is still the same as half a year ago. Kill me, or I choose my own choice. After interrupting Lin Lan's words, Han Feng quickly stretched out his right hand. Crack! Crack! Under Han Feng's strong grasp, the joints of Lin Lan's limbs were crushed. After crippling Lin Lan's limbs, Han Feng looked at her coldly and said, now, kill one of me and see. Humph. After another sneer, Han Feng released Lin Lan's restraints. Gudong! Lin Lan, who lost the support of her limbs, fell to the ground. Haha, I didn't expect that you still have this brain. But don't forget, when I recover, I will make you regret your choice today for the rest of your life. Oh, really? Looking down at Lin Lan, Han Feng continued, then I will crush your bones every day to see if you recover faster or I can. Haha, you will regret it. You will. Han Feng didn't want to listen to Lin Lan's nonsense, so he picked her up and ran back to the ruins of the base. Dong dong. Whoosh. Back to the ruins of the base. Han Feng saw Tanya was covered in wounds, and was still fighting with a level 6 female corpse. And not far from the 2 of them, the Terminator was like a twisted piece of scrap metal, lying quietly on the ruins. I don't know whether she is dead or alive. Tanya, you come back first and watch her. Throwing Lin Lan to the ground, Han Feng called Tanya in his mind, and then said, leave the level 6 female corpse to me. Okay, Captain Han. Leave it to you. Tanya, who knew that she could only delay and could not kill the opponent, readily agreed to exchange opponents. Seeing Tanya turn around and go back, Han Feng raised his footsteps and walked towards the level 6 female corpse. Ugh! But halfway through, Han Feng stumbled and almost fell. Then, Han Feng felt dizzy and his eyes went dark. Oh no, time is up. Han Feng could feel that his symptoms were caused by lack of blood. Yes, in the blood rage state, Han Feng was losing blood every minute and every second. After these 5 or 6 minutes, Han Feng almost lost the maximum amount of blood loss. Hold on. Hold on a little longer. Gritting his teeth. These words were almost squeezed out from his teeth. Now, the threat of Lin Lan is resolved. But there is still a level 6 female corpse here. If it doesn't die, then the ones who will suffer are our base and zinc mine. Of course, Brother Wang and the others probably can't protect themselves. Han Feng stood up again. In his eyes, the red eyes representing blood rage gradually dimmed, and there were signs of turning to white. Sensing the deterioration of his body, Han Feng quietly reached into his jacket pocket, touching the diamond ring box for the proposal. Han Feng's face showed determination again. Swoosh. Bang. Blood rage superpower plus speed superpower. After crushing a metal plate under his feet, Han Feng rushed towards the level 6 female corpse like a cannonball. Huh? With a hurricane all around him, splashing blood all the way, Han Feng finally punched the level 6 female corpse. One punch. The level 6 female corpse was pushed back several steps. Then, Han Feng stepped forward and punched again. Step forward. And punched again. Step forward. With each punch, Han Feng could push the level 6 female corpse back a small step. With each punch, the level 6 female corpse retreated one after another, and Han Feng continued to move forward. 2 minutes later, Han Feng was dripping with blood all the way, and finally forced the level 6 female corpse to the first wall. After retreating nearly 100 meters, the level 6 female corpse was pressed against the wall with its back, and its chest was constantly bombarded, and the distance along the way was exactly 100 steps. Blood rage. Slaughter 100 steps. Chapter 363, Meditation in Seclusion. However, Han Feng's transformation time is about to expire. This caused Han Feng's punches to become slower and weaker. When his eyes began to alternate between red and white, Han Feng began to silently recite her name. Wei Yun. Wei Yun. In this way, Han Feng vented his anger, and at the same time added more strength to himself. Another half a minute later. So far, Han Feng has been in a blood rage for nearly 9 minutes. The blood on the ground condensed into small lakes in the low-lying areas. But the blood that followed up also began to become scarce. Han Feng almost lost all the blood in his body, and the darkness in front of him became more and more frequent. But even so, Han Feng still didn't dare to faint easily, because the level 6 female corpse was not dead yet. Although it didn't resist, the perceived gold coins had not increased. So Han Feng didn't dare to take it lightly. Another half a minute passed. At this time, Han Feng had already broken a big hole in the chest of the level 6 female corpse. He could directly see the wall behind it, and its head was also hammered beyond recognition. On closer inspection, there were many fine cracks on the skull of the level 6 female corpse. Bang! Finally, after being hit by hundreds of punches, the head of the level 6 female corpse was finally smashed. Feeling the delicate pulp on the fist, Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Relying on blood rage, Han Feng not only crushed Lin Lan's limbs, but also hammered a level 6 zombie to death. However, as a price, Han Feng also paid a painful price. What he didn't know was that although blood rage could give him unprecedented functions in a short period of time, this superpower was at the cost of his own life. In every second of blood rage, Han Feng's life was burning. Secondly, blood rage would reduce Han Feng's perception of pain. As I said just now, blood rage only increases Han Feng's various body functions, and cannot increase Han Feng's bone density. So, when bombarding the level 6 female corpse, the bones of Han Feng's fists had already been broken. It's just that he can't sense it, or can't sense it completely. And Han Feng's blood loss in the past 10 minutes has already exceeded the human body's maximum blood loss. Maybe in the next second, the unconscious Han Feng will go into shock and die, which is also normal. So, this time, Han Feng is almost walking a tightrope between the two peaks, and he doesn't even have any safety measures. If he takes a wrong step, he will die. Now that Han Feng is unconscious and his blood rage is relieved, Han Feng's various symptoms are slowly emerging. When Tanya rushed to Han Feng with a Gene Rapid Recovery potion, Han Feng's breathing was already barely perceptible. Tanya quickly opened the medicine box, picked up the needle, and directly stabbed it into Han Feng's body. Huh? With a sigh, Tanya pulled out the empty syringe, looked at Han Feng's body and continued, "Whether you can survive depends on your luck." After that, Tanya limped and pulled Han Feng up, then carried Han Feng on her back and walked towards the ruins of the base. Time will not stop with Han Feng's coma. After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng slowly opened his eyes from the bed. The first sentence Han Feng said when he woke up was a cry of pain. It seemed as if there were thousands of ants gnawing at his whole body, and it seemed as if his whole body was soaked in sulfuric acid. Boy, are you awake? Are you still in pain? Lu Rui, who was on duty beside Han Feng, asked immediately. Han Feng endured the pain and nodded gently. Fortunately, after a while, Han Feng felt that the piercing pain disappeared. Lu Rui went out to find other people. Lying on the bed, Han Feng stared at the ceiling with his eyes dull. In his mind, there were all kinds of images before he fainted, especially the scene of Wei Yun's death. Brother-in-law, big brother, Captain Han. Dozens of seconds later, Wei Peng, Hu, Lu Jia and others entered the room and greeted him. Luna, how long have I been unconscious? Han Feng heard the voices of the crowd greeting him, but he did not respond at all. Instead, he asked Luna this question in his mind. Reporting to Captain Han, you have been unconscious for 3 days, 5 hours and 31 minutes. Following Han Feng's question, Luna was precise to the minute. After hearing this, Han Feng continued to remain in a daze and asked in his mind, what time is it now? Reporting to Captain Han, it is now 8:54 a.m. on January 3rd, 2031. I know. After responding to Luna, Han Feng slowly stood up. Sitting on the bed, Han Feng turned his eyes and looked at everyone. What everyone didn't expect was that at this moment, Han Feng's eyes were dim. Tanya, come with me. Finally, Han Feng's eyes were fixed on Tanya. He didn't speak, but just gave a command in his mind. After speaking, Han Feng got up, put on his shoes, and walked out of the bedroom without saying a word. Captain Han, you haven't eaten for 3 days. Just woke up. Shoo. Shoo. Lu Jia just said half of his words, and Han Feng suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Lu Rui hurriedly pulled Lu Jia and signaled him not to speak anymore. Because Lu Rui knew very well, every bite of Han Feng's food was made by Wei Yun. Lu Jia's question at this time was really irrelevant. Being pulled, Lu Jia also reacted instantly and stopped talking. A few seconds later, Han Feng went downstairs without looking back, and Tanya followed Han Feng silently. When he came downstairs, Han Feng looked at the somewhat empty zinc mine with no sadness or joy on his face. After finding the repaired multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng opened the door of the co-pilot and got in directly. By the way, he also reminded Tanya in his mind, you drive. Base. 3 minutes later, Han Feng and Tanya came to the ruins of the base. Report to the Han team. The base has been destroyed. Please repair and rebuild. 50 engineers are needed to rebuild, and the repair time is 10 days. When Han Feng faced the ruins of the base, Luna asked at the right time. Summon 50 engineers. Confirmed. After answering in his mind, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the ruins. Okay. Captain Han. Standing at the place where Wei Yun died. He did not see her body. And then Han Feng slowly closed his eyes and asked, where is she? Sorry. Captain Han. I didn't find her. Standing behind Han Feng, Tanya said such an apologetic words for the first time. Didn't find her? Yes. After the battle, I didn't see her body in the ruins. After the soldiers searched, they still couldn't find it. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng looked down at the bloodstains of Wei Yun under his feet and said expressionlessly, look for it. Even if I die, I must see the body. Okay. Captain Han. I got it. After Tanya finished speaking, Han Feng turned and walked out of the low-lying area. Standing on the commanding heights of the ruins, Han Feng glanced around and unexpectedly saw the power station, which was also in ruins. Instantly, Han Feng understood why the light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil did not attack Linlan, because of the lack of electricity. Fix the power station first, then the base. After leaving this sentence in his mind, Han Feng walked out of the ruins and sat in the co-pilot again. Back to the original color steel house of the zinc mine, Han Feng took Tanya upstairs. At this time, everyone was still gathered in Han Feng's bedroom and did not leave. Standing in front of the bedroom door, Han Feng's eyes moved. Tanya took a few steps forward and said to everyone in the bedroom, "You go out first. Captain Han needs to be quiet." After Tanya finished speaking, everyone looked solemn. But no one stayed. After a while, Han Feng and Tanya were the only ones left in the bedroom. With the door closed, the bedroom was silent, because the two were communicating by remote commands. A few minutes later, Tanya walked out of the bedroom. After a while, Tanya carried Lin Lan, who was paralyzed and powerless, and walked into Han Feng's bedroom again. This time, Tanya and Lin Lan stayed in Han Feng's bedroom for half an hour. However, during this period, except for Lin Lan's laughter, there was no effective communication. When Tanya carried Lin Lan out of the room again, Han Feng sealed the door. Except for Tanya delivering nutritional paste every day, no one could enter Han Feng's bedroom. For 5 consecutive days, no one knew what Han Feng was doing. And no one knew what Han Feng was thinking. 5 whole days. Han Feng sorted out all the situations that had happened since the zombie outbreak. Of course, there were also a lot of speculations. Until the morning of the 6th day, Han Feng opened the door, wearing clean clothes and combing his hair neatly, and walked out of the bedroom. "Brother-in-law, you finally." Wei Peng, who was on duty in front of Han Feng's door, saw the thin Han Feng coming out and stood up to greet him. But halfway through his words, he was scared away by Han Feng's cold eyes. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, you." When Wei Peng recovered and wanted to say something, he found that Han Feng was only a back figure. Knowing that there was no hope of communicating with Han Feng, Wei Peng cautiously walked into Han Feng's bedroom, but found a shocking scene. The bed, the floor, the bathroom, full of blood. A lot of blood. Even the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. What Wei Peng didn't know was, in the past few days, Han Feng would activate blood rage every day. And these bloodstains were the residue after blood rage. In order to adapt himself to the side effects of blood rage, or Han Feng needed a calm and shrewd mind, so as long as he was still alive, he would constantly activate blood rage thinking and adapt. "Tanya, take Lin Lan and follow me." On the way downstairs, Han Feng called Tanya in his mind. When he came downstairs, Han Feng glanced around and his eyes finally fixed on an off-road vehicle. When Han Feng started the vehicle, Tanya also came with Lin Lan. "Boy, what are you doing so early in the morning?" Lu Rui asked with a smile when he saw Han Feng accidentally, but was ignored by Han Feng. A few seconds later, when Tanya sat in the passenger seat, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the zinc mine. From beginning to end, Han Feng never looked at Lu Rui. 4 hours later, Han Feng arrived at the base of the priest. Taking Lin Lan out of the trunk, Han Feng stepped into the village. Chapter 364, Massacre of the Village. The unsure survivors saw this scene and put down their work, followed Han Feng and Tanya with a mentality of watching the fun. After the radar confirmed the location of the priest, Han Feng ran straight there. Tens of seconds later, Han Feng saw the terrified priest at the priest's house. Holy envoy. The priest stared at Lin Lan in Han Feng's hand and exclaimed intermittently, "Heh." Looking at the priest's reaction, Han Feng finally sneered for the first time since waking up. "Beast, let go of the holy envoy. Let go." Suddenly, the priest pointed at Han Feng and cursed. "Very good," Han Feng said with joy instead of anger, and then stared at the priest's eyes and said, "Where is the Holy Lord? Tell me. I will spare your life." "Shut up, little beast. Can a scum like you like to touch the Holy Lord?" After scolding Han Feng, the priest continued still unsatisfied. "You really don't know how high the sky is. If the Holy Lord came here in person, would you still be so arrogant?" Han Feng looked at the exasperated priest with a faint smile on his face. "Why don't you release the holy envoy quickly? If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will also think of your face for the nutrition cream a few days ago and say a few good words for you. If the Holy Lord really wants to kill you, maybe he will leave you a whole body." Seeing Han Feng's dumb smile, the priest thought he had frightened Han Feng, and his attitude became more arrogant. Swoosh! In the priest's smug look, Han Feng activated his telekinesis. 10 silver wings flew out from Han Feng's waist, flashing a cold light, passing through the 10 survivors who were watching the excitement behind him. Swish! Han Feng specifically chose the carotid arteries in their necks to attack, and in an instant, blood gushed out, blood stained the ground. "Heal! Heal!" Kill! Seeing the companions beside him die, the crowd instantly exploded. Not wanting to hear the noisy voice, Han Feng immediately activated the imprisonment and immobilized the group of people behind him. I don't want to ask my question again, Han Feng said slowly, staring at the priest's eyes. The priest took a step back subconsciously after being stared at by Han Feng. In the priest's opinion, Han Feng's eyes at this moment were no less than a venomous snake lying in wait for an attack. And Han Feng's voice was like a low kiss from the underworld. Beast. With trembling legs, the priest wanted to yell again, but looking at Han Feng's eyes, he changed his words and said, I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. If you have the guts, kill me. Anyway, the Lord Saint will avenge me. In front of so many people, the priest couldn't lose face, so he forced himself to stabilize his body and said something. Heh. This was Han Feng's second sneer. Swoosh. Swoosh. The silver wing hovering beside the survivor suddenly moved, and once again passed over 10 warm necks. Swish. Amid the sound of blood spurting, Han Feng stared at the priest with a smile. You devil. You will die. The Lord will avenge his people. Swoosh. Before the priest finished speaking, Han Feng took action again. When the extremely clean silver wing stopped in the air again, 30 survivors were lying in front of the priest's house. You don't say? It doesn't matter. Walking towards the trembling priest, Han Feng continued, You have about 700 to 800 people here. I kill 100 people every day. I'm afraid you won't remember, Han Feng said leisurely with a smile. Ah! I'll fight you. I'm going to kill you. Seeing Han Feng approaching step by step, the priest suddenly rushed towards Han Feng instead of retreating. However, the ability of this priest is fundamentally different from that of the previous manager. With almost no effort, Han Feng stepped on the priest. I won't let you die. But don't be anxious. After stepping on the priest, Han Feng turned his head and winked at Tanya. Understanding Han Feng's meaning in a second, Tanya found a rope and tied up the priest. Just like that, Han Feng carried Lin Lan in one hand and the priest in the other, and walked upstairs. Han Feng found a room and threw the two of them on the ground. He found a stool and sat down, smoking and saying, I know you two have a way to contact the Holy Lord. Let him come quickly. Otherwise, all these pets he raised will die. Haha, you want to see the Holy Lord? At this time, Lin Lan raised his head, looked at Han Feng and continued, Don't worry. The Holy Lord is someone you can't even think of dying. I don't miss him. I just want him to die. Looking at Lin Lan expressionlessly, Han Feng said indifferently, Haha, with your ability, it's not good enough. Far from it. If the Holy Lord didn't want to play, how long do you think you can live? Hearing Lin Lan say this, Han Feng slowly got up and walked out of the house. Holding a cigarette, leaning against the fence, Han Feng slowly closed his eyes. Swoosh. Swoosh. Howl. Clang. Instantly, 20 customized weapons soared into the sky, heading straight to various places in the village. After a few seconds, no one in the entire village survived. You want to play? Then I'll play with you. Slowly, Han Feng opened his eyes and looked at the triumphant silver shuttle silver wing, muttering to himself. Walking back into the house, Han Feng killed the priest without saying anything. Carrying Lin Lan downstairs, Han Feng handed her to Tanya. After watching Tanya put her back in the trunk, Han Feng ordered Luna, summon 100 Navy SEALs. Confirmed. Just when he went downstairs just now, Han Feng specifically looked at the number of gold coins and found that he had become a millionaire again. Some of these gold coins were rewards for killing the 6th level female corpse. More of them were the output accumulation of the ore refinery in the past few days. Okay, Captain Han. 100 Navy SEALs are being summoned. Please wait. Standing quietly in place, Han Feng felt the smell of blood blowing in the wind. For some reason, ever since he had blood rage, Han Feng fell in love with this taste. Report to Captain Han. 100 Navy SEALs have been summoned, Luna said, and Han Feng did not reply. Stepping out of the priest's house, Han Feng saw the road was densely packed with Navy SEALs. Look! Han Feng looked at the horizon and continued, Look for other bases. If you find them, remember to come back and report to me. After saying these 3 sentences expressionlessly, Han Feng took Tanya back to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle and drove away. On the way back, Han Feng leaned against the car window, staring at the scenery outside the window in a daze. 4 hours later, at dusk, Han Feng and Tanya returned to the base. Looking at the base still in ruins, Han Feng asked in his mind, "Luna, have you found Wei Yun?" "Report to Captain Han." "No." After hearing this, Han Feng opened the car door and walked towards the ruins. Buzz! When he arrived at the ruins, a muffled sound erupted from Han Feng's body. Blood rage. "Go!" As blood oozed from his body, Han Feng stretched out his hands forward, and the next second, his telekinesis suddenly rose. In the ruins, pieces of metal flew up and were moved aside. After a while, metal fragments of varying sizes were removed, revealing the bodies of the Red Alert soldiers inside. The bodies and corpses were placed on one side, and the construction waste and metal scraps were piled on the other side. 3 minutes later, 2 mountains of different sizes were formed. But no matter how Han Feng looked, he could not find Wei Yun's body. It was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. After digging 3 feet into the ground, Han Feng could no longer withstand the backlash of blood rage, so he had to turn off blood rage. In just a few minutes, Han Feng moved a total of thousands of tons of heavy objects. With the blessing of blood rage, Han Feng barely cleaned up the ruins. If there was no blood rage blessing, even if Han Feng was given another hour, it would be impossible to move such a heavy object with telekinesis. The blood dripping on the ground, blown by the cold wind, turned into sharp and transparent red blood crystals. Not seeing Wei Yun, Han Feng turned and walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. His face was neither sad nor happy, and no emotional fluctuations could be seen. After 3 steps and 3 swaying steps, Han Feng finally entered the co-pilot. A few minutes later, with the support of Tanya, Han Feng returned to the bedroom. This scene happened to be seen by everyone, but looking at Han Feng covered in blood, no one had the courage to step forward. After sending him to the bedroom, Tanya turned and left, and closed the door by the way. After taking off his clothes, Han Feng stood in a daze under the shower. Wei Yun. At some point, 2 lines of blood and tears appeared in Han Feng's eyes. He also murmured Wei Yun's name. After taking a bath, Han Feng lay on the bed, sucking 2 tubes of nutrition cream in his mouth. Today's action was completely guessed by Han Feng. The evidence of the guess was that Lin Lan was endowed with and strengthened superpowers, and the priest had the same symptoms as Lin Lan. Based on this alone, Han Feng took Lin Lan to the priest's base. Fortunately, the guess was right. But who is the Holy Lord? According to Lin Lan, the Holy Lord is someone he can't guess even if he dies. That means, I know him. At least, I've seen him. Thinking about it, Han Feng closed his eyes, because blood rage has overdrawn too much blood in the body recently. Han Feng always feels tired, especially recently. He has used too large-scale telekinesis, and he is more tired than before. After a while, Han Feng fell asleep. In the dream, Wei Yun's sweet smile passed in front of Han Feng. The next moment, she was covered with blood, with a steel pipe in her chest, and looked at him helplessly. "I promise. I promise. I promise." Spitting blood, Wei Yun kept repeating these 3 words. With a scream, Han Feng woke up from his dream. He gasped violently. After calming down for a few seconds, Han Feng looked back. The pillow had been soaked by tears for most of the time. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the dark night outside the window and muttered to himself in a low voice, "Revenge." But what Han Feng didn't know was, at this moment, the corner of another person's mouth raised an arc and sneered, "Revenge?" Waking up from a nightmare, Han Feng was no longer sleepy at this moment. Sitting by the window, in the dark bedroom, the scarlet light of the cigarette flickered. During this period, there was also the sound of tears falling to the ground. In this way, Han Feng maintained this state until morning. Chapter 365, Furious Priest. Luna, do the seals have any clues? Looking at the bright outside, Han Feng asked in his mind. Report to Captain Han. There are no returning seals for the time being. Yes. Nodding, Han Feng indicated that he understood. Luna, turn on the radar. As he spoke, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, the radar display screen lit up. In the radar, the city modeling sand table took shape. In the meantime, There were hundreds of seals scattered around. Notify them that the main search direction is on the edge of the city. Looking at the evenly distributed blue dots wandering around, Han Feng gave instructions. Report to Captain Han. Unable to transmit valid command information. Reason for unable to transmit command: exceeded the remote command limit distance. Hearing that the command could not be transmitted, Han Feng thought for a while and continued, then upgrade the Air Command Department. Report to Captain Han. Upgrading the Physical Building Air Command Department to 2 stars requires 300,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. Now, Han Feng is determined to find another base. So Han Feng doesn't care about these 300,000 gold coins at all. Okay, Captain Han. The Physical Building Air Command Department is being upgraded. Please wait. A few seconds later, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The Physical Building, the Air Command, has been upgraded to 2 stars. Can you contact the Navy SEALs now? After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng did not ask about the additional reward immediately, but was still obsessed with contacting the Navy SEALs. Report to Captain Han. Unable to transmit valid command information. Reason for unable to transmit command: exceeded the remote command limit distance. Unexpectedly, after the upgrade of the Air Command, Han Feng still could not transmit commands to soldiers 100 kilometers away. In the system, Han Feng's attention swept and saw that his current balance was still 500,000. This amount of gold coins is just enough to upgrade the Air Finger Department once more. Upgrade the Air Finger Department. After confirming the gold coins, Han Feng said without hesitation, report to Team Han. Upgrading the Physical Building Air Finger Department to 3 stars requires 500,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Team Han. The Physical Building Air Finger Department is being upgraded. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna continued, report to Team Han. The Physical Building Air Finger Department has been upgraded to 3 stars. Congratulations to Team Han for having a 3-star Air Finger Department. Listening to Luna's congratulations, Han Feng's face did not show a trace of happiness, and he still looked gloomy. What about now? Can you contact the Navy SEALs? Captain Han. We can. Well, give my previous order. After a pause, Han Feng seemed to have thought of something and continued, by the way, once you find them, don't kill anyone. I will do it myself. Okay, Captain Han. After communicating with Luna, Han Feng leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes. This morning, except for Tanya quietly entering the room to deliver the nutritional paste, there was no sound. Until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Report to Captain Han. The Navy SEALs sent back the news. In the northwest corner of the city, on the edge, a similar priest base was found. Distance, 138 kilometers. Hearing the report in his mind, Han Feng opened his eyes, silently walked into the bathroom, and washed his face. Tanya, prepare the car. As he was leaving, Han Feng contacted Tanya. Standing downstairs, Tanya drove an off-road vehicle to Han Feng in a short while. Hearing the subtle movement in the trunk of the off-road vehicle, Han Feng could easily guess that it was Lin Lan. After opening the door of the co-pilot and sitting firmly, Han Feng whispered, let's go. 4.5 hours later, around 11 o'clock, Han Feng and Tanya arrived at a small village. Judging from the style, it should be the base of the priests. Since he had never seen the priests here, Han Feng didn't know who to look for a while. Grenade? After thinking for a moment, Han Feng turned his head and looked at Tanya. Taking the pearl grenade from Tanya, Han Feng opened the door and got out of the car. Pulling the ring of the pearl grenade, Han Feng threw it above the village. Boom! Due to the extremely delicate control of Han Feng's force, the grenade exploded more than 30 meters above the village without injuring anyone. Although the pearl grenade is only half the size of a normal grenade, the noise it makes is not inferior at all. After the rumbling explosion, Han Feng saw candles gradually lit up in the dark village. After finding the nearest house, Han Feng broke into it. Inside the house, a man was holding up half of his pants, with a slightly sleepy look and a little fear. Ah! Hearing the door being broken, the man didn't say anything, but the woman on the bed screamed. Swoosh! Take a step forward. Han Feng instantly stood in front of the man. As for the scream in his ear, Han Feng's eyes didn't change at all. Where is the priest? Or the steward? Staring into the man's eyes, Han Feng said softly. Snort. After a few seconds without a response, the silver wings flashed. Priest. Or steward. Where? As the man slowly knelt, Han Feng walked to the bedside, lowered his eyebrows, and stared at the woman on the bed and asked, Ah! Ah! Perhaps it was a stress reaction after seeing blood. The woman kept screaming, and did not give the answer Han Feng wanted. Snort. The next moment, the silver wings flashed coldly again. The two people died, and there was no living thing in the house, except Han Feng and Tanya. After killing the two, Han Feng walked out of the house silently. How about I go investigate? Tanya said, following Han Feng. Too lazy to wait. In response to these 3 words, Han Feng activated his super speed ability and broke into another house. Priest. Or the butler. Where? Stepping on the fragments of the wooden door on the ground, Han Feng was expressionless as always. In the 4th house over there. This time, Han Feng got the answer he wanted. Swish. Unfortunately, the man who just gave the answer did not escape the fate of death. Swoosh. Before the gushing blood fell to the ground, Han Feng left the house and came to the priest's house. Forgot to bring Linlon here. Standing in the courtyard, Han Feng spoke with some regret. But the next second, Han Feng muttered to himself, but it doesn't matter. Who are you? The priest hurriedly put on his clothes and came outside, and suddenly found 2 people standing in the courtyard who he had never met before. Although he was panicked, he was not too scared because he was a superpower. Are you a priest? Han Feng did not answer the man's question, but raised his head and looked at him standing on the 2nd floor and asked, Yes, I am the priest. What are you doing? Perhaps because he sensed that someone in the village had died. The priest was furious, but before he understood the whole story, the priest tried his best to suppress the resentment in his heart. That's great. Han Feng raised his lips, finally showing some expression. After a pause, Han Feng kept his head up and said, Contact the Holy Lord and ask him to come. If he doesn't come, you can die. After listening to Han Feng, the priest understood these 2 people came to make trouble, especially this young boy, who was so shameless as to call the Holy Lord. He insulted his own faith. The priest was furious and could no longer suppress his anger. He shouted, You are talking nonsense. Hey! Roaring again, the priest jumped down from the 2nd floor and reached out to Han Feng with his hands and claws. Ding! Ding! 2 crisp sounds rang out in front of Han Feng. It was not until the priest landed that he saw. It turned out that 2 silver shuttles blocked his attack. The 2 silver shuttles were inserted into the priest's palm, which shocked the priest's eyes. I'll give you another chance. Contact the Holy Lord. Staring at the priest who was close at hand, Han Feng mercifully gave him a 2nd chance. Ah! What surprised Han Feng was that the priest gritted his teeth and pulled out the silver shuttles on his palms, and attacked him instead of retreating. Who? 1 punch in 1 palm, turning fists into claws, turning palms into chops, mixed with the sound of whirring wind. The priest's arms flew quickly in front of his eyes. It can be seen that the superpower of this priest is speed. However, Han Feng, who also has super speed, feels that the priest's attack is too slow. After retreating several steps and avoiding all the priest's attacks, Han Feng finally counterattacked. Swoosh! Han Feng turned his waist, and his right leg was like a huge battle axe. He slashed the air and chopped the priest horizontally. Bang! The whip kick hit the priest's arm, and a muffled sound exploded in the air. Bang! Boom! The priest who was hit disappeared in front of Han Feng as if he had teleported. The next moment, the priest knocked down a wall. He came to the outside of the yard. This kick, Han Feng actually burst out with such a strong force. After kicking the priest away, he also knocked a big hole in the wall. You know, at this time, Han Feng has not yet activated the blood rage. Slowly retracting his raised leg, Han Feng looked sideways at the hole in the wall. Ahem. After a few breaths, when the dust cleared, the priest buried under the bricks and rubble suddenly coughed a few times. Heh. Hearing the noise, Han Feng sneered. Crash. Crash. After a few seconds, the broken bricks and tiles began to loosen. The priest who stood up behind him said, as if warning, No matter who you are, you have successfully angered me. It seems that you don't cherish the opportunity one gave you. Looking at the priest, Han Feng stood there expressionlessly and continued, "Then you can die." Ha ha. Suddenly, the priest laughed, as if he heard something funny. Hearing this kind of laughter, for some reason, Han Feng suddenly thought of Lin Lan. I hate this kind of laughter. Really? Then I can laugh to your corpse later. Bang, bang, bang. After the priest finished speaking, the muscles on his body began to thicken and grow. It's a superpower similar to Brother Wei's back then. Looking at the priest who was transforming, Han Feng thought of Brother Wei in prison. It's the Violent Evolver. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng finally remembered the name of this superpower. Chapter 366, Hard Battle. Han Feng licked his lips while quietly appreciating the priest's transformation. Somehow, at this moment, Han Feng felt a little excited. It's hard to face such a strong man. Now, it's too late for you to kneel down and beg me. After the transformation was completed, the priest turned his neck and said to Han Feng, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Seeing Han Feng suddenly laugh, the priest raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you laughing at? Please? Ha ha. Please. Hey." Feeling humiliated, the priest suddenly jumped out of the bricks and punched Han Feng. Bang. Han Feng did not move until he was hit after watching the giant fist coming at him. Puff. As he flew backwards, Han Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Once the misty blood left his body, it drifted away with the wind. Bang. Han Feng's back hit the wall, and he was forced to stop. Looking at Han Feng lying on the ground, the priest locked his eyes on Tanya again. "Girl, I don't hit women. But today you offended me first. Don't blame me." After speaking, the priest took a step forward and punched Tanya. Huh? The strong wind from the fist blew past her ears, and Tanya did not retreat but advanced, going around to the priest's chest. Since the priest was more than 2 meters tall after the transformation, there was a large area of space in front of his chest under his aggressive attack. Hiding in front of the priest's chest, Tanya hit the priest's chest with a heart-piercing elbow. If this blow hit an ordinary person, 3 lives would not be enough to kill. But the priest at this time was full of strong muscles, like a giant wearing heavy armor. Tanya's little strength only made a purple mark on his chest. Seeing that his punch missed, the priest quickly changed his body shape. He locked Tanya's retreat with his arms, trying to lock his arms and strangle Tanya to death. But as a 1-star hero, how could Tanya let the priest succeed? With a leap, Tanya flexibly jumped out of the space controlled by the priest. Flying out of the encirclement, Tanya turned half a circle above the priest's head and kicked out a kick, hitting the priest's cheek. This kick only slightly deviated the priest's face and did not cause any substantial damage to him. Looking at the priest who was still standing, Tanya thought to herself that it was not good. This guy was as difficult as a level 6 female corpse. When Tanya thought of this, the priest crossed his strong legs and approached Tanya again. After all, in the eyes of the priest, Han Feng was already a dying man. Hey. Huh? Hearing Han Feng calling him, the priest stopped and gave up chasing Tanya, because he also wanted to see what Han Feng wanted to do and what he could do. Ahem. Han Feng coughed a few times with blood on his lips. Raising his right hand, Han Feng wiped his mouth and said, "Contact the Holy Lord." Die. Seeing that Han Feng was still stubborn, the priest changed direction and ran towards Han Feng. Contact. Bang. Buzz. Han Feng looked at the approaching priest, but he still did not dodge, and used his body to take the priest's punch again. This time, the priest hit Han Feng's abdomen, because Han Feng was too close to the wall behind him. This punch did not knock Han Feng away, but fixed him firmly on the wall. Under the moonlight, the priest held Han Feng against the wall with his fists, and the wall behind Han Feng was broken into spider web-like traces. If you listen carefully, you can hear the rustling sound of wall fragments falling. Contact the saint. Hearing Han Feng say this word, the priest glared at him. Then, his fists hit Han Feng one after another like a perpetual motion machine. The speed was incredible. Bang 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 bang. Facing the violent fists, Han Feng did not make any defensive moves. Just let the fist hit him. Boom boom boom. After a few seconds, the wall behind Han Feng could no longer withstand such a bombardment and collapsed. You are a fool who doesn't know how to live or die. The priest cursed at Han Feng in the broken bricks. Contact the Holy Lord. To the priest's surprise, Han Feng was still alive. Give me back my Wei Yun. Crash. Han Feng stood up from the broken bricks while speaking. However, even though Han Feng stood up, he was hunched over. It seemed that the priest's attack just now had indeed caused considerable damage to Han Feng. Tell him to give me back my Wei Yun. Give it back to me. Okay. After saying that, blood slowly flowed out of Han Feng's mouth. Oh, I thought so, you're here to ask for someone. Looking into Han Feng's eyes, the priest continued, since she has offended the Lord Saint, she deserves to die. Bang! Bang! As soon as the priest finished speaking, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. One punch. Just one punch. The huge body of the priest was punched away dozens of meters by Han Feng. By the way, it also knocked down the remaining half of the wall behind the priest. After landing, the priest quickly got up. When he looked at Han Feng again, he saw a blood man. Han Feng, blood fury. Open! Swoosh! The extremely fast speed cut through the air, and Han Feng came to the priest in the blink of an eye. Raising his head, Han Feng said again, contact the Holy Lord and ask him to return my Wei Yun to me. Ah! Looking at the bloody face on his chest, the priest roared and smashed down with both fists. Facing this ton-level blow, Han Feng took a half step to the side. Turning his waist, Han Feng threw a whip kick. Seeing Han Feng dodge the attack, although the priest could not see Han Feng's subsequent actions clearly, the urgent warning in his heart told him to defend. Take a deep breath. The priest squatted half a step and stood firmly in the horse stance. Bang! When the priest completed the action, Han Feng's whip kick kicked him. Under the fierce collision, the dust on the ground was blown away by the strong wind. The priest was kicked back a little bit by this whip kick. Turning his head, the priest looked at Han Feng beside him. His eyes gradually turned red. Contact me. I'll contact you. Hearing Han Feng's repeated words, the priest was furious. Turning around, the priest took a deep breath, raised his fist, and hit Han Feng hard. The wind has arrived before the fist. Feeling the fist wind coming towards him, Han Feng licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, clenched his fist, and blasted away. Neither side used any moves to resist. Just punch to punch. Flesh to flesh. Bang! Boom! Buzz! When the two fists met, there was an explosion in the air for no reason. Then, the huge energy dispersed the surrounding air and took away the small stones on the ground. The next moment, the air returned, pulled the small stones back again. Just like that, a strange and peaceful picture appeared. Under the beautiful moonlight, the huge priest and the small and exquisite Han Feng were both frozen in the posture of fighting. The moonlight stretched the shadows of the two, stretching out two dark figures. Crack, crack. A few seconds later, a slight bone crack sound was heard. Don't come over. Han Feng saw Tanya trying to help in his peripheral vision. Han Feng, who didn't want others to join the fight, stopped her. Turning his gaze, Han Feng looked into the priest's eyes and continued, contact the Holy Lord and ask him to return my Wei Yun to me. Okay. Ugh. At this moment, the priest went berserk. He retracted his fist, and blood dripped from the tip of his fist. Ugh. Shouting again, the priest swung his fist left and right, and rushed towards Han Feng in front of him. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought again. Punches and kicks came, and the big priest gradually fell into a disadvantage, because Han Feng was too petite and agile. In addition, Han Feng also had the blessing of speed, which made the priest more and more uncomfortable. Bang! Ugh! Finally, after a minute of fighting, the priest was tripped by Han Feng and fell accidentally. Huh? Come forward. Han Feng took a step and rode on the priest. Contact! Bang! One time. Bang bang. Holy Lord. Bang bang. Let him do it. Bang. Bang. Wei Yun. Give her back to me. Who? Boom. After saying a few words, Han Feng threw a few punches. Under passive defense, the priest could only hold his head with his arms and try to protect his vitals. But Han Feng's strength surged under blood rage. The priest's defense was quickly broken by Han Feng. Give her back to me. Give her back to me. Give her back to me. Han Feng roared, and he became crazier and faster. After dozens of seconds, the priest died, being smashed to death by Han Feng's punches. But Han Feng was not much better. Although he was covered in blood, several huge wounds could still be seen on Han Feng's body. Lacerations, heavy blows, countless scratches, countless bleeding holes. Give me back my Wei Yun. Give me back. Han Feng was still swinging his fist mechanically, repeating the words he had said countless times. Give it back to me. Okay. After a while, the red in Han Feng's eyes faded, revealing the whites of his eyes. This was a sign of the disappearance of blood rage. Pa ta. Without the blessing of blood rage, Han Feng fell headfirst onto the body of the priest. His consciousness was on the verge of coma. Seeing this, Tanya took the Gene Rapid Recovery Potion and ran to Han Feng at a rapid speed. After a while, the medicine was pushed in. Throwing away the empty syringe, Tanya sighed. Pulling Han Feng up, Tanya carried him to the SUV. Give it back to me. Please, give Wei Yun back to me, please. Beside her ear, Tanya heard Han Feng's confused mumbling. Glancing sideways, Tanya saw 2 lines of blood and tears falling from Han Feng's eyes. After a few breaths, Han Feng stopped talking and completely fainted. Arriving at the SUV, Tanya put Han Feng in the co-pilot, and then went to the trunk to check Lin Lan. Fortunately, Lin Lan was still there, and was not taken away by others. After closing the trunk, Tanya sat in the driver's seat. Start the vehicle and drive towards the zinc mine. Chapter 367, Ice Attribute Superpower. When Tanya drove back to the zinc mine, it was already 2:30 in the morning of the next day. After more than 4 hours of recovery, most of Han Feng's wounds had healed. The remaining few larger wounds were also in the scab waiting to heal. Carrying Han Feng upstairs, Tanya showed a distressed expression as she walked, because only Tanya knew that Han Feng was getting lighter and lighter now. Yes, every time the blood rage was activated, it would consume a lot of Han Feng's blood and energy. Even with the replenishment of the fast recovery potion, it would definitely not catch up with his fast consumption. In addition, Han Feng was sick with longing and depressed. With another sigh, Tanya put Han Feng on the bed. After covering him with the quilt, Tanya turned and left, closing the door. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, quietly opened his eyes. He tilted his head to look at the bedside table, where 2 nutrition pastes lay quietly. Sitting up, Han Feng took the nutrition paste, unscrewed the cap, and started to smoke. After eating, Han Feng got out of bed and walked to the window, lit a cigarette and asked, Luna, what is the additional function of the Air Command Department after the upgrade? Report to the Han team. The Physical Building Air Command Department, after upgrading to 2 stars, has increased the radar coverage area of 30 kilometers. Within this distance, remote orders, soldier details, vision connection and other functions are extended synchronously. As an additional reward for the 2-star level of the Air Command Department, it is God's Vision in a 100-meter area. God's Vision, in the area where God's Vision can be used. You can observe the area you want to observe at any point. Luna just said this. Han Feng closed his eyes, and silently opened the God's Vision. The next moment, in Han Feng's mind, Han Feng saw the scene outside the door. Looking at the scene outside his door, Han Feng had a strange feeling. A few seconds later, Han Feng opened the door. Interesting. Han Feng suddenly smiled when he saw himself opening the door. Closing the door again, Han Feng controlled his vision to patrol back and forth. Lu Rui was eating instant noodles in the bedroom. Hu was playing games with Tanya in the bedroom. And Wei Peng was looking at his sister's photo in the bedroom, crying silently, retracting his God's Vision. Han Feng stared at the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and was silent. Captain Han, are you going to continue to report on the other functions of the Air Command? Seeing that Han Feng didn't speak, Luna asked softly. Speak. Okay. Captain Han, the Physical Building Air Command, after upgrading to 3 stars, has increased the radar coverage area of 450 kilometers. Within this distance, remote command, soldier details, vision connection and other functions are extended synchronously. As an additional reward for the 3-star level of the Air Command, it is increase the God's Vision of the 400-meter area. Obtain the Spy Satellite Authority. After the Air Command is upgraded to 3 stars, the fighters summoned will be automatically promoted to 1-star fighters. The God's Vision has been explained just now, and I will not repeat it now. Spy Satellite, outside the radar detection range. within 1,000 kilometers. You can choose any point to conduct a spy satellite. After the spy satellite is launched, you can obtain a 500-meter range of vision, which lasts for 10 seconds. Spy satellite. Daily usage limit, once. Report to Captain Han. All details about the 3-star Air Command have been reported. Yes. With a brief response, Han Feng thought to himself that he now has a radar detection range of 500 kilometers and a God's vision of 500 meters. 500 kilometers of radar scanning range. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and continued, then why am I wasting my time? After that, Han Feng slowly stood up, put out his cigarette butt and said, Luna, start scanning. Report to Captain Han. Turn on the radar. Scan the 500-kilometer range. And you need 100 gold coins. Please confirm if you want to scan. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. And a total of 3 supply boxes and 4 survivor bases have been found. Found it. Han Feng was not excited when he heard that the supply box was found. Instead, he smiled when he heard that there was a priest. Tanya, prepare the car. As he turned to walk towards the bathroom, Han Feng called out in his mind. After taking care of himself a little, Han Feng walked out of the bedroom. Going downstairs, Han Feng directly boarded the off-road vehicle that had already started. Let's go! After giving the destination in his mind, Han Feng whispered, Buzz, stepping on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle drove towards the city again. 4 hours later, Han Feng arrived at the base of the first priest. After Han Feng's patient questioning, the priest insisted that he could not contact the Holy Lord. After a round of sparring, the base became deserted. Patting the dust off his body, Han Feng returned to the car silently. More than 40 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the second priest base. Contact the Holy Lord and ask him to come over. After questioning several survivors, Han Feng stood in front of the priest and said, You are finally here. The priest stood in the middle of the courtyard and said slowly. In the courtyard, there were several large jars beside the priest. It seemed that they were pickling sauerkraut or kimchi. But the jars were covered with lids, and Han Feng didn't know what was in them for a while. Hearing the priest say this, Han Feng laughed. What are you laughing at? Looking at the blood on Han Feng's face, the priest asked calmly. What am I laughing at? Han Feng answered the question in return. I am laughing that there is finally someone who can contact the Holy Lord. After laughing, Han Feng continued, Let him come over. I'm in a hurry. Sorry. Hearing the priest apologize, Han Feng glared. He snorted coldly. I can't contact the Holy Lord. I can only convey the Holy Lord's decree. After the priest finished speaking, Han Feng asked without hesitation, What did he say to you? The Holy Lord told me to entertain you well. The priest was not impatient and spoke slowly. Then what? Seeing that the priest kept silent, Han Feng continued to ask. Wait. Wait for what? I don't know. The Holy Lord told me to entertain you, and then wait. As for what to wait for, I don't know. After hearing this, Han Feng narrowed his eyes. He can wait, but he doesn't ask me. Can I wait? After Han Feng finished speaking, the silver shuttle and silver wings slowly extended from his waist. I have prepared food in the house. Why don't you eat first? Looking at Han Feng, who was on the verge of a fight, the priest continued to speak calmly. Save it for you as your last meal before you die. As he spoke, Han Feng did not launch an attack rashly. He thought of keeping the priest for a few more seconds to see what else he could say. Since you have made up your mind, I can't say anything more. After saying this with a smile, the priest's face began to turn cold. This kind of coldness is not just a metaphor for expression, but the temperature is really dropping rapidly. In the already cold winter, the cold wind is even colder. Ice attribute superpower? Cold attribute superpower? Looking at the priest whose face gradually turned blue, Han Feng guessed the name of this superpower. Thank you for not attacking me just now. When the priest activated his superpower, he politely thanked Han Feng. If you have anything else to say it to the King of Hell. After saying that, Han Feng took a step and rushed towards the priest. Seeing Han Feng move, the priest waved his right hand forward. A strong whirlwind rose out of thin air in front of the priest, blowing towards Han Feng. When the whirlwind was about to touch his body, Han Feng took a few steps to the side and avoided the attack route of the whirlwind. Although the whirlwind's attack on Han Feng failed, Tanya would definitely suffer according to this attack route. The whirlwind grew bigger and bigger, starting from the center of the courtyard. When it blew to the gate of the courtyard, the whirlwind almost turned into a strong wind. Tap! Tap tap! Seeing this, Tanya pursed her lips, dodged and jumped backwards, gradually moving away from the battlefield. She knew that the next battle between the two was no longer something she could intervene in. We are not enemies. Retracting his right arm, the priest turned and looked at Han Feng and said, "She and the Holy Lord are not enemies either." With a calm face, Han Feng said something that puzzled the priest. Swoosh! The next moment after Han Feng finished speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. The wind rises. Seeing Han Feng disappear from his sight, the priest pressed down with both hands, and in an instant, a small storm formed. Standing in the center of the storm, the priest scanned the courtyard, trying to find Han Feng's trace. With the storm protecting him, Han Feng did not dare to get close easily, so he had to give up this surprise attack. Telekinesis, start. Standing on the roof, Han Feng looked down at the priest under him and whispered, "Zheng!" The sound of the golden inscription sounded. 10 silver wings passed through the cold light and pierced the priest in the storm. Who? Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Unfortunately, the silver wings, as thin as cicada wings, were changed their attack trajectory by the rotating storm. For a moment, 10 silver wings were trapped in the storm, rotating and colliding with each other, making bursts of sharp and crisp sounds. Bang! Crash! Ice spikes! The priest's face was solemn, and he shouted after the storm broke a large vat. The large vat broke, and Han Feng saw, it turned out that there was water in the vat. But the water did not flow to the ground after the large vat broke, but quickly froze into small or thick ice spikes. Go! In the center of the storm, the priest raised his hand and pointed upward at Han Feng. Swoosh! 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 Dense ice spikes stabbed at Han Feng. Is it telekinesis again? Seeing the priest controlling these ice spikes in the air, Han Feng muttered thoughtfully. However, facing the dense ice spikes, Han Feng did not dodge, nor did he show panic on his face. Instead, he used 10 silver shuttles to fight. All the silver shuttles rushed towards the thick ice spikes and smashed them in midair. Then they turned around and smashed other ice spikes. But there were too many ice spikes. So many that 10 silver shuttles could not take care of them all. When the fine ice spikes rushed in front of Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth and his telekinesis suddenly rose. Buzz! In an instant, dense ice spikes floated in front of Han Feng, like a sparse ice wall. Chapter 368, 6 Ice Shields. The afternoon sun shines on the crystal clear ice ridges, emitting dazzling and fantastic light. The priest saw that his ice ridges were all blocked, gritted his teeth, and tried his best to push. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the priest's ability is, he is no match for Han Feng. Han Feng has 3 superpowers of telekinesis, speed, and blood rage, and has been injected with 4 energy 7 injections. In terms of mental power, Han Feng ranks second, and no one dares to say that he is the first. The mysterious girl is negligible. After a few seconds, the priest could no longer maintain the ice ridge. Defeated. At this moment, if one party withdraws its telekinesis, then the ownership of these ice prisms will of course be occupied by the other party. Playing with the ice prisms, Han Feng smiled playfully. Swoosh! Swoosh! This ice wall composed of ice prisms, under Han Feng's strong telekinesis, quickly pierced back to the priest. Go! Faced with countless ice prisms, the priest did not dare to be arrogant, and directly swung the storm beside him to sweep away these ice prisms that belonged to him a second ago. Ding ding! Bang bang bang! In the storm, the ice prisms were blown against each other and shattered. After a while, these ice prisms turned into fine ice powder, and gradually moved away with the storm, pulling back his 10 silver wings from the storm. Han Feng jumped from the rooftop. After touching the ground, he immediately rushed towards the priest. In order to resist the ice spikes, the priest had to blow away the storm around him. It would take at least a few seconds to form a new storm. And Han Feng, waiting for now, taking advantage of the priest's unpreparedness, Han Feng instantly came in front of the priest and officially threw his first punch Huh? Seeing the fist about to fall on him, the priest hurriedly dodged sideways in a hurry. At the same time, the priest also turned his palm and reached out to Han Feng's fist, trying to resist some of the force. Bang! In front of the priest, fists and palms collided, and a strong wind burst out. Ding ding ding. The next moment, the priest took several steps back. Steadying his body, the priest shook his hands. He put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I didn't expect that you are also a master of physical skills." The hands behind the priest's back were still trembling slightly at this moment. Han Feng, standing in place, slowly retracted his fist, staring at the priest with his eyes, and said nothing. What the priest didn't know was that Han Feng didn't know any physical skills. These were all acquired behaviors brought to Han Feng since the activation of Blood Rage. Swoosh! Whoosh! With a gust of wind, Han Feng approached the priest again. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Han Feng turned into a tireless attacking machine. His arms were like two iron whips and two long spears. Pick, smash, stab, pierce. His legs were like battle axes and long swords. Chop, kick, smash, swing. In the eyes of others, Han Feng's limbs were so fast that it was confusing. It was impossible to guess which arm or leg he would use for the next attack. But the priest, who could control the strong wind, was of course one of the best in speed. Although he couldn't reach Han Feng's speed, he could still barely resist one or two. Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Whether the priest attacked or defended, there was a little bit of cold wind. The cold wind slowly lowered the temperature of the air around the priest, which caused a lot of interference to Han Feng. Bang! Boom! Kicked the priest away. And before he landed, Han Feng took a few steps to chase him. Puff! Unable to resist Han Feng's continuous attack, the priest's mouth bleeds, and a cloud of blood sprays towards Han Feng. Ha! Cough! Seeing the blood, the priest suddenly laughed, listening to the laughter in his ears. Han Feng frowned slightly. Giggle. Giggle. After the priest finished laughing, Han Feng suddenly heard a sound of freezing. Looking in the direction of the sound, Han Feng saw that the surface of his body began to turn green. It turned out that the blood that the priest had just spit out had condensed into ice on his body surface. And the more difficult problem was that he had been injured more or less in the previous battle. The blood flowing from the wound also began to slowly condense into ice. Pursing his lips, Han Feng glanced at the priest and began to retreat. After retreating dozens of meters away, Han Feng moved his stiff body. With a solemn expression, Han Feng secretly said, "Oh no." At this moment, his body was corroded by the cold and began to feel a little numb and itchy. Han Feng, who had been frostbitten before, knew that once this feeling appeared, he had to warm up quickly. Otherwise, frostbite is a small matter. Amputation is a big problem. However, Han Feng, who has a fast recovery potion, will not fall to the point of amputation. But now is the time to fight, and the stiff body cannot perform at a normal level. Next, it will only become a living target for the opponent. Continuing to move the stiff joints, Han Feng did not feel any improvement. Clenching his fists, Han Feng lowered his head slightly and said, "There is no other way. I hope it works." Blood Fury. "Open!" Han Feng said in a low voice with his eyes wide open. Buzz! A slight explosion exploded in Han Feng's body. The next moment, the vibration shattered the frost on Han Feng's body, and the surging power in his body quickly dispelled the accumulated cold. Pinching his fingers that had become flexible again, Han Feng muttered to himself, the bet was right. Then, Han Feng raised his head and stared at the priest dozens of meters away with his red eyes. "Do you have any last words?" Hearing this devilish low kiss, the priest couldn't help but take a small step back, and made a sound of wanting to say something but stopping. After he stood firm, the priest began to condense the storm, intending to deal with the next attack in a defensive posture. "I didn't expect, your last words were quite short." After Han Feng finished speaking, his figure turned into a human figure, and he ran towards the priest with a long afterimage. Who? When Han Feng attacked, the storm around the priest also condensed into shape. By the way, the priest also swung a small whirlwind towards Han Feng. Perhaps because the preparation was too hasty, the whirlwind that attacked was far less than the one a few minutes ago. With his eyes narrowed, Han Feng's footsteps did not slow down, and he plunged into the whirlwind. Seeing Han Feng silly rushing into the whirlwind, the priest showed a triumphant smile on his face. After all, the wind may seem weak, but the real killer is the bone-chilling cold hidden inside. But the next second, the smile on the priest's face gradually froze. Holding his breath, Han Feng rushed out of the whirlwind at the fastest speed. And after landing, he rushed towards the priest again. "You are looking for death." Seeing that Han Feng was about to step into the storm around him, the priest's face became lively again. But what the priest never expected was that Han Feng could actually withstand this deadly cold. The storm kept blowing away the frozen blood on Han Feng's body, but it could never invade Han Feng's body. At this time, it was not only Han Feng and the priest who were fighting. Inside the body, the power of blood rage and the bone-eroding cold were also fighting each other. One side desperately drilled in, and the other side tried its best to resist with energy. A few seconds later, Han Feng, covered in blood, passed through the storm and stood in front of the priest. You? Staring at Han Feng, the priest could never have imagined that he could actually pass through this wind wall of absolute zero. "I came in, so you should die too." After saying that, Han Feng raised his fist. "Ah!" Staring at the blood fist in front of him, the priest widened his eyes, roared, and a mirror flew out from behind. It's not right to say it's a mirror, because this round mirror thing is condensed with water. Then, one, and another mirror flew out, blocking between Han Feng and the priest. In the blink of an eye, 6 ice shields were suspended in the air. Looking to the side, Han Feng saw an empty water tank beside the priest. Instantly, Han Feng understood where these things similar to ice shields came from. Interesting. When he was ready to go, Han Feng said 2 interesting words in a row. "Huh?" After a breath, Han Feng dropped his fist. The tip of his fist was mixed with a heart-pounding sound of wind, and it pierced the ice shield without hesitation. Bang! Buzz! Caw! When the fist hit the smooth ice shield, a clear and deafening sound rang out. Instantly, the air around the ice shield vibrated. This vibration can even be seen from the air. A ripple. Then, at the force point of the ice shield, some tiny ice chips splashed. The ice shield instantly shattered into extremely fine ice powder, and disappeared in the air in the blink of an eye. After breaking the first ice shield in a moment, Han Feng's fist continued to hit the second ice shield. Bang! Buzz! Caw! Just like the last second, the second ice shield shattered. Bang! Buzz! After breaking 3 ice shields in succession, Han Feng's fist force slightly weakened. However, even so, this fist is not something the priest can bear. Fortunately, there are still 3 ice shields for defense. Bang! 4th side. Buzz! 5th side. At this time, blood spots appeared on Han Feng's fist. The flesh on the fist peak also disappeared. If you turn over the broken flesh on the fist peak now, you will most likely see Han Feng's bones. Bang! On the 6th ice shield, Han Feng paused his blood fist. It's not that Han Feng is soft-hearted, but he did not break through this last layer of defense. On the smooth mirror surface, Han Feng's blood spots appeared. Across the last ice shield, Han Feng smiled evilly. On the other hand, the priest was shocked by Han Feng's expression. But after seeing that the ice shield finally blocked the punch, the priest suddenly smiled again. Alive! Alive! The priest opened his mouth and was overjoyed. But what he didn't know was that, at this moment, he was still within Han Feng's attack range. Although the ice shield can block the attack, as long as Han Feng moves half a step, he can bypass the ice shield. Crack, crack, bang! Han Feng did not bypass the ice shield, but used his fist to hold it tightly, and used brute force to smash this indestructible ice shield. Chapter 369, Potential Threat. Potential Threat. The bloody fist that passed through all the ice shields continued to hit the priest's face. Looking at the incoming fist with dull eyes, the priest knew he was doomed. But to everyone's surprise, Han Feng's fist was frozen a few centimeters in front of the priest, and did not really touch the priest. Gulp. Observing Han Feng's fist closely, the priest clearly saw the bone stump at the peak of his fist, and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. You don't kill. Swoosh. Bang. Just as the priest was about to say something, Han Feng turned his fist into a palm and chopped the priest's neck. After the painful and rapid sound came out, the priest's eyes rolled up, and then his consciousness fell into a coma. When the priest slowly fell to the ground, the storm around the two slowly dissipated, and the temperature quickly rose. Looking at the priest at his feet, Han Feng did not move. Between his twisted eyebrows, he seemed to be thinking about something. Ding ding ding. Behind Han Feng, Tanya came with a needle. After injecting the rapid recovery potion, Han Feng threw the empty needle in his hand away. How to deal with it? Han Feng turned his head to look at Tanya, who was asking the question, and said casually, "Take it back and let Lucia play with it. One ice, one fire. Just treat it as an experience for Lucia." After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya did not reply, but found something on the spot to tie up the priest. Watching Tanya carrying the priest out, Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, 20 customized weapons slowly stretched out their sharp edges from his waist. After a few breaths, the bustling village was no longer silent. Han Feng took back the silver shuttle and silver wings, and relieved his blood anger. With his telekinesis, he lifted a water tank and walked into a room. Taking off his blood-soaked clothes, Han Feng washed the blood off his body with cold water. After cleaning himself, Han Feng casually found a set of clothes that didn't fit him in the house, put them on and walked out of the room. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, Han Feng felt his physical condition and found that his physical and mental strength was less than half of his usual strength. Go to see the next priest? But what if the next priest has some powerful superpowers? He might be defeated. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng decided to go home and rest. Let's go home. 3 short words came out of Han Feng's mouth, and Tanya, who received the order, stepped on the accelerator for the return journey. 4 hours later, it was getting dark. On the way, Han Feng sucked the nutritional paste he brought with him. Go to the base first. When approaching the zinc mine, Han Feng's thoughts suddenly changed, and he suddenly wanted to go to the base to take another look. Subconsciously, Han Feng always felt that he had missed something. When he arrived at the base, it was still in ruins. However, there were many busy engineers on top of the ruins. Report to Captain Han. 3 hours ago, the physical building power station was repaired. Now the engineers are repairing the base. Yes. Hearing Luna's report in his mind, Han Feng replied briefly. Staring at the base, Han Feng walked over slowly. Standing at the edge of the ruins, Han Feng closed his eyes and thought quietly. About a minute later, Han Feng opened his eyes and frowned. Pursing his lips, Han Feng pulled out a metal plate from the ruins. This metal plate made of taigang is the outermost defense of the base. In terms of impact resistance, this layer of taigang plate is the most resistant. Staring at the metal plate in his hand, Han Feng found traces of tearing and breaking around the fracture of the metal plate. It's like someone was pulling it apart from both ends with brute force. Buzz. Thinking about it, Han Feng started the blood rage without any warning. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng tightly grasped the metal plate with his left hand. With his right hand, he clenched his blood fist. Huh? Bang! Raising his fist, Han Feng punched the metal plate hard. After a huge impact sound, Han Feng slowly moved his fist away, and found that on the metal plate, made of titanium steel, there was a fist mark several centimeters deep. Opening his slightly trembling mouth, Han Feng gently threw the metal plate into the air. The next moment, as the metal plate fell, Han Feng's telekinesis suddenly rose. Han Feng used 2 telekinesis to pull the 2 ends of the metal plate, and used all his strength to tear the metal plate. Squeak! Crunch! Under the huge tearing of the telekinesis, the metal plate made a series of piercing groans in midair. About 5 seconds later, Han Feng withdrew his telekinesis and let the metal plate fall. No. Impossible. This is impossible. Han Feng lowered his eyebrows and stared at the twisted metal plate on the ground, and uttered in a daze. At this moment, Han Feng discovered a huge secret. It took only 5 seconds for the base to be completely destroyed after being attacked. But even if I activated Blood Rage, I couldn't destroy the base in such a short time. Not to mention there was a 9-man Navy SEAL team, all members of the 6th Battalion, 7 snipers and 40 magnetic infantry. I couldn't destroy this metal defense plate even if I tried my best. So, something strange happened. Who destroyed my base? Was it Lin Lan? Impossible, whether it was telekinesis, speed, strength, or anything else. I am stronger than Lin Lan. What I can't do, Lin Lan can't do either. There is no doubt about that. Who is that? Is it the level 6 female corpse? Impossible. Although the level 6 female corpse is much stronger than Lin Lan. I, who activated the blood rage, still have the upper hand over the level 6 female corpse. Not to mention 5 seconds. Even if the level 6 female corpse is given 5 minutes, 50 minutes, 5 hours, it is impossible for it to destroy the base like this. Then, who is it? Destroyed my base. Staring with bloodshot eyes, Han Feng breathed the cold air tremblingly. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Han Feng forced himself to calm down. Now, he was in a state of blood rage, and his thoughts were the clearest. As long as he didn't mix deeper emotions, he would find more doubts. Just like that, Han Feng stood there quietly, and the scene at that time kept flashing in his mind. After a while, Han Feng found the problem that he should have found earlier. How did Wei Yun disappear? When Lin Lan appeared, Wei Yun's body was still in the ruins, and Lin Lan has been in his sight since she appeared. Then Lin Lan was crippled by himself and became an absolute waste person. Until now, he is still under Tanya's surveillance. She had no chance, no possibility to take Wei Yun's body away. Was it a level 6 zombie? It was even more impossible. The Terminator and Tanya entangled the level 6 female corpse, and it had no chance to take Wei Yun away. Moreover, as soon as he freed his hands, he killed the level 6 female corpse. In other words, Wei Yun should still be there when he was awake. But what happened after he fell into a coma? During this period of time, he was blinded by hatred and didn't even notice such a suspicious problem. Luna, does the system have any records about Wei Yun's disappearance? Han Feng asked in his mind. But he didn't hold any hope. Reporting to Captain Han, there is no record of Wei Yun's disappearance in the system. On the night when the base was attacked, besides Lin Lan and the level 6 female corpse, were there any other people? Han Feng continued to ask. Reporting to Captain Han, only Lin Lan and the level 6 female corpse came that day. As expected, after listening to Luna, Han Feng slowly raised his head and closed his eyes. On that day, only Lin Lan and the level 6 female corpse appeared in the base. But whether it was the base or Wei Yun, it couldn't be them. Then, when all impossible conditions are eliminated, there is still one left, no matter how impossible it is. That is the truth. The Holy Lord. Right beside me, opening his eyes and looking up at the sky. Han Feng couldn't help but tremble and talk to himself. Except for this mysterious and powerful Holy Lord, who could destroy the base in a short time, Han Feng could not think of another person who could do it. Similarly, except for this mysterious and powerful Holy Lord, who could steal Wei Yun under his nose, Han Feng could not think of another person who could do it. So the question now is, at that time, the people who were still alive were Lu Rui, Hu, Lu Jia, Tanya, Wei Peng, Lin Lan and myself. Except for myself, among the remaining 6 people, the Holy Lord is among them. First, Tanya and Lin Lan are ruled out, because one was destroyed right under his nose, and the other is a hero-level soldier in the Red Alert system. Tanya will never, ever betray him. Then, the rest are Lu Jia, Lu Rui, Hu, Wei Peng, Lu Jia. Han Feng thought of the first time he saw Lu Jia. It was at the airport. He was always laughing and carefree, which really fits what Lin Lan said. The Lord wants to play. Hu. After thinking about Lu Jia, Han Feng thought of Hu again. But the system has tested Hu countless times, and she is indeed an ordinary little girl. Moreover, Hu, in terms of personality and other aspects, is in line with the innocence and cuteness that a person of this age should have. Wei Peng. No, it can't be him. Just when he was about to analyze Wei Peng, Han Feng rejected this idea, because he would not kill his sister, and he had observed Wei Peng with the eyes of God. He couldn't be the Holy Lord, crying while holding Wei Yun's photo. Then, is it Lu Rui? Next, Han Feng began to analyze Lu Rui. This good brother who had been in the same class for 4 years was also the first person he found to go to after the zombie outbreak. But then I thought, what is Lu Rui's superpower? He can dream about the future. This is amazing. I'll tell you the answer in advance. An answer that is bound to happen. Then see what I'm going to do. After saying this with narrowed eyes, Han Feng began to speculate on the Lord's thoughts. He wants to play. He wants to play with me. He wants me to become stronger. But why did he choose me? Lu Rui has been living with me. So it can't be him. Han Feng thought about the Lord for a while. And then thought about Lu Rui. Chapter 370, Fraud. Han Feng was immersed in his own world, constantly thinking and guessing the true identity of the Holy Lord. 1 minute later, Han Feng relieved his blood rage. Under his feet, a pool of blood gave off wisps of hot air, floating in the air and disappearing. Tap tap. Stepping on the bloody footprints, Han Feng frowned and returned to the off-road vehicle. Perhaps, in his heart, he already had some guesses about the Holy Lord. Back in the bedroom, Han Feng injected himself with a shot of recovery potion, then took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. After washing up, Han Feng picked up his mobile phone and saw that the current time was around midnight. Lighting a cigarette, Han Feng leaned against the bedside, closed his eyes, and opened God's eye. Lu Rui, Wei Peng, Lu Jia, Hu. Han Feng carefully observed everyone's room, but ultimately found no abnormal signs or clues. Shaking his head, Han Feng extinguished his cigarette, and planned to talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, Han Feng got up early. Arriving at the door of Wei Peng's bedroom, Han Feng gently knocked on the door. After waiting for a few seconds, Wei Peng opened the door. Leaning against the door, Wei Peng's eyes lit up when he saw Han Feng, and he greeted him, "Brother-in-law, you're here." Looking at Wei Peng, whose eyes were slightly red, his beard was untidy, and he didn't care about his appearance. Han Feng trembled his lips a few times, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Then, Han Feng felt a rotten smell coming towards him. Turning his eyes to the side, Han Feng saw Wei Peng's closed window. Presumably, Wei Peng has closed himself in the bedroom these days. Returning his eyes to Wei Peng's face, Han Feng said quietly, "Wash up and inform them to have breakfast in the restaurant later." After saying that, Han Feng turned around and prepared to leave. "By the way, I want them all to be there." On the way back, Han Feng gave an instruction without even turning his head. "I know, brother-in-law." Han Feng returned to the bedroom, took out a cigarette, and stood blankly in front of the window. Han Feng looked at the scenery outside the window, wondering what he was thinking. But from his trembling face, it can be seen that Han Feng was making some very tangled decisions at this time. When the time came to about 8 o'clock in the morning, Han Feng tidied his clothes a little, and went downstairs to the restaurant. In the eyes of everyone, Han Feng, who was thin, was the last to arrive. Looking at the empty dining table, Han Feng thought for a while and contacted Luna in his mind. "Luna, 5 breakfasts. Random flavors." "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna said that, the military camp several kilometers away began to prepare military rations, and the red alert soldiers drove them over. After giving the order, Han Feng knew that it would take at least 3 to 5 minutes for breakfast to be delivered. "This time is enough." Glancing at the people who were seated, Han Feng raised his lips and said, "These few days, I found some strange little gadgets outside, and I am going to send some to each of you. In order to maintain the sense of mystery, I plan to send them one by one." In the eyes of everyone's confusion, surprise, and expectation, Han Feng continued, "Lu Rui, come with me." "Ah? Me?" Lu Rui was a little confused when he heard that he was the first to receive it. When Lu Rui wanted to say something else, he found that Han Feng was about to leave the restaurant. "Wait a minute," with a smile on his face. Lu Rui hurriedly stood up and followed Han Feng. Han Feng found an empty room with Lu Rui. This place is far away from the restaurant. Even if the two of them have any communication, Han Feng can ensure that other people can't hear anything. It's a good place for giving gifts. Entering the room, Lu Rui was stunned at first, but looking at his good brother of 4 years, Lu Rui didn't show any fear. But the next second, Lu Rui, who was stared at by Han Feng coldly, was a little at a loss. "Luna, God's vision." While staring at Lu Rui, Han Feng ordered Luna in his mind. "Okay, Captain Han, the God's vision is on." As soon as Luna finished speaking, another vision opened above the restaurant, monitoring everyone's every move. "Hey, little boy, what are you doing?" Lu Rui asked tremblingly, looking at Han Feng, who had not moved for several seconds. Swoosh! At close range, Han Feng held the silver shuttle in his hand and instantly stuck in front of Lu Rui, interrupting his speech, and the silver shuttle in his hand flashed with cold light, with a whistling sound, stabbed towards Lu Rui's neck. In a flash, Han Feng's eyes were fixed on Lu Rui's eyes. But Lu Rui's eyes at this time were panic, fear, and doubt, but there was no other expression of Han Feng's expectation. When the silver shuttle was about to pierce Lu Rui's neck, Han Feng's other hand pinched him at a faster speed. Han Feng slowly tightened his palm, and Lu Rui was choked for a while. With his cheeks flushed, Lu Rui looked at Han Feng with a begging for mercy look. "Where is Wei Yun? Where did you hide her?" Han Feng was unmoved and asked in a cold voice. Cough. Cough. Lu Rui shook his limbs unconsciously and opened his mouth to make an uncomfortable sound. At this point in the test, Han Feng felt Lu Rui was not the Holy Lord. Releasing the hand that was pinching Lu Rui, Han Feng continued to ask, "What do you want to play with me?" While asking, Han Feng saw with the eyes of God. In the restaurant, everyone was curious about what rewards they could get. No one made any other weird moves. "Huh, you? Are you crazy?" Lu Rui bent over and rubbed his neck and continued, "If you are stimulated, go to the hospital. What hiding? What playing? Are you sick?" Looking at Lu Rui, who was about to kneel on the ground, Han Feng frowned. When his life was about to be threatened, he did not fight back. This is in line with this guy's reaction speed. Han Feng, who was very confident in his performance, kept thinking and looking. In the end, after several tests, Lu Rui was completely delisted by Han Feng as the Holy Lord. Han Feng took a step forward and came behind Lu Rui. In his hand, he took out the gene rapid recovery injection that had been prepared long ago. After one injection, the handprint on Lu Rui's neck quickly disappeared and recovered as before. Then, Han Feng explained why he did this as quickly as possible. There was no way. At this time, Han Feng had no way to find out the Holy Lord, so he could only use this lowest level method to cheat. After understanding Han Feng's difficulties, Lu Rui generously forgave Han Feng's rude behavior just now. "Don't you like military types? I'll give you the leadership of 10 soldiers. If you have nothing to do, just go play with them." Helping Lu Rui up, Han Feng decided to give Lu Rui the gift of absolute leadership of 10 American soldiers. "Thank you." Although Lu Rui was swearing, his face still showed a look of joy. Then, Han Feng took the satisfied Lu Rui back to the restaurant. "Lu Jia, come with me." After sending Lu Rui back, Han Feng called out Lu Jia, who was the most suspicious. It's my turn." Seeing the happy Lu Rui, Lu Jia suddenly became interested and hurriedly got up and followed Han Feng. Using the same method as testing Lu Rui, Han Feng forced Lu Jia into a desperate situation. But after Han Feng's actions, Lu Jia almost knelt down and peed his pants. No matter what Han Feng asked, Lu Jia kept shaking his head in denial. Looking at the trembling Lu Jia, Han Feng was secretly disappointed. It seems that Lu Jia can't be the Holy Lord. On the other side, under the eyes of God, everyone did not move. Shaking his head, Han Feng injected the gene rapid recovery injection into Lu Jia's body and explained the reason for doing so. After obtaining Lu Jia's forgiveness, Han Feng decided to give Lu Jia a gift, which was a weapon in his mind. Lu Jia was overjoyed when he heard that he would no longer have nothing in his hands. Moreover, Han Feng had to do this for a reason. Therefore, Lu Jia happily followed Han Feng back to the restaurant. "Huhu. Come on," Han Feng called Huhu softly after sending Lu Jia back. "Hey, I'm coming." Huhu jumped off the stool and followed Han Feng while laughing. Walking on the road, Han Feng listened to Huhu's happy laughter, and his heart slowly tightened. If Huhu is really the Holy Lord, what should he do? When he was about to walk into this empty room, Huhu was suddenly stunned and stood still. Click! Han Feng's heart suddenly clicked when he felt Huhu suddenly stop. That's right. Big brother. Wait a minute. Huhu seemed to suddenly remember something and ran to her bedroom. Pursing his lips, Han Feng followed Huhu and came to her bedroom. Outside the warm bedroom, Han Feng stood outside the door, watching Huhu's back as she searched. Found it. After dozens of seconds, Huhu raised the thing in her hand and shouted loudly. Ran to Han Feng. Huhu raised the thing in her hand and handed it to Han Feng. When Han Feng saw what Huhu was holding, his eyes widened instantly, because what Huhu was holding was nothing else but an Energy 7 injection. Where did it come from? Han Feng did not reach out to take the injection, but asked in shock. I don't know. An older brother gave it to me. Huhu looked at Han Feng with a somewhat aggrieved tone. And even the raised hand began to tremble slightly. Big brother? What big brother? Seeing Huhu like this, Han Feng frowned and asked. However, Han Feng's tone softened a lot at this moment. The child was nervous and didn't know where to start. Han Feng leaned down, supported Huhu's little shoulder and said, It's okay. Think slowly. Think slowly. With Han Feng's gentle comfort, Huhu frowned and recalled, when you and Sister Linlon fought. Gurgle. Hearing Huhu slowly say this, Han Feng subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This big brother in Huhu's mouth is very likely. No! He is the Holy Lord. Chapter 371, No Dissidence. When you and Sister Linlon were fighting, a big brother came to me. This big brother was very gentle. He handed this to me and said, when you are not busy, let me give it to you. Retracting his raised arm, Huhu looked at the Energy 7 injection in his hand and asked, Big brother, are you sick? Then, Huhu raised his ignorant little face again, looked at Han Feng and said, Then can you take the medicine? It's okay not to get an injection. The injection hurts. Hearing this, Han Feng's heart trembled a little. At that time, the Holy Lord was so close to Huhu, so close. Han Feng quietly took the Energy 7 injection. And he didn't know what he was thinking. Luna analyzed the injection. Not daring to be careless, Han Feng decided to let the combat laboratory analyze the injection. What if there is some poison in it? And he injected it rashly. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory will start analyzing the injection soon. Looking away from the injection in his hand, Han Feng looked at Huhu and asked, What does this big brother look like? I forgot. Forgot? Yeah. I can't remember. Gazing at the injection again, Han Feng was thoughtful. The next second, Han Feng suddenly thought of another possibility. That is, would Huhu direct and act herself? Because no one saw the saint. Why could only Huhu see a person that even the system could not detect? And what a coincidence. Huhu also forgot the face of this saint. If this only eyewitness is really the saint, then everything can be perfectly explained. Thinking of this, Han Feng's face gradually became serious. But Han Feng also knew that when facing Huhu, he must take her feelings into consideration. What if she is not the Holy Lord? She is not as easy to appease as Lu Rui and Lu Jie. Holding the Energy 7 injection and slowly standing up, Han Feng looked at Huhu vaguely and said, How long are you going to act? When Han Feng started to ask questions, he quickly said to Luna, Luna, test Huhu. See if she is lying? Okay, Captain Han. The system is starting the test. When Luna replied, Huhu also happened to speak. Ah? Huhu was stunned when he heard Han Feng's question. What secrets do you have around me? Secrets? Huhu was a little puzzled when he repeated Han Feng's question. What do you think? Lord Saint. Huhu wrinkled deeply on her small forehead. Lord Saint, I'm too lazy to play with you. If you have anything to say, just say it. Hearing Han Feng mention the Lord Saint twice in a row, Huhu began to ask back, Big brother, who is the Lord Saint? Han Feng turned his eyes, and no longer looked at Huhu. Instead, he asked Luna in his mind, Luna, test results. Report to Captain Han. Huhu is fine, and did not lie. Aha, it's okay. Huhu. I was just talking to myself at this moment. Han Feng got the test results, and said to Huhu, with a different expression, Well, what is the Holy Lord? Unexpectedly, at this moment, Huhu actually started to hold on to this Holy Lord. Nothing by the way. You like pearls, right? Han Feng squatted down and thought about it, changed the subject and asked Huhu other questions, and planned to let the combat laboratory make a batch of top-quality pearls as a gift for Huhu. Yeah, I like it. Hearing Huhu's answer, Han Feng smiled and thought that a little girl is a little girl. However, Huhu's next sentence made Han Feng's heart tremble. Big brother, can I choose a gift by myself? Can you spend more time with Huhu? Every time I want to play with you, you are not there. You are so busy. I don't want anything. Just don't be so busy. Spend more time with me. Okay? After Huhu finished speaking, Han Feng looked at her innocent eyes. Suddenly, Han Feng thought, after the zombie outbreak, he was the first person to contact Huhu, and he was also her lifesaver. Among all people and all groups, her relationship with him was the closest. But I have to do many things myself. Ignoring Huhu's feelings. Okay. I will spend more time with you in the future. Okay? The next second, Han Feng nodded and touched Huhu's little head and said, Yeah. Pinky promise. Okay, Pinky promise. As they spoke, the two of them hooked their little fingers together and made a child agreement. After standing up, Han Feng smiled. Fortunately, Huhu is not the Holy Lord. As he walked towards the restaurant with Huhu, Han Feng, who was walking in front, suddenly frowned. It has been more than 10 days since the base was destroyed. Why did Huhu give me the injection today? Without hiding the doubts in his heart, Han Feng asked directly, Hey? Didn't the big brother ask you to give it to me when he gave you this needle? Why did you give it to me after so long? After Han Feng asked, Huhu said with a wrong look, I went to find you. But you didn't open the door. Brother Lu Rui and Brother Wei Peng didn't let me disturb you. When you come out, I will look for you every day. But you are not there. It's been a long time. I forgot it. If you didn't say you would give me a gift today, I wouldn't have remembered it. Listening to Huhu's words, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, is Huhu right? Yes, Captain Han. During the 5 days you were in isolation, Huhu did look for you every day, but was stopped by Lu Rui and Wei Peng. In the past 3 days, Huhu has not looked for you again, which is consistent with the characteristics of forgetfulness. Han Feng responded in his mind. At this point, Han Feng completely dispelled his suspicion of Huhu. It's all my fault that I was too busy. I was so busy that I forgot. Han Feng explained with a smile while holding Huhu's hand. Back to the restaurant, Han Feng sent Huhu back. At this time, there were 5 unopened, steaming breakfasts on the table. Next to the breakfast, there was also a cup of milk. Looking at the people at the table, Lu Rui, Lu Jia, and Huhu were all cleared of suspicion. Now, only Wei Peng is left. How about forget it? Looking at Wei Peng's slightly clean face, Han Feng was thinking. Then thinking about it. When Wei Peng was knocked unconscious by Lin Lan, he was also the least suspicious person in the group. Wei Peng, hurry up. Go get the gift. What are you standing there for? Lu Jia looked at Han Feng and Wei Peng staring at each other, and pushed Wei Peng. After being pushed by Lu Jia, Wei Peng stood up and walked towards Han Feng. Since things have come to this, Han Feng had to turn around and take Wei Peng to the room with 5 people. Luna, start testing Wei Peng. Okay. Captain Han. Where's your sister? Have you found her? Han Feng hesitated and asked after taking out a cigarette and lighting it. No. Wei Peng answered calmly. But his eyes gradually turned red. When I find the murderer, we will work together and kill him with our own hands. Lin Lan is the murderer. What Han Feng didn't expect was that Wei Peng pointed out the murderer with a calm face at this time. Looking up at Wei Peng, Han Feng found that Wei Peng had 2 lines of hot tears flowing down. She is not. It is her. Gritting his teeth, Wei Peng said firmly. She is controlled. What I am looking for now is the mastermind behind her. Whoever controls Lin Lan is the murderer. Spitting out a puff of smoke, Han Feng explained. Then she can't escape the responsibility. I know. Then how do you plan to avenge my sister? How to deal with Lin Lan? Wei Peng, who asked Han Feng, was trembling slightly at this moment. It can be seen that Wei Peng tried his best to suppress the hatred in his heart at this moment. The hatred of murdering my wife is irreconcilable. As long as we find the mastermind behind it, you and I will kill him together. Okay. Hearing Han Feng say this, Wei Peng trembled and roared. What about Lin Lan? After roaring, Wei Peng still asked about Lin Lan. Before finding the person behind the scenes, she will suffer from broken limbs forever. Okay. Hearing Han Feng's promise, Wei Peng's mood gradually calmed down and was no longer as excited as before. Luna, test results. After the short exchange, Han Feng asked Luna. Following Han Feng's question, Luna replied, reporting to Captain Han. Wei Peng's hatred is real. Yes, she responded calmly. As expected. So far, everyone in the team has been deceived by Han Feng. But the Holy Lord was not exploded. It seems that the Holy Lord really has all-powerful means. He can destroy a solid base in 5 seconds and move freely under the heavy surveillance of the system. He can even approach Fox under his nose and leave the Energy 7 injection. Luna, have you finished the injection test? When Han Feng thought of the Energy 7 injection, He instantly remembered that there was another one in his pocket that had not yet been tested. Report to Captain Han. The test results of this Energy 7 injection came out 2 minutes ago. After a pause, Luna continued, according to the test report issued by the Combat Laboratory, there is no problem with this Energy 7 injection. Everything is normal. After hearing this, Han Feng held the injection and said nothing. What does he mean? Is he still too weak? Looking at the whole thing from the perspective of the Holy Lord, he is still playing. No matter from which angle. He is fearless. Huh? Han Feng snorted softly, thinking silently. You want to play? Aren't you afraid of playing with fire and getting burned? Well, in that case, then I will play with you. Thinking of this, Han Feng had already walked into the restaurant with Wei Peng. After more than 10 minutes of testing, breakfast officially began. After everyone gathered together and had this long-awaited breakfast, Han Feng went outside alone. Luna, turn on the radar. Scan and see if you can find other special forces in the surrounding area. After a pause, Han Feng continued, there are a total of 10 Energy 7 injections. I have obtained 5. And the whereabouts of the other 5 are unknown. If they can all be collected, I think my strength should be improved. Chapter 372, Goodbye. Level 6. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is starting up. It will scan the area centered on you and radiating 500 kilometers around you. Please wait. 2 seconds later. Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. What did you find? Report to Captain Han. Within the radar scanning range, a total of 3 supply boxes and 2 priest gathering places were found. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng reacted. These 3 supply boxes seem to have been found in the last scan. It's just that I was busy chasing the Holy Lord's subordinates and failed to retrieve them in time. Nodding, Han Feng asked again, what about the special forces of other countries? Have you found any? Report to the Han team. No special forces from other countries were found in the radar scanning area. Oh. After a slightly disappointed response, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. No special forces from other countries were found within a radius of 500 kilometers. It seems that it was the work of the Holy Lord. I really troubled you to collect Energy 7 for me. Staring into the distance, Han Feng said leisurely. After a pause, Han Feng continued in a vicious tone, how can I thank you again? Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out these words from his teeth. Let's start with your subordinates. After clearing his mind, Han Feng found Tanya in his mind and said, follow me. A few minutes later, it was the SUV again. The accompanying personnel were still Tanya and Lin Lan. 4 hours later, at noon, Han Feng arrived at the new priest's place. Under the fierce battle, Han Feng quickly resolved the battle. In this battle, Han Feng only used his usual strength to flatten the village gathering place. As for blood rage, this priest is not qualified to enjoy the majesty of blood rage. After slaughtering the village, Han Feng rushed to the next priest without stopping. Contact the Holy Lord and ask him to come. Han Feng has repeated this sentence countless times in the past few days. Who are you? Pointing at Han Feng, who was covered in blood. The priest was frightened. Who am I? This question is not your turn to ask. Let the Holy Lord come out and say that his old friend has come. No one can contact the Holy Lord. Oh, really? That is really not good news. Playing with his fingers, Han Feng said regretfully, I thought that with the last priest left, you would be unable to sit still. It seems that I thought too much. Swoosh. After speaking, a lonely silver wing flew out from nowhere and pierced the priest's neck directly. Sh. The next moment, the priest's blood gushed out 3 feet into the sky, and he fell half a step to the ground. You are so weak. Looking at the priest lying on the ground and twitching, Han Feng mocked him without hesitation when he was dying. After saying that, Han Feng summoned the silver shuttle and silver wings, and killed everyone. So far, all the priests around this city were eliminated by Han Feng alone. Standing in the quiet village, Han Feng said, as if talking to himself, since we can't find you on this road, let's change the road. Sitting back in the off-road vehicle, Han Feng whispered, let's go and find the supply box. Okay. After receiving the order, Tanya stepped on the accelerator and headed for the nearest supply box without saying a word. Every time a supply box appears, it represents an extremely evil place. However, this is exactly what Han Feng is thinking at the moment. If you want to play big. Half an hour later, Tanya parked the car next to an amusement park, and the radar showed that the supply box was located in the woods of the amusement park. Taking Tanya into the park, Han Feng looked at the dilapidated amusement facilities in the park. The rusty Ferris wheel made a harsh creaking sound in the cold wind. The bumper car that no one took care of and wiped had a paint surface that was broken into a spider web and covered with a thick layer of dust. In the amusement park, the cartoon figures standing everywhere looked a bit ghostly and evil in this dark fairy tale style. Running towards the amusement park woods, Han Feng kept admiring the different entertainment facilities around him. From time to time, there was a hint of excitement on his face. Following behind Han Feng, Tanya carried Lin Lan, her eyes full of vigilance. A few minutes later, Han Feng came to the woods. Because it was winter, the woods were bare. This provided Han Feng with a wide field of vision, saving the trouble of searching carefully. Luna opened the god's vision. Although the forest can be seen deep, the many tree trunks will still interfere with the vision. In order to find the potential threat as quickly as possible, Han Feng stood in place and ordered Luna. Okay, Captain Han. The god's eye is opening. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision opened above the forest. In the sky, Han Feng used the god's eye to scan the entire forest. Finally, behind a thick tree trunk, Han Feng found a level 6 zombie. Then, Han Feng quickly patrolled the forest again. After a few seconds, Han Feng closed the god's eye. According to what he saw with his own eyes just now, there was only one level 6 zombie in this forest, and there were no other ambushing zombies. Han Feng was full of confidence as he stepped into the woods. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Turning his head, Han Feng said to Tanya, who was about to follow him. Okay. After that, Tanya stopped moving forward and stood guard outside the woods. Tap 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 tap. In the silent woods, there was only the sound of Han Feng's footsteps. Walking to the center of the woods, Han Feng saw a huge supply box. And not far from the supply box, the 6th level zombie was hiding behind the tree trunk. After pondering for a moment, Han Feng's mind power suddenly rose. Under his feet, a thumb-sized stone was suspended in the air. The next moment, the stone suddenly shot towards the tree trunk. Bang! A muffled sound, neither loud nor soft, sounded at the tree trunk. Upon closer inspection, the stone had already penetrated deep into the wood and was buried deep in the tree trunk. Come out. After all, you are also a level 6 zombie. Aren't you afraid of losing face by hiding like this? Han Feng stared at the tree trunk and said softly, Ha, you. Guess. Here we are. The level 6 zombie expressed his thoughts intermittently, and slowly walked out from behind the tree trunk, revealing his true form. Wait. Seeing the level 6 zombie preparing to attack, Han Feng spoke. Swoosh. Unfortunately, the level 6 zombie didn't stop Han Feng's words. After preparing for the attack, it kicked out with its legs. It rushed towards Han Feng. Trouble. Han Feng muttered without changing his expression. He stepped forward and prepared to take the attack of the level 6 zombie. Bang! Bang! Han Feng's palms blocked the level 6 zombie's fists one after another. It made it unable to attack or retreat. When the strong wind on the shop dissipated, Han Feng tightly controlled the level 6 zombie and said, Can you contact the Holy Lord? Huh? The level 6 zombie made a puzzled sound, as if wondering why Han Feng could take his attack. Roar! The level 6 zombie, who had not heard what Han Feng said at all, roared angrily after finding that he could not pull out his arms. When the level 6 zombie was about to struggle, Han Feng loosened his tightly clenched hands. Swoosh! Once free, the level 6 zombie retreated a few steps and distanced himself from Han Feng. Standing in place, Han Feng frowned and looked at his palms. At this time, 2 scarlet fist marks were clearly visible in the palms. Around the fist marks, the skin on the palms was exploded. Blood slowly seeped out along the gap. TSK TSK. Shaking his head, Han Feng made a tis TSK sound. Hey, can you? Swoosh. Looking up, Han Feng saw the level 6 zombie ready for the next wave of attacks before he finished speaking. Pursing his lips, Han Feng also disappeared from the spot. Boom! In another part of the woods, 2 people appeared. Gudong! Gudong! Han Feng appeared in a kicking posture. while the level 6 zombie rolled on the ground for several circles, and finally stopped by a tree trunk. Hee hee. Seeing this scene, Han Feng suddenly thought, when he first saw the level 6 female corpse, wasn't he dead in this way? Powerful, powerful. Awesome. A few seconds later, the level 6 zombie praised Han Feng and slowly stood up, retracting his legs in the air. Han Feng's face gradually turned cold. Take off his coat and throw it on the treetops several meters high. It's not that Han Feng is getting hotter and hotter, but in his coat pocket, there is a diamond ring for proposing to Wei Yun. In addition, there is the Energy 7 injection that he didn't have time to inject. Shua. The next moment after throwing away his clothes, Han Feng activated his speed superpower and quickly approached the level 6 zombie who was getting up. Under his feet, rotten and frozen branches and leaves, as well as pieces of ice and snow. Bang! Bang! The 6th level zombie also reacted well, freeing up one hand to block the part hit by Han Feng, preparing to find an opportunity to counterattack. Just like that, after a few moves, Han Feng was knocked away by a punch from the 6th level zombie. Bang! In midair, Han Feng quickly turned around and stopped his body in a not too awkward posture, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Han Feng smacked his lips and tasted the taste of his own blood. Weak, weak. The 6th level zombie raised his hand, pointed at Han Feng and laughed. Yeah, I didn't want to start blood rage. Looking at the 6th level zombie with a smile, Han Feng looked down at the wounds on his hands that were tingling. While the level 6 zombie was standing there mocking him, Han Feng quietly took out a Gene Quick Recovery potion from his trouser pocket. Pulling off the needle cap, Han Feng inserted it into his body without blinking. Contact the Holy Lord. I promise not to kill you. Pulling out the empty needle, Han Feng told a white lie. Ha, ha ha. The answer given by the level 6 zombie was just a smile. Feeling the warm caress of the medicine in his body, Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth. The next moment, buzz! A muffled sound exploded in Han Feng's body. This vibration blew the corner of Han Feng's clothes and blew away the debris around Han Feng. Blood rage open. Then you are gone. Licking the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Han Feng said evilly. Chapter 373, trying to stand at level 6. In the blink of an eye, a layer of blood oozed out of Han Feng's body. The breeze floated, and the smell of blood became strong for a while. The level 6 zombie narrowed his eyes. His nose twitched slightly, and he smelled this delicious fragrance. Good, good. The level 6 zombie kept muttering something in his mouth. Swoosh. The blood was furious, and Han Feng, who had greatly increased his strength, flew through the air in a moment and rushed straight to the level 6 zombie. Roar! Seeing such a delicious food running towards him, a trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the level 6 zombie, and he rushed towards Han Feng. With an excited roar, the level 6 zombie clenched his fist and smashed it at the phantom. Swoosh! In Han Feng's eyes, the actions of the level 6 zombie were no different from slow motion. He easily dodged the punch with a side step, turned his body, and kicked the level 6 zombie. Huh? He kicked out with a whip kick, hitting the level 6 waist. Do you know the waist beheading punishment in ancient times? It's similar to that. Bang! A violent muffled explosion sounded for no reason. After such a heavy blow, the level 6 zombie's eyes changed slightly, and the next moment, the level 6 zombie flew across the sky. Bang! Crack! Crack! Gulp! After breaking 2 tree trunks as thick as thighs in succession, the level 6 zombie rolled to the ground. Lying on the ground, the surprise in the eyes of the level 6 zombie has not yet dissipated, and Han Feng comes again with the wind. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. If there is any problem, wait until it is destroyed before asking. This is what Han Feng is thinking in his mind now. With the power of his own momentum, Han Feng took advantage of the situation to kick down. The position was still the waist of the level 6 zombie, which was attacked just now. Bang! This kick caused tons of damage by Han Feng. Even on the ground, a pit of neither deep nor shallow was stepped out by this force. Crack! Instantly, the sound of the hard bones of the level 6 zombie breaking sounded under his feet. Retracting the kick of the lower section, Han Feng accumulated strength and kicked again at the same position. Huh? It was as if a human football was spinning in the air. Donpa. A few meters away, the level 6 zombie was in a strange posture. lying on its back and twitching on the ground. So far, 3 consecutive kicks. The time was just a few seconds. For the level 6 zombie, Han Feng seemed to prefer to attack with kicks. Maybe it was because he had learned some lessons from the level 6. Now, can I communicate with you properly? Standing in place, Han Feng looked at the level 6 zombie a few meters away and asked softly. Knock. 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 On the ground, the level 6 zombie trembled violently, making a sound. Its legs, due to the fracture of the spine at the waist, have almost lost the ability to stand up again, supporting its body with its arms. The level 6 zombie looked at Han Feng. You are cheating. It seems that you are still a little short. Seeing the disdain in the eyes of the level 6 zombie, Han Feng shook his head and prepared to add some more damage. But at this moment, something suddenly happened. Just as he was about to approach the level 6 zombie, the blood rage that was sensitive to power made Han Feng suddenly feel a strange power coming. Roar! Suddenly, the painful cry of the level 6 zombie came to his ears. What's going on? Frowning, Han Feng looked around, but didn't see anything unusual. When Han Feng looked at the level 6 zombie again, his eyes changed. Level 6 actually stood up. Although its steps were unstable, its legs that had lost their ability to move. How could it still support its body? Moving his eyes slightly, Han Feng saw that the eyes of the level 6 zombie showed an abnormal red color. Evolution? Or roar? Swoosh! Before Han Feng finished his guess, the level 6 zombie roared and then ran towards him. TSK. Han Feng made a disdainful sound. With the body of the level 6 zombie, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not be his opponent. If the level 6 zombie had fought with all its strength from the beginning, the situation might have been fine. But at this moment, its spine was seriously damaged. Its speed was no longer as fast as before, and it was only a matter of time before it died. But what happened next overturned Han Feng's cognition. At the beginning, Han Feng could still suppress the level 6 zombie. But as time went on, the level 6 zombie seemed to be getting braver and braver. Slowly, Han Feng had to suppress it with all his strength. After fighting for dozens of moves, Han Feng forced the 6th level zombie back, and he held onto a tree trunk and began to breathe. Observing the 6th level zombie again, the damaged part of its waist had healed for the most part. Although its body shape had not returned to normal, its normal attacks were no longer affected. Frowning deeply, Han Feng still didn't understand why things had turned out like this. Telekinesis. Activate. There was no other way to deal with this red-eyed monster. Han Feng now only wanted to kill it quickly. How? Zheng. Using the silver shuttle and silver wings, Han Feng used telekinesis to drive them to stab the 6th level zombie. Swoosh. Swoosh. 20 customized weapons, with terrifying whistling sounds, pierced through the air and came to the front of the 6th level zombie. Relying on the increase of blood rage at this time, Han Feng used the customized weapons to the extreme. Ding! Ding ding ding! The crisp sound that broke through the air and pierced the ears exploded. Among them, except for 10 silver shuttles inserted into the 6th level zombie, the other 10 silver wings were all shattered. That is a weapon made of titanium steel, one of the hardest materials in the world. Just smashed like this? Staring with incredible eyes, Han Feng was shocked and didn't know what to say for a while. But fortunately, there are still 10 silver shuttles. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng glared. Then, 10 silver shuttles began to spin wildly. Buzz! Squeak! A sharp grinding sound was heard, and the threaded end of the silver shuttle began to start the drilling mode. Roar! Feeling the pain of being drilled, the level 6 zombie swung its body wildly, trying to get rid of these silver shuttles. But the silver shuttles were already inserted into the level 6 zombies, and it was easier said than done. Looking at the struggling level 6 zombies, Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth, and knew that he had won with a chuckle. Bang! Bang! But it was beyond Han Feng's expectations again. 2 silver shuttles, actually, exploded. That's right, the silver shuttles exploded while spinning at high speed. Fuck! Gritting his teeth and yelling, Han Feng moved sideways. Huh? Going around the back of the level 6 zombie, Han Feng charged up and punched. He punched the back of the level 6 zombie. It's not that Han Feng wanted to play dirty, but he was afraid that if he dragged it on, things would get tricky. Before the battle, Han Feng injected himself with a quick recovery potion, just in case his blood rage ended and the level 6 was not dead yet. Now, the blood rage mode has been going on for 3 minutes. Although the blood in the body is enough to hold on for a while. Facing this abnormal level 6 zombie, Han Feng dared not be careless. Bang! Under the huge force, the back of the level 6 zombie was hit hard. For a moment, the level 6 zombie was attacked from both sides. In front of him were the 8 silver shuttles drilling, and behind him were the heavy blows from Han Feng. The freak. Roar! Roar! When his life was extremely threatened, the level 6 zombie roared unprecedentedly. Fortunately, this forest was big enough. Even if the level 6 zombie roared in despair, Han Feng was not worried that other zombies would come to reinforce him. With a grim expression, Han Feng raised his fists and punched the back of the head of the level 6 zombie. Next, Han Feng swung his arms wildly and attacked back and forth. After throwing countless punches, Han Feng felt that the gold coin surged by 500,000. Who? Confirming the death of the level 6 zombie, Han Feng supported his knees with his broken and injured hands and began to pant violently. After releasing his blood rage, Han Feng fell to the ground. Who? For the next few minutes, Han Feng remained in a supine position, looking at the sky to adjust his breathing. Fortunately, during this period, no zombies came to make trouble. With half-closed eyes, Han Feng weakly propped up his body and looked at the level 6 zombie not far in front of him. Slowly crawling over, Han Feng reached out his hand to turn over the level 6 zombie that was lying on the ground. When the level 6 zombie turned on his back, Han Feng saw 8 silver shuttles that had been half inserted. Lacking mental strength, Han Feng was unable to activate telekinesis and could only remove it manually. Bang! With a slight tug, he actually broke the silver shuttle. With wide eyes, Han Feng was shocked for the nth time, looking at the half of the silver shuttle stuck in the body of the 6th level zombie. Han Feng looked down at the half in his hand. Ding! Throwing away the half of the silver shuttle in his hand, Han Feng reached out to take the other silver shuttles. Bang! As expected, the second one was also broken by himself. Bang! The third one. Bang! After dozens of seconds, Han Feng broke the remaining 4 silver shuttles one after another. Heh! Laughing self-deprecatingly, Han Feng lay back on the ground again. So far, all of Han Feng's customized weapons were destroyed in this fierce battle. Without the crucial weapon, Han Feng's telekinesis will be greatly reduced. After resting for another 3 or 5 minutes, Han Feng felt that his physical strength had recovered slightly. This was also thanks to the residual power of the Gene Rapid Recovery Potion, which enabled Han Feng to recover his physical strength so quickly. Patting off the cold snowflakes and stolen goods on his body, Han Feng walked towards the supply box with 3 steps and 3 staggers. Looking at this slightly familiar supply box, Han Feng didn't think twice, and directly put his hand on it, and then said, "Open it." Ding! A clear and pleasant sound came, and at the same time, the supply box opened. Opening the supply box, Han Feng saw a ghost lying inside. Hee. Okay. Staring at the new Terminator, Han Feng smiled. Luna, where is the ghost? Seeing the new Terminator, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he had one before. However, since the base was destroyed, he seemed to have never seen the ghost again. Report to Captain Han. The ghost is still under repair. Repair? Hearing Luna say this, Han Feng frowned and asked back. Chapter 374, New Weapons. Yes, Captain Han. The core components of the ghost are damaged and cannot be repaired for the time being. When can it be repaired? Han Feng recalled the cold expression of the ghost in his mind while asking. Report to Captain Han. Unknown. The core component combat laboratory cannot produce, so the repair work of the ghost will be postponed indefinitely. What a pity. After hearing this, Han Feng secretly regretted. Shaking his head, Han Feng stood firm with the help of the supply box. Looking at the Terminator in the supply box, Han Feng straightened his throat and said, Terminator, start. Before giving this order, Han Feng carefully recalled the correct command. Squeak. After receiving the order, 2 red dots flashed behind the Terminator's cool black sunglasses. I'm back. After walking out of the supply box, the Terminator repeated this line. Start the follow-up protection mode. After Han Feng finished speaking, The Terminator turned around and took out the black Gatling machine gun from the supply box. "Take me out," pointing in the direction from which he came. Han Feng continued to give orders. After receiving the new order, the taciturn Terminator said nothing. He stepped forward and carried Han Feng. Don't mention it. Being carried by such a heavy metal is a bit nauseating. However, Han Feng couldn't think of a better way to do it for a while, except to let the Terminator do it for him after losing most of his strength. Look back. There are still clothes. After walking a few dozen steps, Han Feng suddenly remembered his coat was still hanging on the treetop. When he walked under the tree, Han Feng's mind moved slightly, and the clothes floated down. He checked the items in his pocket, and it was good, not lost. It was still there. Let's go! After feeling relieved, Han Feng closed his eyes and carefully recovered himself. A few minutes later, the Terminator carried Han Feng out of the grove. After meeting with Tanya took over Han Feng. Back in the SUV, Han Feng ordered, "Go home." Now the customized weapon is gone, and he has been baptized by blood rage again. If he goes to find the next supply box, it will be a mindless act of seeking death. Okay. Taking Han Feng's order, Tanya sat in the driver's seat and started to go back to the city. 4 hours later, Han Feng returned to the zinc mine. Taking out his mobile phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was nearly 7 o'clock in the evening. After taking back the mobile phone, Han Feng rushed into the bedroom as fast as possible. There was no way. At this time, no one was asleep. What if Fox sees me covered in blood? Take off the blood-stained clothes, and Han Feng walks into the bathroom. Wash off the dirty blood. Change into clean clothes. And take 2 tubes of nutrition paste from the bedside table. Luna, upgrade the combat laboratory, Han Feng said, while sucking the nutrition paste. At this time, Han Feng felt that the zombies would become more and more difficult to fight. You can't sacrifice a set of customized weapons every time you fight? Now, a 1-star combat laboratory can create the hardest weapons. That is, titanium steel. Since the combat laboratory has reached its limit, let's upgrade it. See if we can come up with something new. Report to Captain Han. Upgrading the physical building's 1-star combat laboratory to 2-star requires 300,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The physical building's 1-star combat laboratory is being upgraded. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The physical building's combat laboratory has been upgraded to 2-star. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. There are still 600,000 gold coins. Han Feng was a little surprised when he read the number in the gold coin column. But thinking carefully, the 2 mining vehicles were mining and refining day and night. Plus he killed a level 6 zombie worth 500,000. By the way, in the past few days, I have been to many gathering places of priests. I have killed no less than 3,000 survivors alone. All the gold coins added together can make up the account. Nodding gently, Han Feng continued, upgrade the combat laboratory again. Report to Captain Han. Upgrading the physical building 2-star combat laboratory to 3-star requires 500,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. The physical building 2-star combat laboratory is being upgraded. Please wait. After hearing this, Han Feng looked at the remaining more than 100,000 gold coins and was a little speechless. Report to Captain Han. The physical building combat laboratory has been upgraded to 3 stars. Congratulations to Captain Han. You have a full-level physical building combat laboratory. Luna's joyful congratulations came from my mind. Well, not bad. Now, report to Captain Han. The ghost has been repaired. Han Feng was about to start making weapons, but Luna reported the news of the ghost's resurrection in advance. Hearing that the old subordinates were reborn, Han Feng showed a long-lost smile. After a few seconds, Han Feng asked, Luna, rebuild a set of silver shuttles and silver wings. Can you make them harder? Killing level 5 zombies is easy, but once you encounter level 6 zombies, the silver wings will break directly. Okay. Captain Han. The combat lab is researching new materials. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng put down the nutrient paste that he had sucked up, and took out a cigarette and lit it. Huh? After exhaling a breath of foul air, Han Feng frowned and continued, Luna. Now I feel that a set of silver shuttles and silver wings is not enough. What's wrong? Captain Han? Do you want to increase the number of silver shuttles and silver wings? No. 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 Han Feng said 3 no's in a row. And explained, I always feel that I have nothing in my hands. As if something is missing. Luna. Let the combat lab analyze my combat details and blood rage mode. See if there is any weapon that suits me. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna responded, she began to study. At the same time, Han Feng was also thinking about all kinds of weapons in his mind, imagining how he would use each weapon. After a while, several research results from the combat laboratory came out. Captain Han. In terms of telekinesis, the silver shuttle and silver wings are more suitable for you. In addition, the combat laboratory has added another option for you. Hidden weapon, needle. Needle? Hearing the new option, Han Feng frowned slightly. Yes. Captain Han. Needle. After confirming the option again, Luna continued, needle. Made of high strength, high toughness materials. It has great attack characteristics for quick assassination, sneak attack, and piercing. In terms of killing, silver wing is better than needle. In terms of piercing, wouldn't the rotation of silver shuttle be better? After a little thought, Han Feng gave his own opinion. Report to Captain Han. In terms of piercing effect, the rapidly enhanced needle will be easier to pierce the skin defense of the 6th level zombie. It's like a wall, and the needle attack will quickly penetrate it. And the silver shuttle has a sense of impact. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng understood. The next moment, Han Feng thought of other ways to play with the needle. If you use the needle to block the opponent's joints. Thinking of this, Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. I want this needle. Okay. Captain Han. The combat laboratory is making enhanced versions of the silver shuttle, silver wing, and needle. Well, what about the others? Han Feng was referring to the weapons in his hand. Report to Captain Han. Based on the various analyses of you by the combat laboratory, I will list several weapons suitable for you. 1. Handheld 3-edge bayonet, double. The 3-edge bayonet made of titanium alloy forging will increase its hardness to an extremely high level after heat treatment. With super speed, the 3-edge bayonet can quickly penetrate the target and cause a triangular wound that is difficult to heal on the enemy. In addition, the 3-edge bayonet with 6-sided bloodletting grooves can quickly cause the target to bleed to shock. In close combat, holding the 3-edge bayonet with both hands will greatly increase your attack power. Well, okay. After listening to Luna, Han Feng suddenly realized. He always thought about ancient weapons such as guns, sticks, axes, hooks, etc., but forgot the horror of modern weapons. Nodding, Han Feng said, what else? 2. Back blade. Forged from titanium tungsten steel. The blade is extremely strong and tough, generally suitable for strong chopping and slashing. The blade is 150 centimeters long and is expected to weigh 30 kilograms. In blood rage mode, this back blade will greatly increase your combat power in medium and short range. Just what I want. Han Feng was excited when he heard Luna say this. Although this knife sounds heavy and not easy to wield. But don't forget, this is a weapon in blood rage mode. Under blood rage, your own strength will surge. Then swinging this back knife is simply like adding wings to a tiger. Touching his chin, Han Feng said, what else? Report to Captain Han. There are no more. No more. He was excited to hear it, but was told that there were no more. Han Feng, who was a little uncomfortable for a while, asked, there are so many weapons in the world, and you only picked a few of them? Yes, Captain Han. Among the 3 weapons, one is a hidden weapon long range, which is suitable for the telekinesis trend. A melee weapon, suitable for fighting under super speed. A medium melee weapon, suitable for attacking in blood rage mode. Among the various reports issued by the combat laboratory, these 3 weapons are the most suitable for you. After hearing this, Han Feng nodded gently. Yes. No matter how many weapons there are in the world, there must be one that suits you. If you really take a 3-pointed 2-edged gun, when you use it, don't hurt yourself by mistake. Taking it carefully. The needle. I can say that I can use it easily. Anyway, it is all classified as telekinesis trend. I can operate it perfectly after a few experiments. Although I have never played with the 3-edged military bayonet, I know it is used for stabbing by hearing the name. I have played with daggers a few times, so it should be About the same if that doesn't work. It's not impossible to play with a 3-edged military dagger as a silver shuttle. Speaking of the word knife, which little boy doesn't have a martial arts dream? If there is a wooden long knife in childhood, I dare not say more. At least 1 kilometer in radius. All flowers have stems, but no heads. Thinking of the way he waved the long knife to defend against the enemy in blood fury, Han Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth a little. Chapter 375. Testing Weapons. Luna, when will the new weapons be delivered? Han Feng really wanted to have these new weapons right now. Captain Han, are you sure you want these weapons? Yes. Okay, Captain Han. After responding, Luna continued, since new materials are needed to make new weapons, there are 8 types in total, and a total of 16,000 gold coins are needed. Okay, make it. Hearing only 16,000, Han Feng responded without blinking. Okay, Captain Han. It will take about 10 minutes to make new weapons. Well, by the way, let's make Luja's weapon as well. Okay, Captain Han. After talking with Luna, Han Feng put on his coat. It took 10 minutes to make it, and it had to be sent from the base. With this little time, it would be better to go there in person, so that you can get the desired weapon earlier. When he came downstairs, Han Feng saw the off-road vehicle at a glance. Sitting in the car, Han Feng smelled a hint of blood. He turned his head to look at the co-pilot. Alas, it would be better if the blood rage didn't bleed. Han Feng felt helpless facing his own blood. On the way to the base, Han Feng suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Luna, where is the priest who played with ice? Is he awake? Report to Captain Han. The priest woke up around 3 o'clock this afternoon. Well, didn't you let him and Luja play? Thinking of the battle between ice and fire, Han Feng really couldn't guess who would have the last laugh. Luja is in a coma now. Han Feng finished speaking, and Luna said very appropriately, what about the priest? Since Luja was knocked unconscious, the priest should not be much better. Right? He was knocked unconscious by the magnetic infantry, and is also in a coma. Luja is really useless. After hearing this, Han Feng hesitated for a long time, and finally said a sarcastic sentence. After that, Han Feng kept silent and began to look forward to his new weapon. In 3 or 4 minutes, Han Feng drove to the base. Looking at the base gradually restored to its original appearance, Han Feng pursed his lips and thought of Wei Yun had not been found yet. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng stood quietly beside the base waiting. At night, in the dark environment, the scarlet cigarette butt in Han Feng's hand flickered. The soft and cold breeze blew across the corner of Han Feng's clothes. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Report to Captain Han. All the customized weapons have been manufactured. Suddenly, Han Feng remembered Luna's report in his mind. After coming to his senses, Han Feng realized that the cigarette in his hand had burned out. Han Feng looked up and looked around in response. In front of the combat laboratory, Han Feng saw 2 researchers carrying several heavy bags walking towards him. Thank you for your hard work. You can go back, Han Feng said politely, holding up the bags in the hands of the 2 with telekinesis. It is our supreme honor to serve the Han team. The 2 researchers saw the bags in their hands flying up, and immediately stood up and saluted Han Feng. Waving his hand, Han Feng returned the greeting. Han Feng took over several bags flying in the air, and opened them to check them immediately. This is a silver shuttle and silver wing. And a needle? Han Feng took out a new belt and noticed it. It was slightly different from the belt he was wearing at the moment. There was a row of fine needles on the right front of the belt. In addition, the distance between the silver shuttle and silver wing was slightly closer. Pinching out a needle, Han Feng began to examine it carefully. This needle was silver white, 3 inches, 9 centimeters long, and sharp at both ends. It was about the same thickness as the largest sewing needle. After weighing it, the needle was as light as a feather. With a slightly curious look, Han Feng pressed hard in the middle of the needle with his fingers. Bent? Seeing the needle bent by his own pressure, Han Feng was a little puzzled. But the moment he let go of his hand, Han Feng's doubts disappeared. The needle bounced back to normal immediately after the pressure was released. This shows that the material used to make this needle is very resilient. Not bad. With a compliment, Han Feng's telekinesis suddenly rose. The telekinesis carried the needle, and made it float slowly in the palm of his hand. Looking up and glancing around, Han Feng found the target. Go! With a light shout, the needle suspended in the palm of his hand instantly shot out. It pierced the wall. Puff! In the silent night, Han Feng's ears caught a slight sound. Luna, how's the wall? When Han Feng asked the question, he thought it was great that the needle could pierce the wall. But Luna's words shocked Han Feng. Report to Captain Han. The wall has been pierced. Please repair it. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng was ecstatic. The solidity of the wall no longer needed to be tested. 2 meters thick. The wall that can withstand 5 shells per square meter without falling. It was actually pierced by this small needle in a moment. Under the inspiration of telekinesis, Han Feng recalled the needle that had just been fired. Touch it and see. It's unharmed. Even the sharp needle tip didn't show any sense of frustration. Excited heart, trembling hands. Holding this needle, Han Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. One needle hits the blood. 1,000 meters away is fatal. Once it is used, it will either kill or injure. From now on, let's call it the blood needle. After a pause, Han Feng continued, it just happens to be similar to my blood rage. Staring at the big weapon in his hand, Han Feng named it. Okay, Captain Han. This will be the blood needle from now on. Following Han Feng's instructions, Luna officially renamed it. Putting the needle back in place, Han Feng raised his belt and counted at close range. 1, 2, 3, 10 in total. After counting, Han Feng understood. Silver shuttle, silver wing, and blood needle. There are also 10. Yes, Captain Han. There are 10 blood needles in total. Then, Luna began to explain. There are 30 telekinetic long-range weapons in total. With this number, your mental power will not be too consumed, and it can exert its maximum power. Yes, she responded softly to show that she understood. And then Han Feng took off the previous belt around his waist and put on a new one. After tidying up his clothes, Han Feng squatted down and opened the next package. 3-edged military bayonet, looks pretty powerful. Took out 2 3-edged military bayonets from the package, and Han Feng looked at them carefully again. I don't know what kind of cloth is wrapped around the handle. On this cold winter night, it actually feels slightly warm, and the comfort level is perfect. Looking at the blade, there are 3 obvious edges on the straight steel rod. Just from the dazzling cold light, Han Feng knew that the sharpness of this guy was absolutely first class. Holding 2 3-edged military bayonets in both hands, Han Feng stood up and looked around again. It's you. Looking at the wall that was pierced by the blood needle just now, Han Feng decided to use it for experimentation. At worst, I can repair it after it's over. Swoosh. Whisper. Han Feng activated his speed superpower and reached the wall in an instant. With the piercing whistling sound of the 3-edged military bayonet, Han Feng exerted force with both arms and poured towards the wall. Bang! Bang! 2 piercing sounds sounded in front of him. The 30-centimeter long 3-edged military bayonet instantly pierced into the wall. It stopped at the handle of the 3-edged military bayonet. Just like before. Han Feng showed a shocked expression again, because only Han Feng knew. Just now, he used all his strength, fearing that the military bayonet could not penetrate the wall. But he never thought. The 3-edged military bayonet did not encounter much resistance. Instead, it was the excessive impact that caused his hands to swell and numb. Squeak! Han Feng was stunned after easily pulling out 2 military bayonets. Great! Great! Back to the package. Han Feng also noticed that there was an X-shaped vest inside the package. This is... Picking up the short vest, Han Feng realized that this thing is the scabbard of the 3-edged military bayonet. Put on the vest. Tighten it to a suitable position. Han Feng took the opportunity to insert the 2 3-edged military bayonets backwards, and they fell into the sheath perfectly. For this scene, you can refer to the way of retracting the double swords in Ninja Turtles Da Vinci, carrying 2 3-edged military bayonets. Han Feng squatted down and continued to unpack. After a few seconds, Han Feng stood up with a long back knife in his hand. This back knife, I don't know what material it is made of. The whole body is dark red. After weighing it, Han Feng found something wrong. Luna, isn't it? Isn't it 30 kilograms? Why is it so light? Captain Han, you took the wrong one. This is Luge's back knife. Oh. After responding softly, Han Feng bent down to put the back knife away and took out another one. This weight is great. Holding the handle with both hands, Han Feng lifted it with some difficulty. This knife is slender and has beautiful lines. Unlike the one just now. It looks like a Qing knife or a Tang knife. Huh? With his arms holding the back knife, Han Feng swung it vigorously a few times, making a whirring sound. What a white knife. The blade flashed with light, flashing Han Feng's eyes. Buzz! The next moment, Han Feng directly activated his blood rage, holding the back knife in one hand and running towards the wall. The back knife, that was extremely heavy just now, at this moment, was wielded by Han Feng, and it seemed to be light as a feather. Ka! Banka! The long knife fell and hit the wall. As soon as the sharp blade touched the wall, it showed its excellence. Without any suspense or resistance, the back knife hit the wall in two. This force made Han Feng, the knife holder, feel a little dangerous. The 2-meter-thick wall was completely split by this 1.5-meter-long back knife. Pulling out the back knife from the ground, Han Feng relieved his blood rage. Now it is only the stage of testing the performance of the weapon, not a real battle. So save every second you can. Pulling out the back knife, Han Feng looked at the blade and the blade. The smooth and dazzling blade was not obscured by the dust. The blade was still sharp, without any curling. Good knife. Good knife. The back knife fell heavily, and Han Feng laughed. Chapter 376, Duel of Two Swords. Holding his back sword and walking back to the package, Han Feng took out another leather scabbard from it. After putting it on, Han Feng repeatedly looked at the wallets of the two sets of weapons on his chest. Don't say it. When Han Feng inserted the back sword into the scabbard behind him, he instantly gave people a feeling of wild swordsman. This time, I have them. Let's see who can stop me. 5 kinds of weapons provide Han Feng with unprecedented combat power. Looking at the dark sky, Han Feng said leisurely, turning back and picking up Lu Zhi's weapon. Han Feng turned and walked towards the car. When entering the driver's seat, an embarrassing scene happened. Because the back knife was too long, Han Feng could not get into the car smoothly. Helplessly, Han Feng had to pull out the back knife again and put it on the passenger seat. Fortunately, the length of the two 3-edged military bayonets was 30 centimeters. Although it was a little painful when driving, it was not a big deal. Starting the car, Han Feng drove to the zinc mine in the night. The next morning, after washing up, Han Feng put on the wallets for the 2 weapons. He carried the weapons for Lu Zhi and walked out of the bedroom door. Perhaps because the back knife was too conspicuous, Han Feng did not carry it with him, but left it in the bedroom. Dong dong dong. A few seconds after knocking on Lu Zhi's bedroom door, Lu Zhi got up and opened the door with sleepy eyes. Captain Han? Rubbing his eyes, Lu Zhi greeted vaguely. How do you feel? Were you knocked unconscious? Han Feng knew the result of the battle between the ice priest and Lu Zhi. Seeing Lu Zhi, who had just woken up, he couldn't help but tease him for a moment. I was not strong enough and was knocked down. Yawning, Lu Zhi admitted generously. Are you feeling better? Much better, no big deal, after explaining with a smile. Lu Zhi noticed the package in Han Feng's hand. This, pointing at the package. Lu Zhi continued, what is this? Here, your weapon. Handing over the package. Han Feng smiled a smile he hadn't seen in a long time. Weapon. It's a weapon. When Lu Zhi heard the weapon he had been thinking about, he instantly woke up. Snatching the package from Han Feng, Lu Zhi opened it with excitement. Oh my god! Touching the broad back knife, Lu Zhi was surprised. What is it made of? Why is it still dark red? Lu Zhi asked Han Feng without taking his eyes off the back knife. Han Feng was stunned by Lu Zhi's question. Yeah. What is this knife made of? Luna. Introduce it. Okay. Captain Han. After responding, Luna began to explain. This knife is made of chromium, the hardest metal. It contains metals with strong thermal conductivity, such as silver and nickel. In order to match Lu Rui's superpowers and to maximize the power of this knife, the combat laboratory specially selected different processing methods. And finally, the whole body of this knife is dark red. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng made the above outline and explained it to Lu Zhi. After listening, Lu Zhi held up the knife and said, Captain Han, let's go. Come downstairs with me to take a look. After saying this, Lu Zhi didn't care whether Han Feng followed or not, and ran downstairs excitedly by himself. After the two of them came to the zinc mine, Lu Zhi picked a spot and began to burn with flames all over his body. In the blink of an eye, the temperature rose sharply, turning Lu Zhi's clothes into ashes. Who? A few seconds later, Lu Zhi completely turned into a fireman. The flames burning on his body evaporated the frozen snowflakes around him, and the air. Han Feng stood in the distance with his arms folded, staring at the knife in Lu Zhi's hand. What happened next was like a magic trick. The knife in Lu Zhi's hand gradually changed from dark red to bright red, and then slowly changed to orange. Looking at the radiant and somewhat dazzling back knife, Han Feng knew the temperature of this knife had risen to a terrifying value. But the more interesting thing is still to come. Boom! A muffled sound came, and the bright back knife in Lu Zhi's hand actually ignited a blazing flame. Gurgle. Staring at Lu Zhi, Han Feng felt a little itchy in his heart. He wanted to go up and try. How many moves can Lu Zhi, who has been strengthened by his weapon, take under his hands? Attention! Han Feng shouted at Lu Zhi, and then ran towards Lu Zhi. Come on! Ha ha! Holding the flame back knife. Lu Zhi also responded excitedly. What a sleepy pillow! When he was still dozens of meters away from Lu Zhi, Han Feng reached behind him with his right hand. Damn! After searching for a long time and failing to find the back knife, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he didn't take it. With a soft curse, Han Feng quickly grasped the two three-edged military bayonets behind him with both hands and pulled them out quickly. Bang! Due to the high temperature of the back knife in Lu Zhi's hand, the collision of the three weapons did not make a crisp sound, but a series of muffled sounds. Hiss! The raging flames rushed in Han Feng's face, making him feel a stinging burning sensation, and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The next moment, Han Feng retreated dozens of steps and avoided Lu Zhi's fire field. Pursing his lips, Han Feng suddenly felt helpless. It's not that Han Feng can't kill Lu Zhi, but the three-edged military dagger is too short. It's only 30 centimeters long and is a close combat weapon. Close combat must be close to this stove. Thousands of degrees high temperature. And I don't have anything to avoid fire. It's too disadvantageous. If I use the silver shuttle, silver wings, blood needle, no matter which one, it will be a matter of seconds to resolve the battle. It would be better if I brought a back knife. Hiss! While Han Feng was still thinking, his hand suddenly felt a burning sensation. With a subconscious hiss, Han Feng hurriedly threw away the weapons in his hands. Ding ding ding. The next second, several crisp sounds came. Frowning, Han Feng looked down at the three-edged military dagger. It turned out that the three-edged military dagger was quenched by the fierce fire, causing the temperature to rise. It was also thanks to their poor thermal conductivity. Otherwise, when the battle just started, these two weapons would not be able to be saved. Sizzle! Sizzle! The two three-edged military daggers touched the snow on the ground, and under the cold and hot, a relatively thick steam was steamed. Pursing his lips, Han Feng looked up at Lu Zhi, who was standing there. Haha, Captain Han, you dropped your weapon. Why don't you pick it up? Lu Zhi said with a smile, waving the flame-back knife in his hand. Wait a moment. After saying this, Han Feng closed his eyes. Since this place is not far from the Color Steel house, only 100 meters. Within this distance, Han Feng can fully mobilize his telekinesis to get the back knife. Under the influence of telekinesis, Han Feng's back knife flew out of the window and rushed straight towards Han Feng. Bang! After catching the heavy back knife, Han Feng used telekinesis to insert the cool three-edged military bayonet back into the sheath behind his back. Are you ready? Looking at the long back knife, Han Feng raised his lips. Come on! Come on! Seeing Han Feng take out a weapon similar to his own, Lu Zhi was excited. Huh? Holding the knife with both hands, Han Feng took a big step and rushed straight to Lu Zhi. Bang! 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 Chop down! Chop left and right. The three consecutive attacks of the two hit each other's weapons. Since neither Han Feng nor Lu Zhi had learned sword skills, in the eyes of others, this is a game where whoever is stronger wins. Unfortunately, Lu Zhi is now a real fireman. Every second, Han Feng fought against him in the 1,000-degree heat. Tap, tap, tap. Han Feng retreated on the muddy ground due to the melting snow. Difficult. keeping a safe distance. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Away from Lucia. Han Feng wanted to get into the snow to cool down. The temperature of the hilt of the knife, which he held with both hands, began to rise, although it was not as fast as the three-edged military bayonet. In a few tens of seconds, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold this slash. Alas. With a sigh, Han Feng knew, if he wanted to defeat Lucia head-on, he couldn't save his blood rage. In this case, buzz. Han Feng's body exploded with a muffled sound again. Blood rage. On! The moment he turned on the blood rage again, Han Feng's strength surged. He changed from holding the knife with both hands to holding it with one hand. Lucia! Take it! Han Feng reminded him with a fierce bloody face. When Han Feng was about to sprint, what he saw from the side stopped his steps. Because, in the corner of his eyes, the appearance of the back knife in his hand seemed to have changed a little. Seeing this, Han Feng's free hand sent a wait signal. Han Feng stared at the back knife in his hand, observing its changes bit by bit. The originally bright white blade, at this moment, began to change color to light red. Luna, this blade will also transform? As he asked. Han Feng thought. Lucia's blade changes color entirely because of the change in temperature. The higher the temperature of the metal, the redder and brighter the color. But what about me? Could it be that my blood stained the blade? Then the blade began to recognize the master? Stimulated the blade's spirit in the blade? Is this a fantasy novel? Report to Captain Han. This is the manifestation of the power transmission of the back blade. Like Lucia's back blade, this back blade will transmit the power of blood rage to the greatest extent. What do you mean? Han Feng was stunned after hearing Luna's explanation. Metal can also transmit the power of superpowers? Luna paused and began to think about how to explain this phenomenon in the simplest language. A few seconds later, Luna said, Captain Han, do you know Blood Jade? Blood Jade? Do you know? What's wrong? It's good to know. Blood Jade is jade soaked in blood. After a period of time, the blood will slowly enter the jade. From the appearance, there will be strands of blood red in this blood jade. Frowning, Han Feng asked back, I know Blood Jade. But this knife is metal. Blood Jade was stone before. Being taught by Luna, Han Feng was stunned and didn't know how to refute. Chapter 377, Snow Drinking Mad Blade. Captain Han, do you need a detailed explanation from the combat laboratory? Seeing that Han Feng still didn't quite understand, Luna added, No need. Blinking, Han Feng asked, then last night, I also entered the Blood Rage superpower. Why didn't I see the knife transform? Report to Captain Han. You turned on the Blood Rage yesterday and started the attack. The knife was still stuck in the wall, so you turned off the Blood Rage. Of course you couldn't see the changes in the blade. Blinking his eyes to recall and think, Han Feng said thoughtfully, Oh, that's it. Okay. I understand. Okay. Captain Han. After finishing the conversation with Luna, Han Feng looked at the back blade in his right hand again. At this time, the back blade had changed from the light red color just now to dark red. Raising his head slightly, Han Feng looked at Lucia and said, Okay. Haha, Captain Han. You are waiting for the skill CD. With a harmless joke, Lucia took the lead in launching an attack. Bang! The next moment, the two back blades collided again. But now Han Feng has activated the Blood Rage. And with the surge in power, Lucia will definitely be at a disadvantage. With just one blow, Lucia could not withstand the tremendous force and knelt on one knee. With his hands holding up the flame-back knife, Lucia struggled to resist Han Feng's bloody knife. Ah! Ah! Taking a breath, Lucia roared a few times. At the same time, the flames on Lucia's body also increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Lucia stimulated the flame superpower to the extreme. The raging flames ignited the air a few times, emitting a hotter temperature. But at this time, Han Feng, who had activated the Blood Rage, did not feel as uncomfortable as before. Also, heat is also a kind of energy. Just like the biting cold, Blood Rage has the ability to resist. With a frivolous smile on his lips, Han Feng knew Lucia had actually lost. Swish! Shwa! Lucia resisted for a few seconds and found that the blood-red knife pressing on his head was still as steady as Mount Tai. Lucia had no choice but to roll back and temporarily avoid the extremely heavy blade. Seeing Luja dodge, Han Feng did not chase him. If he took a step forward and stabbed the knife, Luja might have been smashed to pieces. After getting up, Luja held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. Judging from the posture, this kid wanted to fight with all his strength. Explosive killing fury flame slash. Luja shouted extremely childishly and ran towards Han Feng. Heh. With a sneer, Han Feng dragged the knife with one hand and went around behind Luja at a very fast speed. Zheng. A sound of a knife pierced through the air, slashing straight at Luja's neck. The next moment, Han Feng held the back knife, paused the back of the knife, and placed it on Luja's right shoulder. Dong! Luja, who was unable to react in time, was pressed by the huge force and fell to his knees. It hurts! It hurts! The next second, Luja cried out in pain. You're still fighting with me in strength after you've activated your blood rage? Han Feng said softly after moving his heavy knife away. So far, this warm-up match ended with Han Feng's complete victory. Haha, if my explosive and ultimate rage slash had hit you just now, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to withstand my strength, Luja said angrily, scratching the back of his head as he spit out flames from his mouth. Staring at Luja, Han Feng knew this guy was trying to save face. I wanted to really resist this explosion, but then I thought, what if the attack power is too weak? Do I have to pretend to be injured? Forget it. Forget it. Give Luja some face. Pursing his lips, Han Feng didn't say anything else. After retreating a few steps and coming to a safe distance, Han Feng lifted the blood rage state. Next, an embarrassing scene appeared. Because Luja's clothes were burned when he used his superpowers, he now had to continue burning himself. Because once the fire power is removed, he will really become a white-collar boy. Turn his eyes. Luja is eager to find a place to change clothes. Tap 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 tap. Seeing a separate room, Luja ran over without thinking. Stop! That's the armory. Do you want to die? Seeing Luja running towards the armory, Han Feng's legs suddenly softened. This guy is now full of sparks. If the armory is ignited, this zinc mine will be the burial object. Hundreds of various shells, missiles, bullets. Thinking about the scene of the explosion, Han Feng couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. TSK. Hearing the voice behind him, Luja stopped and took several steps back. Then, what should I do? Turning back to Han Feng, Luja continued, I can't really run away naked. It's okay if I fainted before, but now I'm awake. Hearing Luja say this, Han Feng's eyes turned and stared at Luja unfriendly. Don't. I'm just talking. Don't. Seeing Han Feng's eyes ready to attack, Luja instantly became timid. After a few seconds, Han Feng also felt something was wrong. Luna, build a wall and surround him. With the inspiration of the armory, Han Feng finally had to take out 10 gold coins and build a 2 or 3 meter square closed space for Luja. Dong. Luja, who saw the wall being built with his own eyes, was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. Go in and change clothes. I'll give you my clothes first. Gulp. After Han Feng finished speaking, Luja looked at Han Feng's blood-soaked clothes and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a few seconds, Luja did not move. Finally, under the cold eyes of Han Feng, Luja nodded in agreement. This? How do I get in? Carrying a knife, Luja walked around the wall and couldn't find the door. From the top. Flip in. Oh. After responding to Han Feng, Luja jumped onto the 2-meter-high wall and flipped in. Okay. Clothes. Han Feng took off his sweater and threw it in. Where are the pants? Aren't I still naked? After putting on the blood sweater, Luja looked up at the sky and waited for a long time. It's really troublesome. Han Feng moved his lips and muttered while taking off his pants and throwing them in. Okay. After putting on the clothes that covered his body, Luja flipped out of the wall with a knife. Hey, where are the people? When he came out, Han Feng was gone. Back in the bedroom, Han Feng walked into the bathroom and washed off the blood on his body. A few minutes later, Han Feng was holding a cigarette and a nutritional paste. Sitting on a chair, he took a puff of the two. In his mind, Han Feng still couldn't forget the back knife that gradually turned blood red. Blood fury. Blood needle. How about calling you blood knife? Putting down the nutritional paste that had been sucked out, Han Feng stared at the back knife and muttered. Then, Han Feng shook his head, thinking that calling it blood knife was a bit too ordinary. If Luja was here at this moment, he would definitely think of a cool and awesome name. Blood. Blood will be seen when the knife is drawn. Red, red like blood. Frowning, Han Feng began to struggle with the name of this sword. Blood-drinking sword? No, isn't this the name of a game equipment? Blood-colored mad sword? Forget it. It's a bit second year. After thinking for a while, Han Feng put out the cigarette in his hand. Snow-drinking mad sword? Suddenly, for some reason, this name popped out of Han Feng's mind. Snow-drinking mad sword? Han Feng repeated it again. Snow-drinking mad sword. This name comes from the peerless weapon in Wind and Cloud. It is the weapon in the hands of one of the protagonists. Nie Feng. Thinking of this, Han Feng's thoughts were instantly pulled back to more than 10 years ago. I once watched TV in the orphanage, imitating Nie Feng's moves, imagining that I had a peerless magic weapon in my hand. Thinking about it, Han Feng was amused by his once childish self. Okay, I'll call you Snow-drinking Mad Blade. Looking back at the white-back blade, Han Feng nodded with satisfaction. In addition to borrowing this name, Han Feng felt that the word snow-drinking was like its white blade. Like snow. And it was homophonic with blood-drinking. When his blood rage was turned on, the snow-drinking Mad Blade immediately became the blood-drinking Mad Blade. This time, each of Han Feng's weapons had a name. Han Feng took out his cell phone and saw that the time was just after 8 o'clock. In this case, Tanya, prepare the car. That's right. I didn't enjoy the battle just now. It's still early anyway. Why not go find other level 6 zombies? By the way, I could also retrieve the other 2 supply boxes. Okay, Captain Han. Tanya responded in his mind. Putting on his clothes again, Han Feng took all his weapons. When he came downstairs, Tanya had been waiting for a long time. Let's go! Sitting in the passenger seat, Han Feng whispered. 4 hours later, accompanied by the roar of the off-road vehicle engine, Han Feng arrived at the second supply box. Similar to the location of the previous supply box, this place is also a forest-like place, except that there is an ice-covered river. Looking at the empty field far away from the city center, Han Feng smiled excitedly. Only here can he attack and dodge without restraint. Luna, open the Eye of God. In the car, Han Feng gave the order and closed his eyes. Okay, Captain Han. The Eye of God is opening. Please wait. The next second, Han Feng's vision appeared above the vehicle. Taking advantage of the sufficient height, Han Feng looked at the location of the supply box and observed it carefully. Sure enough, not far from the supply box, there was a level 6 zombie wandering around. I found you, Han Feng said in a low voice, and he released the Eye of God. Wait for me here. When getting off the car, Han Feng told Tanya. Okay. After hearing this, Han Feng took the snow-drinking mad knife from the back seat and stuck it behind his back, and walked towards the level 6 zombie alone. Crack, crack, stepping on the white snow. There were sounds under his feet. After walking hundreds of meters, Han Feng saw the supply box first. Huh? Another Terminator? Staring at the supply box that looked like a refrigerator, Han Feng said subconsciously. Because this supply box is no different from the one that holds the Terminator. Swish. Chapter 378, Blood Needle Seal. Come out. Why are you hiding? Looking sideways in the direction of the strange sound, Han Feng said slowly. I was discovered by you. Walking out from behind a tree trunk, the level 6 zombie spoke intermittently. Hey, can you contact the Holy Lord? Without any extra nonsense, Han Feng got straight to the point. Swoosh. Unfortunately, although the level 6 zombie has intelligence, it seems to lack patience. After a roar, it stretched out its right claw and attacked Han Feng. Seeing this, Han Feng was not angry but happy. It's just right to use you to sacrifice the knife. However, despite saying so, Han Feng took the lead in launching the first wave of attacks with blood needles. Telekinesis. Start. With a low shout, Han Feng moved his waist slightly. Hiss. 10 blood needles made an extremely small sound in the air. Ding. Ding ding. The next moment, in midair, 10 blood needles collided with a level 6 zombie in midair. Hit by the blood needles, The level 6 zombie stopped and wanted to see what had stabbed him just now. Somewhat embarrassing. The 10 blood needles were just inserted into the level 6 zombie at this time. And outside its body, the blood needles left about 2 or 3 centimeters of buttocks. Seeing this, Han Feng increased his telekinesis, trying to pierce the blood needle into the body of the 6th level zombie. It would be best if it could get stuck in the joint. What? What? Feeling the blood needle slowly entering the body, the 6th level zombie asked in confusion. Acupuncture will kill you. Staring at the eyes of the 6th level zombie, Han Feng said playfully. Heh. The 6th level zombie pinched its claws and snorted coldly. Then, it ignored the blood needle in its body and ran towards Han Feng again. Frowning slightly, Han Feng reached behind his back with both hands and pulled out 2 3-edged military bayonets. Swoosh! Holding the 3-edged military bayonet, Han Feng also activated his speed superpower. The distance was not far, and as the two accelerated their approach, they met each other almost instantly. Holding the 3-edged military dagger, Han Feng found a tricky angle and stabbed the ribs of the level 6 zombie. Ding! Ding! 2 crisp sounds were heard, and the 3-edged military dagger failed to penetrate the body of the level 6 zombie. Returning in vain, Han Feng had to distance himself and look for an opportunity to attack. At the same time, Han Feng did not forget the blood needle left in its body. Humph. Seeing the level 6 zombie snort coldly, Han Feng controlled 10 blood needles with his telekinesis and desperately stabbed it at its joints. Roar! The level 6 zombie felt pain and roared again. He kicked the ground with his legs and rushed out instantly. He wanted to kill Han Feng quickly, and then find a way to deal with the blood needles in his body. Huh? At this time, Han Feng could not control the precise blood needle while fighting. Seeing the level 6 zombie rushing over, he decided to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. Stepping sideways a few steps, Han Feng avoided the attack route of the level 6 zombie. But Han Feng was a backhand after all. The moment the level 6 zombie brushed past, it still stretched out its right claw and grabbed Han Feng's lower abdomen. It was also thanks to Han Feng's defense that he quickly raised the 3-edged military dagger in both hands and blocked the attack of the level 6 zombie. Ding! The sharp claws collided with the 3-edged military dagger, making another sharp and crisp sound. With the inertia of speed, the level 6 zombie rushed out more than 10 meters and stopped. Han Feng lowered his eyebrows and looked at the 2 3-edged bayonets, and found some white scratches at the point of impact just now. Telekinesis. Start. Looking back at the level 6 zombie, Han Feng was ready to insert the blood needle into the joint to seal its next movement. Because, if this continues, his blood rage will definitely start. Considering that there is still a supply box, Han Feng still wants to retain some physical strength for the time being. Roar! When the blood needle got stuck in the joint, the level 6 zombie screamed in pain. That's right, with blood needles inserted into 10 important joints in the body. Even as a level 6 zombie, it can't withstand such a dirty trick. With a raised corner of his mouth, Han Feng looked at the somewhat stiff body of the level 6 zombie. Do you feel like you can't move? Do you feel like you can't use your strength? After asking sarcastically, Han Feng regained his composure and said, Contact the Holy Lord and ask him to come over, and I will take out the blood needle in your body. How about it? Roar! 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 The level 6 zombie tried its best to move its body, while roaring. Ha ha! Struggle. Appreciating the graceful dance of the level 6 zombie, Han Feng felt extremely happy physically and mentally. After a few seconds, the level 6 zombie, who was struggling more and more painful, finally realized that struggling was useless. Die! Die! The level 6 zombie roared twice in his mouth, and his body began to make an attacking posture. Ha. What? Want to die quickly? Raising his right hand, Han Feng pointed the 3-edged military bayonet at the level 6 zombie and asked arrogantly, Die! With a beast-like roar, the level 6 zombie kicked the ground with one leg and attacked Han Feng. But the level 6 zombie had blood needles inserted into the joints of both hips, knees, and ankles. No matter how it swung its legs, its speed could not match the previous one. Swoosh! Looking at the level 6 zombie with a somewhat unstable step, Han Feng retracted his right hand and rushed towards the level 6 zombie. Bang! In midair, Han Feng took advantage of the huge inertia of speed and kicked the level 6 zombie in the chest. In Han Feng's opinion, the level 6 zombie that lost its speed was nothing more than a living target. It could only be used to vent anger. Telekinesis. Start. Han Feng used the silver shuttle and silver wings before landing. Clang. Howl. Swoosh. Swoosh. For a moment, 20 newly upgraded customized weapons chased the level 6 zombie flying backwards in the air like thousands of arrows. Ding. Ding. Chi. Dong. Chi. The next moment, the level 6 zombie was attacked from different directions. It made rapid and different kinds of sounds. From the first attack to the last attack after landing, in just a few seconds, the level 6 zombie was attacked hundreds of times by the customized weapons. Boom. Gulp. After rolling several times on the ground, the level 6 zombie was covered with snow and mud, and staggered to its feet. Han Feng looked closely, and saw that the level 6 zombie had a lot of scars of varying depths on its body. Hee. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that blood rage was unnecessary in this battle. If the attack continued like this, the defense of the level 6 zombie would be broken by the telekinetic weapon sooner or later. Once the protective shell was lost, the level 6 zombie would be a stronger level 3 zombie, and there would be no threat at all. Oh no! I forgot. There were blood needles stuck in its joints. So it was not even a level 3 zombie. Let the Holy Lord come to help you. Han Feng looked at the wounded level 6 zombie coldly, and said gently. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, a strange and familiar force suddenly attacked him. This is... Han Feng frowned, as he felt the slight residual force in the air. The next moment, a dangerous smell suddenly rose in his heart. Luna! Eye of God! Quick! This force seemed to be gathering from afar. Sensing all this, Han Feng immediately contacted Luna. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's god's vision instantly opened from the sky, quickly scanning the surroundings, silent. Roar! At the same time, the horrible roar of the 6th level zombie sounded. Damn! Gritting his teeth, Han Feng cursed and released the Eye of God. Huh? With a strong wind, the 6th level zombie jumped in front of him in the blink of an eye. Ding! Ding ding ding! Han Feng blocked several moves with a 3-edged military dagger. But for some reason, the 6th level zombie at this time seemed to be chicken blood. Every move seemed to be desperate. In the gap of defense, Han Feng noticed the eyes of the 6th level zombie were emitting that abnormal red at this moment. Ding ding ding! The level 6 zombie's movements became faster and more brutal. It was as if it was adapting to this sudden force. Tear! Han Feng missed a move and was hit by the level 6 zombie. Swish! Han Feng quickly waved his 3-edged military dagger with both hands to block the level 6 zombie's advance. And then retreated. Huh? At a safe distance, Han Feng took a deep breath and touched his torn coat. 3 deep scratches that could be seen to the bone opened up between his ribs. Blood slowly flowed down. Fortunately, the Energy 7 injection and the ring box in the coat pocket were still intact. Han Feng, with a tense face, secretly regretted that he underestimated the enemy. Originally, he thought that if he sealed the joints of the level 6 zombie, he could grind it to death with the silver shuttle and silver wings. But he didn't expect, putting down the hand that was stroking the wound. Han Feng took off his coat and threw it far away despite the pain. Buzz! The next second, Han Feng activated his blood rage. When the muffled sound in his body exploded, Han Feng's temperament changed. Staring at the level 6 zombie, Han Feng expressionlessly put the 2 3-edged military bayonets back into the sheath behind his back, and then pulled out the snow-drinking mad knife. Stained with the power of Han Feng's blood rage, the originally white blade of the snow-drinking mad knife began to slowly turn dark red. Roar! The level 6 zombie, smelling the blood in the air, became even more violent. After roaring again, it rushed towards Han Feng, staring at the level 6 zombie with his dull eyes. Han Feng slowly clenched the snow-drinking mad knife in his right hand. Shwa! Seeing the level 6 zombie approaching, Han Feng swung his arm and swung it at the level 6 zombie. The sharp blade of the snow-drinking mad knife cut the air, making a rapid shwa-shwa sound. Zheng! The level 6 zombie, bearing the sharp sound of the snow-drinking mad knife, only took half a step and then rushed forward. Shwa! The next moment, the snow-drinking mad knife fell heavily and hit the level 6 zombie. Dong! The heavy blade hit the ground, and snowflakes flew everywhere. The body and arms of the level 6 zombie were scattered to the sides under this momentum. Bang! Bang! One light and one heavy. Two muffled sounds rang out on both sides of Han Feng. With this slash, Han Feng cut off the right arm of the level 6 zombie. Of course, the blood needle in the shoulder joint of the level 6 zombie was not spared. It was cut off by the snow-drinking mad knife. Swish. On the snow, the level 6 zombie's independent right arm still maintained the attacking gesture, twitching slightly. Chapter 379. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it is. Swish. Han Feng noticed that the snow-drinking mad knife was pulled out of the ground. In front of the cut on the ground, more than 1 meter away, there were cracks. I don't know if it was because of the knife energy or the impact of the force, but Han Feng felt that although the backslashing knife was only 1.5 meters long, it seemed that within 3 meters, it was its attack area. Roar! The level 6 zombie propped up its body with one arm from the snow, and wanted to stand up and continue to attack. Bang! Seeing this, how could Han Feng tolerate it at his feet? Taking a step forward, Han Feng sank down with great force, and kicked the level 6 zombie away with one foot. Crack! Crack! The next moment after the sound of broken bones, the level 6 zombie broke another tree trunk as thick as a thigh. With a tense face, Han Feng retracted his legs in midair, without a trace of joy on his face. It's not that Han Feng was deliberately playing it cool, but he could feel that the breath of the level 6 zombie had not weakened much. That's right. The level 6 zombie who lost his entire right arm and had his ribs broken by Han Feng's kick. His breath was still so strong. Die! 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 In the distance, the level 6 zombie roared these 3 words repeatedly. Swoosh! Then, like a speeding train, the level 6 zombie broke through the snow in front of it and ran towards Han Feng with high projectiles. Swish! Dragging the snow-drinking mad blade, Han Feng also rushed towards it. After opening the blood rage, Han Feng showed his extremely evil power. He was already a bloody man, and dragging a long dark red back knife, giving people a visual impact of the devil's descent. Schwa! While running, Han Feng raised the snow-drinking mad blade with one arm and swung it towards the head of the level 6 zombie. Looking at the attack, if this knife hits, it will definitely cut the level 6 zombie in half. Bang! Bang! The level 6 zombie raised its hard and sharp claws and hit the side of the snow-drinking mad blade, forcibly changing the attack route of the snow-drinking mad blade. There was no time to retract the claws, and the level 6 zombie simply took another step forward and tried to hit Han Feng with an elbow. But it forgot. Han Feng's superpowers include not only blood rage and speed, but also telekinesis. Telekinesis. Freeze! Looking at the elbow that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, Han Feng shouted angrily. Buzz! Instantly, a sound similar to waves came from the air. As the waves rippled, the level 6 zombie was frozen in midair, unable to move anymore. Bang! Due to the close distance, Han Feng couldn't use his legs, so this attack was made with his free left hand. After punching, Han Feng immediately released the telekinesis, because the mental power required for the confinement was too huge. Even if he activated the blood rage gain, he didn't dare to use it continuously. Huh? Hit by the blood fist on the head, the level 6 zombie flew backwards for the 3rd time. Swoosh! Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Holding a knife, Han Feng chased the level 6 zombie in midair. The level 6 zombie turned sideways, and Han Feng raised the knife again and dropped it on its chest. Han Feng knew that as long as he left its head and half of its chest, the level 6 zombie could still survive for a while. During this period, the level 6 zombie had no attack power. Moreover, he had something else to require of it. Schwa! The snow-drinking mad knife slashed across the air and fell heavily on the level 6 chest. Bang! Schwa! The level 6 zombie tried to defend against the blow in midair, but unfortunately, it was already unstable in midair, and with the loss of its right arm, the sharp claw on its left hand only blocked the mad knife for half a second before it was shaved off, and the knife's momentum showed no sign of slowing down. Bang! The heavy blade fell to the ground. The level 6 zombie was cut in half by Han Feng. Gudong. Standing in place, Han Feng admired this beautiful parabola until the remains of the level 6 zombie fell to the ground. Heh. With a sneer, Han Feng released his blood rage, because at this moment, The level 6 zombie, who had lost his limbs and only had half of his chest left, was no longer a threat to him. "Can I contact the Lord?" Han Feng said slowly, opening his bloodshot lips. "Die! Die!" What impressed Han Feng was that the level 6 zombie, which only had half of its body left, still had red eyes and repeated this word. "Alas, you have a stupid mind, and you don't understand." After hearing this, Han Feng knew that this level 6 zombie would not contact the Lord. Enjoy your last moments. Looking at the level 6 zombie under his feet, Han Feng walked towards his coat after he finished speaking, but did not kill it. Maybe this was Han Feng's way of repaying the level 6 female zombie for not completely killing him last time. "Die! Die!" Han Feng, who was holding the clothes and taking back the blood needle, could still hear the confident shouts of the level 6 zombies as he walked towards the supply box. After walking dozens of steps, Han Feng suddenly stopped. Telekinesis. Start. Without looking back, Han Feng once again summoned 10 silver shuttles and rushed towards the remains of the level 6 zombies. A few seconds later, the level 6 zombie died. It wasn't that Han Feng suddenly wanted to give it a quick death, but he suddenly thought that if he walked away, wouldn't he not be able to receive the reward for the death of the level 6 zombie? This is a full 500,000 gold coins. But the next second, Han Feng suddenly laughed at himself, because he remembered that the radar now covers an area of 500 kilometers. In this area, he can get bonus coins. I was careless. After saying self-blame, Han Feng came to the supply box, putting his hand gently on the supply box. Han Feng whispered, "Open it." Ding. A crisp, familiar, and pleasant sound rang out. Then, Luna's congratulations rang in his mind. "Congratulations to Captain Han. You get the Terminator." Sure enough, as expected, it was really the Terminator. After opening the supply box, Han Feng saw the familiar face of the Terminator. Start. After Han Feng finished speaking, the Terminator's eyes flashed red for a few times. "I'm back." While speaking, the Terminator stepped out of the supply box. Start the follow-up protection mode. Looking at the Terminator's dark sunglasses, Han Feng gave instructions. After receiving the order, the Terminator turned around without saying a word, took out the black Gatling gun, and walked behind Han Feng. Standing in place, Han Feng turned around and glanced around, then walked towards the off-road vehicle. Back in the car, Han Feng pondered for a while and said, "Let's go home." There is no way. After starting the blood rage, it is a bit difficult to find the next supply box, especially with Lin Lan in the trunk. If we can't beat him and lose Lin Lan, we'll lose both the wife and the army. Okay. After Tanya finished speaking, she stepped on the accelerator. By the way, she handed a gene rapid recovery potion to Han Feng. After taking the injection, Han Feng quickly injected himself. Opening the car window, Han Feng threw out the empty syringe. Enduring the stabbing of the claws between his ribs, Han Feng asked Luna with some concern, "Luna, I was injured by a level 6 zombie. I won't become a zombie, will I?" Report to Captain Han. "No." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng felt relieved, but another question came to his mind. "That's why I won't become a zombie." "Why not?" "Did the GS virus of zombies change its transmission route?" Captain Han. After injecting Energy 7, you won't be changed by the GS virus. Are you immune? Captain Han. In a sense, yes, because there is a small amount of maternal blood in the energy potion. It may be that this blood makes you immune. After hearing this, Han Feng relaxed his brows. In any case, it's a good thing that you won't become a zombie. As for the reason, it doesn't matter. After injecting the recovery potion, Han Feng felt that the pain between his ribs was much lessened. Gazing at the scenery outside the window, Han Feng gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. 4 hours later. Captain Han. We're here. Parking the car under the color steel house. Tanya gently pushed Han Feng and said, "Well, are we here?" Opening his eyes, Han Feng glanced out the window and saw the scenery inside the zinc mine. Touching his ribs. After 4 hours of recovery, the wound had already healed as before. "Well, let's go." Confirming that he was healed, Han Feng pushed open the car door and got out. After going upstairs and entering the bedroom, Han Feng took off his bloody clothes and washed up. Bare-chested, Han Feng lit a cigarette. took out 2 tubes of nutritional paste, and walked to a chair and sat down. In his spare time, Han Feng began to recall the details of the 2 battles. Where did this power come from? The power Han Feng was talking about at this time refers to the strange power transmitted from the outside world during the battle. Swallowing a large mouthful of nutrient paste, Han Feng seemed to have found some clues. Recalling the low-level zombies of level 1, 2, 3, and 4, they will enter the violent mode after receiving the call of higher-level zombies. And this violent mode is caused by the stimulation of high-level zombies. Can it be understood that the level 6 zombies are stimulated by higher-level zombies? Thinking of this possibility, Han Feng couldn't help but purse his lips. Level 7, zombie? Han Feng muttered with narrowed eyes. Another possibility is that the level 6 zombie evolved into a violent mode. But this speculation is untenable. I have killed 3 level 6 zombies in total. The first level 6 female corpse had so much time before death. Why didn't she activate this ability? If this is true, the level 7 zombie, could it be the mother? Or the lord? Holding a cigarette, Han Feng's thoughts began to speculate on the relationship between the 3. After a few minutes, Han Feng shook his head. There is too little information available now, and we can't see anything deeper. We can only wait until tomorrow to meet the 3rd level 6 zombie. Maybe we can find something. After thinking, Han Feng stood up. Suddenly, Han Feng, who stood up straight and was about to take a step, stood still, because he suddenly thought of the red eyes of the level 6 zombies after transformation. Blood, anger? Staring, Han Feng's mouth trembled a little. Chapter 380. Waking up in shock from a dream. Level 6 zombies will have blood rage? Or is it a coincidence? Who? With such a guess in mind, Han Feng panted and immediately walked to the bathroom, turning on blood rage in front of the mirror. Buzz, standing in front of the mirror. The vibration when turning on blood rage made the scene in the mirror shake slightly. With his face close to the mirror, Han Feng carefully observed his eyes. At this time, the whites of his eyes were turning red at a very fast speed. In just a few seconds, Han Feng's eyes were completely blood red. Looking at the terrifying eyes in the mirror, Han Feng's heart trembled. It's not that he was scared by his own appearance, but the state of his eyes was exactly the same as that of the 6th level zombie after transformation. Blood rage. Is it a superpower I activated myself? Or the blood of the mother in Energy 7 brought to me? After removing the blood rage, Han Feng stood in front of the mirror in a daze, frowning and talking to himself. Slowly walking to the shower head, Han Feng lifted the shower switch. Shwa. Hua. The pure water washed away the blood that Han Feng had just spilled when he turned on the blood rage, gradually dyeing the ground red. A few minutes later, Han Feng walked out of the bathroom with dripping hair. After changing into shorts, Han Feng lit a cigarette and sat on a chair, with his slightly furrowed brows. No one knew what Han Feng was thinking at the moment. When the cigarette burned out, Han Feng stood up and walked to his coat, took out the Energy 7 injection, and stared at it for a long time. He had already injected 4 Energy 7 injections into his body. The mother's blood had long been integrated into himself and could not be separated. Since it could not be separated, it meant that, whether the zombies and himself had anything in common, there was no way to verify it. Luna, does the power of blood rage come from the mother's blood in the injection? Suddenly, Han Feng, holding the injection, asked Luna. Report to Captain Han. Unknown. Alas, although I don't have hope for the system, this answer is too direct. Tanya, come up and help. After sighing, Han Feng contacted Tanya in his mind. It's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster. Damn baby bird. It's 1,000 years of life. Anyway, I have already injected this injection. Even if it's really the mother's fault, I can't change the facts. In this case, it's better to use it to strengthen myself. As for any problems in the future, it's not something that should be considered and solved now. Okay, Captain Han. Downstairs, Tanya responded and rushed to Han Feng's bedroom. Help me with the injection. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng looked at Tanya, who pushed the door open and said, Yes. Taking the injection from Han Feng, Tanya nodded softly. Lying on the cold ground, Han Feng relaxed his body and closed his eyes. As for why he didn't lie on the bed, Han Feng was afraid that he would tear the sheets when struggling. Who? SSS. Beside her ear. Tanya took a deep breath and pulled out the long needle cap. Hiss. The long needle slowly pierced into the heart along the chest muscles. The tingling sensation made Han Feng gasp. The liquid in the Energy 7 tube was injected into Han Feng's heart under Tanya's push. After a while, a warm feeling rose in the heart. Then, when the comfortable warmth faded, a heart-wrenching pain came. Ugh! Han Feng arched his back, clenched his fists, and tried to endure the severe pain. Han Feng knew that the pain brought by Energy 7 would only last for 1 minute. As long as he could get through this minute, it would be fine. Han Feng, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, began to tremble all over. And Tanya, holding the empty syringe, stood up and walked aside, looking at the struggling Han Feng with anxious eyes. Buzz? I don't know if Han Feng did it on purpose, or it was a subconscious reaction of his body. When Han Feng was in great pain, the blood rage was actually activated. A bloody person, lying on the ground, made a comfortable sound, slowly sitting up. Han Feng looked at Tanya, who was a little surprised. Frowning, Han Feng also realized that something was wrong with himself. Raising his hands, Han Feng saw his palms oozing blood. Looking at his naked upper body again, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Blood rage. Why did it activate by itself? Is it to protect himself? Or is it the blood mobilization of the mother in the injection that stimulated the blood rage? But no matter what, after the blood rage was activated, the pain in the heart seemed to disappear. This was not bad news for Han Feng, who was in extreme pain. Sitting on the ground, Han Feng sat quietly for dozens of seconds and asked, Luna, how long has it been since the injection of Energy 7? Report to Captain Han. 1 minute and 2 seconds have passed. Oh, Han Feng responded, knowing that this kind of pain should have passed the limit of time. Then, Han Feng released the blood rage superpower. Fortunately, the blood rage did not last very long this time. The blood that oozed out of himself only stained the floor below him, and did not flow further. Please clean it up. Looking up at Tanya, Han Feng stood up and said, Okay, leave it to me. Hearing Tanya's answer, Han Feng walked into the bathroom again. When Han Feng came out of the bathroom, the empty bedroom indicated that Tanya had left. Looking at the clean floor, Han Feng felt dizzy. Yes, in just 1 day, Han Feng activated blood rage 3 times in total. Each time it was activated, it was a great consumption of Han Feng's physical strength. Not to mention, he also suffered a destruction from Energy 7. Staggering to the bed, Han Feng slowly lay down. In a state of extreme fatigue, Han Feng soon fell asleep. Waste. Do you want to save Wei Yun? In the dream, a strange man suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng. Brother Han. Save me. Save me. Save. Behind the man, the tied Wei Yun appeared at some point. Wei Yun struggled, and before he could finish his words for help, the man stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth, blocking Wei Yun's mouth. Let her go. Let her go. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Han Feng knew without thinking that the strange man in front of him was the Holy Lord. Without further ado, after shouting this sentence, Han Feng immediately turned on his bloody anger. Then he kicked the ground with his legs and rushed towards the Holy Lord at an extremely fast speed. Give me your life. Han Feng stared with bloodshot eyes in midair. Rage. Like a real flame. Burn. Ha. When Han Feng rushed to the Holy Lord, the Holy Lord and Wei Yun suddenly disappeared, leaving only laughter. Come out! Come out! Turning his body quickly, Han Feng scanned the surroundings, including the top of his head. Ha. Trash. 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 The Holy Lord's voice seemed to come from all directions, with echoes. Han Feng, standing in place, kept turning his eyes, but could not find the Holy Lord. Get out of here! Get out of here! Han Feng screamed, pointing at the empty surroundings. Unfortunately, the Holy Lord's voice never came out again. I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Kill you! Kill! Ah! Instantly, Han Feng opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. The scene of the bedroom, as Han Feng opened his eyes, entered Han Feng's sight. Huff! Huff! Looking at his clenched fist in front of him, Han Feng gasped. On his arms, there were dots of sweat. Under the sunlight, they looked like precious and shining diamonds. Lowering his head slightly, Han Feng saw that his body was also covered with sweat. Holy Lord! I will kill you! With a low voice, Han Feng retracted his raised arm. He sat on the bed for a long time, his mind full of the scene of Wei Yun struggling for help. Wei Yun, is he not dead? The next moment, Han Feng laughed at this sudden thought. At that time, he saw Wei Yun's body with his own eyes. And even the system determined that Wei Yun was dead. Maybe he was too tired these days. So he dreamed of such a scene in his dream. Rubbing his wet hair, Han Feng comforted himself. At the same time, Han Feng also knew he couldn't get stuck in the horns of Wei Yun not dead. Otherwise, he would easily be possessed. A clear mind is really more precious than anything else. Huh? Han Feng exhaled heavily, got up and walked to the bathroom, wanting to wash away the fatigue of the night. 3 minutes later, Han Feng wiped his hair and walked out, picked up the phone and saw that the time on it was 11 o'clock in the morning. I slept for so long. It's so late. Han Feng, who was surprised that he slept for so long, took out 2 tubes of nutritional paste and started to suck them. After eating, Han Feng contacted Tanya and said, prepare the car and go to the city later. Okay, Captain Han. I'll get ready now. After Tanya responded, Han Feng put on his clothes as quickly as possible. When he came downstairs, the SUV had been waiting for a long time. Let's go! Sitting in the passenger seat, Han Feng said softly. Buzz! Tanya stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the city. Since his coat was torn by a level 6 zombie during the battle yesterday, Han Feng deliberately changed into a light outfit today. Although it is not as warm as a cotton coat, this outfit is simple. And the scabbards of the 3-edged military bayonet and the snow-drinking mad knife are particularly convenient to wear. 4 hours and 20 minutes later, Tanya drove to the 3rd supply box. This is a farmland. There are sparse bungalows around. It's really sparsely populated, far away from the city, far away from most zombie gathering places. Haha. Level 6 zombies really know how to choose places. After getting off the car, Han Feng looked at the large areas of crops that had already withered inside. Luna. God's Eye. Okay. Captain Han. God's Eye is opening. Please wait. About 500 or 600 meters away from the supply box. Han Feng opened God's Eye according to routine. The next moment, 500 meters away in the air, Han Feng opened his vision. Next to a supply box that looked like a large refrigerator, there was a dazed level 6 zombie. Chapter 381, The Lord's Coming. Why is there another Terminator? Looking at the supply box, Han Feng was puzzled, giving himself 3 Terminators in a row. What does that mean? But looking at the level 6 zombie again, Han Feng smiled. Is this silly road deer guarding the supply box for me? In the next few dozen seconds, Han Feng carefully observed the surroundings and made sure there were no other zombies. Wait for me. Leaving behind 2 simple words and the diamond ring box, Han Feng opened the car door and walked down. Creaky, creaky, stepping on the snow. Han Feng rushed to the supply box while enjoying the wide scenery. A few minutes later, Han Feng saw the level 6 zombie that looked like a door god and a goalkeeper. What surprised Han Feng was that this level 6 zombie actually had its eyes closed. You? Come! Come! Opening his eyes, the level 6 zombie said with a stutter. Looking at this unusual level 6 zombie, Han Feng frowned. In his heart, he was secretly on guard. You knew I was coming? Without time to think carefully, Han Feng asked directly. Aren't you looking for this? Slightly sideways, the level 6 zombie pointed at the supply box with his chin. After hearing this, Han Feng slowly narrowed his eyes. A cold wind blew past the two of them. It dispelled the warmth of the afternoon and added a hint of chill. Contact the Lord and ask him to come over. Looking at the level 6 zombie, Han Feng always felt that this guy was unusual, but as to what aspect, Han Feng couldn't tell. Hee hee. What Han Feng didn't expect was that the level 6 zombie actually laughed after hearing this. Contact the Lord and ask him to come over. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and emphasized his tone. Chase. Catch up. Let's talk about it later. After stumbling over these words, the level 6 zombie shook and disappeared from the spot. Okay. Staring at the back of the level 6 zombie flying away, Han Feng muttered silently. Then, swoosh. Han Feng also activated his super speed ability. In a moment, he left a shadow from his original position and gradually disappeared. Chasing behind the level 6 zombie, Han Feng found that it was running towards the village at this time. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Or is there a trick in the village? Guessing the various things he will face, Han Feng contacted Tanya in his mind and said, "Stay alert at all times." "I know." After getting Tanya's response, Han Feng felt a little more at ease. But then, the mysterious operation of the level 6 zombie made Han Feng confused. Just before entering the village, the level 6 zombie suddenly changed its running direction and made a 90-degree right turn. Following behind, Han Feng's eyes widened. After running for a while, the level 6 zombie turned right again. Circling, Han Feng hung behind the level 6 zombie without panic. He saw that this guy treated the crops as a playground and ran in circles. After dozens of seconds, turn right. After dozens of seconds, turn right. After dozens of seconds. It's not that Han Feng couldn't catch up with the level 6 zombie, but Han Feng wanted to know what its intention was. Exercise? Gritting his teeth, Han Feng gradually lost his patience. Swoosh. Whoosh. Han Feng, who had completely lost his patience, began to speed up. Seeing Han Feng behind him speed up, the level 6 zombie also increased his speed, widening the distance between the two again. What is the level 6 zombie up to? Why do we have to compete in speed? In the vast and visible farmland, there is no ambush or cover. Frowning, Han Feng had to speed up again. If you have any questions, just knock him down and ask. Thinking of this, Han Feng's feet were full of wind, and he completely released his super speed ability. Whoosh! The two chased each other, and their speeds were actually comparable. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng began to think about whether to activate Blood Rage in advance. Squeak! As soon as this thought came up, Han Feng saw the level 6 zombie suddenly stop. Then, a sudden break sounded. Not running anymore? Approaching the level 6 zombie quickly, Han Feng snorted coldly. Come! Swoosh! After looking at Han Feng teasingly, the level 6 zombie changed its direction and galloped again. Swoosh! Seeing this, Han Feng did not slow down and followed again. Because of this flash, the distance between Han Feng and the level 6 zombie was greatly shortened. You are such a nuisance. Staring at the back of the level 6 zombie not far away, Han Feng muttered something and helplessly used his telekinetic weapon. Howl! Clang! Swoosh! The silver shuttle, silver wing, and blood needle, wrapped in telekinesis, stabbed straight at the level 6 zombie. Ding! Ding ding! Withstanding the impact of the silver shuttle and silver wing, the level 6 zombie dodged the attack of the blood needle in an extremely awkward posture. It seems that the level 6 zombie knows that the blood needle is more harmful to itself. Swish! Two pleasant sounds came, and Han Feng approached the level 6 zombie with two 3-edged military bayonets in his hands. Ding ding! The 3-edged military bayonet stabbed the back of the level 6 zombie, making two holes of medium depth. Boom! Boom! Under the collision and attack, the level 6 zombie lost his balance, stumbled, and finally fell to the ground. Contact the Holy Lord and ask him to come over. Han Feng walked to the level 6 zombie with his chest rising and falling, repeating the previous question. Ha ha. Ha. Ha ha. Lying in the snow, the level 6 zombie laughed wildly. What are you laughing at? Tightening the 3-edged military bayonet in both hands, Han Feng lowered his eyebrows and looked at the level 6 zombie and asked. Originally, I thought, I can run with you for half an hour. Well, you think too highly of yourself. Ha. Yes. Yes. As you said, I will contact the Holy Lord when I catch up with you. Han Feng didn't have time to argue with the level 6 zombie. At this moment, he just wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Holy Lord as soon as possible. Okay. Win the fight. Win me. Then we'll talk, the level 6 zombie said as he stood up. You're kidding me. Huh? Boom. Feeling offended by the level 6 zombie, Han Feng was furious and kicked the level 6 zombie in the abdomen. After a hasty defense, the level 6 zombie took off but did not suffer much damage. Come! After landing, the level 6 zombie hooked his index finger and looked at Han Feng teasingly. Swish! Putting the two 3-edged military bayonets in his hand back into the sheath, Han Feng pulled out the snow-drinking mad knife with his backhand. By the way, Han Feng also injected himself with a gene-fast recovery potion, throwing down the empty syringe. Han Feng's eyes changed. Buzz. Blood fury. Open. Holding the knife, Han Feng strode towards the level 6 zombie. Swoosh. Based on the combat strategy of escaping if possible, the level 6 zombie ran away. But after opening the blood rage, Han Feng's speed is much faster. Who? Schwa. When he was still a few steps away from the level 6 zombie, Han Feng raised his hand and chopped down with a mad knife. Bang! The level 6 zombie seemed to have eyes on its back, and it dodged the heavy attack by taking half a step, pulling out the mad knife from the ground. Han Feng stared at the fleeing back of the level 6 zombie. Suddenly, a bad premonition rose in his heart. Why does it delay time? From the time I saw it to now, more than 20 minutes have passed, and I have never seen it attack. Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Han Feng narrowed his eyes instantly. Swoosh! Moving towards the level 6 zombie, Han Feng no longer had the mentality of playing around. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. Buzz. Not far ahead, the 6th level zombie suddenly stopped and froze in place. Telekinesis. Start. Zheng. Shao. Swoosh. Instantly, Han Feng's waist moved, and the silver shuttle, silver wings, and blood needles came out in full force, stabbing at the 6th level zombie. Ding! Dong! Ding ding! At this moment, the 6th level zombie was the fish on the cutting board. It couldn't move and became a live target. Dong! Coming behind the 6th level zombie, Han Feng put the snow-drinking mad knife on its neck and said, I'll give you one chance. Where is the Holy Lord? Ha ha! The level 6 zombie with telekinetic weapons on its back and a mad knife on its neck suddenly laughed. Do you want to see me so much? Hearing the level 6 zombie's coherent pronunciation, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. Ding ding ding. Without time to think, Han Feng instantly retreated more than 10 meters, fearing that the level 6 zombie would do something. Buzz! The next second, a muffled sound exploded in the body of the level 6 zombie. At the same time, Han Feng felt that the telekinetic confinement had a great sense of obstruction. In order to retain the necessary physical strength, Han Feng had no choice but to release the confinement. When it turned its head, Han Feng clearly saw the blood red in its eyes. Are you happy? Are you surprised? With a ferocious grin, the level 6 zombie teased. Staring at the level 6 zombie, Han Feng said nothing, even if he was shocked. Kill my pet, kill my subordinates, and threaten to seek revenge on me all day? Hee hee. Looking at Han Feng, the level 6 zombie walked slowly. At this moment, the Holy Lord has descended. Don't you want to see me? Then what? Where is Wei Yun? Han Feng did not answer the Holy Lord's question directly, but changed the subject and asked a question about Wei Yun. Isn't she dead? As he spoke, the level 6 zombie did not slow down his pace. Where's the body? At this moment, Han Feng's hand holding the knife was shaking a little. I'm ruined, spreading his hands. The Holy Lord made an indifferent gesture and continued, Why? Could it be left to you? Made into a mummy. As a thought? Swoosh. Schwa. As soon as the 6th level zombie finished speaking, Han Feng gritted his teeth and stepped forward, throwing down the mad knife. Han Feng wanted to curse a few words before going up, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't find the words to describe the Holy Lord. In this case, let's see who's better with our hands. The 6th level zombie with red eyes did not dodge, but raised his right arm to take the sharp blade. Bang! Bang! When the two came into contact, there was a sound of golden swords colliding. The Xuan mad knife, which could easily cut through the wall, only cut into the 6th level forearm for a few centimeters at this moment, and then stopped the attack. Chapter 382, seeing the hero's nameplate again. Without the time to draw out the mad knife, Han Feng directly reached out and pulled out the 3-edged military dagger, and stabbed it fiercely at the chest of the level 6 zombie. Ah! Han Feng screamed in his mouth. This stab, Han Feng almost put all his strength into it. Bang! The sharp tip of the 3-edged military dagger stabbed the back of the level 6 zombie. The whole 3-edged military dagger hit the level 6 zombie's heart and pierced through it. For a dead person. Is it that serious? The Holy Lord asked leisurely through the body of the level 6 zombie. You deserve to die. Han Feng stared fiercely at the eyes of the level 6 zombie and spoke word by word. Ha ha. I deserve to die? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the Holy Lord seemed to have heard a very funny joke and laughed up to the sky. That's right. You deserve to die. Give me Wei Yin back. After shouting this, Han Feng released his hand holding the three-edged military bayonet and pulled out the mad knife with both hands. Then, the blade circled around his body and chopped down with power. Shwa! When the mad knife chopped down diagonally, the level 6 zombie did not dodge or evade, and still kept laughing wildly. Bang! The force sank. The heavy blade landed. This slash not only split half of the level 6 zombie's body, but also split a bottomless gap in the ground. Who? Bang! The two halves of the 6th level zombie fell to the ground one after another. I have to say, you are really much stronger now. The 6th level zombie, with half of its head and chest, lay on the ground, looking at Han Feng with pity. I will find you and kill you with my own hands. Han Feng left 2 bloody tears in his eyes. After saying that, he held up a knife and walked slowly towards the remains of the 6th level zombie. I'll wait for you. But before that, I will give you some compensation. You just wait and sign for it, haha. Shwa. After the 6th level zombie finished speaking, a gust of knife wind attacked its neck. Ding. Han Feng cut off the head of the 6th level zombie and supported his swaying body with a single sword. Staring at the ball-like head, Han Feng noticed that it still maintained a playful smile before dying. After releasing the blood rage, Han Feng staggered a few steps. But fortunately, with the help of the snow-drinking mad blade, he was able to stabilize. Adjusting his breathing, Han Feng quietly recovered his strength. After a few minutes, Han Feng put the mad blade back into the scabbard on his back. Conveniently, he also pulled out the three-edged military bayonet inserted in the body and put it back. After doing all this, Han Feng walked towards the supply box. Putting his hand on the supply box, Han Feng whispered, "Open." Ding. A crisp and pleasant sound rang out, and one side of the supply box opened in response. Congratulations to Team Han for winning the Terminator. Listening to the stereotyped congratulations, Han Feng curled his lips. His heart was calm. Start the follow-up protection mode. 2 orders came down in succession, and the Terminator's eyes flashed red and began to move. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng stared at the supply box and made a puzzled sound. When the Terminator walked out of the supply box and took down the black Gatling, Han Feng was suddenly attracted by a small metal box. Since it was afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. This small metal box was refracted by the bright light, and the dazzling light made it difficult for Han Feng not to notice it. Raising his blood-stained hand, Han Feng took out the metal box. Frowning and looking around, he felt more and more familiar. Han Feng couldn't think of what it was for a moment, and contacted Luna in his mind and said, "Luna, what is this thing?" "Congratulations, Captain Han. You have triggered the hidden way to obtain the supply box. The metal box in your hand is also one of the supply boxes." "So lucky?" Holding the metal box, Han Feng's brows relaxed, and he was secretly glad. "Yes, Captain Han. The probability of this box is only 0.1%. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng thought of the Red Alert game, where a new supply box might appear next to you after you touch a supply box. In the real world, supply boxes will not appear out of thin air without radar scanning. Box may be a disguised compensation for this mechanism. After figuring this out, Han Feng nodded and continued, "Then open it." Ding. The pleasant crisp sound came again. Congratulations to Captain Han for obtaining the Hero Unit Soldier nameplate. As soon as Luna's congratulations fell, Han Feng's eyes widened in surprise. With slightly trembling hands, Han Feng looked down at the metal box. I said why it looked so familiar. Back then Tanya was summoned by this heroic soldier nameplate. Opening the metal box, Han Feng took out the necklace inside. This metal plate was extremely smooth, with no markings on either the front or the back. Elite combat soldier? Because there was no mark, Han Feng could only guess. Report to Captain Han. Unknown. Head grinning, Han Feng chuckled and said, "Then summon it." "Sorry, Captain Han. You can't summon a hero-level soldier now." "Huh? Why? Instructions for summoning a hero-level character. I heroic soldier nameplate. 2. You cannot summon a hero-level character within 24 hours of receiving the hero soldier nameplate. 3. Summoning a hero-level character requires 10,000 gold coins. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng also remembered that summoning Tanya seemed so troublesome at that time. Han Feng had no choice but to put the hero nameplate necklace in his pocket and wait until this time tomorrow to summon it. For this reason, Han Feng also took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After taking another look around, Han Feng fixed his eyes on the head of the 6th level zombie. I'll wait. After saying this silently, Han Feng walked towards the off-road vehicle. In the evening, before 8 o'clock, Han Feng returned to the zinc mine. After taking a shower, Han Feng lay on the bed and sucked the nutrient paste. For some reason, the words of the Holy Lord at that time suddenly echoed in his mind. I'll wait for you. But before that, I will give you some compensation. You just wait quietly for the signature, haha. Compensation, signature? Holding the nutrient paste in his mouth, Han Feng repeated these 2 words. No need to think. This compensation must be an unexpected disaster. Could it be that the Holy Lord will occupy other people's bodies? For example, possess Lu Rui? Or Lu Zhuwei Peng? As soon as this thought came to mind, Han Feng immediately shook his head. It doesn't seem like, because more than half a year has passed since Lin Lan was possessed. During this period of time, the Holy Lord has always wanted to mess with himself, but has not occupied other people's bodies. The reason is nothing more than that the Holy Lord cannot control multiple people. Otherwise, when he was the weakest, why didn't the Holy Lord take advantage of the victory, and then control other people? If you want to play with yourself, wouldn't it be better to control Wei Yun? Cut off this idea. Han Feng began to think again. This compensation. Will it be a new wave of zombies? Thinking of this, Han Feng slowly tightened his brows. Very likely. Narrowing his eyes, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system, observing that the number in the gold coin column was more than 1.1 million. Luna. Summon 100, no. 200 Navy SEALs. Report to Captain Han. Summon 200 Navy SEALs. 1 million gold coins are required. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. 100 Navy SEALs are being summoned. Please wait. After listening to Luna, Han Feng felt relieved. To deal with the zombies like a tide, the point kill of the Navy SEALs is particularly targeted. 101-star Navy SEALs, facing a large number of zombies, is definitely the strongest wall. Level 4 and 5 zombies? Haha. For prison tanks are not decorations. As for the level 6 zombies, they are nothing more than that under my blood rage. Besides, level 6 zombies are a minority among the minority after all. The last time I turned on the radar scan, I killed the only 3 within a radius of 500 kilometers. So, there is nothing to be afraid of. And, Han Feng sat up from the bed with a cold snort. Since I don't understand what it means, then ask this holy master in person. Tanya, bring Lin Lan up. Okay. Right away. After Tanya responded, Han Feng got up and put on his clothes. Knock. 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 In less than a minute, Tanya, carrying the limp Lin Lan, knocked on Han Feng's bedroom door. Come in. After getting permission to enter, Tanya pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. Just throw it on the ground. I have something to ask her. Looking at Tanya, Han Feng pointed at the ground. Gudong. Following Han Feng's order, Tanya threw Lin Lan on the ground and turned to leave. When leaving, Tanya did not forget to close the door of Han Feng's bedroom. Silence. After Tanya left, the room fell into silence. Lin Lan, with disheveled hair, raised her stubborn head and stared at Han Feng. Han Feng, with a cold look in his eyes, sat on the bed, also staring at Lin Lan's eyes. Let the Holy Lord talk to me. After a while, Han Feng took the lead in breaking the silence and spoke. Ha ha. You are out of options. Right? Lin Lan smiled, then looked at Han Feng with compassionate eyes and said, It's been so long, and you still haven't found the Holy Lord. Your ability is really weak. Ha ha. Looking at Lin Lan expressionlessly, Han Feng repeated, Let the Holy Lord talk to me. You are dreaming. Don't even think about it. You are a waste. Pursing his lips, Han Feng felt that his patience was about to run out. I'll say it one last time. Let the Holy Lord talk to me. Based on the original intention of peace is the most precious. Han Feng said it for the third time. Hee. If I really don't come out, will you kill her? Suddenly, Lin Lan's tone and eyes changed. And he sneered and continued, I guess not, because for so long, you have no intention of taking her life except for imprisoning her. But you still came. Hearing the tone that was different from Lin Lan's, Han Feng knew that this was the Holy Lord. Chapter 383, The Lord's Compensation. I'm curious. What's the point of keeping her? You know she's mine. But you don't kill her. Why is that? Looking at Han Feng's eyes with interest, the Lord continued, Haha, I know. I know. You are still soft-hearted. Tell me. What do you want me to do? Tell me quickly. I'm very busy. After a long speech, Lin Lan lay down and no longer struggled to get up like before. This afternoon, you said you would give me a compensation. What is it? Haha, you can't wait? As he spoke, Lin Lan, who was lying on the ground, smiled and trembled. You are such a trouble. You have such a low sense of humor? You can't say anything without laughing. Right? Tired of the endless laughter of the Holy Lord, Han Feng wanted to destroy Lin Lan's vocal cords. But after thinking carefully, if he really destroyed Lin Lan's vocal cords, then the next question would be out of his reach. Swoosh. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the belt placed aside suddenly moved. Then, a silver wing cut through the air and attacked his neck with a sound of breaking wind. Seeing this, Han Feng immediately used telekinesis to control the silver wing. Buzz. In midair, the silver wing kept trembling, bringing bursts of buzzing sounds. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Lin Lan gave up the control of the silver wing and praised Han Feng generously. After using telekinesis to return the silver wing to its original position, Han Feng realized that he had made an extremely stupid mistake. That is Lin Lan. She is also a telekinetic superpower. Letting Tanya take care of Lin Lan really looks safe on the surface. If Lin Lan randomly hides a nail during the supervision, then after Tanya is fixed, she may die because of this order at that time. I taste the emotion of fear from your eyes looking at Han Feng. Saint Lord continued, Can you tell me what you are afraid of? Ha ha ha. Ha ha, it's better if you don't say anything. Seeing that Han Feng didn't say anything, the Holy Lord didn't ask any more questions. Oh, by the way, you just asked me, what is compensation? Right? Suddenly, the Holy Lord changed the subject and brought up the question from dozens of seconds ago. What compensation do you want? The Holy Lord glanced at Han Feng's bedroom and continued, Don't be afraid, tell me. What compensation do you want? I want you to die. These 4 short words expressed what Han Feng was thinking. Haha, this joke is not funny at all. After speaking, the Holy Lord pretended to be in deep thought and continued, I guess, you want Wei Yun to come back to you. Right? After the Holy Lord finished speaking, Han Feng silently clenched his fists. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. After the Holy Lord finished speaking, Lin Lan's body slowly floated in the air. Seeing this, Han Feng wanted to get up and do something, but found that he couldn't move. Don't worry. Your Wei Yun will be back to you soon. Ha 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 ha. The Holy Lord's evil laughter gradually became louder in Han Feng's ear. You? The next moment, Han Feng felt his consciousness gradually becoming hazy and illusory. Hi, Brother Han. Wei Yun's voice sounded behind him. Han Feng turned his head and looked at Wei Yun's innocent and lovely smile. The corners of his mouth also rose unconsciously. Wei Yun exhaled a breath of air that condensed into mist in the air, and then said, Brother Han? It's really cold outside. After Wei Yun finished speaking, Han Feng glanced around and said, It's quite cold. Let's go back. Okay, the rice is still hot in the pot. Are you hungry? Holding Han Feng's arm, Wei Yun continued, By the way, Brother Han, we still have enough rice and flour, but not much canned food. When you are free, go find some and bring it back. Okay. Leave it to me, Han Feng said lovingly, scratching Wei Yun's nose with his index finger. When the two entered the color steel room, Han Feng subconsciously turned his head and looked back. For some reason, the white zinc mine, at this time, there was a sense of illusion. After lunch, Han Feng and Wei Yun returned to the bedroom to rest. On the other side of the bedroom, Wei Peng was typing on the keyboard, mumbling that the game was difficult, and he hadn't finished it for several days. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Wrapping himself in a thin blanket, Han Feng lay down and said, "Okay, you go to sleep first." After watching Han Feng finish speaking with a smile, Wei Yun raised his head and said to the obsessed Wei Peng, "Xiao Peng, your brother Han is going to take a nap. You should keep your voice down." "Oh, I know. Sister, I'll be able to pass the level soon." Wei Peng bared his teeth, looking like he would not give up until he passed the level. On the bed, Han Feng closed his heavy eyes, wondering when he would have the habit of taking a nap. "Forget it. I'm too sleepy." "No matter." After a while, Han Feng's breathing gradually became even, and he fell into a sweet dream. When Han Feng opened his eyes again, the sky had begun to darken. "How long have I slept? It's almost dark." After saying that, Han Feng propped himself up, picked up the phone on the bedside table, and turned on the screen. "Oh my god! It's so late!" 20:36. Seeing the time on the screen, Han Feng hurriedly got up. Wei Yun. Wei Yun. In the dim room, Han Feng looked around but didn't see Wei Yun. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Han Feng walked out of the bedroom. "Brother-in-law, are you awake?" Han Feng ran into Wei Peng, who was going upstairs. Come on, my sister has prepared the meal and is waiting for you." After saying that, Wei Peng pulled Han Feng's arm and dragged him to the restaurant downstairs. In the restaurant, everyone gathered. Brother Han, sit down. Gui Yongqing, holding a plate, walked out of the kitchen and greeted Han Feng when he saw him. "Oh," scratching the back of his head, Han Feng walked to a seat. "Today, why do I feel a little different?" "But what is different?" Han Feng kept scanning the surroundings, but couldn't find anything unusual. After dinner, Han Feng went downstairs alone with a cigarette in his mouth for a walk. "What's wrong with me?" After walking for a while, Han Feng felt a little tired. Frowning, Han Feng was a little surprised at himself. After the walk, Han Feng returned to the bedroom. On the bed, Wei Yun smiled and said, "Go take a shower." "Okay." Seeing this, Han Feng threw away his doubts, quickly took off his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. Coming out of the bathroom, Han Feng saw Wei Yun lying on the bed, with only a small head sticking out. Hey, the big bad wolf is coming." Han Feng made claws with his hands and flew towards Wei Yun. Staring at Wei Yun's shy face, Han Feng gently lifted the quilt. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked inside the quilt, but fearing that he would not pass the interrogation, he retracted his gaze. In the following time, a self-evident scene was staged, until Han Feng was exhausted. He stopped. The next morning, Han Feng woke up first. He opened his eyes and felt the warmth beside him. Glancing sideways, Lin Lan? In an instant, all the lost memories were awakened. Staring with extremely panicked eyes, Han Feng dared not move. I slept. Lin Lan? His mind was full of this sentence. And Lin Lan was still asleep at this time and had not woken up. Panicked, Han Feng looked around and saw an empty syringe next to the bed. Gene Rapid Recovery Potion. Who injected Lin Lan with the recovery potion? Wait. Yesterday evening, after Tanya left, the Holy Lord descended. It turns out, this compensation is Lin Lan? Who? Supporting his body, Han Feng kept taking deep breaths. When did this happen? Why did I inject Lin Lan with a recovery potion? Why did I let Lin Lan get on the bed? Why? Frowning, Han Feng tried his best to recall everything that happened after the Holy Lord left. But he couldn't remember anything. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng gave up the struggle of recalling. Raising his head, Han Feng looked at Lin Lan in front of him. Her long eyelashes trembled, as if she was experiencing something in her dream. On her jade-white shoulders, her black and beautiful hair was spread out. It seems Lin Lan took a bath yesterday. What the hell am I thinking? Covering his forehead, Han Feng asked himself self-blamingly. Lin Lan muttered in her throat. Then, Lin Lan turned over, and a long, smooth, white leg stretched out from the quilt. Clamping the quilt, looking at Lin Lan's sudden movement, Han Feng was actually about to make a defensive move. Looking at him, he seemed to be scared. Gulp. Looking at the long legs, Han Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. On this leg, Han Feng saw endless temptation. At the same time, Han Feng noticed that there was no trace of fracture at Lin Lan's knee joint. This means that the Gene Rapid Recovery Potion helped her recover all the damage. Why? At this moment, Han Feng thought of Wei Yun. For a moment, regret filled Han Feng's heart. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! What a coincidence! At this moment, the alarm of the mobile phone rang very appropriately. Turning his eyes, Han Feng stared at the time bomb beside Lin Lan. The telekinesis was quickly activated, and Han Feng's finger pressed the pause button. The air fell into silence again. But when Han Feng's eyes returned to Lin Lan's face, he found that Lin Lan had opened his eyes. Looking at Lin Lan, who had just woken up and had a confused look, Han Feng used his telekinesis to activate the silver shuttle, silver wings, and blood needles on his belt. Once Lin Lan showed any unusual movements, she would be attacked by a storm. Looking at Lin Lan, she opened her eyes and adjusted for a few seconds. During this time, she remained in a posture of not waking up, without moving. Then, Lin Lan turned her eyes and looked at Han Feng, who was half naked. Her eyes finally fixed on the quilt that Han Feng propped up with his body and was half suspended in the air. Huh? Han Feng slapped the quilt down with his palm, blocking Lin Lan's sight. What do you want to do? Holy Lord. Chapter 384. Lin Lan returns. Han Feng blushed and broke the silence first. But he didn't know where to start, so he said this out of the blue. After Han Feng finished speaking, Lin Lan frowned. Without replying immediately, Lin Lan, who was lying on the bed, gently lifted the quilt with his hands and slowly looked down. Huh? Instantly, Lin Lan quickly covered the quilt and looked up at Han Feng with panic. Just like Han Feng a few minutes ago, Lin Lan's mind was also in a state of confusion. Don't pretend. Holy Lord. Han Feng was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and asked again with confidence. What Holy Lord? Lin Lan asked back with a disordered breath. What the hell is going on? You are? After a few seconds, Han Feng looked at Lin Lan and murmured. Why am I here? Lin Lan did not answer Han Feng's question directly, but changed the subject and asked. I don't know. You don't know? Yes. I don't know. Faced with such an awkward atmosphere, Han Feng was also angry when asked. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Lan hugged his head and screamed miserably. Luna! Eye of God! Okay. Captain Han. The Eye of God is opening. Please wait. Buzz? Outside the bedroom, Han Feng's vision descended. As soon as Lin Lan opened his mouth, Han Feng knew that this scream would spread to every corner of the Color Steel house. In order to observe the intruders at the first time, Han Feng deliberately expanded his vision to the outside of the door. As expected, as soon as the scream ended, it attracted everyone. The first person to appear outside the door was Tanya, who acted quickly. Seeing Tanya, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and then ordered Tanya. Don't let anyone in without my order. I know. Captain Han. After receiving the order, Tanya said sternly. Huh? With a quiet sigh, Han Feng closed the Eye of God. When his sight returned to the present, Han Feng saw Lin Lan struggling and rolling due to the severe pain. The quilt and pillow were all pulled to the ground by Lin Lan. On the messy bed sheet, Lin Lan. Use your imagination. I'm afraid of 404 if you write it out. Luna. Detect Lin Lan's brain waves. What's wrong with her? Frowning, Han Feng hurriedly contacted Luna. Okay. Captain Han. The system is conducting a preliminary test on Lin Lan. Please wait. Brother Han. What's going on? As soon as Luna finished speaking, Lu Rui's voice watching the fun without minding the trouble rang out from outside the door. But at this time, Han Feng had no time to pay attention to him. Han Feng jumped off the bed and stared at Lin Lan intently. Is it a conspiracy? Is it a trick? Is it a fraud? What does she want to do? Is the headache caused by the evacuation of the Holy Lord? Or is it that Lin Lan's main personality launched a counterattack? In his mind, Han Feng kept guessing. After a few seconds, Lin Lan suddenly stopped moving. Lying on the bed, Lin Lan slowly put down his hands that were tightly covering his head. Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan's main personality has returned. The brain waves are now in a chaotic state and are recovering. During this gap, Luna gave a definite answer. Lin Lan is back. Swoosh. Lin Lan moved his body slightly, making a slight sound. You? Raising his head, Lin Lan looked at Han Feng at the end of the bed and wanted to say something. Put on your clothes first. After saying that, Han Feng found that he also felt a cool sensation on his body. Swoosh. The speed superpower was activated, and Han Feng rushed straight into the bathroom, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Due to the frequent activation of blood rage during this period, he prepared his own clean clothes in the bathroom. After dressing, Han Feng walked out of the bathroom slowly. As soon as he came out, Han Feng saw Lin Lan sitting by the bed. She was wearing the clothes that Wei Yun had left behind. I killed Wei Yun. Looking up, Lin Lan's eyes were red. The tone of her voice was also a little choked. Looking at Lin Lan's familiar face, Han Feng pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. In fact, Han Feng knew in his heart that Lin Lan was controlled by the Holy Lord. To put it bluntly, she was also a victim. But facing this murderer, Han Feng didn't know what to say for a while. Comfort her? But who can soothe the hatred in his heart? Continue to destroy her? But Lin Lan's main personality has returned, so there is no substantive meaning in doing so. Just let her go. But if the consciousness of the Holy Lord remains, wouldn't she become a time bomb that could explode at any time? It was me who killed Wei Yun. Twitching her lips, Lin Lan repeated it again. 2 tears slid down her face. From Lin Lan's expression, Han Feng read the word regret. Alas! With a sigh, Han Feng connected Tanya in his mind and said, Tanya, let them in. Squeak. After Han Feng gave the order, the door was pushed open. The first person to come in was Wei Peng. Murderer! You murderer! Give me my sister back. As expected, Wei Peng rushed up to Lin Lan as soon as he saw her, punching her hard. And Lin Lan sat on the bed motionless. Bang! Lin Lan was knocked down by a punch. Xiao Peng. Seeing Wei Peng was about to rush forward to attack, Han Feng stopped him. But how could Wei Peng, who was furious, give up revenge just because of Han Feng's words? There was no way. Facing the out-of-control Wei Peng, Han Feng could only use telekinesis. Tanya, take him out. Explain to him everything. Staring at Wei Peng, Han Feng said to Tanya in his mind. Yeah. In response, Tanya walked towards Wei Peng and took him away. Looking at the chaotic bedroom, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and murmured, Holy Lord, you are really capable. I'm really looking forward to what tricks you can play. After that, Han Feng pulled Lin Lan up and walked downstairs. Driving a multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng took Lin Lan to the base hospital. Before sending Lin Lan to the hospital, Han Feng said to her, You take care of it first. I have questions for you later. Okay. Squatting on the steps at the entrance of the hospital, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Smoking a cigarette, Han Feng looked into the distance. About half an hour later, Lin Lan walked out of the hospital. He looked up at the wounds that Lin Lan had sustained before. Most of them had disappeared at this time, and it was estimated that he would recover in a few days. Asked, As long as I know, I will tell you. Walking in front of Han Feng, Lin Lan looked apologetic. Where is the Holy Lord? Han Feng asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. I don't know. Then do you remember how you were controlled? After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng wanted to know the doubt that had puzzled him for half a year. I forgot. After a pause, Lin Lan continued, I remember that I was helping Wei Yun cook. And then it seemed that someone said something to me. Who? What did you say? I can't remember clearly. Looking at Lin Lan's reminiscing eyes, Han Feng knew that the 2 questions were invalidated. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng held his forehead and said, Forget it. Just say whatever you can remember. After that, Han Feng turned his eyes to the base that was still under repair. Following Han Feng's line of sight, Lin Lan also looked over. Sorry. It's okay. I didn't mean it. I know. Report to Team Han. A red alert soldier is being attacked. Suddenly, Han Feng heard Luna's report in his mind. Where? Who? Report to Captain Han. The red alert soldiers attacked were killed. Han Feng's question was not finished yet. Luna followed with the bad news. After hearing this, Han Feng quickly stood up, scaring Lin Lan in front of him. Who was killed? Where? Report to Captain Han. 2 one-star SEALs were killed. Location of death, east of the zinc mine. Distance, 50 kilometers. After listening to Luna's words, Han Feng frowned and thought. From Luna reporting the attack to him, it took only 2 or 3 seconds. 2 1-star seals were killed. Apart from the level 6 zombies, the only ones who can do this are the level 5 zombies. Moreover, a level 5 zombie cannot attack 2 seals at the same time. And Han Feng does not believe that these 2 seal elites would be stupid enough to stand together. So, in other words, the other side has more than 1 level 5 zombie. It can be seen from this, the zombies may be a group of waves again. And Han Feng also noticed that the east of the zinc mine, isn't that the direction of the city? What's wrong? Did something happen? Seeing Han Feng's strange expression, Lin Lan quickly guessed that something might have happened. An old friend is here. Han Feng clenched his fists and looked towards the zombies, and said in a low voice, "Need me? Get in the car." Han Feng interrupted Lin Lan. And after she got in the car, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the zinc mine. After parking the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng rushed upstairs. Where is the murderer? Where did you hide her? Pushing open the bedroom door, Wei Peng, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up and asked, looking at Wei Peng, who had a strange figure and slight scratches on his face. Han Feng knew Tanya had taken action. Now is not the time to discuss this matter. Let's discuss it when we are free. Pick up the 3-edged military bayonet and the leather scabbard of the snow-drinking mad blade. Han Feng put it on, while saying to Wei Peng, I can listen to you in everything, but only in this matter. Standing in front of Han Feng, Wei Peng growled stubbornly. If you don't want everyone to get into trouble, put away your temper first. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter, but not now. After Han Feng finished speaking, Wei Peng's body trembled slightly, as if he was trying to press something. Looking at Wei Peng, Han Feng activated his telekinesis, thinking that if he still blocked his way, he could only use telekinesis to imprison him first. Wei Peng, Suddenly, Lin Lan, who arrived later, stood at the door of the bedroom, looking at Wei Peng's back and wanted to say something. But unexpectedly, Wei Peng turned around suddenly, pointed at Lin Lan and roared angrily, Shut up. I don't allow you to call my name. You murderer. Gritting his teeth, every word seemed like a sharp knife piercing Lin Lan. Chapter 385. Farewell to the zombie tide. Maybe Han Feng is here. Although Wei Peng is extremely angry, he does not move. Wait for me to come back soon, Han Feng said softly, patting Wei Peng's shoulder gently. Stepping aside, Han Feng walked out of the bedroom. Sorry. Lin Lan said sorry to Wei Peng twice in a row, and then caught up with Han Feng and asked, What happened? Seeing that Han Feng did not respond, Lin Lan asked again, What happened? Behind Han Feng, Lin Lan looked at the weapons on his body, thinking that something big must have happened. I'll go with you. Lin Lan volunteered without waiting for Han Feng to answer. No need. You stay here and wait for me. Walking to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Boom, squeak. Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and then stepped on the brake, because Han Feng suddenly thought, Wei Peng is still here. If Lin Lan is caught alone, Lin Lan will definitely not fight back because of guilt. In order to maintain internal peace, Han Feng lowered the window, looked at Lin Lan behind the car and said, Get in the car. In this way, Han Feng took Lin Lan out of the zinc mine. And this scene happened to be seen by Wei Peng upstairs. Where are we going? On the way. Lin Lan looked at Han Feng and asked, Clean up the debris. Staring at the road ahead, Han Feng said coldly. After Han Feng finished speaking, Lin Lan turned around and searched inside the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. What are you looking for? Are there any weapons that are handy? After explaining, Lin Lan pointed his finger at the weapons behind Han Feng, pursing his lips as if waiting for something. Will you use the 3-edged military bayonet? Yes. When Lin Lan heard Han Feng say this, his eyes instantly revealed an expression of surprise. Listening to Lin Lan's excited voice, Han Feng suddenly thought of Lin Lan's other identity, the chief instructor of the special police of Inem province. How can a qualified instructor not know how to use a 3-edged military bayonet? It's redundant to ask this question. Take it. Driving the car, Han Feng turned his eyes to Lin Lan and said, Thank you. Lin Lan propped up her body, knelt on the seat, and reached out to pull out the 2 3-edged military bayonets behind Han Feng. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Feng saw Lin Lan's smiling face, and somehow felt that she was a little different from half a year ago. Less sharp, more gentle. Heh. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly laughed out loud, thinking that she might be like this because of guilt. What are you laughing at? I know how to use the three-edged military dagger. Really? Holding the three-edged military dagger in both hands, Lin Lan was admiring it when he heard laughter beside him. He mistakenly thought that Han Feng laughed at him because he was afraid that he couldn't play it well. No. I'll give you a few more telekinetic weapons. After denying it, Han Feng remembered that Lin Lan was also a telekinetic superpower. When he was fighting a battle later, this crazy knife would be enough for him. If he used telekinetic weapons at the same time, he would be distracted. In order to maximize benefits, Han Feng temporarily decided to give half of the silver shuttle and silver wing to Lin Lan. As for the blood needle, Han Feng didn't dare to hand it over easily. Just in case the Holy Lord temporarily controls Lin Lan again. Then the blood needle in his hand is the only way to seal Lin Lan. What telekinetic weapon? Hearing that there is a new weapon, Lin Lan put down the three-edged military bayonet in his hand and asked curiously. Han Feng's telekinesis hooked a silver wing, and a silver shuttle came out of his belt, hanging in the multifunctional infantry vehicle. Han Feng said, "It is such a telekinetic weapon. This is the silver wing, and this is the silver shuttle. The silver wing is extremely sharp. Below level 4, including level 4 zombies, a light scratch on the neck will kill them. The silver shuttle has sharp ends. If you encounter a thick skin, use the threaded end to attack. Insert them into the body. Control them to rotate, and they will go deep into the zombie body." In order to make Lin Lan understand thoroughly, Han Feng did not hesitate to explain it again. Wow, so powerful. Reaching out and pinching the silver shuttle and silver wings, Lin Lan looked at them carefully. If you encounter a large number of zombies later, you will be responsible for cleaning up the small bastards. Leave those things that are not easy to die to me. Paying attention to the road, Han Feng's tone was a little cold. Zombies? Are zombies surrounding us? After Han Feng finished speaking, Lin Lan analyzed it a little and understood what he would face next. Yeah. Han Feng nodded gently and stopped talking. 2.5 hours later, it was almost noon, and Han Feng arrived near the front where the Navy SEALs were attacked. Here, Han Feng could vaguely hear the roars of zombies. Stopping the car, Han Feng looked at the woods not far in front of the car. Although there were many trees in the woods, Han Feng still saw a large number of zombies through the gaps in the tree trunks. Luna. God's Eye. Okay. Captain Han. God's Eye is opening. Please wait. Buzz. The next second, Han Feng's vision opened above the woods. After God's Eye looked at the woods for a few seconds, Han Feng's mouth curled up. Here. Some warmth for you. With a devilish smile, Han Feng reached out and lifted a red cover inside the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. The cover was lifted, revealing the launch button inside. Aiming at the location where the most zombies were just confirmed, Han Feng pressed the button. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Above the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, in the rocket launcher nest, 9 anti-aircraft missiles were fired at the same time. There was a deafening whistle. Through the windshield of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng saw a group of missiles spraying surging tail flames, throwing a perfect parabola towards the woods. Boom! 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 The next moment, the woods seemed to be celebrating the new year, with countless explosions. Again! Han Feng licked his lips, and said, while adjusting the rocket launch nest on top of the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Duh. The button was pressed. Whoosh. Just like before. 9 anti-aircraft missiles came out in full force, flying towards another zombie gathering place. Boom. Boom. Hearing the pleasant explosions, Han Feng smiled from ear to ear. And more. Amid the explosions, Han Feng said excitedly. Then he adjusted the attack angle of the rocket launch nest again, and pressed the launch button for the 3rd time. Whoosh. The multi-purpose infantry vehicle vibrated. For Han Feng, this was simply the most wonderful massage in the world. Boom. Boom. When the 3rd cluster explosion ended, the multi-purpose infantry vehicle's 18 anti-aircraft missiles were all used up. After a pause, Han Feng pushed open the door and stepped out with a knife. On the other side, Lin Lan got out of the car with a 3-edged military bayonet in both hands. Around her, there were 5 silver shuttles and 5 silver wings. Swoosh. Who? Without any opening remarks, Han Feng directly activated his speed superpower and rushed straight towards the zombie group. With the whistling sound of the wind around Han Feng, he rushed to the front of the zombie group in just a few seconds. Han Feng leaped into the zombies. Telekinesis. Start. Zheng. Xiao. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, 5 silver shuttles and 5 silver wings emerged from his waist. Swoosh. Under the reflection of the afternoon sun, the 10 telekinetic weapons flashed with a hint of cold light, and in the blink of an eye they rushed towards the zombies closest to them. Swish. Swish. Bang. Swish. The improved silver shuttles and silver wings not only became harder, but also much sharper. The silver wings, as thin as cicada wings, treated the zombies' neck bones as nothing. After smoothly sliding over the neck, they slid towards the next lucky player without slowing down. And the silver shuttle was even more simple and crude. Like a large sniper bullet, it hit the zombie's head directly. Bang! Chi! With a sound, the zombie's head shattered like a watermelon. Humph. After landing, Han Feng snorted coldly. Then, he scanned the entire scene, just to find the highest level zombies. Luna. God's Eye. Due to too many tree trunks, Han Feng's sight was blocked. In order to expand his field of vision, Han Feng decided to observe with God's Eye again. Report to Captain Han. God's Eye is starting. Please wait. Buzz. Luna's voice just fell. Han Feng's vision suddenly opened above the woods. Found you. The moment he gained a new vision, Han Feng noticed that there was a level 5 zombie 100 meters in front of him. Swoosh. Holding the snow-drinking mad knife, Han Feng activated his speed superpower and rushed forward with a trail of afterimage. Huh. Located behind the level 5 zombie, Han Feng raised the mad knife with both hands. But at this moment, how is your new Wei Yun? Hearing this, Han Feng stopped the mad knife in his hand that was about to chop down. Don't say I didn't take care of you. This compensation is not something that everyone can afford, haha. After hearing this, Han Feng turned the mad knife in his hand and placed it between himself and the level 5 zombie and said, Then I really have to thank you for returning Lin Lan. Haha. You're welcome. Waving his hand, the Holy Lord looked at Han Feng and continued, From now on, you have to be on guard day and night. At the same time, don't you think your team is a bit solid? Haha. After laughing, the Holy Lord was in high spirits and added playfully, Unless you kill her in this way, you can eliminate the trouble forever. What do you think? My suggestion is good, right? Ha. Swish. Schwa. Before the Holy Lord finished speaking, Han Feng slashed with his knife. The body was separated. The figure and expression of the level 5 zombie were both frozen at the moment of laughing. You want to take care of my family affairs, so I won't bother you. After a cold snort, Han Feng turned around and moved to avoid the swarm of zombies. Ah! Ha! Just as he landed in the open space, Han Feng was attracted by Lin Lan's sonorous tone. Turning his sight, Han Feng saw 2 3-edged military spears in Lin Lan's hands, playing with great vigor. Pick, press, stab, block. The combo changes give people an endless feeling. Looking at Lin Lan's side, 10 telekinetic weapons are like poisonous snakes waiting for an opportunity. They were still dormant in the previous second, and suddenly stabbed out in the next moment, taking their lives. Retracting his gaze, Han Feng nodded gently, and at the same time thought that Lin Lan was still very fast in adapting to new weapons. Chapter 386. Back to the defense base. Roar! A roar of a level 4 zombie came from behind. Han Feng did not look back, but thrust out a silver shuttle. From the perspective of God's Eye, Han Feng continued to scan the entire forest, except for the densely packed low-level zombies. Han Feng did not see any other level 5 zombies. Tisk, just these scums. You want to attack the city? With a contemptuous word, Han Feng's heart was in a state of victory. He felt that even sending out the Navy SEALs was a bit wasteful. In the zombie group, Han Feng strolled leisurely among them. For these low-level zombies, Han Feng was too lazy to take action, and used telekinetic weapons to harvest them instead. 100 meters in the sky, Han Feng's other vision was also monitoring the whole scene. Today, looking at these horrible corpses, Han Feng only felt a little trouble. With a new telekinetic weapon, it is only a matter of time to sweep these trash fish. A few minutes later, under the wanton slaughter of Han Feng and Lin Lan. The whole forest seemed to be drenched in dirty blood. Blood and flesh are like soil, and broken bones are like branches. With every step, there are strands of mucus under the feet. The crunching sound is not only annoying, but the stench in the air is even more disgusting. Fighting in this environment, even Han Feng, who has been on the battlefield for a long time and is used to seeing blood, can't help but hold his nose. There was also a frown between his eyebrows. After clearing all the zombies within 100 meters, Han Feng stopped to think. The Holy Lord knew that using such zombies to attack the city was equivalent to giving him experience and gold coins for nothing. Even if the number of zombies multiplied several times, it would only waste his mental energy and time. At worst, even if he was too busy, he could ask the combat laboratory to make more telekinetic weapons. With Lin Lan, it would be easy to use 100 telekinetic weapons. What is he trying to do? Han Feng frowned and kept thinking in his heart. Roar! While Han Feng was thinking, more zombies roared and rushed over 100 meters away. It's really annoying. With a low kiss, Han Feng activated his super speed ability again and rushed towards the zombies. Han Feng, who only controlled 10 telekinetic weapons, consumed his mental power faster than it could be replenished. With this kind of fighting style, the final result would be that Han Feng couldn't stand the sleepy feeling. Mixed in the zombies, Han Feng felt more and more strange. There were no high-level zombies sitting in the crowd, and he didn't activate the blood rage to bless his combat power. Is the Holy Lord playing like this? Is he just looking for trouble? But it shouldn't be. It must be. I must have missed something. Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Besiege way to save Zhao? Fight in a round? While slaughtering? Han Feng pondered the Lord's intention. But no matter how Han Feng thought, even if he stood in the Lord's perspective, he could not explain the Lord's purpose. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. While Han Feng was still thinking, the phone in his shirt pocket suddenly rang for no reason. As soon as he heard the ringtone, Han Feng knew it must be the mysterious girl calling. Without thinking, Han Feng took out his phone and pressed the call button. Hello little brother, what are you doing? As soon as he picked up the phone, the mysterious girl's playful voice came from the receiver. Busy. What's up? Han Feng, who didn't care about arguing with the mysterious girl, said straight to the point. You sound so cold. Don't you miss me? The mysterious girl paused and asked listlessly. Just tell me what's up. I'm busy cleaning up the trash. Holding the phone, Han Feng still had the same tone. TSK cleaning up the trash after saying it with a disgusted tone. The mysterious girl continued. Go back to your base first, huh? Why do you say that? What's wrong with the base? When Han Feng heard the mysterious girl say this, his heart clicked. He thought, could it be? Something happened to the base again? No. No. I just want you to go back to the base. Holding the phone, Han Feng was silent for a few seconds, then said, Where are you? The base. Beep beep beep. Fuck. Uncle. Han Feng hadn't finished asking when the mysterious girl hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Han Feng was so angry that he jumped up and cursed. Who? Ugh. Putting the phone in his pocket, Han Feng took a deep breath. He wanted to calm down, but he didn't expect to be nauseated by the pungent smell of blood, and almost vomited the blood. After a few seconds, Han Feng decided to give up this wave of sniping and go back first, because every time the mysterious girl tipped him off, something happened. This time, she even gave the coordinates of the base directly. Maybe the Holy Lord will come to steal the house. Lin Lan, go home. Turning his head, Han Feng yelled and prepared to evacuate here. Okay. 100 meters away. Lin Lan responded. A minute later, Han Feng and Lin Lan sat back in the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Looking at Lin Lan, who was covered in blood, Han Feng asked, Are you not injured? No. 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 Waving his hand, Lin Lan continued, How can I get injured in such a battle? Then, Lin Lan took out 2 triangular military bayonets and put them in his hands to examine them. This triangular military bayonet is really a good thing. Much better than what I used before. Listening to Lin Lan's words, Han Feng nodded and said nothing more. Not long after, Han Feng drove the multi-purpose infantry vehicle back to the zinc mine. Get off the car. You go up and wash first. I'll do something else. After speaking to Lin Lan, Han Feng contacted Tanya in his mind and said, You follow Lin Lan. And you decide to deal with any unusual movements yourself. Okay. I got it. After Tanya finished speaking, Lin Lan also got off the car. Watching Lin Lan walk into the color steel house, Han Feng stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the base. The real purpose of asking Tanya to guard Lin Lan was not to be afraid that she would turn against us, but to prevent Wei Peng from doing anything excessive. There is no way. Now there are external and internal troubles. Whatever happens can only be put aside for now. And deal with this annoying zombie type first. 3 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the base. After getting off the car, Han Feng looked at the base under repair and found nothing unusual. Turning around, Han Feng scanned the surroundings. Luna, is there anything unusual in the base? Han Feng, who saw nothing wrong, asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. Everything is normal at the base now. Frowning slightly, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Could it be that the time has not come yet? Luna, summon 24 magnetic infantrymen. Without any hesitation, Han Feng gave the order directly. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 24 magnetic infantry. 36,000 gold coins are required. Please confirm. Confirm the summon. Okay. Captain Han. 24 magnetic infantry are being summoned. Please wait. Luna, when the magnetic infantry comes out, immediately arrange them under the magnetic coils to increase the power and attack distance of the magnetic coils. That's right. Han Feng summoned the magnetic infantry for the purpose of strengthening the magnetic coils at this moment. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng scanned the 8 magnetic coils again until he confirmed that they were correct. Turning around, Han Feng was stunned. Taking a breath of cold air, Han Feng frowned and asked, Luna, last time Lin Lan and the level 6 zombies came here, did the defensive weapons attack? Report to Captain Han. The defensive weapons did not attack. Hearing this, Han Feng was so angry that he trembled all over. Why? The zombies walked in swaggeringly. There was no light prism tower, magnetic storm coil, sentry gun, machine gun bunker. Pointing at the defensive weapons one by one, Han Feng was so excited that he almost cursed. Report to Captain Han. It's like this. Under Han Feng's rage, Luna explained timidly, the level 6 zombies came with Lin Lan at that time. In the system security recognition, Lin Lan is not a threatening person. After hearing this, Han Feng became even more angry and questioned directly, what about the level 6 zombie? Is it also a non-threatening character? Report to Captain Han. The level 6 zombie followed Lin Lan in, and the system automatically thought they were together. Speaking here intermittently, Luna immediately changed her words. I'm sorry. Captain Han. This is my mistake. I didn't focus on the defense position at that time. Please punish me. Hearing Luna say this, Han Feng pursed his lips, trembled a few times, and finally didn't say anything. After a few seconds, remember, from now on, except for me, anyone who wants to enter the base defense line needs my approval. Okay. Captain Han. Then, Luna agreed readily, and then asked, what about Lu Rui? Lu Jia. Wei Peng. You can ask me anytime. The radar now covers an area of 500 kilometers. Such a long distance is definitely enough. After saying that, Han Feng felt something was wrong, and added, if I lose consciousness or cannot give a definite answer, Tanya will be responsible for entry and exit permits. Okay. Captain Han. I understand. After Han Feng finished speaking, his anger was mostly gone. Feeling that he was a little rude just now, Han Feng softened his tone and said, summon 10 more snipers. Let them occupy the high ground and keep an eye on the surroundings from now on. Report to Captain Han. Summoning 10 snipers, requiring 25,000 gold coins. Please confirm. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. 10 snipers are being summoned. Please wait. Luna finished speaking. Han Feng nodded, thinking that the arrangements were in place. Taking a break from his busy schedule, Han Feng took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Leaning against the wall of the building, Han Feng said with a cigarette in his mouth, Luna, open the God's vision. Okay. Captain Han. The God's eye is opening. Please wait. Buzz. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision opened high in the sky. At this position, Han Feng's vision has a very large range. But every time he scanned the surroundings, his brows would deepen. Because up to now, Han Feng has not observed anything that may threaten the base. Chapter 387, Natasha. Pursing his lips, Han Feng took out his phone and looked at the time, around 10 a.m. Looking up at the bright and clear sky, Han Feng played with the hero nameplate in his pocket and muttered, 6 more hours. Yes, in another 6 hours. Another mysterious hero-level soldier will appear. 5 minutes later. Pinching out his cigarette, Han Feng took a deep breath out of boredom. The nearest group of zombies was 50 kilometers away. They couldn't get through in a short time, even if the third-level zombies risked their lives to lead the charge. The bullets fired by the sniper would become a gully they could not cross. Oh, that's right. As soon as he thought of the sniper rifle, Han Feng immediately thought about whether there were enough sniper bullets. If there is not enough ammunition in a fight, it will be blind. Luna, make 100,000 sniper bullets. Report to Captain Han. Sniper bullets are mid-level ammunition. It takes 1,000 gold coins to make 100,000 sniper bullets. Please confirm the production. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. 100,000 sniper bullets are being made. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng added, snipers can pick up bullets by themselves. The 100,000 bullets will definitely not be used, and the rest will be placed in the ammunition depot for ready use at any time. Okay. Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng pondered for a few seconds. Now, both tank ammunition and soldier ammunition are fully prepared. In addition to sniper bullets for precision sniping, there are also thousands of Stinger missiles that can cover the firepower of heavy soldiers. This battle, no matter how the zombies fight, they have no chance of winning. Especially when 10,000 arrows are fired. No matter what level of zombies, they will not have a foothold. In this case, then what am I worried about? With a chuckle, Han Feng turned and walked into the nearest hospital. Sitting on a chair in the hospital lobby, Han Feng ordered Luna, send out all the police dogs to monitor the movements of the zombies. Okay. Captain Han. After arranging all this, Han Feng guarded his base with peace of mind. 2 hours later, Han Feng, feeling a little hungry, ordered a fish-flavored pork rice from the military camp. After eating, he continued to wait boredly. Luna, the movement of the zombies. This was the 6th time Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. The zombie swarm is still approaching slowly. Distance to the zinc mine, 40 kilometers. Oh, didn't see any level 6 zombies? Report to Captain Han. No. After updating the real-time battle report, Han Feng laid down on the chair in the row and waited. What on earth did this little girl want me to come back for? Staring at the ceiling of the hospital, Han Feng felt like he was about to get bored. Closing his eyes, Han Feng fell asleep before he knew it. Ding! Ding ding! Suddenly, several crisp sounds rang out. Swoosh! Whoosh! Han Feng, awakened by the sound, flew off his chair in an instant, and subconsciously dodged to the side. At the same time, his body also took an offensive posture, looking in the direction of the strange sound. Damn! It turned out to be a silver shuttle that slipped from his waist. When Han Feng confirmed the maker of the sound, he cursed inwardly. Who? Han Feng got up after exhaling a breath of foul air. He took out his cell phone to check the time. 4:30 p.m. Luna. I slept for so long? After a short nap, 4 hours had passed? Han Feng, somewhat surprised, could not help but ask Luna. Captain Han. Yes. Frowning, Han Feng asked, during my sleep. Was the base okay? Captain Han. Nothing unusual. That's good. Patting his chest, Han Feng felt relieved. What about the zombies? How are they moving? Captain Han. The zombie swarm has stopped approaching. Distance to zinc mine, less than 10 kilometers. Is it so close? Han Feng squinted and muttered to himself after hearing the news that the distance was less than 10 kilometers. Take out a cigarette and light it. Han Feng walked out of the hospital, feeling the cold wind blowing. Han Feng felt extremely cool at the moment. Luna. Summon hero-level soldiers? Since 24 hours have passed. If not now, when? Okay. Captain Han. Hero-level soldiers are being summoned. Please wait. As soon as Luna finished speaking, The Hero Soldier nameplate in Han Feng's hand disappeared instantly. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng happily waited for the legendary man, the elite combat soldier. After a few seconds, ding 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 ding, Han Feng heard a series of footsteps with his back to the hospital. But Han Feng frowned when he heard the footsteps. This sound is the sound of high heels. When he turned around hesitantly, Han Feng was still wondering if it was the footsteps of a nurse. But when Han Feng turned his body completely around, he was dumbfounded. A tall and hot beauty with shoulder-length golden hair stood in front of him. "Where is Boris, elite combat soldier?" Han Feng asked such a question subconsciously while staring at the beautiful woman who suddenly walked out. He? After Han Feng asked, the beauty smiled and laughed beautifully. Looking at her, Han Feng frowned and was speechless for a moment. "Report to the commander. Natasha Volkova, a special soldier of Sulian, reports to you." What? Hearing the beauty's introduction, Han Feng's eyes widened instantly. Subconsciously took a step back and shouted in horror. "Report to the commander. Natasha Volkova, a special soldier of Sulian, reports to you." Looking at Han Feng, who looked flustered, Natasha did not put down her saluting hand, but raised her voice and reported again. "Nah, Natasha?" Looking at the flaming red lips in front of him, Han Feng whispered in confusion, "Are you a hero-level soldier?" Following Han Feng's question, Natasha put down her hand and said, "Commander?" "Yes." Continuing to stare at Natasha, Han Feng's mind was in a mess. Who is Natasha? Where is my elite combat soldier Boris? Why is she a woman? In a trance? Han Feng took another half step back and said, Who are you?" "Commander, I am Natasha Volkova, a special soldier of the Soviet Union." Stop! Han Feng waved his hands hurriedly. After a pause, Han Feng sorted out his thoughts and asked, "Natasha? I have never heard of you." "You are Captain Han. Natasha Volkova is a combat hero of the Soviet Union." From Red Alert 3. Before Natasha spoke, Luna in Han Feng's mind explained first. Red Alert 3. Holding his forehead, Han Feng murmured, "No wonder I didn't know." Red Alert 3. I haven't played it. A few seconds later, Han Feng began to look at this different world character. It must be said that Natasha's appearance has a unique Russian style. High nose bridge, slender figure, and teasing eyebrows, revealing a spicy feeling. Look at Natasha's clothes. A nurse's uniform, and a pair of high heels? Looking at the ill-fitting clothes, Han Feng pointed and asked, "Where are your clothes?" "No clothes, I found this now." Wearing a nurse's uniform, Natasha continued while spinning. "Does it look good?" "Commander." Gulp. Han Feng was confused by Natasha's sudden appearance just now. And it was not until now that Han Feng came to his senses. Looking at Natasha's curvy figure, Han Feng swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Although the larger nurse's uniform could not perfectly set off Natasha's figure, even so, Natasha still showed the charm of an exotic beauty. "Where are your clothes?" Han Feng asked seriously after a few seconds. "When I came, I didn't have any clothes. I found this nurse's uniform in the dressing room. I know it doesn't fit." "Why? Is it particularly ugly?" Natasha explained and asked Han Feng. After Natasha finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly remembered when he summoned Tanya. Tanya also had no clothes. "Oh no. No. It's pretty. Pretty." After perfunctorily saying this, Han Feng suddenly remembered that Tanya was a Special Forces hero of the Allied Forces, and Natasha was a Special Forces hero of Su Lian. In the game, these two camps are dead enemies. Then, Tanya and Natasha, who is more powerful? As soon as this thought came up, Han Feng asked, "Tanya and you?" "Tanya?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Han Feng opened his mouth and read out Tanya's name, Natasha's face changed immediately. "Tanya is here too?" Looking at the stunned Han Feng, Natasha stepped forward and stared at Han Feng and asked, "What's going on? Why did Natasha's eyes suddenly become so terrifying? Where is Tanya?" The white woman. Seeing that Han Feng didn't speak, Natasha continued to ask, "Do you two have a grudge?" Han Feng couldn't help asking with a pout. "Haha, on the battlefield. I almost killed her several times." When asked by Han Feng, Natasha laughed. Hearing this tone, Tanya is not as good as Natasha? In a trance, Han Feng recalled Tanya's agile figure and sharp means in his mind. Commander, do you have a sniper rifle? Suddenly, Natasha's question brought Han Feng back to reality. What do you want the sniper rifle for? Han Feng asked subconsciously. To hit Tanya. Very, very concise. Natasha's answer was very concise. Ahem. After tidying up his voice, Han Feng said seriously, you two are my soldiers now. You are my left and right arms. You still use the sniper rifle to hit Tanya? No. TSK. Yes. Commander. Natasha sneered at Han Feng's order at first, then saluted and said yes the next second. Buzz. Han Feng had just finished lecturing when the roar of a car engine suddenly reached his ears. Sionpazi. Where are you? Tanya's voice arrived before she arrived. Chapter 388, Heroic Showdown. Bearskin? Looking at the approaching SUV, Han Feng frowned and muttered. Look! She provoked me first. Not me! Pushing aside Han Feng, who was blocking the way, Natasha walked down the steps of the hospital while forcing an explanation. Squeak! With a sudden brake, the SUV raised a flurry of snow and stopped dozens of meters in front of Natasha. Bang! Tanya got out of the car and closed the door with a muffled sound. Through the windshield of the SUV, Han Feng saw Lin Lan sitting in the passenger seat. So obedient, like a kitten. White lady. I finally see you here. Bearskin. Didn't you get enough last time? Suddenly, Tanya and Natasha's shouting and cursing drew Han Feng's attention again. Only then did Han Feng understand what Bearskin meant. Hey! Don't fight. Looking at the two people getting closer and closer, Han Feng reached out to stop them. Don't talk. Commander. I'm going to take good care of my sister today. You're talking nonsense. Call me sister and I won't beat you today. Report to Captain Han. Don't worry. They are fine. Just as Han Feng was about to say something else, Luna in his mind gave him a reassurance pill. Okay. But despite that, Han Feng knew in his heart that fists and feet have no eyes. What if the two really hit the vital parts of the human body? That's not a joke. Raising his legs to approach the two, Han Feng's eyes followed them closely. Telekinesis is also ready to start at any time. Once the situation exceeds his expectations, he will forcibly intervene in the two. You dared to come here without a gun. I really admire your courage. When the two stood face to face, Tanya took the lead. If I had a gun, this distance would be enough for me to kill you 3 times. White woman. Ha. It's a pity that you don't have a gun. Then you'll be beaten to a pulp. You idiot. Don't forget, I'm also a boxing champion. Come on. Ha. Hoorah. After the opening remarks, Tanya and Natasha instantly entered the fighting state. Tanya's figure is much smaller than Natasha's. Taking advantage of her figure, Tanya made a palm with her left hand and made a false move in front of Natasha. Natasha stared at the palm and stretched out her right arm to block it. At this moment, Tanya stepped to the side, slid to Natasha's left side, and threw the first punch at her left rib that was open for defense. After being hit, Natasha let out a short cry of pain. When Tanya was about to start the combo mode, Natasha returned to defend in time and blocked the next 4 attacks. It's my turn. Han Feng could see that Natasha was really angry. Natasha grabbed Tanya's right arm and pulled it towards her. She kicked Tanya in the face with a knee. If this move hits, Tanya's pretty face will be ruined. Telekinesis. Just when Han Feng was about to intervene forcibly, Tanya kicked her legs and lifted her body off the ground. In midair, Tanya used her right arm to pull her body out. Finally, she clamped Natasha's neck with a beautiful scissor kick. A decisive kill. Seeing this, Han Feng felt relieved, because once the scissor kick is formed, there is no solution, especially this move was made by Tanya. In less than 5 seconds, Natasha will fall. Even if Tanya does not rotate her legs to strangle Natasha, Natasha will not be able to bear the consequences of cerebral ischemia. But Han Feng's inner cheers just rose, and the situation changed suddenly. The two people who should have fallen to the ground were in a stalemate at this moment. Natasha used her strong core strength, relying only on the strength of her neck and right arm, to forcibly hang Tanya in midair. As an old rival, Natasha knew that in a few seconds, she would definitely lose. In order to escape, Natasha found an angle. At the moment of falling to the ground, she adjusted the angle, trying to make Tanya suffer a stronger impact. Seeing this, Tanya had to let go of the stranglehold. Good. What a clever escape trick. On the side, Han Feng cheered for Natasha in his heart. Hee hee. After escaping, Natasha's cheeks flushed. After laughing, she threw a hook at the unstable Tanya. Pa! Bang! The next few dozen seconds was a close combat between the two. Tanya, good at using various surprise attack techniques to kill. As they turned and moved, all their moves were life-threatening. Natasha was good at using heavy punches to attack quickly. The two fists attacked and defended, and the exchange was dazzling. From their fighting styles, Han Feng experienced Tanya's crispness and Natasha's ruthlessness. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battlefield was full of various whirring sounds. Both sides only kept the fighting field in a small space, and no one stepped out of this range. Gradually, Han Feng's worry slowly turned into appreciation. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng sat on the steps and quietly watched the two's fighting skills. More than 10 seconds later, ha! Natasha roared and punched out with her right fist. Looking at the fist, Tanya's eyes lit up. Catching Tanya's eyes, Han Feng thought, could she have another trick? The next second, Tanya gave the answer. Tanya quickly turned her fist into a claw and grabbed Natasha's fist. She jumped up and forcibly changed Natasha's attack. Yes, no one's arm can compete with the opponent's full body weight. Holding Natasha's anti-joint, Tanya laid down and pulled Natasha to be a pad. Cross-strangulation formed. Seeing this, Han Feng cheered again. This is a sure kill among sure kills. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he can't escape the helplessness of anti-joint. Pa pa pa. The next second after Tanya exerted her core strength, Natasha, who was in pain, slapped the ground with one hand, indicating surrender. Gently loosening the cross stranglehold, Tanya said proudly, "Call me sister. Otherwise I will beat you to death." "Let me go if you can." "Fight again." "Let me call you sister." "Haha, go to sleep. Dreams are all about dreams." "Okay. Don't surrender if you can." After Tanya said this, she straightened her waist and began to strangle with force. "Stop. Stop. Stop. Stop." Seeing this, Han Feng threw away the cigarette, and hurriedly got up and walked over. Halfway through, Han Feng ordered while walking, "Let go. Let go. You have already won. Why are you still so serious? I didn't lose. Let me get up. I can still fight." What surprised Han Feng was that Tanya hadn't said anything yet. But Natasha was quite stubborn. "Don't you listen to me? Let go." Han Feng ignored Natasha, but looked at Tanya, who was motionless, and said louder, "Remember? It was the commander who saved your life." After that, Tanya untied the cross stranglehold and let Natasha go. "I'll give you a favor this time since the commander said to stop. I won't hit you." Getting up and patting her tattered nurse uniform, Natasha said stubbornly. Han Feng looked at the two beauties quarreling, and felt that they were just two children. "Tanya, didn't I ask you to watch over Lin Lan? Why are you here?" "To prevent them from arguing." Han Feng asked first. "I feel like the bear is coming. Of course, I have to come over to welcome him," although she was joking. The look in Tanya's eyes when she looked at Natasha was not so cute. "Hey, are you sulking? Do you want to?" "Oh, I beg you to. Can you just be quiet?" Seeing that the battle was starting again, Han Feng begged for mercy with a bitter face. TSK. Humph. Neither of them was willing to give in, and they turned their heads away and deliberately didn't look at each other. "Luna, how are the zombies moving?" Seeing that the two had finally calmed down, Han Feng began to ask about the zombies. "Report to Captain Han." The zombies stopped 8 kilometers away from the zinc mine and stopped moving. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng said, "Tanya, take Lin Lan back first and guard the zinc mine for me." "What about the bear skin?" Hearing the new task, Tanya curled her lips and pointed at Natasha. "Natasha, stay here first. I still don't know a lot of things. Besides, I can't leave now. You have to guard the zinc mine first. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I have to guard it. You can't." Lulu. Making faces, Tanya rushed to the SUV without giving Natasha a chance to speak. You, pointing at Tanya's back. Natasha was so angry that she jumped up and down. Finally, the finger pointing at Tanya changed to an internationally accepted gesture. "Are you hurt?" After Tanya left, Han Feng looked at Natasha's nurse uniform with some holes and asked, No, Tanya's cat punch can't hurt me. Natasha waved her hand and said she was fine. Then go in and change your clothes. Through the torn hole, Han Feng saw Natasha's healthy wheat-colored skin, especially with messy hair and flushed cheeks. Han Feng is no longer the innocent Han Feng, and his mouth is dry. Looking at Han Feng's expression, Natasha's eyes turned. Tell me the truth. Did Tanya sleep with you? Stepping back, Han Feng looked at Natasha coldly and said, No. That's great. Do you want to hug me? Kidding Han Feng's denial, Natasha said excitedly. Damn. Is this how you talk to the commander? Go change your clothes. Not wanting to pay attention to Natasha's little thoughts, Han Feng yelled and pushed Natasha away from her original position to change clothes in the hospital. After sending Natasha away, Han Feng sighed and thought, I just dealt with Tanya, and now Natasha comes. What a sin! 2 minutes later, Natasha came out wearing a slightly more fitted nurse's uniform. Coming to Han Feng, Natasha asked, Do you have a sniper rifle? Yes. Responding, Han Feng asked, What do you want the sniper rifle for? Chapter 389, Time Machine. Hearing Han Feng say this, Natasha stared back and asked, Didn't you see that Tanya is fully equipped? As soon as Natasha finished speaking, Han Feng was speechless. Thinking carefully, yes, half a year ago, at the airport, he had obtained a supply box of Tanya's equipment. A complete set of equipment, even underwear is available. But time has passed too long. I have forgotten about it. Looking at Natasha, who was summoned not long ago, Han Feng nodded, indicating that he understood. What type of sniper rifle do you want? Do you want other weapons besides the sniper rifle? After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng asked, I want an SVD Dragunov sniper rifle. And as for the others, a close quarters pistol and a saber. No more. No more. Okay. After a brief response, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, Luna, ask the barracks to make an SVD, something cowardly sniper rifle, a pistol and a saber. Report to Captain Han. The barracks cannot make an SVD Dragunov sniper rifle. Why? After listening to Luna, Han Feng frowned and asked. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the 3-star barracks. In the additional rewards of the upgrade, the barracks can make all the weapons of Red Alert individual soldiers. Report to Captain Han. The barracks cannot manufacture weapons for hero-level soldiers. After a few seconds of silence, Han Feng looked at Natasha and said, I don't have the sniper rifle you want. How about you use the sniper rifle? After a pause, Han Feng thought of this compromise. Sniper? Aren't they using AWP high-precision sniper rifles? Yeah. Why? Isn't it okay? Aren't they all sniper rifles? As he spoke, Han Feng scratched his head. Han Feng's understanding and cognition of military weapons only stayed in the game. In his world, sniper rifles are divided into only 2 types. One is a bird sniper, and the other is a heavy sniper like Barrett. AWP high-precision sniper rifle. The range is only 800 meters. 800 meters? Brother, what can it hit? Isn't this gun a close combat weapon? Slapping her forehead, Natasha looked desperate. Looking at Natasha, Han Feng was stunned. In the previous battle, the sniper's long-range support saved him most of his strength, especially Simon, a 1-star sniper. After hesitating for a while, Han Feng argued, Close combat? Can't it? Didn't Simon say that he could hit targets within 1 kilometer, 1,000 meters? I think it's quite far. Then do you know the effective range of the SVD Dragunov sniper rifle I want? Put down your hands, Natasha asked. Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. Just shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. 3.8 kilometers, 3,800 meters. As soon as Natasha finished speaking, Han Feng began to understand in his mind how far this 3.8 kilometers was. Don't think about it. From here, one shot can just kill the people in the zinc mine. Seeing Han Feng's eyes full of wisdom, Natasha spoke softly. Oh my god. So far? It takes me 5 minutes to drive here. Han Feng stared at Natasha in disbelief. The next second, Han Feng suddenly found something wrong, and then asked, Zinc mine? How do you know about the zinc mine? You just came out less than half an hour ago. And I didn't tell you anything? Hero-level soldiers can basically share radar liaisons with you. Retracting her gaze from the zinc mine, Natasha explained. Oh, I see. Nodding slightly, Han Feng continued, there is only one type of sniper rifle. So just use it for now. When you encounter a supply box next time, maybe your equipment will come. Okay. Natasha also knew where her weapons came from, so she didn't make things difficult for Han Feng. Luna, let the barracks make a sniper rifle, a pistol and a saber. Report to Captain Han. The AWP high-precision sniper rifle is a mid-level weapon, with a manufacturing price of 10 gold coins each. And the pistol and saber are low-level weapons, with a manufacturing price of 1 gold coin. The total price of the weapons is 12 gold coins. Please confirm the production. 12 gold coins small money production. Han Feng spent this huge sum without blinking his eyes while joking. Okay. Captain Han. The AWP high-precision sniper rifle, pistol, and saber are being manufactured. Please wait. After listening to Luna, Han Feng walked towards the barracks not far away, and turned back to look at Natasha and said, the sniper rifle will be ready soon. Let's go get the gun. Following Han Feng, Natasha didn't say anything, but the smile on her face showed that she was very happy now. In less than a minute, holding the brand new sniper rifle, Natasha smiled even happier. Seeing this scene, Han Feng did think about giving Natasha a weapon left by a sniper who died before. But after all, he is a hero. Using old weapons is a bit unreasonable. Holding the new weapon, Natasha followed Han Feng back to the hospital. Sitting on the chair, Han Feng asked, forgive my ignorance. I have never heard of your name before. Or, can you briefly introduce yourself? Soviet Special Forces. Natasha Volkova. Holding the sniper rifle, Natasha wiped it and continued, 50 kilograms boxing champion. Free fighting champion. If I have my own weapon, you can choose any sniper target within 3 kilometers. After 3 shots, if the target is still alive, you can do whatever you want. What about Tanya? Han Feng suddenly said. She survived by relying on the time belt. At that time, I only had 1 bullet left in my gun. If there is one more, just one more, you won't see her. Time belt? Han Feng's attention is always so unexpected. Yes, time belt. Don't you know? Looking at Han Feng with a confused face, Natasha said in disbelief. She has been with you for so long. Don't you know she has a time belt? Han Feng blinked and shook his head. Okay. She can go back to the state 5 seconds ago with the help of the time belt. But the time belt has a disadvantage. That is, after using it once, you must wait 24 hours before you can use it again. Time belt? Frowning, Han Feng asked in a daze, go back to 5 seconds ago. If. What if you shot her in the head at that time? Can Tanya go back to 5 seconds ago? Yes. As long as she presses the button of the time belt before she dies, she can resurrect on the spot. Alas, I did hit her at that time. If it weren't for the time belt, she would have died from excessive blood loss. Natasha didn't notice Han Feng's shocked look, and continued, Tanya can indeed dodge the sniper's bullets, but she can never dodge my bullets. On the battlefield, what I fear least is the human wave tactics, do you know? With 1 shot, I can kill a series of soldiers. My ultimate record is killing 15 American soldiers with 1 sniper bullet, haha. Holding the gun, Natasha became more and more excited. But with this sniper rifle, I can kill 2 people with 1 bullet within 800 meters at most. This is the difference in equipment. Hello? After talking for a long time, Natasha didn't see Han Feng give any response. She looked up and found that Han Feng's eyes were blank. Ah? Hearing Natasha's call, Han Feng startled as if waking up from a dream. What are you thinking about? So absorbed? No. Nothing. After hesitating for a moment, Han Feng stood up and said, rest here for a while. If you're hungry, ask Wei Yun to bring you food. Where are you going? Seeing Han Feng walk away after saying this, Natasha wanted to get up and follow him. Just stay here. I'll go out for a cigarette and be back soon. Oh. After hearing this, Natasha sat back in her seat. Who knew? At this moment, Han Feng's mind was full of 4 words time travel. Just now, Han Feng suddenly remembered. In the game Red Alert 2, Glory of the Republic, in the mission mode, Tanya relied on the time machine to go back to the past and kill the target. In the game, time can go back. So in the real world, can time also go back? If it can, then Wei Yun can come back. The zombies will not break out. The whole world will not fall into chaos. Gui Yongqing, Winter Soldier, Bao Qiang, Lu Yi, all the familiar faces can come back. Thinking of this, Han Feng's hand even trembled when he took out the cigarette. Holding the trembling lighter, Han Feng pressed the ignition button several times before he could light the cigarette. Panting, Han Feng walked towards the combat laboratory with a shaky step. Luna, does the Red Alert system have a time machine? Is there? On the way, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. There is. Plop. Bang. When Luna said the word yes, the excited Han Feng instantly knelt down, lying on the cold ground, frantically using his hands to cover his face with snow. It's saved. It's saved. It's saved. It's saved. While applying snowflakes, Han Feng shouted. Han Feng used this method to calm himself down. At the same time, he was also venting the resentment in his heart. But after knowing that time can flow back, how can the fire in Han Feng's heart be cooled by these mere snowflakes? Luna, build a time machine. Build a time machine, Han Feng said in a choked voice while lying in the snow. Report to Captain Han. The time machine cannot be built. At this moment, Luna promptly poured a basin of cold water on Han Feng. Cannot be built? Why? Han Feng got up and immediately realized the next second after asking this question, it must be something missing. Right? Report to Captain Han. Yes. Tell me. What's missing? I'll take my life. Chapter 390, Hidden Mission. Luna did not respond to Han Feng's half-joking words, but said seriously, report to Captain Han. You need to accept the mission issued by the system. After completing the mission, you can build a time machine. Okay. Nodding heavily, Han Feng continued, accept the system mission. When saying this, Han Feng was mentally prepared, because he knew that what Luna was going to do next might be as difficult as climbing to the sky. You know, the time machine is different from other super weapons in the Red Alert game. It is neither in the encounter mode nor the custom mode. Han Feng only glanced at the buildings that only existed in the mission. Report to Captain Han. The system has hidden missions, and you can only accept one. Mission 1. Nuclear Missile Silo. Mission 2. Weather Controller. Mission 3. Iron Curtain Device. Mission 4. Trans-Time and Space Teleporter. Mission 5. Gene Mutator. Mission 6. Time Machine. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng said without thinking, accept the Time Machine mission. Okay. Captain Han, you have accepted the Hidden Mission 6 Time Machine issued by the system. After Luna finished speaking, the mechanical voice of the system sounded, Hidden Mission 6. Difficulty, held level. Pass rate, very low. When the commander completes the following tasks, the ultimate building, the time machine, can be built. Task 1, upgrade all main buildings to the maximum level. Task 2, unknown, unlock Task 2 after the commander completes Task 1. Before Han Feng could react, the mechanical sound of the system disappeared. Held level. Very low pass rate. At this moment, Han Feng's mind was full of these two sentences. After a few seconds, Han Feng, who was a little more awake, slowly clenched his fists. No matter what, I'll build the time machine. After talking to himself, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, Luna, how many main buildings have not been upgraded to 3 stars? Report to Captain Han. Among the main buildings, the base is 2-star. The remaining heavy factories, power plants, and or refineries are all 1-star. After listening, Han Feng continued to ask, how many gold coins do you need to upgrade them all to 3 stars? Report to Captain Han. To upgrade all main buildings to 3 stars, a total of 3.4 million is required. As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng immediately shifted his attention to the system, staring at the amount of less than 1 million in the gold coin column. Han Feng said, there are still 2.5 million. Almost there. Almost there. Luna, where are the zombies now? That's right. For the gold coins, Han Feng set his sights on the zombies not far away. Report to Captain Han. The zombie tide is still 8 kilometers away from the zinc mine. Okay. After hearing this, Han Feng prepared to go to get the money. But after taking a few steps, Han Feng was stunned. In his mind, Han Feng remembered that the mysterious girl asked him to return to the defense base. Looking into the distance, Han Feng hesitated. On one side, there were a lot of gold coins waiting for him to collect. On the other side, there was a vague threat. How about, let Natasha guard the base for me? Suddenly, this idea popped up in Han Feng's mind. But the next second, Han Feng shook his head. Now Natasha has no weapons of her own. In terms of combat effectiveness, a level 4 zombie can make Natasha drink a pot. After rejecting Natasha's idea of guarding the base, Han Feng looked at the air command. Staring at the two invader fighters on the apron of the air command, Han Feng asked, Luna, what are the weapons of the invader fighters? Report to Captain Han. The weapons of the invader fighters are divided into two types. The first type is the Young Animal Maverick air-to-ground missile. Note, only one missile can be launched each time an attack is launched. The other is 5 453.6 kilograms, total weight, free-fall or slow-fall bombs. Oh, 5 bombs. Right, Han Feng said with his eyebrows raised and eyes narrowed. At this moment, Han Feng had a new idea in his mind. Luna, let these two fighters replace all the slow-fall bombs. Report to the Han team. The invader fighter is short of a set of slow-fall bombs. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng remembered that he was anxious at the beginning and insisted on watching the fighter's attack demonstration, resulting in one fighter now having no ammunition. After a pause, Han Feng found a solution and said, no ammunition? Then let the barracks make it? Report to Captain Han. The barracks cannot manufacture ammunition other than individual weapons. Luna, upgrade the heavy factory. At this time, Han Feng also realized that the barracks only produce for soldiers. In other words, after the heavy factory is upgraded, can it also manufacture weapons for vehicles and fighters? Report to Captain Han. To upgrade the 1-star physical building heavy factory to 2-star, 300,000 gold coins are required. Please confirm the upgrade. Confirm the upgrade. Okay. Captain Han. The 1-star physical building heavy factory is being upgraded. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The 1-star physical building heavy factory has been successfully upgraded to 2-star. Okay. Continue upgrading. Just now, Han Feng saw that he still had more than 600,000 gold coins left. The main building will also be upgraded anyway. It's just a matter of time. In this case, it's better to upgrade now. Report to Captain Han. To upgrade the 2-star physical building heavy factory to 3-star, you need 500,000 gold coins. Please confirm the upgrade. Confirm the upgrade. Okay. Captain Han. The 2-star physical building heavy factory is being upgraded. Please wait. After a few seconds, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The 2-star physical building heavy factory has been successfully upgraded to 3-star. Can we make ammunition for the invader fighters now? Yes. Captain Han. Okay. Make 10 sets of slow drop bombs for the invaders. Han Feng ordered. Looking at the fighters. Now there are more than 100,000 gold coins in his account, which is definitely enough to make some ammunition. Okay. Captain Han. 10 sets of slow drop bombs for the invaders are being made. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng saw more than a dozen ground crew members driving out of the warehouse in the air command building and heading towards the heavy factory. Pulling the fully loaded bombs, the ground crew returned to the air command to load ammunition for the invaders. During this period, 2 pilots in blue Air Force uniforms walked out of the air command building and headed towards the invader fighter. Report to the Korean team. The weapons of the 2 invader fighters have been loaded. Take off. Nodding, Han Feng said. Before Luna responded, Han Feng remembered the voices of the 2 pilots in his mind. Report to the Korean team. The pilot of the invader fighter number 0001. Requesting flight permission. Report to the Korean team. The pilot of the invader fighter number 0002. Requesting flight permission. Allow takeoff. Looking at the 2 fighters, Han Feng ordered. After receiving the order, the 2 pilots replied in unison, received. Han! Boom! Boom! Unlike the last takeoff, this time, the 2 invader fighters took off in a regular run-up manner. Report to Han. Please set the combat altitude, combat range, and attack target. A few seconds after takeoff, one of the pilots asked Han Feng in his mind. Free flight. Target, zombie swarm. Bomb where there are more people. Okay. Han. We got it. Whoosh. After responding to Han Feng, the 2 invader fighters soared up and shot straight into the distance. Just a few dozen seconds later, the two intruder fighters turned around and flew back, landing on the Air Command tarmac. These 10 seconds included takeoff, coming and going, aiming, dropping bombs and landing. That's right, a distance of just over 10 kilometers. For a fighter, it takes less than a blink of an eye. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the sky above the zombies again. Under the 10 parachutes were small black dots, and each of these small black dots weighed as much as 180 kilograms. Fortunately, Han Feng knew what this was in advance, otherwise, he would have thought it was someone's paratrooper. Luna, load the intruder fighter with slow drop bombs. Okay, Captain Han. After giving the instructions, Han Feng still stared at the falling bombs. About 7 or 8 seconds later, boom, 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 the slow drop bombs exploded at the ground a few meters away. For a while, the sound of bombing rang out. After a long time, Han Feng felt a strong wind in front of him. It was the shock wave caused by the bomb. Turning his attention to the system, Han Feng saw that the number of gold coins in the gold coin column was approaching 150,000. After a little calculation, the air attack just now brought him 40,000 to 50,000 benefits. Report to Captain Han. The weapons of the invader fighters have been loaded. Continue bombing. Okay, Captain Han. Next, the Tower of the Air Command took over Han Feng's fighting will. Give orders for Han Feng and control the fighters' battles. Watching the invader fighters take off, drop bombs, land, load, and take off again. Over and over again. Han Feng's gold coins accumulated at a very fast speed. In less than 20 minutes, the invader fighters dropped all the slow drop bombs. And all this also brought Han Feng a huge income of more than 200,000. Han Feng, who was in high spirits, issued another order to make slow drop bombs. This time, Han Feng ordered the production of 50 sets of slow drop bombs. Making money while lying at home. Is there anything more enjoyable in the world? After arranging all this, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it, holding the cigarette in his mouth. He turned around and walked back to the hospital happily. Have you finished smoking? Seeing Han Feng coming in with a cigarette in his mouth, Natasha asked with a pout. I'm done. I'm done. Han Feng responded to Natasha subconsciously, and then sat on the chair. In his mind, Han Feng connected his vision to the pilot. Even though he was in the base hospital, Han Feng could see the scene more than a kilometer away. Chapter 391, Quick Support. I'm hungry. Seeing Han Feng ignoring her, Natasha pouted. Luna, serve the food. 2 servings. Random. Han Feng didn't even raise his head while speaking. He was fully engaged in the battle with his body and mind. Okay, Captain Han. After responding to Han Feng, within half a minute, Luna came over with 2 servings of rice bowls. After dinner, the 50 sets of slow drop bombs of the invader fighter jets were all dropped. At this time, Han Feng's gold coins were close to 500,000 again. After wiping his mouth, Han Feng got up and went outside, looking at the phone. It was about 7 p.m. In another hour or two, it would be dark. Looking at the sun on the horizon, Han Feng felt a little uneasy. Luna, are there any zombies moving? Report to Captain Han. No. They are still 8 kilometers away from the zinc mine. But, hesitating for a moment, Luna continued, but their number is increasing little by little. After thinking for a few seconds, Han Feng slowly said, let Tanya bring Lin Lan over. Okay, Captain Han. For minutes after receiving the order, Tanya drove the off-road vehicle and brought Lin Lan to the base. After letting Lin Lan get off the car, Han Feng said to Tanya, take 100 Navy SEALs and 4 Terminators to kill some zombies first. Remember to bring more equipment. Okay, I'll get ready now. Wait. Seeing Tanya shifting gears and preparing to leave, Han Feng suddenly called her and told her, Grizzly tanks, Prism tanks, you can arrange them yourself. This time, try to kill them. If it's night, the vision is not enough. I'm afraid there will be other troubles. I know. Leave it to me. After that, Tanya stepped on the accelerator and left. When watching Tanya leave, Lin Lan behind Han Feng said, actually, I can go too. Just stay and keep me company. After a pause, Han Feng continued, by the way, are you hungry? Not bad. Luna, a portion of military rations. Random flavors. Luna happened to be in the hospital behind him. and Han Feng turned around and shouted, "Okay, Captain Han. I'll be there soon." After that, Luna walked out of the hospital and headed for the barracks. "Let's go back to the hospital first." After saying this, Han Feng took the lead and turned to the hospital. In fact, Han Feng had his own ideas about leaving Lin Lan in the base. After all, Lin Lan had just returned and was just conscious. If the Holy Lord tried to control Lin Lan again on the battlefield, then Tanya would be in danger. Keeping Lin Lan by his side, firstly, can prevent her from betraying, and secondly, in his spare time, he can learn more about the Holy Lord. Back in the hospital, Han Feng sat on the chair, and suddenly, an unknown palpitation rose in his heart. "Luna, what's wrong? Captain Han?" "No, nothing." Frowning, Han Feng felt the palpitation disappear. "Your woman?" Natasha put down the sniper rifle in her hand, looked at Lin Lan first, then looked at Han Feng and asked, "No." Subconsciously, Han Feng gave an answer, but what Han Feng didn't notice was, Lin Lan looked a little lonely when he heard Han Feng's answer. "I think she should be a fighting expert." "Right?" Looking at Lin Lan, Natasha stood up and said, "What do you want to do? Want to fight her?" Raising his eyebrows, Han Feng looked up at Natasha and asked back, "Yeah. Who are you?" Being provoked by Natasha's words, Lin Lan narrowed his eyes and looked at Natasha and asked, "Sulian Special Forces. Natasha Volkova. Fight with me. How about it?" "Special Forces?" Hearing Natasha's self-introduction, Lin Lan's eyes suddenly lit up. "What? Are you scared?" "Haha, afraid of you. I'm afraid of hurting you." Hearing the two people's quarrel, Han Feng leaned back and sighed in his heart. "I have heard that Tanya is a fighting maniac, but I didn't expect that this Natasha is even more crazy than a maniac. She really beats anyone she sees. Let's go. Come on." Han Feng just thought of this, and suddenly saw Lin Lan and Natasha pulling each other to go out the door. Pursing his lips, Han Feng's heart was not disturbed at all, because, in this battle, Lin Lan will definitely win, with telekinesis. Even if Natasha is as tough as a level 4 zombie, she is just a sandbag. Han Feng was too lazy to watch the battle without suspense. "You two should stop at that. Don't really kill me." Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, Han Feng raised his neck and shouted, "Got it." The two girls responded in unison. Next, outside the window, various sounds of falling and hitting were heard. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng had to think, do beautiful girls have violent tendencies in their hearts? At least Wei Yun is not. With a smile, Han Feng murmured. Han Feng forgot the palpitations just now after being disturbed by Lin Lan and Natasha. About 3 minutes later, Lin Lan and Natasha returned to the hospital in a disorderly manner. "You're cheating? If you hadn't used some witchcraft, I would have definitely won." Hearing Natasha's words, Han Feng smiled indifferently. But Han Feng could also understand Natasha's feelings. A hero admired by everyone. Proudly came here. And of course, the first thing he wanted to do was to prove his strength. But what could she do? Facing the fully armed Tanya, she couldn't beat him. Facing the superpower Lin Lan, she still couldn't beat him. If it were anyone else, Natasha would definitely have no rivals. Han Feng smiled and got up from the chair, and said in a half-joking tone, "Okay, we fought? Let's." "Captain Han, we've been tricked." Suddenly, Tanya's voice came into Han Feng's mind, interrupting Han Feng's speech. Instantly, Han Feng and Natasha's faces changed. "Tanya, what's going on? White skin. What's wrong?" The two responded at the same time. "Level 5 zombies. It's level 5 zombies. They have been hiding behind the front row of zombies. There are so many of them. Duh. When the front row of zombies fell, the level 5 zombies began to fight back. Boom. Boom. Duh. Request fire support. Request fire support. From Tanya's reply of less than 10 seconds, Han Feng heard countless gunfire and explosions. Fuck. Gritting his teeth, the curse squeezed out from between his teeth. What happened? On the side, Lin Lan frowned and asked, "Luna, make 10 sets of slow drop bombs. Quick." "Okay, Captain Han." After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng asked, "The invader fighters came back and forth so many times. Why didn't they report to me that there were level 5 zombies?" "Sorry, Captain Han. In the air, the pilot's vision was limited, and he failed to observe the level 5 zombies. Sorry. Han Feng clenched his fists, pursed his lips, and began to think about countermeasures in his heart. It's the battle ahead. Looking at Han Feng, Lin Lan unconsciously tightened his three-edged military dagger. He also spoke out his guess. You stay here. I have to go take a look. After that, Han Feng raised his legs and walked towards the hospital entrance. You stay and wait for me. I will be back soon. Seeing that the two people behind him wanted to follow him, Han Feng said again, leading the two behind him. Han Feng shook off his steps and headed straight for the air command. When he arrived at the airport, Han Feng saw that the slow drop bombs had not arrived yet. Fire support? Now there are only 5 battalions left in the zinc mine, and all the heavy firepower has been transferred to the front line. So what fire support is there? Who else but myself can fight against the level 5 zombies? Except myself, there is really no one who can go forward. As for the mysterious girl's statement about returning to the defense base, I can only let Natasha and Lin Lan take over temporarily. Without waiting, Han Feng jumped directly onto the wheels of the invader fighter. Luna! Let's go! Take me there first. Quick! Report to Captain Han. It's not safe for you to stand here. Let's go! Without time to think about a faster way, Han Feng could only resort to this last resort. Driving to the front line? A distance of 10 kilometers. And all mountain roads, it would take at least 20 minutes. Use super speed to run over? Don't be ridiculous. Even if you run over, you will be exhausted. How can you have the energy to fight? Okay, Captain Han. Then you hold on tight. In response to Han Feng's words, Luna was actually betting that Han Feng would not cause other accidents due to supersonic flight. Buzz? After Luna finished speaking, a few seconds later, Han Feng felt the slight vibration of the invader fighter. Boom! Suddenly, a tail flame shot out from the tail of the invader fighter. Then, the fighter quickly started and pierced the blue sky, holding the landing gear tightly with his arms. Han Feng felt that he was about to disintegrate. A strong gust of wind blew his body, and in just a few seconds, the edge of the coat was blown into pieces of cloth. Blood rage. Turn it on! In order to hold on, Han Feng had to turn on blood rage to maintain his state. Buzz! Instantly, a muffled sound came from Han Feng's body. Report to the Han team. We will arrive at the front line of the battlefield in 10 seconds. After turning on blood rage, Han Feng heard the pilot's report in his mind. Hoo-hoo. As soon as Han Feng opened his mouth, a gust of cold wind suddenly poured into his mouth. I know. Keep going. Han Feng had no choice but to switch to the response mode. Report to the Han team. We will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the pilot finished counting down, Han Feng pulled out the snow-drinking mad blade and threw it down. And he also loosened the steel frame of the landing gear. Telekinesis. Start. While falling, Han Feng activated his telekinesis superpower, controlling the mad blade under his feet. Han Feng slowly fell. Chapter 392, Unstoppable. Han Feng stepped on the mad knife, his body covered in blood. The blood dripped on the mad knife, accompanied by the purgatory-like hissing below. At this moment, Han Feng was like a god of the underworld descending from the underworld, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. Han Feng gradually revealed a crazy smile, scanning the endless tide of corpses under his feet. Han Feng silently memorized the position of the level 5 zombies. Swish. When it was still a few meters away from the ground, Han Feng reached out and took over the mad knife. Ah! A roar broke out from his mouth. A cold light flashed for no reason. Swish. The sharp mad knife slashed down from top to bottom, smoothly cutting through a level 5 zombie. Swish. This unfortunate level 5 zombie was instantly split into two. Before the two halves of the body were completely separated, Han Feng stepped on the ground with both feet and landed steadily. Perhaps the momentum of this slash alarmed the zombies around. As soon as they saw Han Feng, they rushed over desperately. Amid the roars of many zombies, Han Feng's eyes were calm. He took advantage of the situation to raise the mad knife, kept the mad knife at the height of the neck, and turned his waist. Hoo! Schwa! The blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. After a circle, Han Feng stabilized his body and did not move. The next second, Dozens of zombies around them all started bleeding from their necks. The next second, the bodies of these zombies separated and slowly fell to the ground. Looking at the zombies around him, Han Feng murmured, "Telekinesis, start." Howl. Clang. Swoosh. As soon as the words fell, Han Feng moved his waist slightly, and dozens of telekinesis weapons flew out. Under the glow of the setting sun, the telekinesis weapons drew lines in the air, surrounded by the zombies. These lights actually gave people an illusory feeling. Tap. Tap. Holding the mad knife, Han Feng stepped on the greasy ground and walked towards the front line. Around him, zombies kept falling. Coming. Falling again. And coming again. Da-da-da. Da-da. Boom. Da-da. As Han Feng got closer to the front line, the sound of firing became clearer and clearer. Feeling that the rear was lost, the level 5 zombies on the front line turned back at the same time, only to see a large empty battlefield. In the center of this pure land was Han Feng, who was carrying a crazy knife and whose clothes were stained with blood. Roar! Feeling the threat suppressed in their hearts, dozens of level 5 zombies couldn't help but roar, as if to build up their courage. Then, these dozen level 5 zombies took steps and ran towards Han Feng. More than 10 level 5 zombies. This lineup is absolutely irresistible no matter where it is. It's a pity they are facing a killer with blood rage. Heh. Han Feng smiled contemptuously with his bloodshot lips, looking at the level 5 zombies who came to die. Han Feng moved his telekinesis slightly. Swoosh. A series of fire nets composed of telekinetic weapons, mixed with the sound of wind, rushed towards these ignorant level 5 zombies. Swish. Swish. Bang. The extremely fast silver wings cut through the hard skin of the level 5 zombies, making a hissing sound, and then passed through from the back. The silver shuttle knocked open the body of the level 5 zombie, bringing up a puff of blood mist that lingered in the air for a long time. In terms of fire support, who is more powerful than Han Feng? After sending off the first batch of level 5 zombies, Han Feng's eyes were still calm, because all this was expected. Taking advantage of the vacuum period when there were zombies around, Han Feng took out 2 gene rapid recovery potions from his jacket pocket. After injecting himself, Han Feng threw away the 2 empty syringes, raised his head and looked at the sky. Han Feng slowly said 2 words. Kill. Kill. Swoosh. The next moment, Han Feng disappeared from the spot, carrying a heavy mad knife. Han Feng activated his super speed and wandered in the zombie tide. Whoosh. Whoosh. Waving the mad knife, Han Feng was like a meat grinder at full power. One man. One knife. Wherever he went, there were broken arms and limbs. Not to mention that there were countless telekinetic weapons around him, surrounding them and assassinating zombies. Targeting the level 5 zombies, Han Feng's every move was towards a specific target. With Han Feng's joining, the pressure on Tanya was greatly reduced. In line with Han Feng's sweeping momentum, Tanya also issued a series of orders. In the following time, the number of zombies on the front line dropped sharply, and even the position of the front line moved more than 100 meters towards the zombies. I don't know how long it took. Report to Captain Han. The zombies are moving towards the zinc mine. Roar! Roar! In his mind, Luna had just finished speaking when the zombies in front of him roared. Raising his eyes slightly, Han Feng looked at the sky and found that it was almost dark. It turned out that the zombies were waiting for now, 8 kilometers away. When they arrived at the zinc mine, it would be completely dark. Just clowns making trouble in the dark. Han Feng sneered at the zombies and the Holy Lord's actions. However, the speed of the mad knife in Han Feng's hand did increase a bit. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Han Feng killed countless low-level zombies. But the zombies' battle line was very long. Even if Han Feng activated his speed superpower, it was just a drop in the bucket. Pausing, Han Feng looked at the zombies on both sides before it was completely dark. On the left, there was no end in sight. On the right, there was no end in sight. Pursing his lips, Han Feng frowned deeply. A few seconds later, when Han Feng was thinking about countermeasures, his brain suddenly felt dizzy. This dizziness forced Han Feng to use his mad knife to support his body. Oh no! After stabilizing his body, Han Feng secretly cried out that it was not good. Blood rage was about to expire. Tanya, prepare the car. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng decided to retreat. There was no other way. If he didn't leave, when the blood rage expired, he would be a fish on the chopping board. Holding on to the last moment, Han Feng swung his legs and ran towards the vehicle in front of the battlefield. Pa! A few seconds later, Han Feng slapped the off-road vehicle with a bloody hand. The other hand supported his knee, making him stand up. Then, Han Feng relieved his blood rage by himself. I'll take you back. Go in quickly. Helping Han Feng, Tanya helped him into the passenger seat. After settling Han Feng, Tanya turned around to pick up the mad knife on the ground. Ouch! Without preparation, Tanya tried to lift the mad knife with one hand, and was almost flickered by the heavy blade. After putting the mad knife in the trunk with both hands, Tanya quickly started the car and headed straight for the base. On the front line of the battlefield, 180 SEALs continued to resist the zombies. Leaning on the backrest of the passenger seat, Han Feng breathed in the strong smell of blood in the car. The clothes, if you squeezed them lightly, blood would drip out. But Han Feng couldn't care about so much at the moment. His mind was full of countermeasures to deal with the zombie tide. Luna, can we stop this zombie tide? Looking out the window, Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. No. Due to the vast area of zombie invasion, the zinc mine is basically under attack. Except for the direction of the base, there is a chance of zombie invasion in other directions. After hearing this, Han Feng moved his lips and wanted to speak to summon the Red Alert soldiers again. But I rejected this idea. The reason is simple. There is no place to live. Even if a large number of Red Alert soldiers are summoned, where will these people live after resisting the zombies? For the 180 SEALs summoned before, Han Feng used up all the accommodation materials such as color steel plates. But even so, the Navy SEALs cannot move in. And some are still setting up tents. It's a cold winter now, and it's okay to sleep for a day or two. But you can't always be homeless. Right? Alas, summoning soldiers didn't work. Han Feng sighed and began to think of other ways. Luna, 10 sentry guns. Confirm the construction. Once it's built, place it 1 kilometer away from the zinc mine. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's frown didn't ease at all, because he knew that even if he built 10 more, it would be useless. This time, the zombie tide was many times more than the last time. At least last time, he could still see the zombies behind him. And this time, it was really endless. All over the mountains and plains. Captain Han, we're here. I'll take you to the hospital first. Suddenly, Tanya's voice woke up Han Feng, who was in deep thought. Oh. With a gentle response, Han Feng was carried by Tanya and walked towards the hospital. What happened? As soon as he stepped into the hospital, Lin Lan saw Han Feng covered in blood and immediately stood up and asked, Xian Pazi, you two help. Operating room. Quick! Let go! I'll do it. As soon as Tanya finished speaking, Natasha grabbed Han Feng and ran straight to the operating room. After a simple cleaning, Han Feng was finally placed on the operating table. In a trance, Han Feng felt a pain in his arm. You are seriously lacking blood now. But it doesn't matter, the matching blood type has been transfused for you. When the medical staff left, Natasha looked at Han Feng's half-open eyes and said, How long will it take? Han Feng asked weakly. About half an hour. Okay, remember to wake me up. After saying that, Han Feng closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. After looking at the time, Natasha walked out of the operating room quietly and closed the door. What happened to him? Is he okay? Lin Lan, who was standing in front of the operating room door and saw Natasha, asked as soon as she saw her. It's okay, I'll be fine after a while, Natasha said carelessly, not caring about Han Feng inside. Lin Lan turned around and looked at Tanya with her lips pursed. Due to the long battle and supporting Han Feng, Tanya's face and body were all burnt and bloody. Don't ask. There are too many zombies. We can't stop them. Seeing Lin Lan's lips move slightly, Tanya took the lead in responding. Then, is there a Holy Lord? Lin Lan asked, changing the topic. Holy Lord. Isn't this all the Holy Lord's instructions? Looking at Lin Lan, Tanya said unhappily. Now think about how to deal with this group of zombies. It won't be long before the zinc mine will be in trouble, Tanya said, patting the dirt on her body. Chapter 393, Tragic Death. Half an hour later, Han Feng, lying on the operating table, had no idea how many bags of blood were transfused. Han Feng fluttered his eyelashes and opened his eyes. His clear pupils indicated that he had recovered most of his strength. Staring at the white ceiling, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, "Luna, where are the zombies?" Report to Captain Han. The zombies are 6 kilometers away from the zinc mine and are still slowly approaching. After hearing this, Han Feng was silent. Summon a tank now? It's too late. It's useless. Even if the time is halved, it will take 20 minutes to summon a tank. A few hours later, zombies invaded all over the place. It was a pipe dream to rely on a few tanks to stop the zombies. Moreover, even if there were enough tanks, how many zombies could be killed by a single tank gun? Instead of doing this, it would be better to make more high-explosive grenades. But high-explosive grenades have a more fatal disadvantage. That is, the distance of use is too close. The distance of 30 meters is the distance of grenade release. 30 meters? This is no different from close-up fighting. With a bitter face, Han Feng felt like a hero in his twilight years. His own strength can completely crush the zombies. But facing such a large number of enemies, I can't do it in 2 places. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes widened, because in his mind, a great idea suddenly rose. Terrorists. The next moment, Han Feng blurted out these 4 words. Oh, right. There is also Crazy Ivan. As soon as the terrorists came out, Han Feng thought of another legendary figure, Crazy Ivan. Ivan's bomb plus the terrorist's VR terrorist bomb. The power is so great that even he himself doesn't know. Luna, summon 100 terrorists. Quick! Han Feng did it without any hesitation. Report to Captain Han. We need 50,000 gold coins to summon 100 terrorists. Please confirm the summon. Confirm. Okay. Captain Han. The terrorists are being summoned. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng contacted Simon in his mind and said, Simon, how many small cars are there in the mining area now? Report to Captain Han. There are still 12 small cars left in the mining area now. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly felt a sense of loss in his heart, recalling that when he was looking for steel, Han Feng melted hundreds of small cars. In this way, the terrorists will not be able to go deeper into the enemy camp. According to Han Feng's idea, the terrorists tied Ivan bombs and drove the car straight into the depths of the zombies. Then, with a boom. 12 cars. Forget it. Let's do it this way first. Squeak. While Han Feng was talking to himself, the door of the operating room suddenly opened. Is it time? Looking at Natasha's little head sticking in, Han Feng asked. Well, half an hour has passed. I want to wake you up. No, I'm not asleep. Lying on the operating table, Han Feng responded. Then I'll take out the needle now? Walking up to Han Feng, Natasha pointed to the blood transfusion needle in her arm. No. Give me more blood. There will be a fierce battle tonight. To prepare for a rainy day, Han Feng immediately decided to give him more blood. Fortunately, the blood rage can be maintained for a longer period of time at night. Okay. With a brief response, Natasha walked to the blood bank and brought 2 bags of 400 cubic centimeters blood to Han Feng again. After changing the blood bags, Han Feng looked at Natasha and said, You go out first. I'll stay alone. Okay. Call me if you need anything. After receiving the instructions, Natasha walked out of the operating room. Simon, drive all the small vehicles to the base. As soon as Natasha left, Han Feng immediately contacted Simon. Okay. Captain Han. After Simon finished speaking, Han Feng sighed. Now, whether the zombies can be kept out depends on these loyal death warriors. Although Han Feng was reluctant to send the terrorists to their deaths, but this was also something he had to do. If these 100 people were not sacrificed, once the zombies broke through the zinc mine, the number of casualties would be far more than this. About 5 minutes later, report to Captain Han. I have arrived at the base with 12 small cars. Please give instructions. Luna, can the terrorists drive? Han Feng did not respond to Simon first, but turned to ask Luna. Reporting to Captain Han, the terrorists can drive a basic vehicle. Simon, let your people get off. After getting a definite answer, Han Feng said to Simon, Okay, Captain Han. After a pause, Han Feng continued, Luna, Let the terrorists get on the bus. As many as each car can squeeze. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna responded, Han Feng suddenly remembered something and instructed, "Oh, by the way, remember to let Crazy Ivan get on the bus. Don't leave him behind." "Okay, Captain Han." "Forget it." Luna. Connect the vision. Target, Simon. After pondering for a few seconds, Han Feng, who felt something was wrong, decided to see it for himself. "Okay, Captain Han. The vision connection is connecting. Target, Simon. Please wait." When Han Feng opened his eyes again, his vision was already outside the hospital. This, looking at the various people in the open space, Han Feng was a little dumbfounded. There were students in school uniforms and carrying school bags, white-collar workers carrying briefcases, and doctors carrying medicine boxes. There was even an old man carrying a basket, who seemed to be going to buy vegetables. "Luna, are they all terrorists?" "Captain Han. Yes, they are all terrorists." As soon as Luna finished speaking, Han Feng remembered the first terrorist he summoned, who was a migrant worker. They looked like them. Glancing at each terrorist, Han Feng always found something new. "Captain Han, terrorists are good at camouflage. Just to get deep into the enemy without being noticed. Well, every profession has its own specialty." After praising him, Han Feng ordered, "Pedal, get as many people as you can." "Yes." After the order was issued, 100 terrorists responded in unison and began to walk towards the vehicle. More than 10 seconds later, Han Feng's eyes gradually changed when he looked at the terrorists. On the driver's seat, it was still normal, with only one terrorist sitting. But from the passenger seat, the situation began to change. 2 people were stacked together and sat in the passenger seat. And the back seat was even more bizarre. Not only were there 5 people squeezed together, but there was actually a terrorist lying on their legs. Next was the trunk. 2 relatively small terrorists were curled up in it with their heads facing each other. What's even more ridiculous is, there was actually a terrorist lying on the roof. Each car can only carry 5 people. But now, each car has 12 people. When the 8 cars were full, there were still 4 cars left. And several terrorists. Luna, summon another 55 terrorists. In order not to waste resources, Han Feng did a little calculation and figured out how many people these 4 vehicles could hold. Report to Captain Han. Summon 55 terrorists. Need. Confirm. Summon. Okay, Captain Han. After talking to Luna, Han Feng turned to look at the 8 fully loaded vehicles and said, "You go to the zinc mine first and wait for my order." After receiving the order, the 8 vehicles slowly started and drove towards the zinc mine. Watching the convoy leave, Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. Soon, more than 50 terrorists walked towards the hospital. Just like before, Han Feng gave instructions and asked them to pedal. A few minutes later, 4 vehicles full of terrorists started and drove towards the zinc mine again. As soon as the 4 vehicles left, Han Feng remembered Luna's report in his mind and said, "Report to Team Han. The 8 vehicles that drove earlier have arrived at the zinc mine." "Okay." In response, Han Feng began to give orders. "Terrorists in the zinc mine, you should rush to the front line now and stop 1 kilometer away from the zombies. Then, let Ivan bind Ivan bombs to each terrorist." Then, each car rushed into the zombies in different directions. Every 300 meters, jump down a terrorist. Remember, each vehicle must maintain a 500-meter interval. Also, sprint at full speed and never stop in the middle of the journey. Also, terrorists who get off the vehicle, please hold on for a little longer to give the vehicle enough time to evacuate, thank you. Intermittently, Han Feng issued several orders in succession. "Yes, Captain Han." In Han Feng's mind, the responses of many terrorists rang out. "Come on! Go!" "Yes, Captain Han." After that, 8 vehicles drove together and headed towards the front line. The 6-kilometer distance was covered in 6 or 7 minutes. During this period, Han Feng gave the same order to the terrorists, who arrived behind. Luna, connect the vision. Target, Crazy Ivan. Okay, Captain Han. Under the setting sun, Han Feng's perspective shifted to a position 1 kilometer in front of the battlefield. As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Feng saw Ivan tying bombs to each terrorist. "Okay. I wish you a successful mission." Patting the car door, Ivan signaled that they could leave. "Thank you." In the driver's seat, A terrorist responded with a smile. Buzz. With the roar of the engine, the car rushed out. It rushed straight into the zombie tide. Uh-huh. Let's blow it up. With red eyes, the terrorist shouted crazily. Bang! 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 The zombies that were knocked up on the windshield of the vehicle hit it like raindrops. The terrorist ignored the broken glass and stepped on the accelerator to the lowest. Get out of the car. Lowering the window a little, the terrorist shouted to the roof. I wish you a successful mission. I'm going first. In response, the terrorist on the roof loosened his hands and slid down freely. After getting off the car, the terrorist protected his head and neck with his arms. His curled legs tightly clamped the bomb package. Enduring the pain of being bitten, the terrorist refused to change his body shape, just to hold on for one more second. One more second. Chapter 394, 13 Supply Boxes. More than 10 seconds later. Boom! Boom! The terrorists, who could no longer hold on, turned into a magnificent mushroom cloud in the sky with several violent explosions. The mushroom cloud emitted an orange-red light, bringing a little warmth to the battlefield, and then slowly disappeared. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a huge explosion crater was clearly visible. Within a diameter of 400 meters, there were no more living creatures. Not even the remains of a broken arm were seen. Get off. On the other side, 500 meters away, inside the zombie swarm, the terrorists shouted again. Okay, brothers, I'll go first. Grinning, a terrorist pushed open the passenger door and jumped out. The next second, the door was closed due to the collision of zombies. Leaving the terrorists behind, the vehicle rushed further into the zombie tide again, not daring to slow down at all. More than 10 seconds later. Boom! Boom! The second mushroom cloud rose in the explosion. Get out of the car. Quick! According to the time and distance, the terrorist in the driver's seat kept giving orders to the others in the car to get out. About 5 minutes later, he was the only one left in the car. Driving a car without a windshield, zombies can easily enter the car through the gap. Under the pulling and biting of the zombies, the last terrorist forcibly stabilized the steering wheel and continued to move further into the zombie tide. Finally, about 3 kilometers away from the front line, the small car was severely damaged and could no longer move forward. Holding the VR terrorist bomb, the terrorist smiled with satisfaction. Boom! In the depths of the zombie tide, the last mushroom cloud bloomed. So far, the first car has perfectly completed its mission. If you look down from the air, from the front line of the battlefield to here, the explosion pits are like a string of crooked candied haws. The following vehicles were the same as the first one. Mushroom clouds exploded in different directions and locations. Then, the second wave of terrorists. Through the sight of the frontline fighters and Ivan, Han Feng directly saw these tragic scenes. Luna continued to summon 100 terrorists, confirm. When the night was completely dark, Han Feng continued with pain. Okay, Captain Han. 100 terrorists are being summoned. Please wait. Luna, send a semi-trailer to transport the terrorists to the zinc mine. Pursing his lips, Han Feng continued to give orders. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng sat up from the operating table and pulled out the blood transfusion needle from his arm. Under the operating table, there were dozens of shrunken blood bags. Han Feng stopped transfusing blood only after he felt his body swell. Luna, how far are the zombies from the zinc mine? As he walked out, Han Feng asked. Report to Captain Han. The zombies are now less than 5 kilometers away from the zinc mine. After hearing this, Han Feng felt bad. Until now, the zombies were so close to the zinc mine, and there was no news of the third-level zombies launching a charge. If they really launched the charge when they were 1 kilometer away from the zinc mine, then things would be serious. Hey! Are you out? Seeing Han Feng walk out of the operating room, Natasha stood up and asked immediately. Yeah. Having a hasty response, Han Feng walked out of the hospital without slowing down. Outside the hospital, the barracks were still summoning new terrorists. Who are they? Following Han Feng, Lin Lan saw that the yard was full of people of various professions, and asked Han Feng in a daze. If you want to stop the zombies, it all depends on them. After a brief explanation, the semi-trailer just drove over. All terrorists. Pedal? Terrorists? Hearing Han Feng's command, Lin Lan's eyes widened, and he asked loudly in disbelief. Quick! Pedal? Time was running out. So Han Feng ignored Lin Lan behind him. Luna, let the heavy factory continue to make slow-drop bombs. Make 100 sets. Let the invader fighters fly. Quick! Seeing the two parked invader fighters, Han Feng frowned and ordered. Okay, Captain Han. Are they terrorists? Behind him, Lin Lan kept asking this question. When did terrorists appear on Chinese soil? Who are they? Seeing Han Feng didn't say anything, Lin Lan walked up to Han Feng and asked. Looking at Lin Lan's eyes, Han Feng suddenly thought that this guy is a military man. For the terrorists on the country, her state is normal. They are not safe here and need to move to the zinc mine. Rolling his eyes, Han Feng made up a loose lie. But you just said terrorists. For us, zombies are terrorists. After hearing Han Feng's explanation, Lin Lan was stunned. Lin Lan wanted to refute something with a trembling mouth, but couldn't find a loophole for a while. Okay, now the disaster is coming. Let's think about how to solve it first. Helping Lin Lan aside, in order to block her mouth, Han Feng quickly brought out the zombies as a shield. Buzz! Whoosh! Lin Lan was about to say something, and the sound of the invader fighter taking off attracted her attention. You still have a fighter? Pointing at the fighter in the air, Lin Lan turned around and asked Han Feng. National. Han Feng laughed and evaded the question. During the time the two were talking, 100 terrorists had finished pedaling. Luna, let all the terrorists go to the zinc mine and wait for my order. After learning from his mistakes, Han Feng changed the mode of issuing orders in his mind when facing Lin Lan. Okay, Captain Han. After receiving the order, the semi-trailer started slowly. Luna, do we have enough ammunition? Han Feng asked, watching the semi-trailer leave. Report to Captain Han. Not enough. The M60 bullets in the arsenal are only enough to sustain combat for half an hour. Then make another 100,000 rounds. Han Feng said arrogantly, and added, summon 20 heavy soldiers and 10 radiation engineers to make another 1,000 Stinger missiles. Confirmed. Oh! Luna, get all the semi-trailers to deliver the ammunition. After thinking about it, Han Feng decided to summon another 20 heavy armored soldiers and some Stinger missiles. Compared with other arms, heavy armored soldiers and radiation engineers both belong to ranged killing attacks. Okay, Captain Han. 20 heavy armored soldiers, 10 radiation engineers, 100,000 M60 bullets, 1,000 Stinger missiles are being summoned and produced. Please wait. After arranging all this, Han Feng felt a little relieved. While giving the order, 2 invader fighters returned and landed at the air command. Luna, start scanning. At this moment, Han Feng, who was not sure whether there were any level 6 zombies, decided to scan the area around the zinc mine. If there were really level 6 zombies, he could kill them while he was not busy. Especially, now there was too much blood in his body, and he was a little swollen. If he fought a wave of blood rage and killed the level 6 zombies, he could also make himself feel a little more comfortable. Report to Captain Han. Turn on the radar to scan a radius of 500 kilometers. It will cost 100 gold coins. Please confirm the scan. Confirm. Scan. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is starting to scan. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Scanning range, with you as the center point. Radiating 500 kilometers around. Scanning results, found 13 supply boxes. After Luna finished talking about the scanning results, Han Feng was completely dumbfounded. 13 supply boxes. In other words, there are 13 level 6 zombies. This scanning result scared Han Feng. Luna, 13. Where are the locations of the 13 supply boxes? The next second, Han Feng, who had no time to sort out his emotions, asked intermittently, report to Captain Han. The location of the supply box has been marked on the radar. Please move to the radar to view it. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng shifted his attention to the system. Looking at the radar display, Han Feng quickly found the location of the supply boxes. 13 golden dots representing supply boxes are all not far from the base. Except for the zinc mine. The other 3 sides of the base are all supply boxes. In an instant, Han Feng understood understood why the mysterious girl wanted to defend the base by herself. It turned out that the real threat was lurking beside him. Looking at the distribution of the supply boxes, Han Feng asked, Luna, how far are these supply boxes from us? Report to Captain Han. Less than 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers, 2 kilometers. If a level 6 zombie runs at full speed, the distance of these 2 kilometers is only more than 10 seconds. In other words, the current base is facing the attack of 13 level 6 zombies at any time. Having his attention away from the system, Han Feng stared at the base under repair, lost in thought. Noticing the changes in Han Feng's expression and eyes, Lin Lan stepped forward and asked, is the situation serious? Han Feng did not speak, but just nodded slightly. Report to Captain Han. Wei Peng is approaching the base. Wei Peng is expected to arrive at the base in 30 seconds. Should he be allowed to enter the base? Please instruct. Suddenly, Luna's reminder sounded in Han Feng's mind. Wei Peng? What is he doing here? Frowning, Han Feng immediately asked back. Reporting to Captain Han. I don't know. Wei Peng will arrive at the base in 25 seconds. Let him in, Han Feng ordered with his lips pursed. Okay, Captain Han. The base will allow Wei Peng to enter this time. 20 seconds later, Han Feng saw the panting Wei Peng. Xiao Peng, what are you doing here? It's dangerous here. You bastard. You are here. As soon as he saw Wei Peng, Han Feng hadn't finished his questioning when he saw Wei Peng pointing at Lin Lan and cursing. Chapter 395, Surrounded. Lin Lan reached out his hand, wanting to explain something. But when he thought of what he had done, he gave up and put his hand down. Brother-in-law? Turning his eyes, Wei Peng looked at Han Feng and said the word brother-in-law in a loud voice. Meaning, what's wrong? Xiaoping? The explosion of the zinc mine was too loud. So I came here to hide and be quiet. His eyes wandered between Han Feng and Lin Lan. And Wei Peng made up a lie, knowing what Wei Peng was thinking. Han Feng just nodded and said nothing. This kid should also be a master. Right? Standing behind Han Feng, Natasha looked at Wei Peng and suddenly said, now we are facing a powerful enemy. So put off other things. Now is not the time to do other things. Han Feng's words were not only to Natasha, but also to Wei Peng. Oh. Han Feng finished speaking, and Natasha responded in a low voice. Report to Captain Han. 100 terrorists have been transported to the zinc mine. Okay. Let's go back to the hospital and rest. After Luna finished speaking in his mind, Han Feng waved to Wei Peng, indicating that he should go to the hospital first. Turning around, Han Feng took the lead in walking into the hospital, and ordered Luna in his mind, take out the leather armor of all the mobilized soldiers who died before from the warehouse. Let the terrorists wear leather armor and charge forward. There is no other way. Without the defense of vehicles, Han Feng can only let the terrorists wear armor just to get deeper into the zombie group. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna responded, Han Feng added, don't forget, let Ivan bind the terrorists with bombs. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. So far, Han Feng has given all the orders he could think of. If he can't withstand the zombies' charge, then Han Feng has no choice. After all, there are 13 level 6 zombies watching around the base. Where did you hide my sister? When everyone entered the hospital, Wei Peng asked Lin Lan first. It wasn't me. Shaking her head, Lin Lan looked at Wei Peng and said, where did you hide my sister? Wei Peng did not change the question, but emphasized the tone. It really wasn't me. After Lin Lan finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Han Feng. There was a hint of pleading and grievance in his eyes. Xiaoping. In response, Han Feng called Wei Peng softly. Where is the Holy Lord? Where is this bastard? Wei Peng was unmoved by Han Feng's call, and asked while still looking at Lin Lan. I really don't know. You are his lackey. You say you don't know? Wei Peng didn't believe every word Lin Lan said. In Wei Peng's heart, he had already determined that Lin Lan knew where his sister was, and where the Holy Lord was. Xiao Peng, you are too serious. How serious? Is it more serious than losing your sister? Seeing Han Feng step forward to help, Wei Peng turned his spearhead to Han Feng again. Hearing Wei Peng's words, Han Feng was stunned and continued, you know, all this is a trap set by the Holy Lord. The purpose is to split us up. Split up? Ha, you are very loving now. Wei Peng. Wei Peng's words made Han Feng a little angry. Did I say anything wrong? Give my sister back to me. I'm leaving now. Seeing Han Feng angry, Wei Peng took a step forward and shouted, Wake up! Now! Boom! Hiss! Han Feng had just finished speaking when a violent electric current sounded, interrupting Han Feng's unfinished words. Oh no! Hearing the sound, Han Feng instantly realized that this was the attack sound of the light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil. Thump! 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 Whoosh! The next second, the lights in the hospital went out one by one and fell into darkness. Then, the emergency signs lit up green. In the hospital filled with dim light, the atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. What was supposed to come finally came, Han Feng said helplessly, gritting his teeth. After that, Han Feng ignored Wei Peng in front of him and walked around him to the mad knife next to the chair. Picking up the mad knife, Han Feng strode out of the hospital. When he came to the outside world, Han Feng saw 12 figures standing in the hospital. No need to guess. These 12 figures were all level 6 zombies. On the other side, Han Feng saw the power station in ruins again. Presumably, just now, a level 6 zombie, as a death squad, attracted the attention of the light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil. At the moment of being attacked, the other 12 level 6 zombies were dispatched together, not only destroying the power station, but also killing 24 magnetic storm infantrymen. What a good plan. The swift and decisive means of the 13 level 6 zombies broke Han Feng's idea of relying on defensive weapons. And the 16th century guns and machine gun bunkers were all placed outside the wall. For the powerful enemy who had already entered the wall, they could not play a single role. Who are you? Wei Peng, who chased Han Feng out, saw the figure standing in the open space and shouted angrily. We are here to watch the show. The leading level 6 zombie answered, listening to its coherent tone. Han Feng knew this was the Holy Lord possessed. What a big deal. The whole mountain is full of scum. Han Feng glanced at the level 6 zombies and spoke slowly. At the same time, Han Feng also tightened the mad knife in his hand. No way. Time is tight. Let you laugh. The Holy Lord responded indifferently. Guests are guests. Let me entertain you personally. Blood fury. Open. Buzz. After Han Feng roared, a muffled sound instantly came out of his body. Swoosh. With the blessing of blood rage, Han Feng activated his super speed ability again. Holding the knife horizontally, he rushed towards the 12 level 6 zombies. Telekinesis. Activate. Halfway, Han Feng used telekinesis weapons to scatter backwards. These telekinesis weapons did not participate in the battle, but protected Wei Peng, Lin Lan and Natasha behind them. After all, level 6 zombies are not something the three of them can resist. You go in first. No one is allowed to come out without my order. More than 20 telekinesis weapons floated in front of the hospital entrance. And Han Feng was still worried, so he took the time to turn around and shout. Without waiting for a response, Han Feng had already rushed in front of the level 6 zombies. Huh? The mad knife slashed down from above, making gusts of wind. Bang! The mad knife fell to the ground, shaking open a gap of several meters in the ground. Unfortunately, this knife did not hit the level 6 zombie. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 12 level 6 zombies also reacted very quickly, scattered in an instant, and then turned back to attack Han Feng. Bang! Aiming at the level 6 zombie that was closest to him and was still charging, Han Feng kicked it and hit it in the ribs. However, what Han Feng did not expect was that the zombie that was kicked did not retreat, but hugged his right leg tightly despite being seriously injured. Damn! Han Feng cursed hastily without retracting his leg immediately. Whoosh! 2 level 6 zombies attacked from behind, making a gust of wind for no reason. Han Feng, who had no time to defend himself, jumped on one leg and rushed up to the sky with a heavy blade. Schwa! Whoosh! Sure enough, at his original position, the 2 level 6 zombies missed, because his right leg was controlled. Han Feng had a tendency to fall before he jumped too high, holding the mad knife in one hand. Han Feng gritted his teeth and chopped the mad knife down. Schwa! Feeling the threat above his head, the level 6 zombies wisely let go of Han Feng's legs and quickly evacuated. So far, Han Feng failed to kill the zombies with 2 consecutive slashes. After landing, there was no one around Han Feng. Raising his eyes, Han Feng scanned the surroundings and found that they were all standing on various buildings and the top of the wall. Looking down at him, trapped in the encirclement, Han Feng slowly turned his body with his knife horizontally. His face and eyes were full of vigilance. Facing a large number of level 6 zombies, Han Feng actually had a lot of pain in his heart. If it was one-on-one, it would be fine. 1-on-2 would be fine. But with 12 level 6 zombies, Han Feng himself was not sure he could wipe them all out. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, 12 level 6 zombies attacked from all directions. They rushed towards Han Feng together. Ding! Ding! Holding his sword to block the two claws, Han Feng squatted down, lowering his center of gravity and avoiding more attacks. Huh? Waving his sword wildly, Han Feng protected his vital parts and fell into passive defense. Speed, telekinesis, blood rage. Han Feng, with 3 superpowers fully activated, barely tied with 12 level 6 zombies. Unfortunately, a hero cannot defeat 4 hands. As time passed second by second, facing attacks from all directions, Han Feng gradually fell into a disadvantage. With a tense face, Han Feng did not dare to relax at all. Frowning, Han Feng felt more and more depressed. If this continues, once his blood rage expires, then, you bunch of rubbish, come and play with Grandpa. While Han Feng was struggling to resist, Wei Peng's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Go back. You come. Bang. Hearing Wei Peng's voice, Han Feng was angry and anxious. He was distracted when he started to shout, and his back was accidentally hit. His body was unstable, and he dived forward. Come on! You bunch of idiots! Wei Peng, who didn't realize the extreme danger, walked forward while cursing. Han Feng raised his knife to defend himself in a panic, looking at Wei Peng, who looked like a young man. Swoosh! The level 6 zombies on the periphery were attracted by Wei Peng's voice and turned around to attack. And at this moment, bang! Bang! 2 sniper rifles exploded at the same time. It was Natasha and Simon. Ding ding! 2 flashes of fire from the friction of steel flashed above the heads of 2 level 6 zombies. But there was still a level 6 zombie that had not been hit. Swoosh! Perhaps it was because he saw the zombies, whose defenses could not be penetrated by sniper bullets, that Wei Peng realized what kind of monster he had provoked. Without thinking, Wei Peng quickly activated his speed superpower. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just like that, Wei Peng was running in front, and the level 6 zombies were chasing him from behind. Without the attacks of 3 level 6 zombies, Han Feng's pressure was greatly reduced. But Han Feng was not happy at all at this time, because he knew that the speed of level 6 zombies was also very fast. Back then, he could still be caught up even if he activated his speed superpower. If it was Wei Peng, it would probably be just a matter of time. Chapter 396, Battlefield Division. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng held the mad knife horizontally in front of him, and then turned his waist sharply. The level 6 zombies were not stupid either. Seeing the mad knife coming, they retreated half a step and opened a safe distance of 2 meters. Taking advantage of the gap, Han Feng hurriedly picked up the knife and chased Wei Peng. Unfortunately, the 9 level 6 zombies were like maggots attached to the bones, sticking to Han Feng again, interfering with Han Feng's actions. Bang! Bang! At this time, on the top floor of the hospital, Natasha and Simon fired the second sniper bullet. The bullet fired by Simon hit the head of the level 6 zombie chasing Wei Peng. Natasha hit the wrist of the level 6 zombie. After the first sniper bullet, Natasha knew that she couldn't kill it, and couldn't even break its defense. In this case, Natasha immediately decided to change her strategy and attack the thin joints of the level 6 zombie, where the defense was relatively weak. Don't say this trick is still effective. After the baptism of the sniper bullet, the wrist of the level 6 zombie showed an abnormal bend. With a drooping wrist, the level 6 zombie's pace did not slow down. According to visual estimation, in less than 5 or 6 seconds, Wei Peng will be caught up. Pulling the gun barrel, Natasha quickly loaded the gun, then took the sniper gun and aimed. Bang! Through the sniper scope, Natasha pulled the trigger at the rapidly swinging ankle of the level 6 zombie. As the sound of the sniper rifle rose, the figure of the rapidly running level 6 zombie suddenly shrugged. Seeing this scene, Han Feng finally understood why Tanya couldn't avoid Natasha's bullet. Too fast, too accurate, Knowing that Wei Peng was temporarily out of trouble, Han Feng calmed down again and fought against the 9 level 6 zombies around him. But Han Feng forgot. There are 2 more level 6 zombies chasing Wei Peng. Taking a shortcut, 2 level 6 zombies blocked in front of Wei Peng and were still approaching rapidly. Bang! Bang! Just 2 seconds later, gunshots rang out again on the top floor of the hospital. But Simon, a 1-star sniper, is not as good as Natasha in shooting. Simon's shot missed the rapidly swinging ankle. Natasha's unilateral dealing with a level 6 zombie was useless. Xiao Peng, come here! Quick! Seeing Wei Peng about to be picked up by a level 6 zombie, Lin Lan, who was not far away, shouted with a 3-edged military bayonet in both hands. Looking at Lin Lan, Wei Peng pursed his lips, changed his direction, and ran towards Lin Lan. Go in quickly. When Wei Peng passed by Lin Lan opened his mouth and signaled Wei Peng to enter the hospital first. Swoosh! Wei Peng passed by Lin Lan with a gust of wind. Without saying anything, seeing that his opponent had changed, the level 6 zombie slowed down and stood 3 meters in front of Lin Lan, looking at her, holding the 3-edged military dagger tightly in both hands. Lin Lan could only bite the bullet and bear it. Swoosh! The next moment, the level 6 zombie moved. Seeing a phantom coming, Lin Lan raised his double blades and stabbed forward fiercely. Ding! Dong! The 2 3-edged military daggers did stab the level 6 zombie. But Lin Lan's strength was too small to allow the military daggers to penetrate. Being backfired by the huge force, Lin Lan took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Bang! Bang! On the top floor, Natasha and Simon shot at the ankles of the level 6 zombie, providing long-range support for Lin Lan. Unfortunately, even if the level 6 zombie was hit in both feet, the impact was not very big at most. The speed was slower than before. Gritting his teeth, Lin Lan propped up his body, set up 2 3-edged military daggers, and prepared to launch an attack. Swish! Swish! Swoosh! Ding! Waving the military daggers with both hands, Lin Lan exerted an amazing momentum. But Lin Lan chose the wrong opponent. The 3-edged military dagger in Lin Lan's hand could not break the hard skin of the level 6 zombie at all. The level 6 zombie stood there blankly, looking at the crazy Lin Lan. There was even a hint of smile on his lips. This was a naked mockery. A mockery of the weak Lin Lan. Get out of here! I'll fight it! Suddenly, behind Lin Lan, Wei Peng's voice came to mind. On the night his sister was killed, Wei Peng had seen a level 6 zombie. Therefore, among all the zombies, Wei Peng hated the level 6 the most. Go back! Go back quickly! Don't come out! Lin Lan shouted without even turning his head. Get out of here! Wei Peng ignored Lin Lan's words and directly activated his speed superpower, rushing towards the level 6 zombie. Facing the motionless target, Wei Peng flashed by. Swish! The sound of the blade entering the flesh sounded. The next second, Lin Lan saw a tiny scratch on the collarbone of the level 6 zombie, slowly oozing blood. Turning his eyes, Lin Lan saw a cold light in Wei Peng's hand. It was a scalpel. A sharp scalpel. It turned out that Wei Peng did not hide in the hospital because he was greedy for life. Instead, he went to the operating room to find a scalpel. The scalpel, made of titanium steel, was extremely sharp. Coupled with Wei Peng's speed gain, this was how he injured the level 6 zombie. Looking at this tiny scar, Lin Lan's eyes lit up. An idea suddenly came to his mind. Stepping up, Lin Lan feinted a few times, and the feint attracted the attention of the level 6 zombie, while the other hand quickly inserted the 3-edged military dagger into the gap of the level 6 zombie. The sharp 3-edged military dagger easily inserted into the tiny gap. Bang bang. On the top floor, Natasha and Simon changed their target and attacked the zombie next to Han Feng. Ignoring the movement in his ears, Lin Lan saw that the attack was successful and took 2 steps back. The next second, Lin Lan stepped forward and jumped up. One foot stepped hard on the exposed 3-edged military dagger on the level 6 zombie, and flew into the air again. Tear! Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a nasty tearing and bone-breaking sound. The right arm of the 6th level zombie was ripped off fiercely. Roar! Until this moment, the 6th level zombie, feeling the severe pain, burst into the first roar. If the 6th level zombie had not underestimated the enemy, then Lin Lan and Wei Peng would have suffered. Unfortunately, there is no chance to start over. Having lost half of the country, and with his feet injured, the 6th level zombie ran towards Lin Lan with a whirring roar. Holding the only remaining 3-edged military bayonet, Lin Lan narrowed his eyes, and stared at the 6th level zombie with half of his arm drooping. Roar! With a series of roars, the level 6 zombie came to Lin Lan. Now! Lin Lan seized the opportunity, and pulled out the 3-edged military dagger from the abdomen of the level 6 zombie. With the other hand, he stabbed twice more, and stabbed into the huge gap of the level 6 zombie. After succeeding, Lin Lan did not linger in the fight. He stepped back a few steps to keep a safe distance. It's all your fault. You are all murderers. On the other side, Wei Peng relied on his super speed to wander around the 2 level 6 zombies. Holding a short scalpel, Wei Peng was playing with fire. Fortunately, the 2 level 6 zombies that Wei Peng faced had gunshot wounds in their feet. This gave Wei Peng some room to maneuver. So far, the battlefield within the small wall was divided into several areas. Han Feng fought 9 level 6 zombies. Lin Lan fought 1 alone. And Wei Peng held 2. On the top of the hospital, there were Natasha and Simon who kept firing black guns. With the left and right restraints, Han Feng had room to fight and maneuver. Under the dark night, in the reflection of the moonlight, the mad knife in Han Feng's hand emitted a faint red light. The big and open attack not only defended the whole body, but also cut several level 6 zombies. It was just that the level 6 zombies that were cut were not seriously injured due to the lack of power. How's your new Wei Yun doing? During the battle, one of the level 6 zombies said something disturbing. Han Feng knew the Lord's despicable thoughts, so he just pursed his lips and hacked without paying attention. I'm curious, how long will Wei Peng hold out before he attacks you? If he doesn't, I'll be anxious. Behind him, a level 6 zombie continued while sneaking an attack. Kill you! Wei Peng's knot will naturally be untied, so you don't have to worry about it. Although he knew that these words were the Lord's open plot, Han Feng's heartstrings were still shaken a little. Bang! Bang! Having been distracted for a while, Han Feng was accidentally hit twice again. However, relying on his blood rage, these 2 attacks, which were neither light nor heavy, would not have any effect on Han Feng. What can you do if Wei Peng kills Lin Lan when you are not prepared? Aside, the level 6 zombie who changed his attack position continued to provoke. After hearing this, Han Feng remained silent and simply shielded the Holy Lord. If Wei Yun comes back and sees Lin Lan, what do you think will happen to them? Swish. Hearing the word Wei Yun, the mad knife in Han Feng's hand shook obviously. Kill him! Stop talking nonsense! Schwa! Turning his grief and anger into strength, Han Feng, who knew that Wei Yun was dead, increased the intensity and frequency of his attacks. In this way, Han Feng vented his anger. Ha ha ha. You are anxious, you are anxious. Ah! Boom! As soon as the Holy Lord laughed, Han Feng heard Wei Peng's screams. Through the gap in the battle, Han Feng saw that Wei Peng's right half of his body was severely twisted at the shoulder. No need to guess. This was caused by a punch from a level 6 zombie. Telekinesis. Seeing the level 6 zombie approaching and preparing to attack Wei Peng again, Han Feng hurriedly shouted, swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, more than 20 telekinetic weapons were launched at the same time, stabbing at the 2 level 6 zombies beside Wei Peng. Thanks to these telekinetic weapons, Wei Peng's life was forcibly saved. Bang! Bang! Puff! At this time, Han Feng's attention was all on Wei Peng, and he didn't care about the level 6 zombies around him at all. For this, Han Feng paid a high enough price. Spraying a mouthful of blood mist, Han Feng staggered and almost fell. Ding! Ding ding ding. On the other side, the telekinetic weapons in the air fell one after another due to the withdrawal of telekinesis, making crisp sounds. But the next moment, these telekinetic weapons suddenly rose again. It was Lin Lan. After getting rid of the half-crippled level 6 zombie, Lin Lan came to Wei Peng as soon as possible and took over Han Feng's telekinetic weapons. Chapter 397, Pregnant. Wei Peng, half paralyzed on the ground, looked at Lin Lan's petite and determined back, his eyes trembling a little. Waving the 3-edged military dagger, Lin Lan's figure kept moving. At this time, Wei Peng noticed that there were several deep scars on Lin Lan's body. Yes, even if the 6th level zombie was half crippled, How could Lin Lan fight against it? If he couldn't break the skin's defense, what was the difference between this and fighting a tiger with bare hands? But even so, Lin Lan still used her body to block the two 6th level zombies and protect Wei Peng behind her. Even with the addition of telekinetic weapons, the effect was not too great. After all, Lin Lan is not Han Feng, and his telekinesis is not as strong as Han Feng's. The enhanced version of the Silver Shuttle and Silver Wings cannot penetrate the leather armor of the 6th level zombie. The blood needle is still useful, but the battle is fierce at this moment, and Lin Lan has no intention of using the blood needle to seal the joints of the 6th level zombie. Bang! Bang! Lying on the ground, Han Feng felt 2 sniper bullets resist the zombie's attack. Help Lin Lan. Don't worry about me. With blood overflowing from his mouth, Han Feng shouted with his teeth bared. It's so touching. Step. The Holy Lord stepped on Han Feng's back with one foot, still mocking him. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. On the ground, Han Feng roared. Buzz. With a ripple in the air, the 9 level 6 zombies around him suddenly paused. Taking advantage of this moment, Han Feng supported himself with his arms and prepared to stand up. Humph. As soon as he exerted force, Han Feng did not stand up. The foot on his back was like carrying half a mountain. Ah! Han Feng gritted his teeth and his arms trembled with force. And his hands, with full force, slowly entered the ground. After a few seconds, Han Feng finally straightened his chest. Ah! With one breath, Han Feng roared again and finally broke free from the oppression. As soon as he stood up, Han Feng opened his right hand, and the mad knife rose up for no reason, striking accurately. Huh? The mad knife swung in a circle and chopped down the head of the 6th level zombie possessed by the Holy Lord. Shwa. From top to bottom, the zombie that was still in a trampling posture was cut in half. Roar! After killing this zombie, Han Feng could no longer maintain the mental confinement. The other 8 zombies that had unsealed the seal attacked Han Feng again with their fangs and claws. Ding! Ding! Subconsciously resisting the mad knife to defend, Han Feng only felt dizzy. Han Feng didn't know whether this dizziness was caused by lack of blood or lack of mental strength. Bang! Bang! 2 sniper rifles continue to sound in the air. Report to Captain Han. The zombie tide is less than 2 kilometers away from the zinc mine, and the 3rd level zombies have launched the first wave of charge. In the fierce battle, Han Feng remembered Luna's report in his mind. Looking for Brother Wang, Han Feng responded briefly between swinging his sword. Report to Captain Han. Wang Man has been informed several hours ago. Wang Man is now leading the major teams to the front line. Hold on. Wait for me. After Tsang hurriedly responded, Han Feng accelerated his offensive. But every time he raised his hand, Han Feng felt pain between his ribs. After retreating several dozen meters, Han Feng touched his right rib with his left hand. Fuck. Feeling the soft touch between his ribs, Han Feng cursed inwardly. I don't know how many ribs are broken. Lin Lan. Give me 2 telekinetic weapons. Without time to look back or wait, Han Feng used telekinesis to take away 2 silver shuttles from Lin Lan. Howl. With the 2 silver shuttles in, Han Feng used them to contain a level 6 zombie. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng rushed in again with a dark red mad knife. Natasha! Shoot! After not hearing the sound of gunfire for a long time, Han Feng turned his head and looked at the top floor of the hospital, but saw 2 people watching the show. No more bullets. All gone. Natasha responded in her mind. Didn't I make sniper bullets for you? Damn. No way. Han Feng just finished speaking, and the next moment he realized these sniper bullets might have been transported to the front line, because no one went to the barracks to collect them. There was no other way. Without long-range support, he could only fight quickly to help Lin Lan and Wei Peng. But these level 6 zombies are very ghostly. As soon as they see him attack, they will retreat, and the zombies in other directions will take the opportunity to attack. In addition, the mad knife is a weapon with a wide range of movements, and is not suitable for rapid defense and attack. Han Feng was extremely frustrated in this battle. Ding ding. Suddenly, the sound of the silver shuttle Silver Wings falling was heard not far away. With this crisp sound, Han Feng's heart sank. Looking sideways, sure enough, Lin Lan was pierced through the right shoulder by a level 6 zombie and was being hung up at this time. Looking at Lin Lan's drooping head, Han Feng panicked. Lin Lan. Han Feng quickly approached the two of them after shouting, Shua! With the power of the raging wind. Han Feng slashed from below and directly cut off the zombie's arm. Plop! Without the fulcrum. Lin Lan and the arm stuck on his right shoulder fell together. Someone! Someone! Help them back! Han Feng shouted as the crosswalk blocked the zombies. Trample! 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 With one order, more than a dozen American soldiers rushed out of the hospital, dragging Lin Lan and Wei Peng back to the hospital. Luna, inject them with a quick recovery potion. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. As he escorted the two into the hospital, Han Feng's brows relaxed a little. But facing 10 level 6 zombies, Han Feng felt bitter. After staggering a few steps, Han Feng realized that there were 3 deep scars on his thighs. Report to Captain Han. Lin Lan needs surgery to remove the zombie's broken limbs before he can be injected with a gene quick recovery potion. Do it. Okay, Captain Han. As he spoke, a small pool of blood flowed out from Han Feng's feet. Ring, ring, ring. Holding the mad knife, Han Feng's hands could not stop shaking, and the mad knife made bursts of noise. Oh, you can't hold on? Laughing, the Holy Lord possessed another level 6 zombie and said, You can give it a try. Han Feng said lightly, and then shouted, Telekinesis, start. Howl. Zheng. Swoosh. Swoosh. On the ground. These unattended telekinesis weapons just happened to be favored by Han Feng. For a moment, silver shuttles, silver wings and blood needles rose everywhere. On the other side, in the operating room of the hospital, the medical staff carried Lin Lan to the operating table. Because Lin Lan was in a coma at this time, he was spared a lot of unnecessary pain. The sharp scalpel cut open Lin Lan's clothes and flesh. And after disinfecting him, the operation officially began. Outside the hospital, Han Feng had the blessing of telekinetic weapons, and his combat power jumped a lot. Under the blood rage, Han Feng's telekinesis increased dramatically. This gave the silver shuttle Silver Wings more room to play. About 20 minutes later, Han Feng walked into the hospital empty-handed, with blood spilling from many parts of his body. The red color in his eyes, which represented the blood rage, faded, leaving a weak but clear look. Blood. Blood. Behind Han Feng, blood dripped all over the ground, leaving a trail of blood. Han Feng kept spitting out bloody words. A few seconds later, Han Feng was helped into the operating room by medical staff. Lying on the operating table, the medical staff inserted 4 blood transfusion needles for Han Feng. By the way, 2 gene rapid recovery drugs were also injected. Holding on to the last bit of willpower, Han Feng told himself that he couldn't sleep, because the battle at the zinc mine had not been resolved. The blood transfusion volume was adjusted to the maximum, and Han Feng's body greedily absorbed the blood for nourishment. It was not until half an hour later that the blood volume in Han Feng's body returned to normal. Sitting up, Han Feng saw that most of the wounds on his body had healed. Pulling out the 4 blood transfusion needles, Han Feng slowly got out of bed. Pushing open the door of the operating room, Han Feng walked out without saying a word. Squeak! Just as Han Feng was about to go out, he heard the sound of other operating room doors opening behind him. How are Wei Peng and Lin Lan? Pausing, Han Feng looked back at the doctor who had just walked out and asked. Nothing serious. No life-threatening. Huh? Hearing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But when Han Feng turned around and prepared to go out, the doctor's next sentence made him lose his soul. The child is saved. Child? Han Feng turned around and asked with his eyes wide open. Really? Don't you know? Captain Han? Lin Lan is pregnant. Whose? Han Feng asked almost subconsciously. Of course it's yours. After hearing this, the doctor smiled and wondered if Captain Han was so anxious that he could ask such a question. Child? Lin Lan is pregnant? It was not until this second that Han Feng reacted. Well, she has been pregnant for a day. The fertilized egg implanted yesterday. The doctor answered Han Feng's question with professional terms. No. Han Feng was about to say it was impossible, but suddenly thought of the day before, when he and Lin Lan, gurgle, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Han Feng stood there in a daze, as if he was still digesting the news. Squeak! Suddenly, the door of another operating room was pushed open, with half of his arms drooping. Wei Peng asked with half-opened eyes. Is Lin Lan pregnant? Well, you two should rest well now. Even if there is a recovery potion, you still need to rest for a day. After the doctor finished speaking, he did not forget to tell Wei Peng, go back and lie down first. And remember to call us if you feel uncomfortable. After saying that, the doctor closed the folder in his hand and left. She is pregnant. Wei Peng stared at the ground and asked Han Feng. I have a child. Han Feng murmured in a daze. The next moment, Han Feng turned around and ran quickly to the operating room. When he ran to Lin Lan, Han Feng saw that Lin Lan was still sleeping with her eyes closed on the operating table. There was a huge puncture wound on Lin Lan's shoulder. Through the sutured wound, Han Feng vaguely saw the muscles and bones inside. But fortunately, there was a recovery potion, and the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Feng reached out and gently placed his hand on Lin Lan's lower abdomen, feeling the growth of the little life inside with his heart. Pursing his lips, Han Feng looked at the pale Lin Lan, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 398, After the Disaster. After concentrating for a long time, Han Feng slowly stood up. When leaving the operating room, Han Feng said to Luna, always pay attention to Lin Lan's injuries. If there is any situation, remember to report to me at any time. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. After hearing this, Han Feng stepped out of the hospital. Walking outside, Han Feng stretched out his right hand. The telekinesis carried the mad knife, rising from the chest of a dead level 6 zombie. Grabbing the mad knife, Han Feng found the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. 4 or 5 minutes later, Han Feng arrived at the zinc mine. When he opened the car door, the first thing that caught his eye was the large and small, disorderly flames not far in front of the zinc mine. Smelling the smell of kerosene and plastic in the air, Han Feng knew that it was a burning bottle. Duh. Boom. Raising his eyes slightly, Han Feng stared at this hell on earth. At his feet, in front of him, there were countless debris. The faces of the living were all grinning. Buzz. Standing in place, Han Feng activated Blood Rage again. His eyes searched for a magnificent flame, and Han Feng ran straight towards it. This flame was none other than Lucia. At this moment, he was facing a level 5 zombie alone. Several flame shields were shattered in different ways. Just when they were about to fail, the mad knife fell. Leave the big guy to me. After saying this lightly, Han Feng's figure gradually dissipated, and then solidified in the distance. Ring. Lucia's body was extinguished with flames, holding the trembling flame knife. I don't have any shit strength. Before fainting, Lucia said weakly, you retreat first, and leave the rest to me. On the other side, Han Feng went to Tanya and gave an order. All members of the Navy SEALs died. I know. The whole team suffered heavy casualties. I know. All 4 Terminators have lost their zombie capabilities. I know. Han Feng repeated every word Tanya said. After nearly 2 hours of high-intensity fighting, Tanya had endured too much. Looking at Tanya's dark face, Han Feng also noticed that her belt was a little messy. Han Feng, who knew about the time belt, probably guessed that Tanya had used it to save her life. You retreat first. Remember to bring me some recovery potions. After saying this, Han Feng ran towards the zombies farther away with the telekinetic weapons around him. On the way, Han Feng took out the last 2 quick recovery potions in his pocket and injected them into his body. Luna, from now on, you and Tanya will jointly take over the other functions of the system. You can summon any type of troops you need without my confirmation. Don't bother me with anything else except life-threatening matters, with no time to consider other matters. Han Feng simply gave them all the power. Okay, Captain Han. I got it. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng just arrived at the depths of the zombie tide. Your boss doesn't care about you, but you still come here so desperately to give gold coins. Thank you so much. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, Han Feng slashed wildly at the zombies in front of him. In the battle area, telekinesis rises with the wind. Silver shuttles and silver wings are like jumping L's, flexibly shuttling around the zombies. A few minutes later, tick, tick, standing in the same place, in the silent air, one could even hear the dripping sound of blood on Han Feng's clothes. God's vision. Under the night, in the darkness, Han Feng looked around for several times without success, and decided to open the god's vision. Buzz? High in the sky, Han Feng's other vision suddenly opened up, looking down at the battlefield below. Han Feng determined the direction of the next attack. Leaving behind a trail of afterimages, Han Feng appeared 100 meters away in an instant. As before, as soon as he entered the battlefield, Han Feng relied on his own strength to forcibly turn the tide of the battle. After dealing with the zombies within his sight, Han Feng rushed to the next place again. In a battlefield alone, Han Feng was a killing god. No zombie could block Han Feng's sword, and no zombie could defend against the elusive silver shuttle and silver wings. The whole area seemed to be Han Feng's home court. Blood, hissing, golden swords, bloody wind. Han Feng turned this place into a Shura field, and he was the Shura god of war in the Shura field. An hour later, Han Feng, who had killed countless zombies, finally became unstable and staggered a few steps, looking like he was about to fall to the ground at any time. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the sound of the rush behind him, Han Feng gritted his teeth and raised his mad knife to slash back. The next moment, when he saw the person coming clearly, Han Feng forcibly retracted most of his strength. Whoosh! Having barely dodged Han Feng's knife, Tanya stood a few dozen meters away in a daze, wanting to say something but stopping. Did you bring the injection? Looking at Tanya, Han Feng asked with his mouth open and bloodshot. Tanya didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. In her hand, she was still searching for something in her jacket pocket. The next second, Tanya threw 3 injections to Han Feng. Han Feng took them with telekinesis and injected them all into his body without hesitation. Let's go! With a few words, Han Feng took the lead and jumped towards the zinc mine. 10 seconds later, Han Feng returned to the zinc mine and relieved his blood rage. Plop! Having lost the blessing of blood rage, Han Feng fell to the ground. Seeing this, Tanya hurried forward to support him. With Tanya's support, Han Feng sat on the ground. After searching in his pocket for a long time, Han Feng took out a cigarette that was wet with blood and collapsed. Alas! Han Feng pursed his lips, and a trace of loss flashed in his eyes. Tap! Here! Suddenly, Wang Man's voice came from behind. Thank you, Brother Wang. After saying thank you, Han Feng took a newly lit cigarette. Holding the cigarette, Han Feng's hands couldn't stop shaking. When the ash with sparks fell on Han Feng's hand, Han Feng just lowered his eyebrows and looked at it, without blowing it off or slapping it, because the ash had already stuck to the skin under the effect of blood. Spitting out a puff of white mist, Han Feng casually asked, "Where is Kong Xiang?" Freed. In response to Han Feng, Brother Wang said 3 short words. Oh. Taking a puff of the cigarette, Han Feng responded seemingly unintentionally, while with his other hand, he tightened the mad knife. You said, people nowadays, is it more comfortable to die or to live? With his eyes wandering over the scorched earth, Wang Man spoke, seemingly asking a question. Live. After speaking, Han Feng paused and continued, fight zombies. After listening to Han Feng's words, Wang Man smiled. Just as he was about to say something else, Han Feng suddenly said, if you die, you will be beaten by living people. After saying this, Wang Man was silent. Yes. In the end times, even being buried in peace is a comforting word. Is it really over if you die? Then what is the monster that appeared here today? That means life is worse than death? Following Han Feng's words, Wang Man responded, life is worse than death? Sitting on the ground, Han Feng looked back at Wang Man and said, becoming stronger is the only way to survive. Okay. Thank you for the cigarette. I'm going. During the few minutes of smoking, Han Feng felt that the blood in his body had increased a lot. Throwing away the cigarette butt, Han Feng stood up with the mad knife. Wang Man looked at Han Feng's back soaked in blood, then looked down at the flickering cigarette but in the dark, and fell into deep thought. Roar! Listening to the roar of zombies in the distance, Wang Man woke up as if from a dream. The battle is still going on. It's far from over. Tanya! Injection. That night, Han Feng didn't know how many times he gave Tanya this order. Fortunately, there was no threat from the level 6 zombies, and Han Feng was only facing some small minions. After an unknown amount of time, the eastern horizon was turning pale. Han Feng fought this battle from the first night to late night, and then from late night to dawn. There were more than tens of thousands of souls killed by the sword. When the first ray of sunlight shone on this land, Han Feng's back alone looked a little lonely. Sitting on the corpse of the level 4 zombie, Han Feng held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Kong Xiang in the pile of corpses without a soul. Next to level 4, there was a snow-white mad knife lying down. At this time, there was no gunfire or explosion, except for the crackling sound of burning in the ears. No other sound could be heard. In the zinc mine, the survivors began to make a fire and cook. On the faces of the people, there was no panic of the dead, nor the cheers of the survivors. It was calm, as if nothing had happened. Report to Captain Han. All the zombies have been annihilated. We have won. Tanya came behind Han Feng and slowly reported the battle situation. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng nodded. Wei Peng. Lin Lan has recovered, but Lin Lan is still in a coma. Let's go. After listening to Tanya, Han Feng stood up and jumped off the corpse of the 4th level zombie. Ring, ring, ring. Picked up the mad knife. Han Feng let it drag on the ground, because Han Feng no longer had the strength to lift it. Sitting on the multi-purpose infantry vehicle, Han Feng was taken to the base by Tanya with a numb face. Report to Captain Han. We are here. TSK. After hearing this, Han Feng did not respond. Mechanically pushed the car door open and got out, walking towards the hospital. Brother-in-law. As soon as he entered the door, Han Feng heard Wei Peng's voice. Turning his neck woodenly, Han Feng saw Wei Peng sitting up from the chair in the hospital lobby and walking towards him. Captain Han. Come on. Come on. At this time, a group of medical staff came running with a portable stretcher, separating Han Feng and Wei Peng. Notify the blood bank. O-type blood. Come on. The leading doctor, while supporting Han Feng, turned his head and shouted to the others behind him. Operating room number 1. Go. Han Feng lay down, and the doctor shouted again. Then, the stretcher was quickly lifted and headed towards the operating room. Captain Han, do you have anything else to arrange? The doctor asked after placing Han Feng on the operating table. Looking at Han Feng's slightly puzzled eyes, the doctor continued, It's like this. I need to give you inhalation anesthesia, and you may not wake up in the next few hours. Chapter 399, Hidden Mission 2. Luna, I'll leave the rest to you. Okay. Captain Han, don't worry. Tanya, and Natasha are here. In his mind, Han Feng nodded to the doctor after giving instructions, indicating that he had made all the arrangements. Okay. Raise your head slightly and put this on, the doctor said to Han Feng with an oxygen mask. Raising his head, the doctor put it on for him neatly. Suddenly, there was a gas surge. An anesthetic gas began to be released from the oxygen mask, breathing the anesthetic gas with a fruity scent. Han Feng slowly closed his eyes. Okay, let's start the operation. After the doctor finished speaking, Han Feng, who was lying on the operating table, opened his eyes. Operation? Isn't it a blood transfusion? Why is it an operation? What's wrong with me? Why do I need surgery? Thinking about these words, Han Feng felt his body getting heavier. A few seconds later, Han Feng half opened his eyes, tilted his head to one side, and fell asleep. In his dream, Han Feng returned to the world without zombies, panic, death, and everything was beautiful. After an unknown amount of time, Han Feng, who was lying on the bed, uttered a mumbling. Opening his eyes, Han Feng saw the white ceiling. Are you awake? Seeing Han Feng's body move slightly on the bed, Lin Lan stepped forward and asked. Watching Lin Lan step forward, Han Feng noticed that she was holding a half-peeled apple in her right hand. In the other hand, there was a small fruit knife. Luna, what time is it now? With a dry mouth, Han Feng asked Luna in his mind. Report to Captain Han. The current time is 7:30 p.m. Han Feng looked at Lin Lan's shoulder with a slight movement of his eyes. The smooth and white shoulder had no trace of injury left at this time. The recovery potion is really good. What? Lin Lan didn't hear clearly because Han Feng's voice was too low. What am I thinking about? At this time, I'm still thinking about whether the recovery potion is effective? Wait. Apple? Where did the apple come from? Looking at the apple in Lin Lan's hand, Han Feng asked hoarsely, Apple? Well, wait a minute. Lin Lan misunderstood and thought Han Feng wanted to eat the apple. So she quickly cut the apple with a fruit knife, pinching a small piece of apple. Lin Lan stuffed it directly into Han Feng's mouth. Han Feng began to chew with a confused look. After being moistened by the juice, Han Feng felt his dry throat was much better. He propped himself up and sat up. Seeing that Lin Lan was still feeding him apples, Han Feng raised his hand and waved. Where did the apple come from? Pointing at the apple in Lin Lan's hand, Han Feng asked. In this barren world, where are there any green vegetables? Not to mention such fresh fruits. Natasha gave it to me, saying it's good for my health. Continuing to peel the unpeeled apple, Lin Lan responded with a smile. Luna, where did the apple come from? Seeing that he couldn't find out the source of the apple, Han Feng directly contacted Luna to inquire. Report to Captain Han. Apples, like milk, are food for before and after meals in military rations. Oh, I see. Who are you talking to? Hearing Han Feng's murmur, Lin Lan stepped forward and asked. Ah? Maybe Han Feng was a little confused because he just woke up. Lin Lan reached out and gently stroked Han Feng's forehead. No fever. Sensing Han Feng's normal body temperature, Lin Lan said in confusion. By the way, if something like this happens again in the future, just transfer me to the front line. In the back, I can't help you much, and I always distract you. As he spoke, Lin Lan handed the peeled apple to Han Feng. Taking the apple woodenly, Han Feng frowned and looked at Lin Lan. Luna, didn't you tell Lin Lan about her pregnancy? In his mind, Han Feng asked Luna. Captain Han. No. Then she doesn't know she's pregnant yet? Is that right? Captain Han. Yes. No wonder. No wonder Lin Lan would say such a thing. It turns out she hasn't realized yet. Okay. Let's talk about this later. After a pause, Han Feng looked around and asked, Is there any water? Han Feng still didn't know how to tell Lin Lan about this. Yes. Yes. Wait a minute. After saying that, Lin Lan ran out of the ward. A few seconds later, she came in with a full glass of water. After drinking, Han Feng put down the glass. Eating an apple, Han Feng got off the bed. After putting on his shoes, Han Feng turned around and asked, Where's my knife? Outside. After saying that, Lin Lan looked into Han Feng's eyes and joked, You've been in a coma for 2 days, and you still haven't forgotten your weapon. 2 days? Yeah. After hearing that, Han Feng opened the door and walked straight out. Arriving outside the hospital, Han Feng saw traces of the battle a few days ago on the open space within the wall. After a moment of silence, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. Looking at the more than 7 million gold coins in the gold coin column, Han Feng was not very surprised. He had killed more than 10 level 6 zombies alone. Luna, upgrade all main buildings to 3 stars. With money, the first thing to do is of course to upgrade buildings. Report to Captain Han. Upgrade the Allied base, power station, and mine to 3 stars. A total of 3.1 million gold coins are required. Please confirm the upgrade. Confirmed. After these 2 words, Han Feng's gold bar instantly decreased by more than 3 million. This is the most money he has spent since he had the red alert system. Okay. Captain Han. The main building, the Allied base, is being upgraded. Please wait. The main building, the power station, is being upgraded. Please wait. The main building, the mine, is being upgraded. Please wait. Luna finished speaking in one breath, paused and continued. Report to Captain Han. The main building, the Allied base, the power station, and the mine have all been upgraded to 3 stars. Report to Captain Han. Due to the effect of the upgrade, the damaged main building is now back to normal. After hearing this, Han Feng turned his head to look at the base and power station. Sure enough, the Allied base and power station were intact in front of him. For this, Han Feng praised, Good job. Congratulations to Team Han for completing the time machine hidden mission, Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind, interrupting Han Feng's cheers. The next second, the system mechanical voice sounded again. When the commander completes the following tasks, you can build the ultimate building, the time machine. Task 1. Upgrade all main buildings to the full level. Completed. Task 2. Build your own forces and become a perfect leader. Mission target. Shelter at least 10,000 survivors. Mission 3. Unknown. Unlock Mission 3 after the commander completes Mission 2. After saying this, the system mechanical voice stopped talking. Oh my god, there is still Mission 3? Han Feng said with a frown, as if he had just reacted. Staring and shouting, 10,000 people. Where the hell can I find these 10,000 people? After shouting, Han Feng began to squat on the ground and thinking about how to get 10,000 people. Luna, turn on the radar scan. After a few seconds, Han Feng decided to start with the radar. After all, the radar now covers an area of 500 kilometers. If there are so many people within this distance, then I will have to work hard and run back and forth. Report to Captain Han. The radar is turned on, with you as the center, radiating a 500-kilometer radius around you to scan. It requires 100 gold coins. Please confirm the scan. Confirm. Scan. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is starting to scan. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is complete. Scan results, 13 supply boxes found. Oh, right, supply boxes. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he still had 13 supply boxes to retrieve. Scanning the courtyard, Han Feng found the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. But as soon as he got in the car, Han Feng was stunned. According to the radar scan, these 13 supply boxes are all in the mountains. There is no road, and the multi-purpose infantry vehicle can't get in at all. TSK. Han Feng got off the driver's seat with a TSK sound. But as soon as he put one foot down, Han Feng paused again. 13 supply boxes. Even if they are all small boxes, there is not enough pockets on his body to hold them. Alas! With a sigh, Han Feng retracted his foot again. Driving the car and stopping on the road closest to the supply box is much better than carrying it by hand. After figuring this out, Han Feng immediately started the car and headed for the mountain road around the base. After a few minutes, Han Feng parked the car at the end of the broken road. Following the route given by the radar, Han Feng turned on his speed superpower and ran straight ahead. After dozens of seconds, Han Feng saw the first supply box. Picking up the small supply box, Han Feng was not in a hurry to open it, but thought about taking all of them back and opening them one by one. It is not a common thing to unpack the boxes at once this afternoon. Han Feng ran wildly on the mountain for a long time, until night fell. Puffing hard, Han Feng finally collected all 13 supply boxes of various sizes. Looking at the mountain, running the horse to death. Han Feng supported his knees with his hands, and then he realized the profound words of his ancestors. According to the instructions of the radar, each supply box is no more than 2 or 3 kilometers away from the base. But in practice, the winding and twisting road environment will infinitely extend these 2 or 3 kilometers. Smoking a cigarette, Han Feng looked at the night and took a short rest. On the way back, Han Feng looked at the full supply box on the co-pilot seat and couldn't help laughing for a while. But when Han Feng saw the zinc mine halfway up the mountain, his face gradually changed again and again. The 2-color steel houses that were originally brightly lit before. Now, with a tense face, Han Feng turned the steering wheel in his hand and decided to go to the zinc mine first to see the situation. Chapter 400, Going to the Gathering Place. Before entering the zinc mine, Han Feng saw that the zinc mine was full of zombie corpses. Although some people were constantly moving them, there were more than 100 or 1,000 corpses. Luna, let all the team members in the zinc mine come out to move the corpses. Gather them into a pile and burn them on the spot. Han Feng knew that these corpses would eventually rot if left for a long time. Fortunately, the weather is still cold now, so they will not rot within a few days. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna responded, more than 20 red alert soldiers slowly walked out of the zinc mine. Looking at the few soldiers, Han Feng continued, 5 battalions, more than 200 people, just. Report to Captain Han. Our soldiers suffered heavy casualties. A large part of them were infected with the GS virus, which led to subsequent deaths. Summon the missing soldiers to complete the establishment. Holding the steering wheel, Han Feng gave orders. Report to Captain Han. To complete the establishment, you need, confirmed, summon. Okay, Captain Han. After speaking, Han Feng saw the newly summoned soldiers walk out and join the ranks of carrying corpses. In any battle, there will be casualties. Although Han Feng felt a little sad, he was not too hypocritical. After sorting out his emotions, Han Feng parked the multi-purpose infantry vehicle in the zinc mine. Walking in the zinc mine, Han Feng asked, Luna, how many people are left in Brother Wang's group? Reporting to Captain Han, there are less than 1,000 people left in Brother Wang's group. Be more specific. Reporting to Captain Han, 876 people. Less than 900. Less than 1/10 of the task issued by the system. Raising his eyes, Han Feng looked at the soldiers cleaning up around him, and suddenly came up with an idea. Luna, if I summon 10,000 Red Alert soldiers, can I complete hidden mission too? Reporting to Captain Han, no. Survivors are not the same as Red Alert soldiers. You can only complete this mission by gathering survivors. Oh, okay. Although Luna's answer was expected, I still felt a little disappointed. 10,000 people. It has been nearly 7 months since the zombie outbreak. After such a long time, even if there are super strong wilderness survival players, how many people can there be? And I have been stationed in the zinc mine for 4 months. Except for the priest tribe of the Holy Lord, I have never heard of the existence of other survivor bases. Under the restrictions of various conditions, this mission is almost impossible to complete. After turning half a circle, Han Feng walked back to the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. Leaning against the vehicle, Han Feng took out a cigarette and lit it. Puffing out white smoke, Han Feng began to think about countermeasures. Luna, how many wild survivors did you find when you scanned with radar this afternoon? Holding a cigarette, Han Feng first thought of the radar scanning this afternoon. It's just that because he saw the supply box, he forgot to ask. Report to the Han team. In addition to the zinc mine survivors, the radar scan found a total of 37 survivors. After a pause, Luna continued, the specific location of the survivors has been marked by the radar. Please move to the radar to view. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. On the radar display, Han Feng noticed that there were 4 or 5 small blue dots at the edge of the scanning range. Luna, how far are they from us? Han Feng asked with a frown. Report to the Han team. They are 496 kilometers away from us. How much? Hearing this number, Han Feng asked with wide eyes. Report to the Han team. They are 496 kilometers away from us. Following Han Feng's question, Luna responded again. Fuck. 500 kilometers? Really 500 kilometers? Looking at the display screen, Han Feng was stunned. But fortunately, the direction of these survivors was away from the direction of BT City, which avoided the problem of nuclear radiation. Silently, Han Feng turned his attention away from the system. Looking at the half-burned cigarette, Han Feng understood something. The distance of 500 kilometers spanned an entire city. At a long enough distance, the heavenly means of the Holy Lord were avoided. But Han Feng was a little entangled about this pure land. Such a long distance. If he went there, there would be only 40 or 50 Miao people. Alas, it's already this situation. Why are you still entangled? As soon as this thought came up, Han Feng made himself laugh. In this day and age, there are no people left. Even if there are only 40 or 50 people there, he will definitely go there. Throwing away the cigarette butt, Han Feng stood up. Patting the dust off his body, he walked towards the multi-purpose infantry vehicle. In his mind, a plan was quietly carried out. Back at the base, Han Feng took down the supply boxes one by one. Standing on the open space, Han Feng took the lead in opening 8 suitcases. Judging from the appearance, these 8 supply boxes are all gold coin type. Sure enough, after opening all of them, Han Feng obtained a total of 140,000 gold coins. It can be regarded as a small windfall. There are 4 supply boxes left, and some of them are recognized by Han Feng. There is a hospital plus symbol. No need to guess. It is a supply box for restoring health points. There are 2 in total. There is a infinity symbol. No need to guess. It is a supply box for unlimited ammunition. There is only 1. There are 2 left. One is an ordinary small box, and the other is a file bag. Holding the small box, Han Feng decided to open this one first. Open. Ding. A crisp sound came. And then Luna's congratulations came. Congratulations to Captain Han. You have obtained all red alert summoning units. And the supply box with a 10% enhancement. I thought it looked so familiar. Luna finished speaking. And Han Feng couldn't help but respond with a smile. So far, Han Feng has found 2 enhanced supply boxes. In other words, Tanya's strength has increased by 20%. Natasha's is a little less. 10%. Putting down the empty little box with a smile, Han Feng picked up the file bag beside him. This thing, can it be the construction book of the base? Han Feng said softly with doubt. Open it. Ding. Another pleasant crisp sound sounded report to Captain Han. The supply box has been opened. Hearing the familiar words, Han Feng reached into the sealed bag. Internal structure diagram of the Allied base vehicle. Take out this book. Han Feng smiled and read the words on the cover. Sure enough, it is a base construction diagram. Luna, can I build a second base now? Holding the construction diagram, Han Feng asked jokingly. Report to Captain Han. Yes. From now on, you have the authority to own a second base. And you can now build a second temporary base. Second temporary base. Repeating Luna's words, Han Feng slowly widened his eyes. Second temporary base. Awesome. With a cheer, Han Feng's worries were solved. As long as there is a second temporary base, he will be qualified to build defensive weapons wherever he goes. With this sentence, Han Feng has more courage to go to the area 500 kilometers away. Holding the book happily, Han Feng ordered Luna, send someone to get the book, put it in the base, and start manufacturing immediately when I find another suitable place. Okay, Captain Han. After speaking, Han Feng collected the 3 unopened supply boxes on the ground and put them back in the car. Taking out his mobile phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was 9:30 in the evening. Touching his hungry stomach, Han Feng walked towards the barracks. Luna, a bowl of fish-flavored pork rice, Han Feng said, standing guard at the entrance of the barracks. Okay, Captain Han. The fish-flavored pork rations are being made. Please wait. As soon as he took the delivered rations, a soldier came to Han Feng's side. After handing over the construction plan, Han Feng lowered his head and tore open the ration package. Eating the rice bowl, Han Feng turned around and walked back to the hospital. That night, Han Feng simply spent it in the hospital ward. The next morning, ring 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 ring. Reaching out to turn off the alarm on his phone, Han Feng sat up and woke up. After washing up, Han Feng came to the outside of the hospital. Luna, summon an armored troop carrier. Han Feng knew that now. Whether it was outside the zinc mine or on the mountain road, it was full of zombie corpses. Ordinary vehicles simply could not move forward while crushing corpses. As an armored troop carrier that floats forward, it perfectly solves this problem. Report to Captain Han. Summon an armored troop carrier. You need. Confirm. Summon it. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng contacted Tanya and Natasha in his mind and said, You two come here. Okay. Sir. Received. Captain Han. For this ultra-long distance operation, Han Feng decided to bring Tanya and Natasha with him. Because there are fewer people, they can act better. If they really have to bring several teams together, it will be difficult to deal with any conflicts. Moreover, Han Feng knew that the summoned soldiers could also come out from his side. So in order to go into battle lightly, Han Feng only brought 2 of the strongest warriors. If there is any conflict, it is completely in time to temporarily summon the Navy SEALs to deal with it tens of seconds later. When the 2 came to his side, Han Feng took the opportunity to convey the next action plan to the 2 while waiting for the troop transport to be summoned. Okay, when are we going to leave? Great. Finally, I can act with the commander. What surprised Han Feng was that Tanya and Natasha showed great interest before he even finished talking about the plan. But it made sense after thinking about it carefully. One is a battle maniac. The other is a fighting nation. Wait for the armored personnel carrier to be summoned, and we will set off. You 2 go back now and pack your things. There are still 4 or 5 minutes. After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya did not move. And Natasha did not move either. Aren't you going to pack your things? After more than 10 seconds, Han Feng asked. Hey, no. I just have a gun. My equipment is on me. No need to pack. Okay. Okay. Seeing the 2 of them say this, Han Feng did not say anything else. Chapter 401, Verbal Insults. Changing the subject, Han Feng said to Luna, Luna, make 10 gene rapid recovery potion. By the way, make 100 nutrition pastes in case of emergency. Confirmed. Okay. Captain Han. 10 gene rapid recovery potion and 100 nutrition pastes are being made. Please wait. When the armored transport ship was summoned, Han Feng and Tanya walked towards the barracks, one of them carrying a large pile of boxes towards the transport ship. After placing them, the three of them walked into the ship. Luna, when I'm not at the base, you can mobilize and summon any type of troops at will without reporting to me. I'm afraid, when the Holy Lord comes to cause trouble, I just happen to be beyond the radar coverage area of 500 kilometers. Okay. Captain Han. By the way, have the 4 Terminators been repaired? Report to Captain Han. The 4 Terminators were repaired a day ago. Well, that's good. That's good. After giving the instructions, Han Feng thought about other matters again, until he confirmed that everything was correct. Han Feng said, let's go to the survivors 500 kilometers away. Once the order was issued, the armored personnel carrier slowly started. By the way, Luna, remember to keep an eye on Lin Lan and Wei Peng, and don't let these 2 people have any conflicts. When the transport ship left the base, Han Feng suddenly said, okay, Captain Han. I got it. Well, I'm relieved to have you. Han Feng was almost relieved to leave his home to Luna, the housekeeper. 2 hours later. Luna, how long will it take us to get there? Sitting in the boat, Han Feng asked shakily. Reporting to Captain Han, it will take about 10 hours to arrive. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and saw that the current time was 11:30 noon. So far. After complaining, Han Feng half lay on the seat with his arms folded, intending to take a short rest. Along the way, the 3 people in the boat joked and chatted with each other, and time passed not too slowly. On the way, Han Feng suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, we are in a new place. Don't get too excited. What do you mean? What do you mean? Not understanding what Han Feng said, Tanya and Natasha asked back. After a pause, Han Feng thought for a few seconds and continued, just don't do it. I will handle anything. Okay anyway. You are the best. I will take a break. Tanya responded first. Okay. I listen to you. As soon as Tanya finished speaking, Natasha followed. What they didn't know was, Han Feng was afraid that the 2 of them would attack. If one of them was killed, it would be a loss for him. After giving instructions, the 3 of them continued to chat and joke to kill time. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, report to Captain Han. We have arrived at the place where the survivors were found. Please give instructions. Arrived? Hearing this report, Han Feng felt that the speed of the ship was slowly slowing down. Can start scanning. Confirm. Open the gangway and said to Luna when Han Feng got off the ship. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. After a pause, Luna continued, report to Captain Han. The radar scan is over. Scan results. 2 supply boxes found. Hearing that there were supply boxes, Han Feng's heart sank. He thought, maybe it's a level 6 zombie. Thinking about things, Han Feng's attention entered the system. When he came to the radar screen, Han Feng found that the 2 supply boxes were not far away from him, and the distance between them was very close. Withdrawing his attention from the system, Han Feng walked to a relatively open area and looked in the direction of the supply boxes. The first thing that came into view was a brightly lit area. Scratching his head, Han Feng frowned. It shouldn't be. How come it's more lively than my zinc mine? However, despite his doubts, Han Feng was still very happy in his heart. Such a large area with bright lights means there must be a lot of survivors in it. Han Feng, who couldn't think of an answer, turned to Luna and asked, Luna, how many survivors have you scanned in this area? Report to Captain Han. In the area you specified, the radar scanned a total of 8,946 survivors. Oh my! So many. After hearing this, Han Feng was very happy. If he gathered this group of people, plus the survivors in his zinc mine, 10,000 people would be just around the corner. But the next second, Han Feng was silent. A leader who could gather so many survivors must have strength or other superpowers that others don't have. Plus, with so many people under him, his ambition must be high. taking out a cigarette and lighting it. Han Feng began to think about the next plan. Since the number of people far exceeded the original expectation, Han Feng had to replan it this time. Strong attack? Soft grinding? Attack the heart? Force? Holding the cigarette, Han Feng thought about different strategies. He even thought about how to solve and deal with it if a huge conflict broke out. A few minutes later, Han Feng threw the cigarette butt down and stomped it out. Take it one step at a time. Let's go in and take a look. Since he didn't know what the situation was like inside, Han Feng couldn't decide on a plan. Talking to himself, Han Feng walked back to the armored personnel carrier. By the way, Luna, how far are we from that area? Report to Team Han. 2.4 kilometers away. Okay. I see. Take all the recovery injections off the ship. And leave the nutrient paste here first. It probably won't be used in the short term. Standing in front of the gangplank, Han Feng reminded again, oh, by the way, remember to take my knife. Since the distance was not far, Han Feng decided to take Tanya and Natasha on foot. After all, such a large armored personnel carrier is too conspicuous. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is not a loss to walk a few more steps. Carrying the mad knife on his back and taking 2 people with him, Han Feng headed towards this piece of pure land. More than 10 minutes later, the 3 of them came to the edge of this area. Standing here, Han Feng felt, how could there be any trace of the end of the world? The hawkers hawking along the street. The numerous snack stalls. Isn't this a pedestrian street in a civilized society? When Han Feng observed them, the people on this pedestrian street were also observing Han Feng. He can lead 2 peerless beauties and wander here. He must be a master. This is what most people think. Especially the knife on Han Feng's back, which further highlights Han Feng's personal strength. They seem to be looking at us. Feeling the gaze of a pair of eyes, Han Feng turned his head and whispered to the 2 people behind him. Well, I've already found out I want to eat candied haws. Tanya didn't care about these eyes, and even wanted to try these colorful candied haws. I want to eat. I also want to eat skewers. Natasha said, not to be outdone. Pursing his lips, Han Feng complained in his heart. I don't have any money. But Han Feng hadn't said anything yet. Tanya and Natasha ran to the candied haws stand. Boss, how much is this? Tanya pointed at the strawberry candied haws and asked. This one is 1 coin. What about this one? Also 1 coin. When the boss responded to Tanya, his eyes were always on Han Feng. 1 coin. What coin? Tanya took back her hand and asked while looking at the candied haws. 1 coin. You don't know coins? The boss frowned and thought for a long time, but didn't know how to answer this question. His eyes towards the 2 beauties changed again and again. Universal currency? Natasha asked stupidly. No. It's this. Since he couldn't describe it, the boss simply took out a few metal objects from his pocket and pointed at them, and said to Tanya and Natasha, Beauty want to eat candied haws, brother will treat you. At this time, several men came up and surrounded Tanya and Natasha in front of the candied haws stall. Seeing this, the candied haws stall owner closed the stall without saying a word, not daring to keep any more. Beauty, what else do you want to eat? Come back to the hotel with me. Order whatever you want. As he spoke, the man took 2 or 3 candied haws from the candied haws stall without any intention of paying. After dinner, let's do some exercise on the bed and lose some weight. How about that? Ha ha ha, that's right, these 2 girls are obviously foreigners. They must be very coquettish, ha ha. The man in the lead? I don't know if he didn't notice Han Feng, or was attracted by this beauty. His tone became more and more obscene, and the people behind him also followed suit, saying things that were out of place. Oh, it seems that we are being bullied. Tanya showed no fear, and even turned back to joke with Natasha. On the other hand, Natasha looked patient. If Han Feng hadn't given an order earlier not to use force, otherwise, killing these bastards would only take a few seconds. Look at this beauty. She seems a little angry. The man held the candied haws and continued to tease Natasha. I'll give you the candied haws, can you give yourself to me? Ha ha, you are so lucky that Su Xiao likes you. A group of people around her said to Natasha. Natasha stared at the man, moved her body sideways, and revealed the sniper rifle behind her. Oh, a beautiful woman playing with a gun. Seeing the sniper rifle, the man was not afraid, and even took a step closer and said, Brother, there is a better gun under me. You can play with it slowly on the bed. As he spoke, the man threw the candied haws on the ground, stretched out his salty pig hand, and probed Natasha's chest. If you don't want the hand anymore, just tell me, and I can help you get it. Suddenly, Han Feng's voice sounded behind the man. Hey! Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? You idiot! A group of younger brothers behind him saw Han Feng suddenly descended to them, and cursed him harshly. Chapter 402, Outrage from both humans and gods. The man in the lead, called Su Xiao, turned his head slowly after hearing the extremely provocative words behind him. The man looked around Han Feng, and finally fixed his eyes on the Shuang Guangdao behind Han Feng. A juggler? The man pursed his lips and pointed at the Guangdao and asked, I can also take your head. With a calm face, Han Feng responded word by word. Are you fucking stupid? This is Su Xiao. How dare you talk like that? Before the man called Su Xiao said anything, the henchmen around him shouted louder and louder. This is the first time. Han Feng turned his eyes and stared at the man who cursed the most. Hey, I'm talking to you. You're still excited? Right? As he spoke, the henchman took a step forward and rolled up his sleeves. Wait. Suddenly, Master Su stretched out a hand and pressed it on the younger brother's chest. His eyes looked at Han Feng again. From his expression, he seemed to be making a decision. Yeah. After speaking softly, Master Su put down his hand that was intercepting him. Boy, open your eyes wide and look at Master Su's face clearly. Next time, don't be so reckless, but it doesn't matter, just be more careful in your next life. After saying this with a ferocious face, the henchman pulled out a folding knife from his waist. After swishing a few times, he suddenly stabbed it towards Han Feng's chest. Looking at the tip of the knife getting closer and closer, Han Feng did not move, and even thought in his heart, is the public security here so bad? Will no one care if someone kills someone in the street? It happened so fast. While Han Feng was still thinking about this question, the tip of the folding knife was less than 1 centimeter away from his chest. What? The next moment, the tip of the knife was against Han Feng's chest, but it couldn't penetrate. The henchman, who didn't believe in evil, pushed with all his strength, and made a sound of disbelief. Master Su. This guy must be wearing some kind of armor. Beside Master Su, a clever younger brother pointed at Han Feng's upper body and said, but what they didn't know was, Han Feng didn't have any armor. The only thing blocking the tip of the knife was telekinesis. Ugh. The henchman was still trying hard. Han Feng reached out his hand and slowly dropped it on the head of the henchman in front of him and said, this is the second time. Don't force me to kill you. After Han Feng finished speaking, the henchman hesitated. 2 seconds later, the henchman retracted the folding knife and retreated behind Master Su. And Han Feng slowly retracted his raised hand without saying anything. The henchman leaned over Su Xiao's ear and whispered something. After listening, Su Xiao stood up straight. His eyes occasionally swept to Tanya and Natasha beside Han Feng. His expression was full of unwillingness. You go. Turning his head, Su Xiao looked at a muscular man and said, yes. In response, the muscular man stepped out and stood in front of Han Feng, looking at the arms that were much stronger than those of the mobilized soldiers. Han Feng knew this guy was probably a power-type superpower. In this cold temperature, being able to be shirtless without being frozen and swollen is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Go ahead. The muscular man said in a low voice with his chest puffed out. I said I didn't want to kill anyone. Haha, this kid is still pretending. That's right, it will be fun to cry on the ground later. There are 2 pretty girls standing behind him. I'm sorry to beg for mercy. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, the younger brothers beside Su Xiao made sarcastic remarks one by one. Only the one named Su Xiao had a solemn expression. I don't know what he was thinking. Then I'll make the first move. Suddenly, the big guy in front of him said in a muffled voice. Huh? The next second, the muscular man threw a punch straight out without any fighting skills. Buzz! The huge fist was fixed on Han Feng's left temple, unable to move forward any further. And what blocked this fist was Han Feng's telekinetic barrier. Heh! After retracting his right fist, the muscular man snorted, stabilized his lower body, and stabbed out another punch. Buzz! This punch was still fixed on Han Feng's chest. How could this group of people break through the telekinetic barrier that Han Feng had established? After holding on for a few seconds, The muscular man retracted his fist, turned around, and shook his head at Su Xiao. If Han Feng hadn't cherished the lives here, I'm afraid none of these people would have been able to keep their bodies intact. Haha, hero. Suddenly, Su Xiao stepped forward, pushed the muscular man aside and praised. This young man? You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Standing in front of Han Feng, Su Xiao enthusiastically greeted him. I want to see your boss. Please show me the way. Han Feng looked aside coldly and stared at Su Xiao. Looking for my dad? Hey, you should have said it earlier. Isn't it that the flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family members don't recognize each other? Haha. Su Xiao held Han Feng's waist and pointed his other hand to the front and said, come on, come to my house for a drink first. After a gentle push, Han Feng didn't move at all. Frowning, Su Xiao tried again. Still no move. I don't drink. I want to find your boss. I have something to do. Han Feng even felt a little happy in his heart. Luckily he didn't kill anyone. Otherwise, it would be difficult to recruit him in the future if he made enemies. It's too late today. My dad goes to bed early. Turning his eyes, Su Xiao continued, go to my house to rest first tomorrow. Wait until tomorrow. I will take you to find my dad. How about it? After Su Xiao finished speaking, Han Feng took a step forward. Behind him, Tanya and Natasha looked at each other, smiled bitterly and followed. Young man, where are you from? What do you want to see my dad about? On the way, Su Xiao asked. You'll know when you see your dad tomorrow. After being rejected, Su Xiao stopped talking. We're here. After walking for a few minutes, Su Xiao pointed to a villa and said. After hearing this, Han Feng didn't hesitate and walked straight in. Boy, wait for death. Outside the door, Su Xiao clenched his fist and muttered. Inside the villa's reception room. Come on. Have some wine first. After serving 4 glasses of wine, Su Xiao continued, I have notified the kitchen, and the hot dishes will be served soon. After that, Su Xiao took the lead and took a glass, then pushed one of the glasses to Han Feng. With 2 glasses left, Su Xiao looked at Tanya and Natasha. Luna, God's vision. Okay, Captain Han. God's vision is being turned on. Please wait. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Han Feng immediately turned on God's vision. Above the villa, Han Feng's other vision suddenly opened. Looking down at the villa from midair, Han Feng did not find anything unusual. But, as the God's vision progressed and changed, Han Feng discovered many incredible secrets. First, the kitchen of the villa was pitch black. It can be seen from this that Master Su was lying, and there was no such thing as food. The God's perspective continued to turn the perspective, and Han Feng found that there were 4 or 5 big and strong men guarding outside the basement. At the end of the passage, there was an iron door leading to the basement. Looking at this door, Han Feng's heart gradually sank, as if he had predicted something. Sure enough, when the God's perspective sank, Han Feng saw a scene that angered both humans and gods. In the center of the basement, in a huge iron cage, 3 naked young girls were trapped. Outside the iron cage, there were 2 naked women hanging on the wall. There were traces of blood on their wrists, and it seemed that they should have been hanging for a long time. The 2 people who were hung up, their heads drooped, their hair hanging down on their chests. But looking at their chests rising and falling, Han Feng knew that they were still alive. The God's vision swept the basement again, and Han Feng's anger slowly rose. Brother? What are you thinking about? Drink it quickly? Su Xiao's urging voice came to his ears. The next moment, Han Feng lifted the God's vision. You are really in a good mood. As he spoke, Han Feng pretended to pick up the glass of wine in front of him. Su Xiao smiled, but did not answer Han Feng, but turned his head to look at Tanya and Natasha and said, Hey, why don't you 2 drink? After raising the glass together, let's have a little meal. And wait until tomorrow. You can do what you need to do. And rest if you need to rest. It's okay. I have many rooms here. Enough to live in. Han Feng saw Tanya frowning as she stared at the glass of wine in his hand. Instantly, Han Feng understood something. Sniff. What kind of wine is this? It smells like a different fragrance. Han Feng sniffed the wine in the glass with his nose slightly moving. In fact, Han Feng contacted Luna and said, Luna, test these wines. Okay, Captain Han. The system is doing a preliminary test on these 4 glasses of wine. Please wait. Haha, brother. You also know wine? patting Han Feng's shoulder with a smile. Su Xiao continued, to be honest, this is the wine we brewed at home. You can't drink it anywhere else. And, Captain Han, the system has completed the preliminary test. While Su Xiao was giving a long speech, the test results came out. Speak. Han Feng responded calmly in his mind. Okay, Captain Han. There is nothing wrong with the wine in Su Xiao's glass. But there is something wrong with the wine in your hand, and the wine in front of Tanya and Natasha. After a pause, Luna continued, in your glass, the system detected a level 6 poison, the highest level among known poisons hydride. And the hydride content has reached a lethal level. If you drink it, after 14 seconds, you will feel dizzy, have difficulty breathing, and your blood pressure will drop. Death in 3 minutes. Pursing his lips, Han Feng asked in his mind, what about Tanya's wine? Reporting to Captain Han, the system detected muscle relaxant drugs in the wine in front of Tanya and Natasha, succinate monochloride. Succinate monochloride, once entering the body, will cause muscle fasciculation after 20 seconds. After 1 minute, it will turn into muscle relaxation. After 2 minutes, the pharmacological effect reaches its peak. After 5 minutes, the effect disappears. Captain Han, this anesthetic drug is used for long-term surgery. During this period, this drug can be reused. Captain Han, you have to be careful. After Luna explained the pharmacological effect, she did not forget to remind him again. Chapter 403, Destroying the Corpse. What I know, they must know too. Holding the wine glass, Han Feng responded to Luna. Brother? Have you smelled enough? Drink it quickly. Seeing that Han Feng still didn't drink after saying so much, Su Xiao was a little anxious for a while. You too. Take the cups quickly? If you don't drink this kind of wine, the food can't be served. Laughing, Su Xiao pushed 2 glasses of wine in front of Tanya and Natasha. Such a good wine. Drink it yourself. Wow. Holding the cup, Han Feng was furious. After saying that, he poured a glass of wine directly on Su Xiao's face. I didn't want to kill anyone, but I won't let the hidden mission issued by the system lead me by the nose. There are more than 10,000 people in the world. At worst, I can kill them all here and go find survivors somewhere else. After making up his mind, Han Feng let go and stopped shrinking. Ah! His face was hit by the poisoned wine. Su Xiao hurriedly covered his face and shouted, Water! Water! Come on! Come on! Water! Kill him! Kill him! While wiping his cheek, Su Xiao pointed at Han Feng and roared. Dang 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 dang. In a moment, dozens of guards holding machine guns rushed into the room and pulled the trigger at Han Feng. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Instantly, the reception room was filled with gunfire, with countless sounds. Telekinesis. Start. Buzz. Han Feng did not move. And with a low shout, a layer of telekinesis shield was formed in an instant. Then, a wave of waves appeared in the air for no reason. Buzz. 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 Hundreds of bullets were densely suspended more than 10 centimeters in front of Han Feng, and none of them could break through this empty defense line. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Even so, the gunman kept pulling the trigger. After more than 20 seconds, Kacha! 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 The gunman ran out of bullets. At the door, more than a dozen guards looked at a bullet wall and were dumbfounded. Voila! Hua! Han Feng released his telekinesis, and the bullets fell to the ground like a waterfall, making a tinkling sound. Tap! Tap! Stepping on the bullets, Han Feng walked in front of Su Xiao, reaching out his hand, pinching Su Xiao's head. Han Feng said, This is the 3rd time. I really don't want to kill anyone. This road, you have walked to the end of it yourself. My father is Su Jiahao. My father is Su Jiahao. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. You will die. My father will definitely kill you. Su Xiao felt the pressure on his head getting tighter and tighter, so he had to pull his hands out and hold Han Feng's hands. He kept saying harsh words. Bang! Han Feng didn't care about the threat from the spoiled boy at all, and crushed Su Xiao's head with one hand. Next time, remember to be a good person. But it doesn't matter. Just be more careful in the next life. Keeping this posture, Han Feng said coldly. This sentence was just learned by Han Feng more than 20 minutes ago. Plop! Han Feng let go of his hand, and Su Xiao's rotten flesh fell to the ground with a muffled sound. Telekinesis, activate. With a soft word, Han Feng moved his waist. More than 20 telekinesis weapons flew out instantly, transformed into deadly ghosts, piercing the throats of everyone in the villa. 2 seconds later, except for the 5 girls in the basement, there were no other living creatures in the villa. You two go to the basement. After saying this to Tanya and Natasha, Han Feng's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. In less than a breath, Han Feng's figure appeared on the top floor outside the villa. What Han Feng didn't expect was that his original intention was to collect the survivors here, but he killed their boss's child. And this feud was made. Han Feng, who didn't want to trouble his own people, decided to kill everyone here. Just bury the girl who died tragically under Su Xiao's men. Looking at the brightly lit streets under his feet, Han Feng gently closed his eyes and said, telekinesis, start. Zheng. Xiao. Swoosh. Swoosh. The clanging sound of the silver shuttle's silver wings was drowned out by the noisy environment. But it did not affect their flight. Huh? Suddenly, Han Feng opened his eyes. And the telekinetic weapon that was about to reap people's lives was also frozen in midair at the same time. Wait. In his mouth, Han Feng murmured, there are so many people here, not everyone has seen me. If I only kill those who know about this, then I still have room to maneuver here. With a plan, I can still collect most of the survivors. After thinking it through, Han Feng asked Luna, Luna, how many people have seen me here? Captain Han, there are a total of 272 people who have seen you here. Of them, 33 have been killed by you. Oh, then, please tell me the location of other people who have seen me. Looking at the vast night, Han Feng said word by word. Okay, Captain Han, there are 239 other people who have seen you. The location of each of them has been marked by the radar. Thank you. Thank you for your trouble. After that, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. At the same time, Han Feng opened the god's vision again. Swoosh. Swoosh. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Han Feng used 10 silver wings to accurately cross the throats of these people. In the crowded streets, some people suddenly paused, and then blood began to spurt from their necks. And the other people who didn't know what was going on, except screaming and screaming. Don't blame me, you are just unlucky. You are the ones who must be sacrificed in order for more people to survive. After dealing with the people who had seen him, Han Feng spoke to end his speech. Jumping down from the villa, Han Feng walked towards the reception room. At this time, in the reception room, in addition to Tanya and Natasha, there were 5 weak women. Unlike a few minutes ago, they finally put on clothes. Although they were a little ill-fitting, it was better than being naked. I will send them back to the troop transport first. You two wait for me. After Han Feng finished speaking, he lifted his hand with one hand, and his telekinesis suddenly rose. Amid the weak exclamations of the 5 women, their bodies slowly floated into the air. In order to avoid being seen by others, Han Feng took off the crazy knife and threw it at his feet. Then, Han Feng stepped on the crazy knife and floated up. In the night, Han Feng soared 50 meters above the ground and flew quickly. Behind him were the 5 women. In less than a minute, Han Feng landed next to the armored personnel carrier. Luna, summon a sniper and 2 seals. Confirmed. Gently putting down the 5 people, Han Feng turned to Luna and said, okay, Captain Han, a sniper and 2 seals are being summoned. Please wait. Han Feng summoned these 3 people for his own purpose. The sniper, who carries a first aid kit with him, can be summoned to treat the injured women and can also hide in a high place to observe the surroundings. The 2 seals have the ability to deal with emergencies. Such summoning and coordination just meet Han Feng's needs. While waiting for the summoning, Han Feng walked into the armored personnel carrier and took out 5 nutritional pastes. This is nutritional paste for eating. There are still a lot of them. Enough for you to sustain for a while. I will come back to pick you up when I am done there. Han Feng said to these women while distributing nutritional pastes. Perhaps frightened, the women just nodded without responding. Report to Captain Han. 00. Just after distributing the nutrient paste, the newly summoned sniper walked to Han Feng and prepared to introduce himself, but was interrupted by Han Feng's gesture of silence. Do some simple disinfection treatment for them now. Pointing at the woman behind him, Han Feng ordered the sniper. Yes. Captain Holland. After receiving the order, the sniper threw the sniper gun back and walked forward. Are you soldiers? Are you here to recapture this place? Looking at the sniper in military uniform, the 5 women suddenly became alert and asked one after another. Well, you guys stay here and don't run around. The range of movement is limited to 100 meters around here. If you run around and get caught, it will be troublesome. Glancing at everyone, Han Feng coaxed and lied. Yeah. We'll be obedient. We won't run around. Struggling to get up, the 5 women kept nodding their heads to promise. By the faint moonlight, Han Feng could see that these women had better looks under their haggard faces. That's right, if they didn't grow up well, they wouldn't be kidnapped by Su Xiao as. Alas, in the end times, human life is worse than a dog's. With a sigh, Han Feng sighed in his heart. A few seconds later, the newly summoned seals ran to Han Feng. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, Han Feng leaned against the transport ship to take a short break, waiting for the second seal. On the other side, the sniper crouched on the ground, carefully disinfecting and bandaging the 5 women. Not long after, the second seal appeared. You two are responsible for the security mission here. If there are suspicious people, you two decide to shoot or hide. Once this place is discovered, you will move to another place to wait. Facing the 2 seals, Han Feng issued a security mission. Yes, Captain Holland. After hearing this, the 2 seals responded in unison. Okay, I'm leaving. Leaving a farewell. Han Feng drew out his mad knife and placed it under his feet, and his figure soared into the air again. Taking advantage of the night, Han Feng quickly flew to the villa in midair. A minute later, Han Feng returned to Tanya and Natasha. Search this side, find that coin, and bring as much as you can. Just in case. I'll go find it. Taking Han Feng's order, Natasha volunteered to run away. Tanya, you go and blow this place up. Okay. Excited, Tanya, who had just turned around, paused and asked, what are you going to blow up? I only have 2 small grenades here. They can't even blow down half a house. Chapter 404, Boxing Champion. Use your imagination. Isn't there a kitchen here? Han Feng pouted and looked at Tanya. Oh, I see. Tanya understood instantly after Han Feng said this. After Tanya and Natasha left, Han Feng glanced around, and then his mind power suddenly rose. Whoosh, whoosh. On the ground, hundreds of bullets and dozens of guns slowly floated up, and finally formed a huge steel ball. If there is an explosion here, Su Xiao's father will definitely investigate here. If these bullets are left as evidence, it will be somewhat disadvantageous to his next actions. I'm back. When Han Feng was checking the living room, Natasha ran back with a small bag of coins. I only found this much. Handing the bag to Han Feng, Natasha said angrily. That's enough. Han Feng nodded after shaking the weight of the bag. You two retreat first. I'll cover you here. Suddenly, Tanya's voice came from not far away. Okay. We'll wait for you outside. After responding, Han Feng took the lead and walked out of the villa, and Natasha looked back nervously from time to time. Following Han Feng, more than 40 meters above Han Feng's head, a steel sphere with a diameter of 1 meter was suspended above it. The already dark guns and ammunition were perfectly hidden in the night. After dozens of seconds, Go! Go! As soon as Tanya appeared, she urged Han Feng to retreat. Boom! After just a few steps, fires and explosions broke out in the villa. Ah! The next moment, the crowd around the villa screamed sharply. This night was extremely dangerous for these ordinary people. More than 10 minutes ago, someone around them died tragically for no reason. And now there were explosives flying everywhere. Huh? The air waves brought by the shock wave blew slowly. Cough! Cough! The choking smell came out, and Han Feng covered his mouth and nose and kept coughing. How can a gas explosion be so powerful? After easing for dozens of seconds, Han Feng looked up at Tanya and asked in amazement. Hee hee, you don't even look at who made it, Tanya said with a raised eyebrow. Let's go. It's not safe here. Let's go to another place. Taking advantage of the chaos of the crowd, Han Feng hurriedly said. Okay. Tanya and Natasha responded at the same time. The 3 rushed on the narrow path, and their speed was incredible. On the way, every time Han Feng passed a building, he would drop some of the ammunition and guns on the rooftop. On the long road, even if these things were discovered by others, it would be difficult to connect them with the explosion. After the three of them ran for more than a kilometer, Han Feng slowly stopped. At this moment, the steel ball on his head was almost scattered. Standing on the bustling street, Han Feng kept turning his eyes to patrol. Oh, this is the center of the city. We have been wandering around the edge just now, feeling the prosperity here, which is different from the previous area. Han Feng sighed. After a pause, Han Feng continued, let's go and get a room first, and then we can talk about where to stay. Looking at the hotel not far away, Han Feng walked over after he finished speaking. Hello. 2 rooms. Standing in front of the hotel bar, Han Feng took out a small bag of coins and said, 2 rooms? 10 coins. The boss raised his head slightly and looked at Han Feng and said, when he glanced at Tanya and Natasha, the boss's expression was obviously paused. However, due to the mad knife behind Han Feng, the boss was also tactful and did not say anything more. Do you have a boxing champion certificate? The boss asked when checking in. Boxing champion certificate? Han Feng asked back with a frown. Hearing this doubtful tone, the boss stopped what he was doing, looked up and said, aren't you here to participate in the boxing championship? No. Alas. That's a pity. After Han Feng expressed his opinion, the boss said with a little regret, it seems that you are also a martial artist. You really should participate in the boxing championship. Listening to the boss's mumbling, Han Feng responded with a blank expression. Now he has more important things to do, and he is not here to participate in any competition. After tomorrow, the preliminary round will be over. How many people are counting on this opportunity to make a fortune? And you still don't participate, you are really unique. The boss still talked to himself tirelessly. How to rise to prominence. Anyway, the boss still needs some time to handle the formalities, and he might as well learn a little bit since he has nothing to do. Participate in the competition, win the audition, fight for the top 9, and win the first place. As long as you can enter the top 8, your life will be much more comfortable in the future. Grinning, the boss continued to describe vividly. The top 9 will be selected by the 4 city lords as the inner family, and the first place will be selected by the middle city lord to be the guard of the middle city lord. Not only will there be many beautiful women, but also a lot of money. Looking at the crystal chandelier in the hall, the boss' eyes flashed with envy. For city lords? Central city lords? I can tell you're new here. You don't know anything, pointing at Han Feng. The boss explained, the 4 city lords are Su Long, the East City Lord, Yimin, the West City Lord, Zhang Bin, the South City Lord, and Yuan, the North City Lord. They each guard one side, resist the monsters outside, and maintain the security of the central city border. Now, your position is the East City. Oh. Frowning, Han Feng thought of Su Xiao. It turns out that his father is just the boss of a border city. Every 3 months, each city will select 4 warriors to go to the central city to participate in the finals of the boxing championship. Only this opportunity can meet the king of Central City. The king of Central City. Muttering silently, Han Feng gradually had a follow-up plan in his mind. I'll participate. How do I enter the competition? Raising his head, Han Feng looked into the boss's eyes and said, Haha, I knew that a trainer like you would not want to miss this kind of competition. Smiling in response to Han Feng, the boss came out from the bar, came to Han Feng and said, come on, I'll take you to participate in the competition now. You don't want to look after the store? If you leave, what will happen to the customers? Looking at the boss's back as he walked out, Han Feng asked, nothing to lose if someone comes. Just let them wait. As he spoke, the boss handed the 2 room cards to Tanya and Natasha, and turned to Han Feng and said, let your female companions wait in the room. It will be ready soon. You go up first. I'll go see what's going on. In his mind, Han Feng sent a message to Tanya and Natasha. Let's go. Let's go. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Seeing Han Feng still standing there, the boss urged, hey, I'm coming. While responding, Han Feng hurried a few steps behind the boss. Boy, don't blame me for being nosy. Seeing Han Feng catch up, the boss covered his mouth, turned his head, and whispered to Han Feng, your 2 female companions are too beautiful. If you don't have the strength, I advise you to leave them as soon as possible. You may not be able to afford the good fortune of these two. Hee hee. You don't need to worry about that. But thank you for your reminder. Han Feng responded with a few chuckles. Hard power? Hee hee under the blood rage. It is not a problem to resist more than 10 level 6 zombies. With this ability, the people here can't do anything to me. I'm telling you. Don't be unconvinced. Anyone who can win has more or less some ability. I'm afraid you will suffer if you underestimate the enemy. Listening to the boss's advice, Han Feng changed the subject and asked, You seem to care about my victory or defeat. Nonsense. If you can win and participate in the finals, I can get a reward of 100 coins if a blind cat meets a dead mouse. And you become the first place. Then I will be rich. Looking at the boss's silly smile, Han Feng's face froze a little. But it's okay this way. The boss can say such words to me. At least, he didn't mean to lie to me. Oh! By the way, if you can't hold on the field, remember to surrender. Don't throw your life away on the field for a mere bonus. How much is the bonus? Bonus? Well, if you pass the audition, you can get about 5 coins. Then in each round of the game, the bonus will be doubled by 5. After saying that, the boss reacted, patted Han Feng's arm and said, Do you remember what I just said? What did you say? If you can't win, just surrender. After saying this, the boss continued, There are so many people who value face over life in the arena. There are people who can't make it in every round. Don't worry. It won't happen. I want you to earn more bonuses. Looking forward, Han Feng responded leisurely. I hope so. Walking in front of Han Feng, the boss muttered to himself. 2 minutes later. We're here. Standing still, the boss pointed to a door. Underground black boxing? Raising his eyebrows, Han Feng looked at the exaggerated highball report. Let's go. We'll find out once we get in. As he spoke, the boss pushed Han Feng in from behind. Wow. As soon as he entered the door, Han Feng was drowned by waves of sound. The bug fell. The bug fell. The winner of this battle is Mr. Sure 2. Sure 2. Must win. Outside the fence, the crowd cheered. Mr. Sure 2. Have you decided to fight again? Come on. Tell me loudly. Although Han Feng couldn't see the stadium due to the crowd, he could still tell from the voice that the host was asking the winner on the field. Yes. Did you hear that? Mr. Sure 2 can fight again. Oh. Sure 2 is awesome. Sure 2 is awesome. At this time, cheers burst out again. The next one to appear is Blade, who has won 3 games in a row. Welcome Blade. 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 Above Han Feng's head, the host's exciting shouts resounded from the huge speakers. Boss Jia? Boss Jia, it's me. I'm bringing new people to sign up. It's late at night. I'm tired. Maybe next time. Don't. Boss Jia. I've brought the people here. Please be flexible. Walking behind the boss, Han Feng saw the boss arguing with a man in a tank top. Behind the scenes, the boss was crouching, stuffing something into Boss Jia's hands. Chapter 405. First Battle Victory. President Jia looked at the things in his hand, pursed his lips, and seemed to be making a decision. Okay, let him roll over. Quickly. Okay. Okay. The boss nodded in agreement with his eyebrows lowered. Hey, kid. Can you do it? Turning around and walking to Han Feng, the boss asked in a low voice. What can you do? Han Feng asked patiently. For this President Jia, Han Feng really wanted to beat him into a bastard on the spot. Can you beat him? I have paid the money. Please don't let me lose money. Don't worry. Okay, then you'll be on stage soon. Relaxing his frown, the boss took Han Feng's arm and walked towards Mr. Jia. Nickname. Mr. Jia took out a notebook and pen from his pocket and asked Han Feng. Han Feng. After hearing this, Mr. Jia pursed his lips and shouted loudly, I asked you your nickname. I didn't ask your name. Han Feng. Han Feng repeated with his sword-like eyebrows raised. Haha, you have a strong personality. I like it. Cold wind. Right. Haha. Han Feng was a little uncomfortable with Mr. Jia's sudden change. Tear it. Here. This is your number plate. Go to the back and wait. Don't get in my way. Tearing off the paper, Mr. Jia slapped the number plate on Han Feng's chest, then walked away with his hands behind his back. Huh? Take off the number plate from his chest. Han Feng took a deep breath. Let's go. Let's go to the back. Seeing Han Feng get the number plate, the boss smiled and pushed Han Feng to the back. After walking more than 10 steps, Han Feng came to a door. Above the door frame, the three big characters' waiting room were clearly visible. Pushing open the door, the quiet inside and the noise outside formed a sharp contrast. Both contestants were followed by a person who served tea and water and wiped sweat with a towel. "Boy, come and drink some water." Han Feng turned around and saw the boss coming with a glass of water. Instantly, Han Feng understood. The people around the contestants were all introducers. It seems that everyone is fighting hard for the prize money. With a sullen smile, Han Feng took the water cup. When he was about to drink it, Han Feng paused. "Luna, test whether the water is poisonous." After the Mr. Su incident, Han Feng was more careful and did not drink it foolishly. "Report to Captain Han. The water is non-toxic and can be drunk with confidence." After hearing Luna's report, Han Feng drank it all in one gulp, just in time. He was a little thirsty. "Hurry. Contestant number 31. Come on stage. It's your turn." As soon as he put down the cup, Han Feng saw a lean and thin man walking into the waiting room and shouting. Taking out the number plate, Han Feng saw it read, Han Feng. Number 33. "It's not me. You even wrote my name wrong." Oh. It's my turn. It's my turn." After taking back the number plate, Han Feng saw a fat man who stood up in a panic. "Come on. It's up to you." The fat man who was about to play was followed by his introducer, who kept cheering him on. Blade fell. Blade fell. At this time, the host's voice was called out from the loudspeaker in the waiting room. "Boss, who is this Mr. Stone? He has won twice in less than 3 minutes since he came in." Turning his head, Han Feng asked the boss quietly. "A stone monster. I can't beat it. I'm unlucky today. I didn't realize it was his home court." Alas, when the boss responded to Han Feng, his face was bleak. "Oh." After a gentle response, Han Feng sat up straight. "Stone monster? It should be of earth attribute. Or some other superpower." Sitting on the stool, Han Feng guessed in his heart. Number 32. Number 32. Hurry up. Number 31 is exhausted. It's your turn. A few seconds later, the thin man rushed into the waiting room again and shouted. "So soon? It's over. It's your turn next. What should I do?" "Oh dear Mr. Stone. This game is really a massage for you, haha someone. Come and carry this warrior on the ground out." In the speaker, the host's excited voice and the boss's lost voice reverberated together. Soon, contestant number 32 walked out of the waiting room. At this time, only the boss and himself were left in the waiting room. Han Feng took out a cigarette and handed it to the boss, saying, "Have a cigarette to calm down. You'll go up later. Forget it. Why don't we go now? Fighting with Mr. Stone will either kill or injure you." The boss took the cigarette and said to Han Feng worriedly. "Duh." Han Feng lit the cigarette and exhaled a puff of white mist, saying nonchalantly, "If you can't beat him, just run away. It's not shameful to call him Big Brother." "Ah, I wish you could think that way." Number 33. Number 33. It's your turn. Hurry. As soon as the boss finished speaking, the door of the waiting room was pushed open, and he shouted for him to go on stage. What a pity for this cigarette. Sitting on the stool, Han Feng frowned as he looked at the cigarette he had just lit. After a pause, Han Feng stood up and handed the cigarette in his hand to the boss and said, "You hold it. Don't throw it away. Wait for me to come down. Keep it. Eliminate 2 people in these 2 minutes. You." After taking the cigarette, Han Feng turned around and followed the thin man out the door before the boss finished speaking. "Oh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault." Before the door was closed, Han Feng heard the boss's annoyed voice behind him, raising the corner of his mouth. Han Feng thought to himself, "Since you treat me so well, I'll give you a surprise." Next up is the new contestant, Han Feng. "Hoo ha ha, are you cold, anyway? I think this name sounds cold enough." Before he even walked to the stage, Han Feng heard the host's joking introduction. Looking at the audience stand, Han Feng found that they all took out a small blanket from their backs. Really well prepared. Seeing this, Han Feng understood something. Each contestant's nickname is an alias for his or her superpower. Han Feng, Haha, I guess they all think of themselves as ice attribute superpowers. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly remembered that he had captured an ice attribute priest before, and he didn't know how he was doing now. As he was thinking, Han Feng was led to the competition stage. Looking up at the competition field surrounded by iron fences, Han Feng found that his feet were all covered with blood. Looking back, Han Feng saw his opponent, Mr. Stone. As expected, the name is just as it sounds. This Mr. Stone is really made of stone. His skin was earthy brown and split into small pieces. Judging from his appearance, this guy's defense is absolutely amazing. Mr. Han Feng, the knife behind you. The host walked to Han Feng with a microphone and looked at Xueying Guangdao with a puzzled look. What? Can't bring weapons? Looking at the host, Han Feng asked. Huh? After Han Feng finished speaking, the crowd in the audience made a sound of contempt. Haha, it seems that this contestant did not read the competition instructions carefully. Laughing, the host continued to the audience. There are no taboos in the competition. You can poison as long as you can win. There are no rules. But, with a long tone, the host turned to look at Han Feng and said, but all weapons are ineffective against Mr. Stone. Are you still going to fight? So much nonsense. Behind the host, the stone man made an extremely impatient sound. Haha, sorry. After looking back and apologizing, the host shouted, the game begins. After that, the host hurried out of the stadium and came to the outside of the iron fence. Hee. You won't have a chance to beg for mercy. At this time, seeing that Han Feng was the only one standing stupidly on the stage, Stone Man spoke first. Telekinesis. Start. Facing Mr. Stone, Han Feng didn't say any extra nonsense and directly turned on telekinesis. Buzz. Inside the fence of the stadium, there was a ripple in the air for no reason. The next moment, Mr. Stone felt something strange. His body was out of his control. With his body shaking, Mr. Stone tried to regain control of his body. But Han Feng's telekinesis was not something that the stone man could contend with. While shaking his body wildly, Mr. Stone walked towards the edge of the stage. Everyone stood up below the stage. They couldn't understand why Mr. Stone was walking towards the edge of the stage when he was clearly in full strength. Tear. Bang. Bang bang. Walking to the iron fence, the stone man opened his arms and tore the fence to pieces. Ugh. Despicable. Despicable. With his mouth half open, Mr. Stone cursed. But even so, Mr. Stone still couldn't resist Han Feng's telekinesis. Bang. 2 seconds later, Mr. Shida's heavy body jumped off the stage and hit the ground with a loud muffled sound. Until a few seconds after Mr. Shirtu quit the game, the venue remained silent. What did I see? What did I see? At this time, the host took the microphone and walked slowly onto the stage. Shirtu actually quit the game. Shirtu actually quit the game. Hee. Hearing the host's words, Han Feng smiled. Sure enough, in any place, strength is respected. When you are glorious, anyone who sees you will nod and say nice things. But once you lose these honors, even your name will be easily called by others. Han Feng is not surprised by such scenes. Wow! Han Feng! Han Feng! Awesome! Han Feng! Han Feng! Han Feng! The audience cheered for Han Feng. But they are not fools. They all saw Shirtu trembling and jumping off the stage. All this is definitely not Shirtu's intention. That is, Han Feng has some unknown means for this mysterious attack. The audience certainly buys it. Chapter 406. Two Phoenixes Fight for the Dragon. Are there any more contestants? Excuse me. Are there any more contestants? The host came to Han Feng and shouted to the microphone. The capable man shook his head in the audience. Okay, seeing this, the host grabbed Han Feng's hand, raised it high and said, today's competition is over. The winners are the Wind Warrior, the Phantom Warrior, and this Mr. Cold Wind? After the host finished speaking, the people in the audience made a slightly disappointed sound. Yes, everyone has such a yearning for bloody fights. The auditions are over starting tomorrow. The winners of the 10 competitions will gather in the number 1 martial arts field for the first round of selection. Please look forward to their heroic performance. Ding ding ding. After the host finished speaking, the lights on the stage gradually went out. Looking at the audience standing up and leaving, Han Feng smiled bitterly, thinking that this was the end? Awesome boy. I was right about you. Ha ha ha. Under the stage, the boss jumped and shouted. Following the sound, Han Feng also saw the boss walking to the edge of the stage. Han Feng jumped down from the gap in the iron fence. Let's go! I'll treat you to a midnight snack. The boss was overjoyed, hugging Han Feng's neck. Following the boss, Han Feng maintained a nearly frozen smile. Han Feng was more or less not used to such close contact. After leaving the underground black boxing gym, the boss took Han Feng to an empty path. I'm telling you, I was really scared just now. I almost felt that I had wasted my money. But fortunately, you won. Tightening his arms around Han Feng's neck, the boss continued, Oh, by the way, kid, how did you make this stone monster give up on its own? It's amazing, really. Ahem. Looking at the center of the road, Han Feng coughed softly a few times, indicating a reminder. The boss stopped talking and looked in the direction Han Feng was looking. Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone. After seeing the figure clearly in the night, the boss subconsciously let go of Han Feng. He also hid behind Han Feng. Tap tap tap. For a moment, the footsteps were loud. Not only did 4 or 5 followers appear behind Mr. Shertu, but even at the end of the path behind Han Feng, a group of people rushed in. Under the reflection of the neon lights, Han Feng clearly saw the weapons in their hands. Machete, steel rod, steel pipe, baseball bat. What are you going to do? Hiding behind Han Feng, the boss threatened with a trembling voice. Mr. Shertu, you know? In private, contestants cannot meet and threaten each other. I hope you have the spirit of a warrior and let us go. Oh, really? Hee hee. On the other side, the stone man laughed a few times and continued, Have you forgotten? I have lost the qualification to compete. Strictly speaking. Gurgle. Hearing this, Han Feng felt that the boss was swallowing his saliva. Get out of the way. At this moment, Han Feng spoke. Haha, do you think that I stand here in spite of the trouble, just to make way for you? Clenching his fist, the stone man said angrily. Get out of the way. Don't make me say it for the 3rd time. Get out of the way. Give me 1,000 coins. Otherwise, I'll let you go out lying down. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Mr. Stone took over. We have no money. If you continue like this, I will sue you tomorrow. You will be disqualified forever. Hearing the threat to money, the boss jumped out and pointed at the stone man and shouted, Then kill you, so no one will know. After Mr. Stone finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and all the brothers rushed forward. Really? TM, stupid. Han Feng glanced at the boss with his eyes sideways, and cursed in his mouth. Telekinesis, start. Buzz. The next second, Han Feng's telekinesis spread all over his body and swept towards everyone. Ugh. In a moment, everyone raised their weapons and froze in place. No one could break through this obstacle. Do you dare to take away your superpower? Fight me head on. Seeing this, Mr. Stone pointed at Han Feng and shouted, Give me a reason to kill you. With a calm face, Han Feng looked at the stone man and said, Looking at Han Feng's calm eyes, Mr. Stone was speechless. After a pause, Mr. Stone said seriously, I want to fight you head on. I don't want to lose to your weird ability. I believe that with my strength, I can definitely knock you down. After Mr. Shertu finished speaking, Han Feng pursed his lips. At the same time, he thought, this guy is really a fool. Okay. Without hesitation, Han Feng responded. By the way, he released the telekinesis. You go first. I'll take care of this. Seeing that the younger brothers were out of danger, Mr. Shertu stepped forward and said, Brother, we'll stay here. Yes. None of us will leave. Listening to these words of loyalty, Han Feng frowned slightly, feeling a little awkward. Good brothers. You are all my good brothers. Listening to the sour words, Han Feng felt himself grinding his teeth. Brothers, if I lose later, are you still going to fight? Holding his forehead, Han Feng really couldn't stand such a middle school student. Fight! Swoosh! Boom! The moment the stone man finished saying this, a silver shuttle suddenly appeared from Han Feng's waist. The next second, the silver shuttle completed the attack and returned to Han Feng's belt again. The scene changed. Mr. Stone looked at his pierced abdomen with some disbelief in his eyes. You are so despicable. Little little man. After a few seconds, Mr. Stone covered his abdomen and slowly cursed Han Feng. After cursing, Mr. Stone's exposed skin began to change. It's just a little thing for you to play with. If I pull out my mad knife, you could only tell these words to the King of Hell. After Han Feng finished speaking, he found that Mr. Stone's skin had become the same as that of an ordinary person. It seems, this guy has no strength to support his superpowers. Shaking his head, Han Feng stepped towards the stone man, taking out a gene recovery potion from his pocket. Han Feng injected it without thinking. What is this? Watching the potion enter the body, Mr. Stone asked in horror. It'll keep you alive. Pulling out the empty needle, Han Feng still spoke expressionlessly. After getting up, Han Feng walked away. After a few steps, Han Feng said without looking back, just have a good sleep when you go back. In front of him, a group of younger brothers looked at each other, and wisely made way for Han Feng. Behind Han Feng, the boss followed him tremblingly. After leaving the path, the boss held Han Feng with his hand, and his steps were empty. You are really timid in this world. Looking sideways at the boss, Han Feng smiled. Oh, you don't know? In the end times, human life is worse than a dog's. The boss patted his chest and finally came to his senses. You still can't have a midnight snack? After walking away from the path, the boss gently patted Han Feng and asked, I'm not hungry. Then go back. My legs are a little weak. Just like that. After the boss mood experienced a roller coaster ups and downs, the two turned back to the hotel. My name is Wang Dafa. What's yours? When sending Han Feng back to the room, the boss introduced himself. Han Feng. Hey! Isn't this your nickname? After Han Feng finished speaking, the boss scratched his head and asked. Han in Han Xian. Feng and Fengya. Oh! I see. After Han Feng finished adding, the boss finally reacted. I thought Han Feng was your nickname, haha. Haha. The boss pointed to a door in front and said, this room and the one next to it are your rooms. Thanks. Then I won't bother you, patting Han Feng's shoulder. The boss suddenly whispered in a lecherous voice. There are a couple supplies in the room. Free for you, take care of yourself at night. I'm leaving, I'll ask you to go to the competition tomorrow. Being stared at by Han Feng's death gaze, the boss's feet were full of air, and he quickly evacuated while talking. Standing in the empty corridor, Han Feng turned his attention to the system. A few seconds later, Han Feng exited the system. Just now, Han Feng found that Tanya and Natasha each occupied a room. Come out. With a light word, Han Feng contacted the two. Squeak. Squeak. 2 seconds later, the two doors opened together. As soon as she saw Han Feng, Tanya pouted and said, Sir, you know, Zion busy, and I don't get along, I don't want to sleep with her at night. On the other side, Natasha said happily, Captain Han, come to my place to rest at night, I will keep watch for you. It's absolutely safe. As she spoke, Natasha proposed to Sniper. No, Commander. Come to my place. She has body odor. Hey! White skin. Don't spit blood. You have body odor. I don't. You do? No. I don't. You do? Watching Tanya and Natasha bickering, Han Feng stood there with a pout and watched the show. Tanya, go to the same room with Natasha. Half a minute later, Han Feng spoke. I don't want to. This is an order. Oh. Under Han Feng's oppression, Tanya compromised. The moment Tanya went out, Han Feng flashed into the empty room and quickly locked the door. Huh? After doing all this, Han Feng sighed. Sitting on a chair, Han Feng held a cigarette and looked at the scenery downstairs. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Gee. Opening the door, Han Feng saw Tanya standing outside the door with a bath towel wrapped around her. My underwear is inside. I'll go get it. After saying that, Tanya ran into the room and rushed to the bathroom. A few seconds later, Tanya walked out barefoot with her panties and underwear in her hands. Hee hee. Looking at Han Feng, Tanya smiled. And then, the bath towel on her body suddenly fell off. Chapter 407, Hidden Strength. Buzz. Seeing this, Han Feng opened his telekinesis without thinking and held up the towel that had slipped down from Tanya's body. With telekinesis, the towel was firmly attached to Tanya again. Go. Go. Sleep. Looking at Tanya, Han Feng spoke word by word. Oh. Seeing that the honey trap failed, Tanya responded in a low voice and walked out of the room. If you can't sleep at night, remember to call me Zion because he will sleep soundly. She won't know. At the moment of closing the door, Tanya hurriedly left a message to Han Feng. In the empty room, Han Feng was in a state of confusion, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Han Feng sat back in his chair. In his mind, he kept thinking about the next action. The next morning, ring, 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 ring. The noisy ringtone on the phone woke Han Feng up from his dream. Click. Reaching out to turn off the alarm, Han Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up. Luna. Fish-flavored pork shredded rice. While waking up, Han Feng gave Luna breakfast instructions. Report to Captain Han. Fish-flavored pork shredded flavored military rations cannot be manufactured. Reason for failure to manufacture. The distance to the barracks is beyond the radar coverage range. Oh, right. Opening his eyes, Han Feng looked at the strange environment. And then he realized. Knock. Knock. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the door. Who? Han Feng shouted at the top of his voice. Xiao Han. It's me. Wang Dafa. Oh. I'll go wash up first. See you later? Having a hasty response, Han Feng got up and walked towards the bathroom. Okay. I'll wait for you downstairs. After the boss finished speaking, there was no more movement outside the door. After washing up, Han Feng thought of Tanya and Natasha in his mind and said, How are you two? Have you finished cleaning up? I didn't sleep all night. This bear snored, gnashed his teeth, and farted when he slept. As soon as Han Feng finished asking, Tanya's accusation sounded in his mind. You're talking nonsense. I didn't sleep all night. You? Okay. Okay, pack up and go downstairs to have breakfast. Hearing the prelude to the quarrel, Han Feng hurriedly interrupted. After speaking, Han Feng quickly put on his clothes and opened the door. At the stairs, Tanya and Natasha had been waiting for a long time. When Han Feng came downstairs, he saw the boss standing at the bar with a bright look. Haha, you guys are down. The boss came out of the bar and said hello. Come. Have breakfast first. I'll tell you about the next game later. After that, the boss took out 2 plastic bags from the side. Opening the plastic bags, several fried dough sticks and 4 bowls of soy milk came into view. Xiao Han, you are a contestant in the first round. The time is 10 a.m. We have to eat quickly, otherwise we will be late, the boss said while stuffing the fried dough sticks into his mouth. Oh! Han Feng sipped the soy milk in small sips, and his face did not show any tension. By the way, the rules of this competition are different from yesterday. After swallowing the food in his mouth, the boss wiped his mouth and continued, on the first day of the competition, both players on the field cannot use supernatural powers. Superpowers are not allowed. Hearing this, Han Feng confirmed again. Superpowers? Yeah. Yes. Superpowers are not allowed. The boss froze his hand holding the soy milk and leaned over to ask, without superpowers, can you still win? I don't know, it depends. Han Feng responded lightly. Alas, I don't know who your opponent is. Putting down the bowl worriedly, the boss frowned and said. After saying this, Han Feng did not continue the conversation, but concentrated on eating breakfast. About 2 minutes later, I'm full. We can leave at any time. Putting down the bowl, Han Feng stood up and said, Okay. Okay, I'm full too. Seeing Han Feng stand up, the boss quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks. Let's go in the car. I'll go drive first. As he spoke, the boss ran out of the hotel. So anxious, holding half a fried dough stick in her mouth. Natasha raised her head and talked to herself with her big eyes. A few minutes later, the 4 of them got in the car and rushed to the first stadium. About half an hour later, the boss pointed to the front and said, Do you see the crowd in front? Yeah. Nodding, Han Feng indicated that he saw it. Yes. That's the first stadium. We have to hurry. After the boss finished speaking, he started looking for a parking space. Han Feng, on the other hand, took out his cell phone. It's not even 9:30. Is there enough time? After entering, we still have to check tickets, confirm, and prepare for the game. Oh, there are so many things to do. After getting off the car, Han Feng followed the boss and hurried to the stadium. You two can walk around. I'll call you if there's anything. Before entering the stadium, Han Feng turned to Tanya and Natasha. I know you can play your game without worry. After Tanya finished speaking, she took Natasha away and ran to a snack street. Looking at the backs of the two, Han Feng smiled. After checking the tickets and entering the venue, the boss Wang Dafa took Han Feng to the depths. Boy, although you beat me, don't be careless. Those who can play are very capable. Halfway, Han Feng was stopped by a big guy and was instilled with some knowledge. Looking at the person in front of him, Han Feng suddenly felt very familiar. The next second, Han Feng reacted. Isn't this Mr. Shi too? Thank you for your kindness. With a simple response, Han Feng continued to move forward. I'm waiting for you. I want to fight you openly. Behind him, Mr. Shi's resonant voice came. Oh, he has already lost. Why is he still talking nonsense? Really? Pulling Han Feng. The boss complained and pointed to the front. This is the waiting room. You are the first to play. You have to play 3 games today, and win all of them to participate in the second round. This old guy. He only releases some information at the critical moment. Looking at the boss's back, Han Feng was speechless. Sitting alone in the waiting room waiting. Bored, Han Feng took out his mobile phone and played a single-player game. The boss went to handle other matters alone. A few minutes later. Hey, why are you still playing? Why don't you observe other players more? As soon as he entered the room, the boss was a little anxious when he saw Han Feng playing games. Putting down his phone. As expected, Han Feng saw that each of them was silently watching their opponents. If you are not allowed to use superpowers, everyone can only show so much strength. It doesn't matter. Waving his hands, Han Feng said indifferently. Haha. What a joke, my hidden strength. The person who can defeat me is definitely not here. This is Han Feng's absolute recognition of his own strength. Please invite contestants number 1 and number 2 to the stage. Wow. The host's voice came from the loudspeaker. Then, the enthusiastic audience also burst into the first wave of shouts. Alas, you are the number 2 contestant. I wish you can win more games. Thank you for your blessing. I will. Standing up, Han Feng handed the phone in his hand to the boss. Then turned and walked towards the stage. Contestant number 1, who has won 5 consecutive games. He came to our arena. He is Master Ji. Walking in front of Han Feng, the host briefly introduced him. Contestant number 2 can be said to be the lucky player of the number 6 arena. Han Feng only played 1 game and got on this stage. The host's evaluation of Han Feng was quite fair. Stepping onto the competition stage, Han Feng and Master Ji sandwiched the host in the middle. Now, let's face off. Compete for the king of this game. Stepping back a few steps, the host made an exit declaration. Master Ji. Come on. Master Ji. Come on. Under the stage, the audience cheered for this old acquaintance. Han Feng. Come on. Come on, Han Feng. Suddenly, there was a small voice under the stage. Different from the crowd. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was Mr. Shi too, and his younger brothers cheering for himself in the audience. Waving his hand, Han Feng stood on the stage to show Mr. Shi that he had heard it. Next, the game begins. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced the start of the game. Ding. Beside the ring, the referee wearing white gloves rang the small bell to start the game. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the Master Ji opposite him. Master Ji, looking at his makeup, you can tell that he is an ascetic monk. His lean body is like a sharp bayonet. Even if he stands there motionless, he can give people a sharp stinging feeling. Master Ji clasped his hands together and bowed gently to Han Feng. Han Feng returned the greeting by imitating Master Ji. Ha! After a few seconds, when both of them stood up, Master Ji shouted loudly, stretched out his hands, and rushed towards Han Feng. Who? Who? Master Ji took specific steps. His hands were fists. Palms were claws. In Han Feng's ears, these moves were all accompanied by the sound of sharp wind. If it were someone else, the battle would have ended here, but Han Feng had the benefit of speed. Every time Master Ji attacked, Han Feng avoided these attacks perfectly, as if he was watching a slow-motion movie. But another problem arose. That is, Han Feng didn't know how to fight back. Yes, Han Feng, who had never been trained, only knew how to crush his opponent with speed and strength. But the rules of this competition did not allow the use of superpowers. Han Feng, who could not activate telekinesis, speed and blood rage, could only rely on instinct to dodge. Tanya is in trouble. Help. While dodging, Han Feng called Tanya in his mind. How can I help? I can't go on stage to compete for you. Under the stage, Tanya was eating melon seeds and responded from her seat. Luna, can Tanya control my body? Looking back, Han Feng hastily avoided a punch, turned to the side and asked, Report to Team Han. The radar can activate the reverse remote command and reverse vision connection functions. Chapter 408, Japanese Warriors. Han Feng raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, Master Ji? Wait for death. After thinking, Han Feng immediately said to Luna, Quick! Let Tanya control me. Okay. Captain Han. Reverse vision connection. Reverse remote command is starting. Please wait. The next second, something happened that made Han Feng dumbfounded. Because the two machines are now linked. So, Han Feng's figure on the field is a little frustrated. Bang! Tear! In this pause of a few tenths of a second, Han Feng was hit by a combo by Master Ji. Bang! A few meters away, Han Feng fell to the ground. Ahem. Han Feng stood up, coughed a few times, and spit out the blood in his mouth. At this moment, Han Feng lived in Tanya's body, and the two finally completed the soul exchange. After Han Feng stood up, he glanced at Master Ji beside him. While he was lying down, Master Ji still had martial virtue, and did not take the opportunity to attack. Within 3 seconds, leave the stage. Otherwise, die! Through Han Feng's mouth, Tanya said what she was thinking. Ha ha ha. What is he talking about? Is he stupid? This stupid roe deer. Can't you see who is at a disadvantage? Master Ji, kill him quickly. In the audience, everyone looked at the embarrassed Han Feng, all with cold words and sarcasm. The time has come. It seems that you have made a choice. Looking at Master Ji, Tanya saw that he was still calm. Master Ji clasped his hands together and said softly, Please do it. Huh? As soon as Master Ji finished speaking, Tanya controlled Han Feng's figure and rushed towards Master Ji. After a few steps, he jumped up. In midair, Han Feng turned his waist and swung his right leg suddenly. The toes landed on Master Ji's chest. Seeing this, Master Ji turned his clasped arms and crossed them on his chest, pretending to resist. Looking at Master Ji's defense, Tanya smiled, because the attack of the right leg was just a feint. The real killer move was the curled left leg. When the right foot was about to kick Master Ji's arms, Han Feng in midair twisted his body and forcibly turned his curled left leg to the top. Bang! With a fierce kick, the left foot stepped hard on Master Ji's face. Under the sudden attack, Master Ji's upper body was pushed backwards by inertia. After Han Feng landed, he supported his body with his arms and stabbed Master Ji's lower body with his straight legs. Pa! Master Ji's left leg, which did not have time to retreat, was kicked by Han Feng again. Ding ding ding. Being attacked from both sides, Master Ji limped back a few steps. When Han Feng stood up, Master Ji covered his mouth and nose, blood dripping slowly. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. At this moment, Master Ji's hands were unprotected and his legs were unstable. In Tanya's eyes, he had fatal loopholes all over his body. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, Han Feng's figure quickly approached again. In a panic, Master Ji stretched out his hands to resist. But Tanya's 10 attacks, 8 of them were fake moves. The only 2 moves were real. And the angles were also extremely tricky. It was impossible to defend against and avoid. Tens of seconds later, after enduring Han Feng's stormy baptism, Master Ji was already covered in wounds. Still being able to stand on the stage was already Master Ji's limit. Throughout the match, Tanya used hand-to-hand killing moves on the battlefield. Every move and every style was not as gorgeous and eye-catching as Master Ji's. But when it comes to damage, it is beyond Master Ji's reach. Ha! Tanya pulled a few steps away from Master Ji, and then rushed forward, more than 1 meter in front of Master Ji. Tanya kicked the ground with both legs and stabbed Master Ji's head with one knee. The hard and sharp knee strike rushed straight up at a 45-degree angle. If this strike hits directly, Master Ji's facial bones will definitely be broken. But given Master Ji's current state, he will definitely not be able to avoid this move. Huh? between his legs. A sharp wind blew Master Ji's cheek. At this critical moment, Han Feng's subjective consciousness suddenly intervened and forcibly changed the attack of his legs. Hoo! Bang! Finally, the knee strike was changed to a whip kick, kicking Master Ji's neck. What are you doing? Why did you change my attack? When Master Ji flew sideways, Han Feng heard Tanya's dissatisfied voice in his mind. He didn't sneak attack me when I was not prepared, so I spared his life and regarded it as a reward for being a good person. After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya moved her lips, but didn't say anything in the end, just tacitly consenting. Master Ji? Master Ji? Are you okay? Beside Master Ji, the host quickly stepped forward and kept calling his name while flipping through the papers. Master Ji fainted. Give Master Ji another 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the host counted down, the audience in the auditorium slowly stood up, silently looking out to see what was going on. 2, 1. Oh, unfortunately, Master Ji did not stand up within the specified time. So the winner of this game is our Mr. Han Feng. Wow! Han Feng is so handsome. A wave of cheers rang out from the audience. Okay, Mr. Han Feng, please go down and take a rest. The host gently pushed Han Feng's waist, indicating that he could leave the stage. After coming to the stage, Han Feng listened to the host introducing the next contestant, and felt a little funny for a moment. Borrowing Tanya's soul consciousness into the body, it turned out to be this feeling recalling his own actions on the field. Han Feng tasted the taste and began to think. Xiao Han, you are awesome. At the beginning, I thought you lost, haha. Unconsciously, Han Feng had walked to the back door of the waiting room, and the boss's laughter rang beside him. Lucky, Han Feng said modestly, bowing his hands. Go in and have a rest. You'll be on the court soon. With a smile, the boss opened the door for Han Feng. Lying on the sofa in the waiting room, the boss kept asking if he was thirsty or hungry. At this moment, Han Feng felt like a big baby, being taken care of by the boss. But Han Feng also understood that the boss wanted to win the prize for him. As the saying goes, the world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. Han Feng also felt that this was normal. A few minutes later, the boss put an irregular band-aid on the wound on Han Feng's face. Look in the mirror. Don't say, it's a bit funny. However, under the boss's strong instructions, Han Feng didn't have the chance to take it off. About an hour later, the assistant walked into the waiting room with a folder and said, Mr. Han Feng and Ninja Warrior, the 5th game will start soon. You two get ready. After saying that, the assistant closed the folder and turned to leave the waiting room. Before the door was closed, a figure jumped up from another sofa and attracted Han Feng's attention. Under the dark mask, a mysterious face was covered. Under the black samurai uniform, Han Feng wore a pair of wooden clogs that made a creaking sound when walking. Looking at the Ronin-style hair tied at the back of the ninja warrior's head, Han Feng frowned and muttered, Japanese? Well, if I'm not mistaken, he should be a subordinate of Su Long, the lord of East City. Oh! Retracting his gaze, Han Feng did not show too much emotion. Xiao Han, let me say one more thing. This guy is very insidious. He is different from Master Ji. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Pulling Han Feng's collar, the boss frowned and covered his mouth with his hands and laughed. Well, I know. After that, Han Feng walked to the stage alone. In the previous battle, the Japanese warrior ninja brought everyone a wonderful visual feast. And Han Feng can cut off Master Ji's winning streak. When they meet, what incredible collision will happen? Keeping the suspense, the host stepped back and said, Next, please welcome the Ninja Warrior and Mr. Han Feng to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, the crowd supporting the Ninja Warrior and Han Feng split into 2 groups and cheered for them respectively. Next, the game begins. Ding. When both sides stood still, the host announced the start of the game. Tanya, come to help. Okay. Why do you always call her? My fighting skills are also very good. In contrast to Tanya's excited words, there was Natasha's disappointed voice. Wait for the next game, I'll let you play in the next game. How about that? Hearing Natasha's voice, Han Feng realized that he was improper. Okay. That's what you said. Getting the promise, Natasha was happy. Please draw your sword. Han sang. Suddenly, a few meters away, the ninja warrior said in poor Chinese, "Draw your sword? Ha! Let's see if you have the strength to do it." Through Han Feng's mouth, Tanya raised her eyebrows and responded, "Hee hee. That's your choice. I respect it." The ninja warrior tightened the samurai sword in his hand, and then stepped on the creaking wooden clogs and ran towards Han Feng. Looking at the ninja warrior's small steps, Tanya's head was full of black lines, thinking, is this guy really participating in the competition? Shua. Coming in front of Han Feng, the ninja warrior chopped down an ordinary knife. Shua. Seeing Han Feng sideways to avoid the first attack, the ninja warrior raised his sword and flipped it, slashing towards Han Feng's waist. Ta-ta. Tactically retreating 2 steps, Tanya avoided it again. After 2 missed attacks, the ninja warrior was not in a hurry and stabbed out again slowly. Tanya almost stood still and turned her body to avoid all the attacks of the ninja warrior. "Please draw your sword," Han sang. The ninja warrior said again, pulling away from Han Feng. "If I don't draw my sword, you can't hit me. Do you want to die so much?" Tanya said lightly, straightening the wrinkles on her clothes. "Then I won't let you again." Listening to the ninja warrior's words, Han Feng secretly admired this warrior in his heart. And he still had the spirit of Bushido. "Then I'll thank you here." Shua. Whoosh. As soon as Tanya finished speaking, the ninja warrior took a step forward. With his right hand, he quickly used a sword slash. The distance between the two was not far, and the unusually long samurai sword. This slash really surprised Tanya. Fortunately, although Tanya seemed careless, she was very alert in her heart. This is also a necessary quality for those who have been running around on the battlefield for many years. Chapter 409, Return the Favor. He took several quick steps and barely avoided the sword slash. Before he could get his body steady, the ninja warrior appeared behind him. Sensing the samurai sword slashing down diagonally, Tanya frowned and squatted quickly. Swish. The sharp edge of the samurai sword cut off several strands of Han Feng's hair. "You are careless, Tanya." Han Feng heard Natasha's taunting in his mind. "Shut up. Watch how I knock him down." In this lightning moment, Tanya didn't forget to quarrel with Natasha. Huh? Tanya lowered her center of gravity and did not choose to stand up. Instead, she threw a sweeping kick close to the ground and hooked it backwards. When the sweeping kick passed through the ninja warrior's area, Tanya did not feel the touch. This means that the ninja warrior is no longer in the same place. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, Tanya felt a burst of wind breaking above her head. Looking sideways, Tanya saw the ninja warrior's leaping figure in the air above, and the darts flying all over the sky. Damn! Tanya cursed and then rolled to the side close to the ground, trying to avoid these hidden weapons. Unfortunately, Tanya, who was already in a lower position, could not completely avoid the shooting of these hidden weapons even if she reacted quickly. A few meters away, Han Feng stopped rolling. Behind him, 2 darts pierced his flesh. Hiss. Feeling the strange pain in his back, Tanya grinned and said, "No. No. Luna. Detect the darts. Quick." At this time, Tanya and Han Feng's pain nerves were connected. When Tanya said the word no, Han Feng also reacted immediately. The pain in his back was different from the memory. The pain was itchy. The itchy feeling was even slightly better than the pain. Report to Captain Han. The system initially detected that the darts were poisonous. Make an antidote. Confirm. Without time to waste words, Han Feng immediately issued orders. Okay, Captain Han. The combat laboratory is making an antidote. Production time, 30 seconds. Please wait. Tanya, are you okay? In his mind, Han Feng asked with concern. My limbs are a little numb. This is troublesome. Han sang. Are you okay? The ninja warrior asked Tanya knowingly at the same time. You poisoned the dart. With both hands on the ground, Tanya raised her head and looked at the ninja warrior, saying calmly, Yes, within the rules. With an evil smile, the ninja warrior continued, You have about 5 minutes left. If you have anything to say, speak up now. The implication is, Han Feng will die of the poison in 5 minutes. Captain Han, there are still 20 seconds. In her mind, Luna was counting down. I have nothing to say. What about you? Do you have anything to say to me? Keeping her head up, Tanya tried to delay as much time as possible. Me? Haha, you are the first person who is so calm after being hit by my poison dart. I admire you a little. While speaking, the ninja warrior backed away, fearing that Han Feng would make a desperate struggle. From this, it can be seen that this ninja warrior is a relatively vigilant person. Stay closer to me. I'm a little tired and don't want to speak loudly. Looking at the ninja warrior, Tanya retreated. Report to Captain Han. There are still 10 seconds. Haha, do you think I'm a fool? As long as I drag it out, I will be the winner. Raising his eyebrows, the ninja warrior knew that he had one. And he became more talkative for a while. It's just a pity I don't have an antidote for my poison dart, so I can only wrong you. Report to Captain Han. The antidote injection is ready. After a pause, Luna continued, the antidote injection is in your jacket pocket. 10 seconds after the injection, the antidote will take effect. After hearing this, Tanya controlled Han Feng's body to slowly crawl down, and the hand hidden in the blind spot quietly reached into the pocket. Do you know what the villain died of? Pretending to be weak? Tanya spoke. Villain? Haha, here. Only the winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. This is the words left by your ancestors. Don't you know? At this time, the figure of the ninja warrior almost retreated to the edge of the ring. Oh, since you don't come, I'll go over by myself later. As she spoke, Tanya inserted the needle into her body through several layers of clothes in her pocket. Haha, what a joke. After laughing a few times, the ninja warrior continued, now, you should have no strength to get up, and you only have less than 3 minutes left to live. Want to come over? You think too much. Han sang. Really? Little devil? As she spoke, Tanya felt the antidote injection began to work. I am born with great strength. I want to see if I can get up. After that, Tanya propped up her arms and slowly got up. In the panic eyes of the ninja warrior, Han Feng stood up unsteadily. No! Impossible. You can't stand up. Pointing at Han Feng, the ninja warrior couldn't help but feel scared, as if he had seen a ghost. Hee hee. You can't imagine that there is also this, Tanya said slowly with her head down. After the last word came out, Tanya quickly reached her hands to her waist, and then swung them violently. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 10 silver wings, along with several silver shuttles, stabbed at the ninja warrior with the sound of wind. Ding! Ding ding! Waving a long samurai sword, the ninja warrior chopped the silver shuttles and silver wings in panic. But dozens of telekinetic weapons stabbed out at the same time. How could the ninja warrior resist all of this fire coverage? Swish! 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 The extremely sharp silver wings easily penetrated the ninja warrior's body. The sharp silver shuttle lost its subsequent kinetic energy after piercing the ninja warrior's body, and got stuck in his body. So fast. Ding ding ding. The ninja warrior uttered a dying whisper. His samurai sword suffered irreversible damage when intercepting the silver wings, and finally broke at this moment. The short sword fell to the ground, and the crisp sound resounded throughout the ring. Tanya pursed her lips, with no expression on her face. Walking in front of the ninja warrior, Tanya stretched out her right hand and gently pushed the body of the ninja warrior, who had already died. Boom! Falling down, the ninja warrior loosened the half-broken samurai sword in his hand. As the saying goes, give him a taste of his own medicine. If this ninja warrior had martial ethics, maybe Han Feng would have intervened when Tanya attacked and saved his life. But poisoning the hidden weapon. Haha. Han Feng didn't care about his life or death. All this was his own fault. Oh my god. This is the most exciting counterattack I have ever seen. Seeing the ninja warrior die, the host took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. Han Feng is awesome. Good fight. Good fight. It has to be said that the host really knows how to mobilize the audience's emotions. However, maybe because the opponent is Japanese, there may be another emotion in the hearts of the audience. I declare, the winner of this game is Mr. Han Feng, the host shouted, raising Han Feng's hand. Then, the host continued, Mr. Han Feng's strength is really unfathomable in such a thrilling time just now. Mr. Han Feng did not even draw his weapon. Roar. Roar. The audience followed suit. Okay, now please let Mr. Han Feng go off the stage to rest. The host gently pushed Han Feng's waist again, and signaled Han Feng to leave the stage. After stepping off the ring, Han Feng saw the anxious boss in the corridor. Xiao Han. How are you? Seeing Han Feng coming down, the boss Wang Dafa quickly stepped forward to support him. Are you okay? What's wrong? You're not poisoned? Yes. Han Feng pretended to be ignorant and said to the boss with a smile. Then, how come you're okay? While talking, the boss walked around behind Han Feng. Oh my god, you! Hearing the boss's horrified voice behind him, Han Feng turned around and asked, What's wrong? Go to the waiting room. Without time to explain anything, the boss hurriedly helped Han Feng to the waiting room. In the waiting room, take off your clothes. Quick! Pointing at Han Feng's shirt, the boss said anxiously. Seeing the boss's expression, Han Feng's heart also became nervous. Take off the clothes. Turn over. There is only black blood near the tiny tear in the shirt. Huh? Seeing this, Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was something else. So it's this? Holding the clothes, Han Feng said nonchalantly. Doctor? Doctor? Help! Helping Han Feng sit down, the boss cried and shouted, SHHHHH. I'm fine. Pulling the boss, Han Feng hurriedly explained. A minute later, the boss was relieved and gave up the idea of calling a doctor after observing Han Feng carefully. Just kidding. If the combat laboratory hadn't prepared the antidote, he might have died by now. Sitting on the ground, the boss's dull eyes seemed to be recovering. Taking out his cell phone, Han Feng saw that the current time was noon. Hey, are you hungry? Han Feng asked, patting the boss beside him. Are you hungry? Turning around, the boss responded subconsciously. I ate a lot of porridge in the morning. What do you think? Han Feng pouted and asked back unhappily. Oh, eat. Standing up, the boss repeated. Due to the rules of the competition, there is a 1.5 hour break at noon. This gave Han Feng enough time to deal with the problem of stomach temple. Taking Tanya and Natasha with him, Han Feng randomly found a restaurant similar to a music restaurant. 1 chicken cartilage, 2 pizzas, 1 fried rice and 1. Hey brother, there are 2 beautiful girls over there. When the boss was holding the menu to order, a discordant voice came into Han Feng's ears. Chapter 410, Murder Case. Hearing the footsteps approaching from behind, Han Feng gradually frowned. Shoo. A loud hooligan whistle blew over. 2 little sisters. Do you want a drink? Then, this strange man casually moved a stool and sat next to Han Feng, and said arrogantly, Drink? Come on. Natasha took the initiative to agree before Tanya opened her mouth. Turning his eyes, Han Feng looked at the fighting nation Natasha and was stunned. On the other hand, Natasha looked indifferent. Pursing his lips, Han Feng said nothing. Can I drink something cold? The man asked Tanya and Natasha tentatively. Yes. Natasha responded on behalf of Tanya. After hearing this, the man was delighted. Go 3 bottles of Crown beer. The man turned around and told the younger brother behind him. Before the beer was served, the man asked, Are you 2 beauties here to watch the game? Are you also a contestant? Natasha asked back. No, I'm not a contestant. Waving his hand, the man continued, It was the will of God that brought me to you. Brother, the beer is here. As soon as the man finished speaking, the younger brother came with a tray with 3 bottles of beer. I am Feng Yu. I wonder if I can make friends with you 2, pushing 2 bottles of beer to Tanya and Natasha. The man picked up the beer in front of him and asked softly, Luna, start the test. Han Feng stared at the beer in front of Tanya and Natasha and said to Luna, Okay, Captain Han. The system is starting the preliminary test. Please wait. But when Luna replied, Natasha had already picked up the glass. There was no time to stop her. Natasha drank a whole bottle of beer. Reporting to Captain Han. After preliminary system testing, the wine is non-toxic. Squinting his eyes, Han Feng looked at Natasha, somewhat speechless. Haha, this beauty has a huge capacity. Holding the wine glass, the man looked at Tanya again and asked, Why don't you drink? Tanya did not answer, but looked at Han Feng, as if asking when she could start. Ahem. Seeing Tanya's wandering eyes, the man deliberately swung his body and touched Han Feng. Hey. Fuck. Who the hell are you? Can't you see that there are already people here? Finding the reason, the man glared at Han Feng. Hearing the provocation beside him, Han Feng was really helpless. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Talk. Where's your mouth? Looking at the knife behind Han Feng. The man thought that Han Feng was a poor warrior. After all, the leather goods produced by the system do not have expensive marks and brands. In addition, Han Feng has not spoken so far, and the man is more determined in his mind. This is a stinky warrior with no courage. Shopping with two beautiful girls. He has no money but wants to pretend to be rich. And Tanya and Natasha, in the eyes of the man, are not good stuff. A few beers and Natasha will take the bait. As for the relatively indifferent Tanya, she probably pretended to be aloof. When the time comes, I will give these two beauties a few more dollars, and they will throw themselves into my arms. He. Under the harsh voice, the man gradually thought of the unbearable scene. Han Feng, who did not intend to make a big deal, turned his face to the man, hoping that they would recognize his face and walk away tactfully. What are you looking at? You stupid asterisk. I'm talking about you. Don't look unconvinced. After listening to the man, Han Feng knew. He had not entered the stadium and had never seen him. Boss, is it illegal to kill someone here? Turning around, Han Feng picked up the free cup of tea in front of him and asked as if no one was around. Xiao Han, you can't kill people here. There are quite a few guards stationed here in East City. Looking at the man opposite, the boss Wang Dafa looked at the several younger brothers behind him and spoke slowly. Oh, so you are the boss? Until then, the man reacted. It turned out that Han Feng was just a stinky worker. The real boss was the one in front of him. How about this? I am not an unreasonable person. As he spoke, the man slowly stood up, took out a small bag of coins from behind, threw it on the table and said, Please take your dog and eat somewhere else. Grandpa, I want to chat with someone who is destined to be with me. I hope you don't be ungrateful. After doing all this, the man sat down again, looking at the shocked expressions of Tanya and Natasha. The man felt so handsome. Just now, he showed off his strength on one hand and his financial strength on the other hand. Haha, at night, they must love him to death. What if I must kill someone? Han Feng spoke slowly, while the man was fantasizing about nothing. The language that sounded without any emotion foreshadowed what Han Feng was going to do next. What, to kill me? Haha, do you have the courage? The man seemed to have heard a funny joke. While patting Han Feng on the back of his head, he continued, Do you need Grandpa to lend you some courage? Come and touch me? While the man was talking, the boss looked at Han Feng nervously, his eyes revealing the word forbearance. Is it enough to let him die far away? Han Feng looked at the boss calmly, seemingly asking. But in fact, the killing move had already fallen on the man. Ugh! My legs! The next second, the man asked himself in horror. Then he stood up in an extremely weird way. Under the power of telekinesis, the man twisted his body and walked out of the restaurant step by step. Behind him, there was a group of younger brothers who didn't know what was going on. Luna, God's vision. The man walked out of the restaurant with his younger brothers, and the door of the restaurant was closed, as his vision was blocked by the restaurant wall. Han Feng immediately opened the God's vision to supplement his perception of the outside world. Okay, Captain Han, the God's vision is opening. Please wait. Buzz. The next moment, Han Feng's other vision opened outside the restaurant door. At this moment, Han Feng's telekinesis was still maintained, and the man's figure was still distorted as always. You provoke me again and again. Then you should shut up forever. Staring at the restaurant door, Han Feng gave a ghostly low kiss. After that, Han Feng changed the telekinesis confinement range and tightly sealed the air around the man's mouth and nose. Ugh! 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 Outside the door, the man held his mouth and nose, struggling frantically, unable to breathe. The man quickly fell to the ground, like a fish on the shore, slapping the ground violently. And Han Feng, on the other hand, maintained the output of telekinesis. His expression did not change at all. Help! 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 Someone's dead. The younger brother didn't know what happened, but seeing his boss in such pain, he couldn't help but shout. Inside and outside the restaurant, anyone who heard the cry for help ran to watch. Xiao Han, you! At this time, the boss, who knew about this, gently touched Han Feng, wanting to speak to stop something. But seeing Han Feng's eyes, the boss paused. What surprised the boss was Han Feng, who seemed gentle and elegant, was so calm when he killed someone. This strong contrast made the boss a little overwhelmed. You know, This place is different from the ring. On the ring, life and death are unpredictable. And if you die, you die. You can only blame yourself for not being as skilled as others. But in this busy street, killing people in public, where has the boss ever seen such a world? Beep, beep, beep. Outside the restaurant, the sound of an ambulance siren came from not far away. Heh. Hearing the ambulance coming, Han Feng lowered his eyebrows and smiled. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will die. Sure enough, after a few minutes, the man who called himself Feng Yu died despite the rescue of the emergency personnel. Cause of death, mechanical asphyxiation. In midair, Han Feng's god's vision silently watched the twisted and convulsing corpse on the ground. Luna, cancel the god's vision. Since the man was dead, Han Feng didn't need to keep the god's vision. Okay, Captain Han. The god's vision has been cancelled. Following Han Feng's order, Luna cancelled the god's vision function. Have you ordered the dishes? I'm starving. After doing all this, Han Feng relaxed his frozen expression, looked at everyone and asked, I, looking at Han Feng, who was like a different person. The boss Wang Dafa kept saying I for a long time, but didn't say the second half of the sentence. Come on. Let me order. Seeing this, Han Feng took the menu and looked through it. Alas, someone said that someone could treat us to a meal. But you can't act. Looking at Han Feng, the boss and Tanya, Natasha said disappointedly. There was no panic after killing someone in her tone. I'll eat this noodle. You can order other dishes. After that, Han Feng handed the menu to Tanya and the others, pointed to the purse on the table and continued, Isn't this the meal money? Different. Twisting her body, Natasha said coquettishly. Who killed someone just now? Just when Han Feng was about to respond, such a voice suddenly came from outside the restaurant. Following the voice, Han Feng saw several men in police uniforms. It's over. It's over. It's the guards from Dongcheng. They are here. Turning around, Han Feng saw the boss's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. It's them. In the noisy environment, Han Feng's ears caught a slight voice. Turning his eyes again, the boss followed the guards timidly, quietly pointing to his position. Sure enough, after getting the information, several guards surrounded them. Did you kill him? The guard in police uniform shouted sternly. Ouch, what do you mean by killing? We stayed in our seats and didn't move at this time. Natasha, possessed by the drama spirit, continued, he died so far away. I can't just split myself and kill him. Right? Besides, I don't even dare to kill an ant. How can I kill someone? With a slightly terrified look, Natasha pretended to be innocent. Xiao Zhang, go check the surveillance. Chapter 411, E-City Lord. The captain of the guards chose to ignore Natasha's performance. Okay. Another guard responded and ran straight to the computer at the restaurant bar. Tens of seconds later, the guard member called Xiao Zhang whispered, Captain, come and take a look. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them run away. The captain threw down a sentence and turned to the bar. After watching the surveillance carefully, the captain walked out with the recording hard drive. Take everyone away. Interrogate them one by one. Hey. 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 Big brother. You can't do it. You can't do it. Hearing that he was going to be taken away, the boss stood up, waved his hands, and continued, We are players participating in the boxing championship. My boxer will have to participate in the competition in the afternoon. We can't be taken away at this time. Hearing the boss' words, the captain hesitated. He knew very well that the boxing championship was a selection of the best in the city. The competition, which is held every 3 months, is the day for the top fighters to come to the fore. In this world, how much is a human life worth? What if this fighter can finally make it to the top 9? Then his status will be much greater than mine. But, the cause of death of the man in this video is definitely related to this gang. Responsibilities. It's a bit difficult. Captain, why don't we wait until the competition is over? If he doesn't make it to the top 9, it won't be too late for us to catch him. Even if he runs away, let him escape after all. The conditions outside are much more difficult than in prison. Next to the captain, Xiao Zhang offered advice. Nodding. The captain slowly walked towards the boss. Where's the voucher? Stretching out his hand, the captain asked for something. Yes. 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 Here it is. As he spoke, the boss took out the race number plate and admission ticket from his jacket pocket. The captain observed for a few seconds, then took out his mobile phone and took a few photos. I'll come back to you after you finish the race. Don't think about running. You can't escape. Having hurriedly left a few threats, the captain of the guard turned around and waved his hand, removing the surrounding alerts, and the surveillance video was taken back to the police station. Have you ordered? After the guards left, Han Feng asked while rubbing his hungry stomach. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking, Han Feng took out his mobile phone to check the time. There were about 40 minutes before the game started. Boss, check out. In order to hurry up, Han Feng stretched out his hand to signal. Your table. Free. Free? Hearing such a good thing, Han Feng turned back to look at the restaurant owner with his eyes wide open. Brother, as long as you think of the friendship of this meal, don't embarrass our store. Seeing Han Feng's eyes wide open, the restaurant owner almost knelt down. Seeing the restaurant owner's timid figure, Han Feng reacted instantly. This guy knew that he had just reported to the guards, and was afraid of revenge in the future. Okay, you said it's free. Then we'll go. If you don't take advantage of it, you're a bastard. Since the boss said it's free, it's not good to embarrass him. After saying that, Han Feng stood up and left, until he saw Han Feng and his group leave. The restaurant owner made a bitter face and patted his chest. He was even praying in his heart, hoping that this restaurant would be safe from today on. After checking the admission ticket and the competition certificate, Han Feng and the boss were the first to enter the competition venue. Tanya and Natasha were waiting to enter at another entrance. About half an hour later, the afternoon match officially started. Fortunately, Han Feng was the first to go on stage, skipping the host Chen Cheng's opening remarks. Han Feng and another warrior stood against each other. Natasha, after 2 beers, can you still do it? Before the match started, Han Feng asked Natasha in his mind. It's okay, no problem, Natasha assured in a sonorous tone. Then come on, let me see your fighting skills. Looking at his opponent with a frown, Han Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Okay. After that, the two began to connect. The game begins. Ding. The timing was just right. When all this was done, the game just started. Ola! Natasha looked up to the sky and shouted a cheer. Then took a step and rushed towards her opponent. Compared with Tanya's tricky fighting skills, Natasha's open and close fighting style has a more visual impact. On the court, Natasha began to play. Each punch landed perfectly, avoiding the opponent's fatal parts. Even if she was attacked by her opponent, Natasha chose to resist it. With a completely hand-to-hand combat attitude. Swish. The opponent, who was furious, took out his weapon, a short bayonet. Seeing this, Natasha took a few steps back, distanced herself, and began to re-examine the opponent. At the same time, she also replanned the next attack plan. Ah! The opponent swung the knife and rushed towards Han Feng. Hey! Stop playing. You don't feel pain. But I do. Han Feng couldn't help but stop Natasha's next play plan. Oh! It's not easy to get on the stage. In her mind, Natasha complained. But on the ring, Natasha did not retreat, but rushed towards the sharp blade. In a flash, Natasha grabbed the short blade from the opponent's hand with her bare hands. I haven't used my weapon yet. And you are not allowed to use it either. When the two were close to each other, Natasha said playfully. After that, Natasha threw the short blade in her hand behind her, intending to fight again with fists. I surrender. I surrender. Seeing that the weapon was taken away, the opponent turned around and ran away, still shouting words of surrender. Ah, this. Is it over? Standing there in a daze, Natasha said with lingering thoughts. A man who knows the times is a hero. He has a knife. But he still can't beat you. If you don't surrender, you will be beaten? Woohoo! Mr. Han Feng is really eye-opening. When Han Feng responded to Natasha, the host walked onto the stage with a microphone. He came to Han Feng and continued, in previous matches. I always thought that Mr. Han Feng's fighting style was tricky. But after this match, this violent declaration is really exciting. After that, the host reached out and patted the mad knife on Han Feng's back and said, 3 matches. 3 whole matches. Is there no one who can force you to use your weapon? When you are defeated, use it when you need to. After canceling the reverse vision connection and reverse remote command, Han Feng's main personality returned to the original body. Haha, I like what you said. The host continued, looking at Han Feng jokingly. I'm looking forward to using this backknife. I think it must be very cool. Wow. Led by the host. The audience also burst into anticipation. Looking around the audience, Han Feng felt a gentle push from behind. Walking down the stage, Han Feng saw the boss waiting. But the boss at this moment looked embarrassed and did not show the joy of the winner. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you unhappy that I won? Coming to the boss, Han Feng asked with a smile. Oh, stop talking. You'll know in a while. With his head down, the boss turned around and walked back. Looking at the boss's back, Han Feng frowned slightly. Entering the waiting room, Han Feng saw 4 or 5 guards in police uniforms. Glancing at them, Han Feng didn't see the captain. You are Han Feng, right? A guard walked towards Han Feng with a photo and asked. It's me. What's the matter? Han Feng responded softly. You are suspected of a murder case. Come with us. As he spoke, the captain raised his hand and waved. And then several guards behind him walked towards him. We are going to disarm you. We hope you will cooperate with us and don't resist. Looking into Han Feng's eyes, the captain said seriously. Han Feng nodded, indicating that he would not resist. Anyway, a place like prison can't hold him. Bang. Ouch. It's so heavy. Unfastening the buckle of Han Feng's mad sword leather armor, the mad sword fell heavily to the ground. When a guard tried to pick it up with one hand, he found that he couldn't even straighten his waist. What are you doing? Don't break someone's sword. Seeing this scene, the captain of the guards scolded coldly. Looking at the captain of the guards, Han Feng said in his heart, he is still a good person. Since you are so cooperative, I won't put handcuffs on you. The captain turned his eyes and stared at Han Feng, still speaking seriously. Well, thank you. Let's go. After Han Feng finished speaking, the captain of the guard turned around and waved his hand. Then, Han Feng slowly walked out of the stadium under the encirclement of 4 or 5 guards. Hi, why are you here just now? In the police car, Natasha waved to Han Feng. A few minutes later, in the interrogation room. Do you want some water? The captain of the guard asked, holding a folder. Not thirsty. After responding, Han Feng felt a little puzzled. In the eyes of the other party, I am a prisoner. But his attitude is really intriguing. Okay. Then you wait a moment. Leaving these words, the captain of the guard turned and left the interrogation room. Looking around, I was the only one left in this small interrogation room, without handcuffs and other retention measures. Aren't they afraid that I will run away? Squeak. While Han Feng was looking around, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. A man in casual clothes came in, age, about 50 years old. Sitting in front of Han Feng, the man looked at Han Feng. Are you Han Feng? After a while, the man said nonsense. Well, what's wrong? Aren't you investigating a murder case? Hee hee. Yes, a murder case. After Han Feng finished speaking, the man lowered his head and chuckled. Han Feng was a little impatient with others pretending to be mysterious. Su Qianghua. Did you kill him? I don't know him. I'm Su Long. Chapter 412, Pretend to Accept. Han Feng was completely dumbfounded when the man in front of him said I am Su Long. The 4 words were like thunder, pouring into his ears, piercing Han Feng's psychological defenses. Impossible. In an instant, these 3 words popped up in Han Feng's heart. When killing Su Xiao a few days ago, all those who knew or had seen him were annihilated by Yin Yi. For the insiders selected by the system, Han Feng was very sure that no one was spared. Moreover, the explosion of the villa was caused by Tanya. A person who is proficient in various assassinations cannot leave evidence at the scene. This is his absolute confidence in Tanya. Secondly, he took away every shrapnel and bullet at the explosion site, and there was no remaining clue. That means Su Long was deceiving him. After thinking about all this, Han Feng raised his mouth and smiled, saying nonchalantly, I know you, the Lord of East City. But who is Su Qianghua? Forgive me for being ignorant. After speaking, Han Feng stared at Su Long's face. He wanted to find out some information from the other party's subtle expressions. Su Qianghua is my son. In response to Han Feng, Su Long's face still had an expression of neither sadness nor joy. Oh, then what? Leaning back on the chair, Han Feng started to do Tai Chi. Huh? Then I was looking for the murderer? Suddenly, Su Long looked at Han Feng and smiled. But what puzzled Han Feng was that Su Long's expression did not seem to show any sadness. It was as calm as telling someone else's story. Then, have you found the murderer? Leaning back from the chair, Han Feng leaned out and asked. I found him. I'm talking to him. Hearing these words that were definitely his own, Han Feng frowned slightly. Even though 1,000 impossibles flashed through his mind, Han Feng still calmly asked, why do you say that without any evidence? There are only so many people in East City. People from other districts need proof. Staring into Han Feng's eyes, Su Long continued, no one in this city dares to kill my son. So, you think it was done by an outsider? And, what a coincidence. I came at this time? Raised his eyebrows. Han Feng asked back. I thought you were a man who dared to do and take responsibility. I didn't expect that you don't even have this little courage. As he spoke, Su Long put his hands on the table in front of him and knocked slowly. A real man has his own way of doing things and his own way of not doing things. How did you find out? Han Feng's first half of the sentence was meaningful. The second half was a disguised admission of his crime. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too careless. Why? At this point, the two sides just got to the point. There are surveillance cameras in a small restaurant. At this point, Su Long closed his mouth and left the second half of the sentence for Han Feng to guess. After hearing this, Han Feng realized. Yes, there are surveillance cameras in a small restaurant. Not to mention in the villa. We're here. Suddenly, behind Su Long, two screens showed the scene at the entrance of the villa that day. In the picture, Su Qianhua pointed at the villa and spoke. The next second, the picture changed, and Han Feng hurriedly brought Natasha out. Not long after, the picture began to shake violently, and then the picture instantly turned into a snowflake. I was careless. Under the ironclad evidence, Han Feng was generous and did not show panic. You are relaxed. You are still so calm after being caught. Looking at Han Feng, Su Long exclaimed. You are not bad either. You can still chat and laugh with the murderer after your son died. At this point, Han Feng retorted. Han Feng knew that what kind of son you have. You will have what kind of father. Killing one person is killing. Killing two people is also killing. Get more shameless dialect, shameless. Start blood rage. Love whoever you want. Haha, what courage. Dare to talk to me like this. Amidst the laughter, Su Long faintly revealed a hint of cruelty. You are not bad. But you don't know who I am yet. The soup is the same. Han Feng said another sentence. While speaking, Han Feng's telekinesis had already hooked the telekinesis weapon on his waist. Ready to go. It was also thanks to the guards, who didn't search him carefully, that Han Feng had so many weapons on his body. Staring at Su Long a few meters away. As long as Han Feng wanted, he could take off his head in a moment. You have the ability. I have the power. Why don't we cooperate? Let's fight for the top together. Suddenly, Su Long's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Ah? Caught off guard. Han Feng, who had no time to react, subconsciously asked in confusion. Then, Han Feng said, aren't you here to avenge your son? If you were ordinary, you would be torn into pieces. But I saw your extraordinary side. So, for a waste, why bother you and me? Haha, what a profit-first approach. After hearing this, Han Feng smiled and said it fearlessly. At the same time, he thought to himself that this guy was truly a hero. He deserved to be called the city lord if he could do this. What do you think? Laughing with Han Feng, Su Long pressed on. If I disagree, what can you do to me? Instantly, Han Feng's face turned cold, and he stared into Su Long's eyes and questioned him. In Han Feng's mind, for some reason, he suddenly remembered the scene of the 5 innocent girls being ravaged. For such a scum, Han Feng really didn't want to go along with him. Therefore, his tone also revealed the meaning of fighting if he wanted to. I haven't told you my plan and the gains and losses yet. How do you know it's absolutely impossible? Facing the cold-faced Han Feng, Su Long remained calm. While Han Feng was silent, Su Long continued, as long as you can successfully advance to the top 2 in East City, I will no longer pursue the matter of you killing Su Qianhua. Knocking on the table, Su Long looked at Han Feng, as if waiting for something. Top 2? No longer pursue me. Haha. Even if I kill you here, no one can stop me. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Han Feng didn't care about this pardon order. I only bet that you can reach the top of the list and go to the side of the Lord of Central City. Then kill the Lord of Central City for you, so that you can get promoted. Right? Following Su Long's meaning, Han Feng continued. Haha. Smart. You think too much. Looking at Su Long, who was laughing, Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Sure enough, this guy is not a good person. Kill the Lord of the Central City, and we will have the country together. We will be equals. Isn't it good? Seeing that Han Feng was still unmoved, Su Long continued, Now, I have everything ready, and I only lack the east wind of the death of the Lord of the Central City. I do need to get close to the Lord of the Central City, but I don't want to kill him. I can only say that you have found the wrong person. Relaxed his posture, Han Feng leaned back on the chair and said, But the telekinesis has never relaxed. According to the boss Wang Dafa, there are several masters around each city lord. They are all among the top 9 in the previous competition. So, you must be on guard. Are you worried that you can't get the top spot? Seeing that he couldn't convince Han Feng directly, Su Long changed his strategy and decided to attack indirectly. I'm not a bodyguard for others. Rubbing his hands, Han Feng answered truthfully. Don't worry. Even if you can't get the top spot, you can stay with me and wait for the opportunity. As for fine clothes, delicious food, treasures and beauties, as long as I have them, you have them. How about it? At this moment, Su Long continued to extend an olive branch to Han Feng tirelessly. I say, how come you don't understand what people say? Looking at Su Long, Han Feng's patience was almost exhausted. I can send you to the Lord of the Central City through private means. I hope you can think about the future glory and wealth. Don't reject me so bluntly. Resisting his dissatisfaction, Su Long decided to persuade him one last time. At the same time, he thought to himself that if Han Feng didn't agree to him again, then the several warriors outside the door would be invited in by him. What are you still wasting? Sitting upright, Han Feng's voice just opened, and the next moment he held back his voice. Can you take me close to the Lord of the Central City privately? In his mind, Han Feng repeatedly pondered these two keywords. Why did he come to this broken place? Why did he participate in this broken competition? Isn't it just to meet the Lord of the Central City? Su Long wanted to kill the Lord of the Central City, and he wanted to conquer the Lord of the Central City. Although the paths are different, the important note of meeting the Lord of the Central City in the middle is simply a coincidence. At this moment, there is this one-step opportunity in front of him. Don't use it. It's a waste. Haha, you can meet the Lord of the Central City. You should have said it earlier. Suddenly, Han Feng's attitude also made a 180-degree turn. Looking at Han Feng, who seemed like a different person from before, the experienced Su Long was also a little confused. So, you agree to assassinate the Lord of the Central City? After a while, Su Long barely reacted and said with joy, It's okay to assassinate the Lord of the Central City. But what about your promise? When can you fulfill it to me? Since you are pretending to surrender, of course you have to show the right attitude. Haha, I really didn't make a mistake. Su Long stood up with a smile, came to Han Feng, patted his shoulder and continued, From the moment you promise me, half of the entire East City is yours. Su Long looked away and continued to paint the cake. When I become the Lord of the Central City, the world will be yours. Haha. Haha, that's so cool. Han Feng pretended to agree with Su Long and laughed foolishly. Haha. Then when are we going to see the Lord of the Central City? After laughing, Han Feng began to get to the point. No hurry, you should beat the top 2 players in East City first. Suddenly, Su Long changed his attitude and waved his hand. Oh my god. No way. Looking at Su Long, Han Feng asked with a frown, The private means you mentioned, are you poisoning my opponent? Chapter 413, Meeting an Acquaintance. Thinking from the other person's perspective, Han Feng could only think of this clumsy method to get promoted. No. 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 You still need to pass the level with your own strength. After Su Long finished speaking, Han Feng's heart clicked, secretly thinking that he was careless again. If he participated in the competition and qualified to become the first on the list, he could also meet the Lord of the Central City. In this way, Su Long's role would not be particularly important. I thought I had changed to Clipper. But I didn't expect. I just changed a pair of running shoes, which is not as fast as riding a bicycle. Seeing Han Feng's slightly disappointed look, Su Long comforted him. Now I can also take you to see the Lord of the Central City. But he is surrounded by many masters. If he fails, you and I will be doomed. Turning around, Su Long continued, besides, you only passed the first round of competition. In the following arena competitions, your opponents will become stronger and stronger. It is because you are a new face that I decided to take a gamble. If you fail, then you will be completely useless. In a false and real way, Su Long has now removed the ladder for himself, leaving him with no way out. Hee hee, okay. Then I will go to the competition peacefully. While laughing, Han Feng also thought about taking action now. But if the matter gets out of hand, it will be inconvenient for his next quest for the top spot. For temporary peace, Han Feng chose to compromise. I'm optimistic about you. Keep going. Looking at Han Feng, Su Long encouraged him. Then I will. Han Feng chose to ignore this empty encouragement. You can leave now. As for the next competition, Wang Dafa is still your sponsor. After a little thought, Su Long personally turned on the switch of the interrogation chair for Han Feng. Oh, then I'll leave. Seeing that he was free, Han Feng threw down this sentence and stood up and walked to the door. Don't forget our promise. Behind him, Su Long gave another instruction. Got it. After saying that, Han Feng pushed open the door. At the moment when the sunlight came in, Han Feng also saw the people waiting outside the door. With a quick glance, Han Feng knew that they were different in form, but they were all masters. However, this kind of master is only for ordinary people. For himself? Haha. Squeezing through the crowded door, Han Feng went downstairs along the stairs. Xiao Han, are you okay? When he saw Han Feng coming down with all his hands and feet intact, the boss Wang Dafa walked in quickly and asked, Are you okay? What's wrong? The black car at the door is reserved for you. Drive away. Before the boss spoke, Su Long's voice came from upstairs. Hello. City Lord Su. Thank you. City Lord Su. The boss raised his head and responded to the voice. Han Feng did not respond and walked straight to the black SUV at the door of the police station. Xiao Han, what did City Lord Su say to you? Why did he send us a car? On the way, the boss beside Han Feng asked curiously. He saw that I was gifted and capable, so he sent me a car. Han Feng laughed and came to the car. Hi, you're getting off. As soon as the car door was opened, Natasha's voice floated out along with the warm wind. Captain Han, have you ever been in a police car? White skin. How about you? Have you ever been in a police car? Boss, have you ever been in a police car? Anyway, this is the first time I've ever been in a police car in my life. It feels really exciting. As Han Feng drove back to the stadium, Natasha kept talking, listening to the noise all the way. Han Feng returned to the parking lot next to the stadium. Your game is over today. Let's go back to the hotel first and come back tomorrow for the second round. Before getting out of the car, the boss said to Han Feng. After saying that, the boss closed the car door and walked straight to his car. Back at the hotel, Han Feng glanced at the time. It was less than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Half an hour later, the boss brought the food in advance. During the dinner, Natasha and the boss both expressed strong curiosity about Han Feng. They wanted to know what agreement Su Long and themselves had reached. Nonsense, Han Feng responded casually, trying to get away with it. By the way, boss, what are the rules for tomorrow's competition? In order to get rid of this question as soon as possible, Han Feng had to forcibly change the subject. Tomorrow's rules? Same as today? You can't use superpowers. Picking up the food, the boss casually responded. You are not allowed to use superpowers for 2 consecutive days. What's the point of this competition? What if you meet someone with a weak body, but strong superpowers? Han Feng asked with doubt. The rules of each competition are different. Those with strong superpowers, but weak bodies can just wait for the next one. Right? Once every 3 months. It's very fast. While eating, the boss solved Han Feng's doubts. Oh, don't worry, I think you are a good fighter. Looking at Han Feng with a smile, the boss was sure that he would definitely enter the third round smoothly. By your good words. Tens of minutes later, after eating the early dinner, the boss carried the plate out of the room. Before leaving, He did not forget to ask Han Feng to rest early. After seeing the boss off, Han Feng looked back at Tanya and Natasha and said, "If you two are not tired, just go for a walk. What about you? You don't really want to go to bed so early, do you?" Hearing Han Feng say this, Natasha asked in disbelief. "Well, I'm a little tired. I'll take a hot bath and go to bed early." "Okay. Then you rest. I'll go find the snack street later. Remember to call me if you need anything." After Han Feng finished speaking, Tanya and Natasha spoke one by one, and got up and walked towards the door. As the door was closing, Natasha poked her head out and said, "Remember to let me play first tomorrow." Bang! After that, the door was shut heavily. Han Feng pouted. He had no idea what to do with this quirky Natasha. Then, Han Feng drew up the curtains, took off his clothes, and went into the bathroom. The next morning, after a whole night of sleep adjustment, Han Feng got up early. He ate the same porridge meal as yesterday, but the difference was that he had more time today. An hour later, Han Feng was taken to the #1 competition field by his boss again. Today's opponent was mediocre and pitifully weak. I don't know if it was Su Long's secret operation or some other reason, but today's 3 matches went smoothly and were a bit dreamlike. Han Feng was even too lazy to let Tanya and Natasha possess him. But it is worth mentioning that in the host's passionate words, he gave himself a nickname, "No one can make me draw a knife." After the ring match, the boss Wang Dafa told him that he could use superpowers in tomorrow's match. Han Feng smiled and understood this. "Just kidding. I can crush my opponent without superpowers. So won't I be flying all over the sky with superpowers? Besides, I have 3 superpowers." Looking at the whole audience, who can have more superpowers? On both sides. As Han Feng won the game again and again, the boss Wang Dafa's wallet was really bulging. In order to thank Han Feng, the boss patted his chest and said that he would treat Han Feng and his friends to something good. Walking on the busy main road, the boss led Han Feng into a seafood restaurant. Holding the menu, the boss indicated that Han Feng could order whatever he wanted. However, in the end, only some dishes such as fried clams were served. There were even several dishes with snail meat. Han Feng could understand eating the meal in a sullen manner. Now the outside world is a world full of zombies, and this place is thousands of kilometers away from the coastline. It is an unexpected surprise to see some seafood on the table. After dinner, Han Feng and his group returned to the hotel. After chatting for several hours, everyone left until Han Feng asked for a break. But unlike Han Feng, Tanya and Natasha had to go out again to find a new snack street. I don't know if it's because they haven't eaten it before, or they are attracted by the taste of the stalls in Huaxia country. Tanya and Natasha always have a strong yearning. After waving his hand and saying a few words of caution, Han Feng returned to the room alone. At about 9 o'clock the next morning, Han Feng came to the stadium again. Just like the first day, Han Feng was the first to go on the first game today. Being able to use superpowers to fight in the ring saved Tanya and Natasha from the hard work. What surprised Han Feng was that the opponent was actually an old acquaintance, Master Ji. After a brief inquiry with the boss Wang Dafa, Han Feng found out, after all the competitions are over every day, the eliminated players will compete again to obtain a small number of resurrection qualifications. Han Feng was not surprised by Master Ji's reappearance. After all, his fierce attack at the time also left a deep impression on him. "Master Ji, unfortunately, we meet again." After going on stage, Han Feng put his hands together and greeted first. "Hello, Mr. Han Feng." After returning the gift, Master Ji straightened up and continued, "Today, the use of superpowers is open. You have to be careful." Nodding, Han Feng smiled and indicated that he understood. "Master Ji, the outstanding player who has regained the qualification to participate in the competition. Can he make Mr. Han Feng, who no one can make me use my sword, use weapons? Please look forward to this eternal showdown." After the host finished his opening remarks, he shouted amid the cheers of the audience, "The game begins. Ding. Please make your move." Looking at the skinny Master Ji, Han Feng politely made a gesture of invitation. Obedience is worse than respect. After Master Ji responded, he raised his hands and slowly pressed them down in front of his chest, making a gesture of luck. Han Feng was very interested in this ascetic monk. He really wanted to know what kind of superpowers a monk could have. Buzz? The next moment, Master Ji gave the answer with his actual actions. When the air around Master Ji trembled for no reason, a soft light slowly bloomed on Master Ji's body. Bronze Man? After seeing Master Ji's body glowing with a red copper light, Han Feng muttered to himself with interest. Chapter 414, Endless Superpowers. Hoo-hoo. The glare on Master Ji's body seemed to have its own consciousness, as if it was breathing. As the light gradually changed in strength, gusts of breeze also rose for no reason. Seeing that Master Ji was still accumulating power for so long, Han Feng simply ran to the fence and leaned against it, with his arms folded, his eyes silently focused on Master Ji. About half a minute later, Master Ji slowly opened his eyes and looked at Han Feng, who was idle dozens of meters away. Are you done? Han Feng spoke lazily, and he almost yawned. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Suddenly, when Master Ji was speaking, the entire arena, the audience seats, and even the entire stadium, all of them could hear the sound of heavenly sounds reverberating. This heavenly sound that surrounded everyone's ears was not an echo, nor was it some kind of amplification technique. It's strange. Master Ji was muttering just a dozen meters in front of him, but every word could be clearly heard in every corner. Just like, Master Ji whispered in his ear. This is fun. Stretching his body against the fence, Han Feng stared at Master Ji with interest and said, I'm sorry. Master Ji saluted again with his hands clasped together. Oh, no need to bother. You look tired after so many ceremonies. Waving his hands, Han Feng stepped towards Master Ji. Okay. Master Ji spoke softly, like a breeze blowing on the face, like the first coolness after the rain. Hoo! Whoosh! As soon as Master Ji finished speaking, he turned into a red copper light and rushed towards Han Feng in an instant. Bang! Bang! Han Feng was hit before he could react. His chest and abdomen were hit by fists. Bang! 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 Han Feng flew backwards. His back hit the iron fence, making a series of metal tearing sounds. Then, due to the effect of gravity, he fell to the ground again, and sat on the ground against the iron fence in a daze. Cough. Good speed. A mouthful of blood choked Han Feng's heart, which made Han Feng feel a little uncomfortable. However, even so, Han Feng still raised his thumb and pointed at Master Ji. It's my turn. It's my turn. Cough cough. Heh. Pooey. As Han Feng stood up, he coughed up blood and spit it on the ground. Turning back to look at Master Ji, he was standing in the middle of the ring, looking at Han Feng with a smile. From Master Ji's expression, Han Feng saw that he was neither sad nor happy, and even a realm that was beyond the world. That's right. It's the realm, not the mood. I think you are at least a high-end player at the level of Abbot. Walking slowly towards Master Ji, Han Feng joked. Swoosh. Whoosh. Master Ji didn't reply, seeing that Han Feng could still fight after getting up. He turned into a red copper light again and rushed towards Han Feng. Swoosh. The next moment, Han Feng, who was taking a step, also activated his speed superpower and disappeared on the spot. Bang! Bang! Boom! Different places on the square arena made different collision sounds. Hundreds of afterimages flashed in the battle area. At this moment, the stadium was almost covered in red copper. When fighting with Master Ji, Han Feng could feel that Master Ji did not have any speed superpowers. His speed was completely due to the upper limit of his body. Although this speed looked the same as Han Feng's, there was a big difference in essence. Bang! Bang! After hundreds of collisions, the two figures appeared on two opposing planes. Who? Han Feng stood there, panting, and looked at Master Ji. At this time, Master Ji's monk robe was shattered due to the collision. Only a few gray strips were left on his body. But because of this, Master Ji exposed more skin, making him look more sacred. Buddha's Wrath of Vajra. Standing in place, Master Ji slowly spoke 4 words to introduce this body technique to Han Feng. Boys Kung Fu? Iron Claw Shirt? Golden Bell Cover? Due to lack of religious knowledge, Han Feng could only force himself to find synonyms for the 4 words Buddha's Wrath of Vajra. Hee. Donor. You are joking. But it's almost the same. Almost the same. As he spoke, Master Ji always had a faint smile on his face. Looking at this expression, Han Feng felt an indescribable refreshing feeling in his heart, just like blowing the cool air conditioner on a hot summer day. Haha, you are really interesting. What you said? Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound from behind interrupted Han Feng's words. Hearing this movement, Han Feng turned his eyes to look, not afraid of Master Ji's sneak attack at all. But the next second, when Han Feng saw the snow-drinking mad knife lying on the ground, he was stunned. How did the knife fall? Did I not tie it well? This was Han Feng's subconscious thought. The next moment, feeling a slight chill at his upper body, Han Feng turned his eyes to look at his upper body. My clothes? Looking at the shredded clothes, Han Feng was stunned. On the ground, the leather armor scabbard produced by the system was unexpectedly broken by Master Ji unconsciously. Then, the pain in the upper body slowly spread to the nerves. Taking a breath of cold air, feeling the numbing pain, Han Feng's eyes began to change. Pursing his lips, Han Feng put away his playful thoughts. Bending down, Han Feng picked up the mad knife. Please use the weapon. Seeing Han Feng holding the mad knife, Master Shi said, I just picked it up. I don't plan to use it. As he spoke, Han Feng walked to the edge of the ring with his knife in hand, and placed the mad knife against the fence. Turning back, Han Feng took a deep breath. This match has just begun. It's hard for you to beat me without using a weapon. Seeing Han Feng's annoyed sigh, Master Ji mistakenly thought that Han Feng was competitive and wanted to save face. That's why he resisted not using the mad knife. Master Ji said this out of kindness, with the purpose of giving Han Feng a step down. If you still have the same speed as before, it's hard for you to beat me. Han Feng ignored the twists and turns and responded with his chest held high. That's a big bummer. Let's start. Master Ji. Huh? This time, Han Feng decided to attack first. He quickly swung his feet and raised his right fist high. When he was close to Master Ji, Han Feng jumped up slightly and punched from top to bottom. Bang! A deafening muffled sound came. Master Ji did not dodge this punch, but took it alive. Gulong. Gudong. Under the huge force, the red copper light on Master Ji's body was shining, but he was unable to completely resist the remaining residual force. Under the bombardment of the remaining force, Master Ji rolled back several times. But when Master Ji was about to touch the fence, an unexpected scene appeared. Master Ji propped up the ground with his arms, and stuck 2 fingers of each hand into the ground, stopping his backward body. Fuck. This is the Vajra finger. Although Han Feng lacked religious knowledge, he had watched some martial arts dramas and still guessed this kind of skill. Humph. Huh. Dozens of meters away, Master Ji, who was standing upside down on the ground, groaned, flipped his arms, and stood up steadily on the ground, looking at Master Ji's expression that never changed. Han Feng frowned slightly. I know the strength of my punch just now. It's more than enough to kill a level 4 zombie. With the super speed gain, this punch is so terrifying. But, judging from the point where the punch landed just now, there was no scar on Master Ji's skin. Under the cover of the red copper light, Han Feng could hardly see the change in the opponent's skin color. Come again! Swoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Han Feng shouted again and leaned forward again. Several first-hand attacks were not because Han Feng couldn't bear it, but Han Feng understood a truth. That is, delay will lead to changes. The first attack is strong, the second is weak, and the third is exhausted. Han Feng certainly knew this proverb. Several minutes had passed since the beginning of the battle. Even with his strong stamina, he was out of breath. But Master Ji was standing aside with steady breathing as if nothing had happened. From this perspective, the only way for him to win was to suppress with thunder. Bang bang. It happened so fast. In less than a breath, the two of them were fighting again. The ethereal copper-colored light was even better than before, covering the entire field. Han Feng exerted his speed superpower to the extreme. But soon, Han Feng discovered an extremely weird phenomenon. That is, no matter from which angle he attacks, Master Ji can perfectly defend everything, even if he relies on his speed to go around behind the opponent and punch. Master Ji can avoid the punch in time. As the battle stretched out second by second, Han Feng had to leave the battlefield. Who? Holding his knees with both arms, Han Feng panted and looked up at Master Ji. What made Han Feng feel a little relieved was, at this time, Master Ji's chest rose and fell a little faster. A few seconds later, Han Feng found another difference in Master Ji. The light on his body seemed to have changed slightly. The red copper light gradually calmed down, as if adding some softer light. But Han Feng couldn't describe the specific color. Damn! Han Feng cursed secretly while clenching his teeth. Master Han, are you still okay? Looking at Han Feng, who was sweating profusely. Master, she said. Come on! Han Feng, who was not convinced, decided to use another superpower this time. After shouting, Han Feng took a quick step and approached Master Ji. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. Staring at Master Ji, Han Feng suddenly shouted, Aren't you fast? Then I will imprison your body and see what tricks you can play. Han Feng thought in his mind. Buzz. In a moment, with Master Ji as the center point, layers of ripples appeared in the air for no reason. Chapter 415, Endless Supernatural Powers. When Han Feng saw that he was so close to Master Ji and he didn't move, he knew that the confinement was effective. Bang 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 bang. Dong dong. Standing in front of Master Ji, Han Feng swung his fists quickly. With the afterimages of his arms, Han Feng punched out a rainstorm of pear blossoms like fist. In the next few seconds, Han Feng gritted his teeth, supported the fatigue of his body, and punched harder and harder. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, Han Feng heard the sound of bells and harps. Listening to the movement of the bells, Han Feng listened carefully. It's Master Ji. That's right. Master Ji, who was motionless at the moment, could hear the sound of a bell ringing in his body every time he punched. Buzz. 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 The more punches he threw, the denser the bell sounds. The heavier the punches he threw, the thicker the bell sounds. The next moment, Han Feng realized something was wrong. That was his mental power, which was surprisingly slow to consume. Soon, Han Feng found the reason. Master Ji was simply standing there voluntarily to be beaten. It was not due to his own mental power. It could also be that Master Ji wanted to move at the time. But when he found that he couldn't move, he simply gave up struggling. Bang! Buzz! At the end, Han Feng threw out a whip kick, then retreated and walked away. At the same time, Han Feng also removed the seemingly useful restraints. Stand still. Like a mountain. Seeing that he could speak, Master Ji said word by word. Damn. Damn. See a ghost. On the other side, Han Feng leaned against the iron fence, panting, and speaking intermittently. To be honest, not to mention since the zombie outbreak, even since I was born until now, I have never encountered such a strange thing. How can anyone stand and get beaten and still be fine? So many fists. At least thousands of attacks. Right? Not to mention the 4th level zombies. I am afraid it is the 6th level zombies. With so many attacks. If you don't die, you will be half crippled. Right? But Master Ji, how come you still look like nothing happened? Who? While Han Feng was regulating his breathing, Master Ji was still standing there, not moving. He even closed his eyes. Han Feng guessed, maybe the CD, delay, of moving like a mountain was not working. But the next second, Han Feng felt that he guessed wrong. Because Master Ji's light changed color after he closed his eyes. The red copper color completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by a golden light. In a ball of soft light, Master Ji's skin color slowly changed from gold. Even a fool knows what is golden body. Pursing his lips, Han Feng looked bitter, a little like crying. It's really unbelievable. Unexpectedly, a seemingly ordinary ascetic monk can be so powerful. Cultivate a golden body. Is this a martial arts novel? I'm afraid that even novels dare not write like this. A golden body of 10 feet tall. Sorry for the embarrassment. After a few seconds, Master Ji slowly opened his eyes in a golden light and introduced Han Feng. Luna. Translate. What does a golden body of 10 feet tall mean? Han Feng could still guess about the previous angry Buddha Vajra and mount as a mountain. But this golden body of 10 feet tall. In his understanding, isn't there only a golden body of 6 feet tall? Where does the golden body of 10 feet tall come from? Report to Captain Han. According to the system's records of ancient Chinese Buddhist books, in ancient times, the length of one zhang was different from that of today. Zhang air can be understood as 12 feet. and the specific height is approximately equal to 1.92 meters today. A 1.92 meter golden body. Muttering, Han Feng looked at the golden man in front of him. Master Ji, who was originally thin, was rendered in the golden light. His height was highlighted a lot, although he did not reach the height of 1.92 meters. The visual impact was more than enough. Please step down yourself. Master Ji, who was rendered in gold, said to Han Feng. With his right hand, he made a gesture of invitation. Are you afraid that I can't beat you? Han Feng raised his lips and looked at the golden man and said. Master Ji didn't answer with a look of sadness or joy. In that case, Han Feng, who was leaning against the iron fence, had to activate his last superpower at this moment. Blood. Rage. Buzz. After Han Feng said the words blood. Rage. A muffled sound exploded in his body. Seeing the blood oozing out of the skin, Master Ji's expression changed for the first time. Squinting his eyes, Master Ji gradually raised his eyebrows. Between his eyebrows, a powerful aura was revealed. Master Ji seemed to be angry. Yeah, who is the opposite of Buddha? It's the devil. After opening the blood rage, Han Feng, who was covered in blood, looked no different from the devil in everyone's mind. Ha! Swoosh! Seeing Master Ji's face gradually changing, Han Feng was about to explain something, but he was shaken away by Master Ji's fierce shout. Around the entire arena, Master Ji's fierce shout seemed to come from all directions. After the shout, Master Ji suddenly rushed towards Han Feng. Bang! Whoosh! Attack and defense. Under the collision, strong winds blew. Master Ji swung a mediocre swinging punch, which was easily blocked by Han Feng. But the numbness and vibration on his forearm shocked Han Feng. After turning on the blood rage, his defense and attack power were improved by more than one level. He originally thought that he could easily defeat Master Ji, but he still underestimated the enemy. Just from this attack, Han Feng saw that Master Ji was still on par with him. Ha! The shout rose again, and Master Ji swung a straight punch with his left arm, piercing Han Feng's defensive blind spot. Bang! With a muffled sound, it exploded in front of his chest. Unexpectedly, Master Ji's attack came so fast, which made Han Feng lose defense. Bang! Chi-chi. After being hit in the chest, Han Feng's body did not move, but the iron fence not far behind him broke. Hearing the groan after the metal wire broke, Han Feng's eyes widened. I can't believe that the force of this punch is so strong. It can break the wire fence through me. Cold sweat, along with the overflowing blood, slowly flowed down. How terrible is Master Ji? It's the same as myself when I turned on the blood rage. I didn't expect that in this Doomsday. There is someone as strong as me, and he is confined to this small place. Huh? Pa! Seeing Master Ji retract his fist and prepare to punch again, Han Feng quickly grabbed Master Ji's wrist. Bang! Hanging the fist, Han Feng took advantage of the situation and threw the first punch after the bloody rage. Even if he cherished such a talent, Han Feng still showed no mercy. After all, on the ring, no one can become a stumbling block to one's pursuit of the championship. Bang! Bang bang! 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 On the ring, Han Feng and Master Ji stood in place, punching each other, and neither of them took a step back. There was no previous offensive and defensive posture at all. Master Ji relied on his golden body to fight Han Feng. Han Feng, on the other hand, was completely fearless due to the blessing of blood rage. Just like that, the two of them fought each other for a minute. 1 minute later, a dramatic scene appeared. When Han Feng finished punching and stood there waiting for a counterattack, Master Ji suddenly stood still and put away his fist. When Han Feng was slightly confused, Master Ji clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. Then, the golden light around him slowly dissipated. Frowning, Han Feng opened his bloodshot mouth and asked, "What's wrong? Is your time up?" After a few seconds, Master Ji regained his normal skin color, opened his eyes, looked at Han Feng, shook his head and said, "No," keeping an extremely puzzled expression. Han Feng slowly loosened his clenched fist. "I thought you were, but you are not." "Ah?" Hearing Master Ji's riddle, Han Feng subconsciously exclaimed, "I can't beat you." "You win," Master Ji said, slowly raised his legs and walked towards the entrance of the ring. In an instant, Han Feng understood that he had to step down. Tear. Tear. Following Master Ji, Han Feng stepped on the blood-dripping footsteps, making one sticky sound after another. The match is not over yet. There is no need to surrender in advance. Right? After finally meeting an opponent of equal strength, Han Feng felt sorry for his behavior. But a few seconds after Han Feng asked, Master Ji still did not respond. Gudong. Just when Master Ji was a few steps away from the entrance of the ring, Master Ji suddenly fell down for no reason. Hey! In a hurry, Han Feng wanted to reach out to pull him, but he never thought that he would hit nothing. After shouting this, Han Feng hurried forward to help Master Ji up. Master Ji. Hey! Wake up! After shaking gently, Master Ji still did not open his eyes. Damn! I'm not going to beat him to death. Am I? Han Feng was terrified, his eyes wide open. Luna, check Master Ji. See if he can be saved? Han Feng asked Luna in his mind, while his free right hand reached into his coat pocket, because Han Feng knew that there was one last Jin quick recovery potion in his pocket. As long as Luna said that Master Ji was still hanging on to his last breath, he would immediately inject him with the injection. But, after touching for a long time, Han Feng only felt the constant touch in his lower abdomen. Turning back to look. Damn! The clothes were already torn. What potion is there? Only the wandering right hand touched his bloody right abdomen. Reporting to Captain Han, Master Ji fainted due to exhaustion. But his life is not in danger. Then can he still wake up? Perhaps because of excessive tension. Han Feng asked such a nonsense. Reporting to Captain Han, yes. As long as he regulates his breathing for 1 to 2 days, Master Ji will naturally wake up, without any sequelae or other symptoms. Oh my god! I'm scared to death. Helping Master Ji, Han Feng held his chest with his other hand to suppress his excited and pounding heart. Just now, Han Feng really thought that he had caused Master Ji's death with his own hands. If that was the case, wouldn't he blame himself to death? Chapter 416, No Fear. During the apocalypse, every time a master like this dies, there will be one less. Especially a talent like me. Oh, Master Ji fainted? Up to now, he has been lying in Mr. Han Feng's arms for 6 seconds. At this time, the host took the microphone, jumped onto the stage, came to Han Feng and said, Next, please give Master Ji 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. With a long tail tone, the host finally shouted, 1. The 10-second delay is up. The winner of this game is Mr. Han Feng. Wow! It was not until the host announced the sound that the audience stood up and applauded as if they had just woken up. To be honest, I have been a host for so long, and I have seen some great battles, big and small. But among so many battles, none can surpass this one. Thank you, 2 warriors, for presenting us with such an ups and downs and heart-shaking battle. Since Han Feng was crouching at this time, the host did not pull Han Feng up. On the other hand, it may also be because Han Feng was covered in blood, carrying Master Ji in his arms. Han Feng turned around and walked to the other side of the ring, picking up the mad knife and the broken leather armor scabbard. He turned around and walked towards the stage entrance. Excuse me, Mr. Han Feng. A fight like this still can't force you to use your back knife? The host asked beside Han Feng. Pausing, Han Feng thought for a moment and said, Almost. Well, almost. Almost? What a pity. I really want to see you use your knife. Clenching his fist, the host waved his fist excitedly a few times. Under the host's lead, the audience also entered an excited mood. If there is a chance. After speaking, Han Feng walked straight off the stage, carrying the unconscious Master Ji. Han Feng saw his boss Wang Dafa waiting for him in the passage. Xiao Han, are you okay? The boss's hand kept twitching a few centimeters in front of Han Feng, as if he wanted to touch Han Feng, but he didn't dare. Nothing? At most. Just eat more and sleep more. Han Feng smiled with a bloody face. But in the boss's eyes, this smile was even more ghostly than a ghost. Put him down. What's the matter with you carrying him? Suddenly, a man in a suit and leather shoes came over and pointed at Han Feng and said, Who are you? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and asked back, Who am I? I have worshipped him for several years, but I didn't expect to lose to you. It's useless. Several years? Hearing the man's disrespectful words, Han Feng chose to ignore it. He was more interested in the several years. From this, he and Master Ji should be old friends. Why speak so harshly? Before the monsters were rampant, I paid money to his temple every year. Now, it's time for him to pay it back. Pointing at the unconscious Master Ji on his shoulder, the man frowned and looked at him coldly. After listening, Han Feng understood. In the peaceful and prosperous times, you spend money to buy peace and wealth. Now the world is in chaos, and you actually rely on an ascetic monk to help you make money. Get lost? Han Feng's understated tone revealed his extremely impatient attitude. Give him to me. No one can take him away before paying me back. After saying that, the man rushed towards Han Feng, trying to snatch Master Ji. The man's confidence is that he knows the rules of the game. Even if Han Feng is the best, no one can kill people indiscriminately in the ring. The man was unscrupulous because he bet that Han Feng would not dare to make trouble. How? Swoosh. In his cold eyes, Han Feng's waist moved lightly. A silver wing flew out nimbly, straight to the man's throat. The man was right. According to the rules of the competition, there were strict security measures in the arena. Except on the stage, no one could kill anyone. But the man was wrong in that he provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Bet on whether Han Feng dared to kill someone. Hee. In less than half a second, the silver wing returned to the belt. It was as if nothing had happened. Let's go! After doing all this, Han Feng greeted the boss, then turned around and walked towards the waiting room. Hey, Xiao Han, give him back to him. He also relies on Master Ji for his livelihood. Now you take his rice bowl. TSK. The boss was afraid of getting in trouble when he was trying to persuade Han Feng with all his heart. A bloody hissing sound suddenly came from behind him. Bang! Gula gula. When the boss stopped talking and wondered, a heavy object suddenly fell to the ground and rolled. Don't look back. I'm afraid you'll have a nightmare. Sensing that the boss subconsciously wanted to turn around, Han Feng moved his mind slightly, stopped him, and kindly advised him. In just a moment, Han Feng was freed from the restraints again. The boss stood in place, and the larynx in his neck floated up and down a few times. Even a fool would know what happened behind him. You, killed again. The boss looked at Han Feng's back with empty eyes. With his mouth twitching, he spoke intermittently. That's why I told you not to look back. Han Feng answered the boss's question nonchalantly. Just kidding. Su Long wanted to use me. How could I let him take advantage of me for nothing? It just so happens that using Su Long's power to kill a few scumbags is not a loss. What is this called? Equivalent exchange. Even if there is a big trouble, let Su Long, the old bastard, wipe his ass. Tap 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 tap. After walking dozens of steps, Han Feng heard the boss's footsteps chasing him. Go! Before the guards come! Go! Regardless of the blood dripping from Han Feng's body, the boss pushed Han Feng's back with both hands and said hard, Where are you going? I want to take a shower first. Although Han Feng said this, he was still quite touched in his heart. The boss who always gave me the impression of being timid and fearful. Now he can think about himself first and let himself go first. It really subverted my perception of him. Take a shower. Killing a warrior informant is a serious crime here, especially since you forcibly robbed the other warrior under the stage. You are dead. Brother. The anxious voice came out of the boss's mouth. Seeing that Han Feng was still not anxious, the boss became more anxious and said, You are such a fucking idiot. You can't do it here if you want to do it again. Here. This is my car key. I'm afraid that City Lord Su will install a locator in your car. It's my safety. Drive away. Don't come back. While pushing Han Feng, the boss trembled and took out his car keys. Hee. Don't worry. Looking at the boss, who was sweating profusely in just a dozen seconds, Han Feng suddenly had a bad idea, wanting to play a trick on him again. Okay. I'll take a shower quickly. Then I'll run away immediately. Imitating the boss's anxious words, Han Feng fiddled with his feet, and finally rushed to the bathroom in the waiting room. Bang! After shutting the bathroom door heavily, Han Feng locked it again. Brother, I beg you. The guards are coming soon, and neither of us can escape. Then hurry up. I'll be there soon. While putting Master Ji down, Han Feng hurriedly replied to the boss. I say, are you sick? You finally got out of the police station yesterday, and you still want to go back and eat a bullet? In a panic, The boss began to spit out sweet words. Swish. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Right now. In the shower. Han Feng stood under the shower without taking off his clothes. There was no other way. And in a blink of an eye, there was no change of clothes around him. You can't take off Master Ji's pants. Right? Oh. I'm so unlucky. How can I commit a sin? Outside the door, the boss squatted on the ground, speaking incoherently. Squeak. About 3 minutes later, Han Feng, dripping with water, pushed the door open and walked out of the bathroom. Go. 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 Seeing the cleaned up Han Feng, the boss jumped up from the ground and pulled Han Feng out. While running, the boss prayed, guards, please don't come. Please don't come. Where are you going? Following the boss. Han Feng suddenly remembered that Master Ji was still in the bathroom and forgot to carry him out. Go wherever you want. Anyway, I can't stay here anymore. It's been so long. Have you seen the guards come? Looking at the silly boss, Han Feng couldn't bear to joke anymore. After hearing what Han Feng said, the boss also reacted. In the stadium, there are guards almost everywhere where there are people. But from the time Han Feng killed someone to now, at least 3 or 4 minutes have passed. Right? Where are the guards? Where are the guards? Turning around, the boss stared at Han Feng. The next second, the boss said something unexpected. Did you kill them all too? Han Feng was petrified instantly. Wow! Seeing that Han Feng didn't say anything, the boss mistakenly thought that this guy had agreed. Then, the boss fell to the ground with his buttocks, opened his mouth and cried loudly. Sir, what's wrong with you? At this time, a guard came over to check the situation. Dead. All dead? I'm done for. All dead? The boss was about to roll over again, patting the floor. Who did you say was dead? What happened? The guard lifted the boss up and asked, feeling the force from above. The boss opened his eyes and looked. You're not dead? You're dead. Your whole family is dead. Hearing that he was being scolded for no reason, the guard doubled his response. You're not dead? You're really not dead. Unexpectedly, the boss suddenly stood up and shook the guard's shoulders. If you do this again, I'll beat you. After struggling to break free, the guard took out a baton and shouted after getting into an attacking position. Hey. Hey. Hey, okay. Okay, I'll go home and take medicine later. At this time, Han Feng stepped forward and grabbed the boss's sleeve to stop him. At the same time, Han Feng secretly pointed his head, temple position, with his right finger to show the guard, conveying the meaning that the boss's brain is not working well. If you are sick, treat it quickly. Don't run out to scare people. Chapter 417, Many Martial Ghosts. Bah! What bad luck. Putting away the baton, the guard walked away. He turned back every 3 steps, and cursed a few more times. The boss looked at the guard, then at Han Feng, then at the guard, then at Han Feng. He hesitated, not knowing what he wanted to say. Stop talking about him. Master Ji is still in the bathroom. Pulling the boss, the two returned to the waiting room. Hey! You're really fine. Sneaky. The boss leaned over and whispered to Han Feng. Yeah. I'm really fine. With a cigarette in his mouth, Han Feng answered this question for the nth time. I'm going to kill someone here. Are you really okay? Mr. Han Feng? Mr. Han Feng? It's your turn. Suddenly, the door of the waiting room was pushed open, and the assistant shouted with a folder. Hey, I'm coming. Sitting up from the sofa, Han Feng raised his hand to signal. Seeing Han Feng, the assistant nodded and turned to leave the waiting room. I'll go first. The moment he looked down at his boss, Han Feng found that the guy's face turned pale, and he paused for a moment. Haha, I knew you were timid, but I didn't expect you to be so timid. You get so scared when someone calls me? Haha. Patting the boss on the shoulder, Han Feng smiled and walked towards the passage leading to the ring. 2 minutes later, the fight on the stage ended. Climbing the steps, Han Feng entered the iron fence. Looking around, Han Feng keenly discovered that the broken fence behind him had been repaired without knowing when. Mr. Han Feng? Is your knife lost? The host asked with a wry smile. Ha 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 ha. The crowd below the stage also burst into a short laugh. It's the same with him or without him. I can win alone. Like the host, Han Feng responded with a laugh. Then you may suffer a loss in this match. It hasn't started yet. Who knows who will suffer a loss? Ha ha. Mr. Han Feng is straightforward. Patting Han Feng on the shoulder, the host shouted, "We are both miracles among miracles. Now let's welcome duo Wu Mengue. 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 Must win. Han Feng. Come on." In the audience, after hearing the host shout out the opponent's name, the scene instantly exploded. Duo Wu Mengue? Frowning, Han Feng repeated the host's words. Tap. Tap. On the other side of the ring, a shirtless man walked onto the stage. Oh! Looking at the familiar face, Han Feng realized that it was him. Han Feng made such a sound, not because he knew this martial arts master, but because he had met him several times in the waiting room. With his thin upper body naked, his brand new shoes would be torn to pieces every time he left the ring. From this point, Han Feng guessed that he should be a leg attacker. Next, can Mr. Han Feng create another miracle with his bare hands? Let's wait and see. The game begins. Ding. After the supporter finished speaking, Han Feng was a little puzzled. Duo Wu Mengue, just by hearing this name, can be simply and roughly understood as a person with many weapons and ghostly and unpredictable body movements. But it is obvious that the opponent with bare upper body, like himself, is bare-chested. You come up without weapons. This is your biggest failure in this competition. While Han Feng was still entangled in the host's words, Duo Wu Mengue not far in front of him spoke. Master Ji can withstand my punch. You? Are you also a golden body? Looking at Duo Wu Mengue, Han Feng wondered. Hee hee. It seems that you really haven't paid attention to me. Squinting his eyes, Duo Wu Mengue continued, then let you experience the taste of hell. I'm looking forward to it. With a calm face, Han Feng concentrated his energy and was always on guard against the opponent's sudden attack. Swish. A scene that shocked Han Feng happened. The Duo Wu Mengue stretched out his right hand, and a white, bloody short blade pierced through the flesh from the inside of his wrist. The bone blade, like an ice spike, slowly stopped after protruding more than 20 centimeters. Oh, I understand. Suddenly, Han Feng understood the meaning of the word Duo Wu. This guy's weapon turned out to be his bones. Hee hee. With a grin on his face, the Duo Wu Mengue ran towards Han Feng. When approaching him, Duo Wu Mengue suddenly thrust his right fist towards his lower abdomen. That's it? Han Feng said softly, while slowly punching. Then, he stepped sideways and perfectly avoided the attack. Swoosh! The sharp bone spurs cut through the air, making a sharp whistle. Bang! Beside Duo Wu, Han Feng swung out a leg and hit the idiot in the back. Bang! Under the huge force, Duo Wu rushed out and hit the iron fence. Pursing his lips, Han Feng felt that this battle was basically stable. I know. You are also a speed-type psychic. Slowly getting up from the ground, Duo Wu continued, you can chase one me, but what about 10 of me? Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. After that, Duo Wu Mengue's body split strangely. That's right, it split like a cell splitting. The next second, 10 Duo Wu Mengue, with different body shapes and expressions, stood together and looked at him. Don't bully me because I have more people. They are just me. A surprising scene appeared. 10 Duo Wu actually spoke at the same time. There was no difference at all. Interesting. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Han Feng laughed. Isn't this the shadow clone technique? Although there are many of them, there is only one real body. For others, it is really troublesome, because they can't tell which one is the real body. So they will use up most of their physical strength to swing at the air. When his opponent is tired, the real body will appear and give a fatal blow. But this guy messed up. Absolutely messed up. Not because of anything else. Just because Han Feng has a red alert system. Uh-huh. Han Feng stretched out his hand, pointed at the group of people in front of him and said, you are so old. And you still play hide and seek with me. You are so funny. At the same time, Han Feng contacted Luna in his mind. Luna, start scanning. Find it for me. See which one is his real body. Report to Captain Han. Start scanning around 500 with you as the center point. Oh, sure. It's already this time. Luna actually asked if she wanted to spend 100 gold coins. Okay. Captain Han. The radar is scanning. Please wait. 2 seconds later, Han Feng accurately found his real body in Duowu Menggui's mysterious and confident smile. A bunch of people looking at me and grinning. Isn't it creepy? Looking at the smiles of different shapes. Han Feng felt chills on his back. Let's see how long you can hold out. Huh. After Duowu finished speaking, 10 figures turned into a human wall and slapped Han Feng. Swoosh. The fake body that rushed to the front stretched out the bone spur and stabbed Han Feng's chest. And Han Feng chose to stand still like a mountain. The fake body passed through Han Feng's body and successfully came behind Han Feng. Then, the other 8 fake bodies waved the bone spurs and attacked Han Feng. And Han Feng was still standing still like a mountain. Swoosh. Bang. At this moment, only the last real body of Duowu was left in front of Han Feng. Without any hesitation, Han Feng quickly stepped forward, raised his foot, and kicked the opponent's abdomen. Hoo! Bang! 1 minute after he came on stage, Duowu hit the iron fence twice in a row at the same place. Ahem. No! Impossible. Coughing up blood, Duowu shouted with his eyes wide open. I didn't react just now, why are you shouting? Han Feng was in a good mood after joking with Duowu. With this red alert sheet. Such a battle is simply too cool, but suddenly, Han Feng felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Then, the pricking feeling like a thorn in the back quickly climbed up Han Feng's alert line. Swoosh. Swoosh. Without thinking, Han Feng immediately activated his speed superpower and rolled to the side to avoid it. And at the same place just now, a Duowu was swinging the bone spur. If it was 1 second later. No! If it was half a second later, Han Feng would definitely be stabbed. Luna! What's going on? How could it be? On the ground, Han Feng looked at Duowu at the iron fence and was stunned for a moment. It was obviously a fake body. Why could he swing a real knife? This is unscientific. Report to Captain Han. According to the radar scanning detection results, Duowu Menggui has changed his real body. He can also make the fake body become the real body? Maybe he didn't hear clearly. Or maybe the shock affected Han Feng. And he suddenly asked this question at this time. Report to Captain Han. There is actually only one real body. It's just that he can directional switch between the real and fake in the other 9 fake bodies. Damn! What's the difference between this and fighting 10 people? Wipe the cold sweat from his head. Han Feng was anxious. Huh? Seeing Han Feng still lying on the ground, all 10 Duowu quickly gathered around. Although I don't know how you saw through it. The result is doomed. Don't struggle. Report to Captain Han. The real body is 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock. While Duowu was talking, Luna kept reporting Duowu's new position. But it was obvious that Luna's reporting speed could not keep up with Duowu's conversion speed. You are so annoying. After getting up, Han Feng was not afraid of being surrounded. Haha, feel the bones per hell. 10 Duowu surrounded Han Feng in the middle. And then, they all raised their chests. Swoosh. Chi. Suddenly, the chest of each Duowu was pierced by the extended ribs. The pointed front part of the ribs was as sharp as the bone spurs. If it was stabbed, a kebab for sure. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. At this moment, Han Feng didn't care which one was real or fake, and froze them all. Poor Duowu. The ribs were not completely pierced out, and he was fixed in place. Get out. Raising his foot, Han Feng identified one of them and kicked hard. Hoo! Bang! Tear! Duowu flew backwards. The bone spurs between his ribs scratched the iron fence, and then fell outside the field. Chapter 418. No chance. Ah! Through the gap in the iron fence, Han Feng saw Duowu lying on the ground. All the bone spurs on his body were retracted, and he was patting the ground and shouting regret. Ah! This, when the game ended without suspense. The host was stunned. Having watched Duowu Menggui fight several times, the host knew that he could fill in various parts of his body to resist unexpected bone spur attacks. As a weirdo with weapons all over his body, how could he end up in such a confused way? Han Feng. Han Feng. Awesome. As soon as the host finished his silly muttering, cheers came from the audience. Without waiting for the host to speak, Han Feng turned around and walked off the field. The reason was simple. Han Feng was hungry. Let's go, let's eat. Han Feng, shirtless, said to his boss, who was waiting for him in the corridor while walking. That? Master Ji is awake. Really? Then let's go together. After saying that, Han Feng quickened his pace. I can't believe that Master Ji can wake up on his own after being unconscious for only a few hours. This kind of physique is really not to be underestimated. Walking into the waiting room excitedly, Han Feng saw Master Ji sitting on the sofa, eating white pancakes. Hey, can eating this stuff be nutritious? Taking the pancake from Master Ji's hand, Han Feng pulled him up and said, let's go to the restaurant. Excuse me, did you see my recommender? I killed you. And you are free. Han Feng was honest and didn't hide anything. After Han Feng finished speaking, he found that Master Ji paused and stood there with his eyes closed. As he moved his mouth slightly, Han Feng heard a burst of Sanskrit sounds. You also help this kind of person to be liberated? Han Feng, who knew about this ritual, thought Master Ji was a bit stupid. His recommender obviously had bad intentions, and he was still helping him to be liberated like this? If it were me, I would not be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart even if I crushed my bones and scattered my ashes. All living beings are peaceful. Let's go! A minute later, Master Ji opened his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Han Feng suddenly dragged him to the exit. Red braised pork. Steamed pork with rice flour. Pork with preserved vegetables. In the music restaurant, Han Feng held the menu and ordered dishes. The restaurant owner stood by with a smile and recorded respectfully. 5 bowls of rice. Thank you. After a while, Han Feng closed the menu and indicated that he could start the dishes. There is one last game. After the game is over in the afternoon, we can go to Midtown. Han Feng leaned back in his chair with his hands on the back of his head and relaxed. I can't believe you can achieve such success. Picking up the teacup, the owner continued, come on. Xiao Han. I'll toast you a glass. I wish you continue to sweep the next game. After that, the boss drank the tea in the cup. It's just a small scene. Not up to the standard, it's just interesting to compete with Master Ji. While speaking, Han Feng looked at Master Ji vaguely. Master Han. You are joking. In terms of ability, I am not as good as you. After listening, Han Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, it's not a life and death battle. The result is unknown. Hello. The braised pork is here. Please make way. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, a waiter brought a small pot of braised pork and prepared to serve the dish. Then, other dishes were served one after another. Picking up the rice, Han Feng said with the dish, eat quickly after eating. We will go find 2 sets of clothes. Due to the fierce battle. Until now, Han Feng and Master Ji are still shirtless. Okay. Then I thank you, Mr. Han. With a smile, Master Ji also picked up the rice bowl and started eating. A few minutes later, Master Ji, are you eating vegetables? Why are you always eating rice? After so long, Han Feng noticed that Master Ji never reached for chopsticks at the table, and was always eating rice silently. I just have rice. I won't eat these dishes. After Master Ji finished speaking, Han Feng looked at the table. Oh, I forgot that monks don't eat meat. Han Feng patted his forehead and shouted with regret, hello. Waiter, bring 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables. Okay, wait a minute. Don't bother. I have this bowl of rice. No bother, I just want to eat some vegetarian dishes. After reordering dishes for Master Ji, Han Feng continued to eat. But, when 2 plates of vegetarian dishes were served on the table, Han Feng found that Master Ji still didn't move his chopsticks. Are these vegetarian dishes not to your taste? Why don't you eat them? Can it be delicious to eat only tasteless rice? Han Feng asked a question from the depths of his soul. It's not that it's not to your taste, but the oil used to fry these dishes is meat oil. But I'm full. So please don't order dishes for me anymore. After saying that, Master Ji put down the empty bowl and chopsticks, and did not forget to give instructions again. Han Feng pursed his lips and said nothing. He just felt that he had not entertained Master Ji well. In his heart, there was still a little self-blame for a while. After thinking for a while, Han Feng said, how about this? In the evening. Let's find a restaurant in the evening, and I will personally supervise them to cook. Monks do not eat dinner. Then tomorrow. No. Since there is no recommender, and I have not passed the wheel. This afternoon, I will return to the temple. Hey. Don't. You can go to Zhongqing with me. After Master Ji said this, Han Feng was anxious. From the outbreak of zombies to now, Master Ji is the strongest person he has ever met. His fighting power can at least deal with 10 level 6 zombies. If such a talent is let go, it will be difficult to find him again. The only purpose of participating in this competition is to repay the favor. Now that the recommender is gone, our fate has ended. After a pause, Master Ji continued, the temple is now empty. I have been down the mountain for so long. I am afraid that the Buddha statue will be covered in dust. Why guard an empty temple? What's the point? Waiting for people to burn incense? Putting down the rice bowl in his hand, Han Feng continued, now you know that we are in troubled times. I personally think that you should go down the mountain to save more people. Zombie monsters are rampant, and corpses are everywhere. You have an impressive martial arts, but you don't share the world's worries. When you pass away, what will you tell the Buddha? Just say that you have been bathing the Buddha statue for the rest of your life? Listening to Han Feng's external evil ways, Master Ji twitched his lips, wanting to refute something. But he found that it seemed to be the same. Join me, defend the righteousness of the world, and save more lives. In this way, even after you pass away, you can brag to the Buddha about how many people you have saved, etc. Think about it carefully. Which one sounds better? Looking at Master Ji's thoughtful eyes, Han Feng quickly added a few more sentences. Good. Welcome Master Ji to join us. Han Feng applauded without waiting for the other person to finish speaking. Alas, perhaps because he was bewitched by Han Feng, or because he had a new point of view in his heart. Master Ji sighed and shook his head, without refutation, because they were too happy to communicate. When they looked at the time again, they had no time to buy clothes. In the afternoon, in the waiting room, Han Feng was half lying on the sofa, waiting for the number to be called, and Master Ji asked beside him, since you and I are predestined, are you interested in practicing Buddhism? What's the use? Gently putting down the game console in his hand, Han Feng looked over and asked, practicing Buddhism is very beneficial. It can nourish the body and avoid reincarnation. Hey, stop. Waving his hand, Han Feng interrupted Master Ji's words and continued to ask, can I practice the golden body by learning Buddhism from you? Looking at Han Feng with curious eyes, Master Ji pursed his lips, hesitated and nodded. Mount like a mountain in something. Vajra? Can it be practiced? After getting Master Ji's confirmation, Han Feng sat up straight on the sofa instantly. In his mind, all he could think of was the invincible appearance after the golden body was fully developed. Just think about it. Turn on the blood rage. Turn on the golden body. And add the unmovable like a mountain. Who can break this defense? Even if I stand there and sleep, who can wake me up? Thinking about it, Han Feng laughed out loud. Since Mr. Han is interested, I will teach you Buddhism. I hope you. How long will it take to cultivate a golden body? In his fantasy, Han Feng didn't hear what Master Qingji was saying. This is hard to say. It depends on your own understanding. Hearing the general words, Han Feng changed the question. About? A week? A month? Or 2 months? At least 10 years. Hearing this, Han Feng was stunned. How many? 10 years? Maybe longer. It depends on the person. Oh my! At this moment, Han Feng felt a little regretful. But the next second, Han Feng suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened instantly. Luna! Test Master Ji's blood. See if you can extract anything from his blood. While speaking, Han Feng's mind was full of the origin of the Gene Rapid Recovery Potion. At the beginning, he also obtained blood from a person who recovered superpowers, and asked the combat laboratory to develop a recovery potion. If we can extract some golden body factor from Master Ji, we can make it into an injection and inject it when needed. Double armor. Double happiness. Report to Captain Han. You need to obtain Master Ji's blood so that the combat laboratory can start related research. Oh, right. With a brief response, Han Feng stood up and walked to Master Ji. Donor Han, what are you looking for? Seeing Han Feng staring at him intently, Master Ji asked in confusion. Found it. Seeing a slight wound behind Master Ji, Han Feng quickly reached up with his right hand and covered it. Report to Team Han. To obtain Master Ji's blood, the research project of the combat laboratory has been launched. Project name, Research on the Golden Body and Blood. Report to Team Han. The research failed. Repeat. The research failed. Reason for failure. The golden body is a genetic mutation, and the relevant genes cannot be extracted, and the relevant reagents cannot be made. Chapter 419. Get the top 2. Luna said 2 sentences immediately. At this time, Han Feng's hand had not yet moved away from Master Ji. Donor Han? Alas, it is indeed a good body. It's a pity that the training time is too long. It is not suitable for me. Han Feng withdrew his hand while laughing. In fact, he was on the verge of collapse. Such a good body. But there was no use value at all. The most helpless thing is that the combat laboratory has been upgraded to 3 stars. Even so, alas. Han Feng sat back in disappointment and continued to pick up the game console. About half an hour later. Mr. Han Feng, it's your turn next time. Okay. Got it. As he spoke, Han Feng stood up and walked towards the arena. In the last battle, Han Feng's opponent was a master of poison. However, the opponent only used weakening poison, not fatal poison. Because of the opponent's good deed, Han Feng did not make things difficult for him, but just broke one of his arms and sent him off personally. For 4 consecutive days, Han Feng won all the consecutive victories from the auditions to the 3 rounds of tests. As the first in East City, Han Feng officially qualified for the top 2. According to the competition, the top 2 players can only set off for Central City the day after all the regional competitions are over. Counting the matches, that's the day after tomorrow. On the way back to the hotel, the boss held a bag of heavy bounties and didn't close his mouth the whole way. During dinner, Master Ji really did what he said and didn't eat a single grain of rice. Due to a day of high-intensity battles, Han Feng returned to his room early after dinner to prepare for rest. And Master Ji, the boss, also opened a room for him for free. Report to Captain Han. There are 2 suspicious people in your room. Holding a cigarette, Han Feng was about to open the door when Luna in his mind suddenly reported. God's vision. Without nonsense, Han Feng directly ordered to turn on the God's vision. I want to see who is so bold. Report to Captain Han. The God's vision is being activated. Please wait. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's other vision opened up in the room. In the God's vision, Han Feng saw 2 men in black clothes, sitting upright on chairs. As his sight moved, Han Feng clearly saw that there were guns on their waists. Kill me? Frowning, Han Feng suspected. Because there were too many enemies here. Han Feng didn't think for a moment. Who was so insidious? Forget it. The next second, Han Feng suddenly waved his hand. Anyway, they can't make any big waves. Instead of guessing here, it's better to go in and ask clearly. Ding ding. GG. As the electronic card approaches, the door is opened. Pushing the door open, Han Feng didn't rush to turn on the light. As the door opens, the light in the corridor is enough to add some light to the dark room. Who are you? Han Feng asked, a very concise and straightforward opening statement. We are here on behalf of City Lord Su. The other party was also very concise. Oh, I see. After a pause, Han Feng continued, then what? What does he want from me? First of all, City Lord Su congratulates you for qualifying for the top 2. Well, thank him for his congratulations for me. Han Feng responded indifferently. The day after tomorrow at 10 a.m. City Lord Su will take you to the Central City. Excuse me. Are you ready? Well, I'm ready. After saying that, Han Feng actually didn't know what to prepare. Okay, let's go. After saying that, the 2 got up and left the room. Luna checked the room. Looking at the backs of the 2, Han Feng remained calm and contacted Luna in his mind. Report to Team Han. According to the preliminary detection of the system, everything in the room is normal. Yeah. Nodding gently, Han Feng closed the door with confidence. In the bathroom, hot water poured down, washing away the fatigue of the body. The next morning, knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Han Feng opened his eyes instantly. Xiao Han, are you up? Huh? It's the boss. Slowing down, Han Feng sat up and said, Here I come. Squeak. Opening the door, Han Feng saw the boss rushing in with a pile of clothes. Knock. After entering the room, the boss threw a lot of clothes on the bed and said, I'm so tired. Aren't your clothes torn? Here. These are all the clothes I have. Pick a few and I'll go find Master Ji for the rest. Haha, okay. After saying that, Han Feng leaned over the bed, pulled out 2 sets of clothes and said, "Okay, send them to Master Ji." After the boss left, Han Feng unpacked the clothes and put them on. "Xiao Han, where is Master Ji?" As soon as he put them on, Han Feng heard the boss's exclamation from outside the corridor. "Oh my god!" Muttering something, Han Feng dodged and ran out. At this moment, Master Ji's room was clean and tidy, as if he had never lived there. On the dark table, a piece of white paper lay quietly. "Pick up the paper." Han Feng read, "Monks' robes and scriptures. Not yet arranged in the temple. 3 days at the fastest. 5 days at the slowest." After reading, Han Feng turned the back of the paper, blank. "This guy." Putting down the paper, Han Feng muttered, "This," holding a pile of clothes. The boss looked at Han Feng, as if asking for his opinion. "Let's go to Zhongqing first anyway. He didn't leave us an address." After saying this, Han Feng suddenly remembered that the radar coverage area is 500 kilometers away. It only takes 2 seconds to find Master Ji. But maybe Master Ji has other things to do. Forget it, let him go anyway. He is a golden body. Even I can't break his defense. Save your life. No problem. Hey! Behind Han Feng, there was a sudden bang. Looking back, it turned out to be Natasha. "What are you two doing here?" Walking into the room, Natasha asked. "Nothing. Master Ji is away for a few days." After explaining, Han Feng turned and walked towards the door, and then said, "Let's go. Let's go eat first." During breakfast, the boss Wang Dafa mustered up his energy to show his goodwill to Han Feng. After all, Han Feng is his cash cow. How much money can you make running a hotel? After a month, the remaining savings are not as much as Han Feng's one-day game. In addition, after each game, the bonus is multiplied by 5. After the last game yesterday alone, the boss received 50 coins. "Let's go to the game hall to play." After eating, Natasha suddenly suggested, "Game hall?" Looking at Natasha, Han Feng was a little puzzled. A female hero of Su Lian. Besides going to the snack street, she plays. Ahem. At this time, Tanya coughed twice softly, as if she meant something. Instantly, Han Feng seemed to understand something. "Let's go to the arcade." Han Feng stood up and said without hesitation, driving the car. Under the guidance of the boss, Han Feng led a group of people to the arcade in just 3 minutes. Taking out 10 coins, the boss generously invited everyone to play arcade games. An hour later, "Oh my god! You are cheating! If you don't pull my sleeve, I will win." After losing the King of Fighters fighting game with Tanya, Han Feng blamed Natasha. "Is this what you call bastards?" When Han Feng regretted his operational mistakes, a bad voice sounded behind him. "Snap. Don't get involved in things that shouldn't be your business. Leave 100 coins and get out of here, or I'll stab you to death." A hand patted Han Feng's shoulder, and the man behind him leaned over and said to Han Feng, pursing his lips and frowning. Han Feng glanced at Tanya on the side. "It's none of my business." Shrugged, Tanya pretended to be ignorant. Maintaining his expression, Han Feng turned his neck and looked at Natasha on the other side. "You said that you can't cause trouble, so you called me to clean up your mess?" Under a cold face, Han Feng showed full anger. "Yesterday, I was playing games with her here and was teased. I beat them up. I'm talking to you." Feeling the hand pinching his shoulder, Han Feng ignored it and continued to say to Natasha, "Then you challenged them to a fight?" Yeah. Nodding, Natasha pursed her lips and pretended to be cute, as if she wanted to see how Han Feng would settle this matter. "This idiot is yours. Tease him however you like." After standing up, Han Feng said to the man behind him. After saying this in anger, Han Feng walked straight to the door of the game hall. "Did I let you go?" I said. "Pay 100 coins. Otherwise I'll stab you to death." As he spoke, the man took out a beautiful dagger and gestured at Han Feng. "Tanya, break his limbs and throw him out." Han Feng shook his hands and said to Tanya, as if he was shooing away a fly, "Tisk, you're causing trouble for Captain Han." After making a contemptuous sound to Natasha, Tanya stood up from her seat and walked towards the man. "Fuck. Go. Hack him." Seeing Han Feng's attitude, the man got angry and shouted at the top of his voice, "Wawa wawa." In a moment, Countless people came around the game hall. There weren't so many people last night. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Seeing Han Feng's eating look, Natasha hurriedly saluted her hands to show her innocence. You two can handle it yourselves. After saying that, Han Feng sat back in his seat, threw a game coin into the game machine, and started a game on his own. You dare to be so presumptuous in City Lord Su's place. You are really not afraid of death. Seeing Han Feng's indifferent attitude, the man snorted coldly. As long as you don't beat him to death. Beat him to death. Shaking the joystick of the game machine, Han Feng gave another order. Okay. The two women responded at the same time. Then, bang, crack, bang, bang, bang. This one-sided massacre began with the sound of violent collisions. Lord Su's place? I still have half of the entire East City. Holding a cigarette and playing games. Han Feng was so happy. Chapter 420. Central City. A few minutes later, Han Feng stood up amidst the wailing. What a broken game. It's so hard to play. After complaining, Han Feng turned his eyes and looked around. You two. Save your attention. No one is allowed to come out to play without my order. Fixing his eyes on the two girls, Han Feng thought for a moment and gave an order. Wow, no way. Sir. With a bitter face, Natasha was the first to refute. Han Feng stared at Natasha unhappily, and after a few seconds, he raised his leg and walked outside. Standing at the door of the game hall, Han Feng saw that the outside was full of guards in police uniforms. Mr. Han. Mr. Han. Are you okay? What Han Feng didn't expect was that the captain of the team stepped forward and asked. Originally, he thought that he would go to the police station and then let Su Long come forward to solve it. It's okay. Since the other party was so polite, he couldn't say anything else. Quick! Take the criminals away. Han Feng had just finished speaking when the captain waved his right hand and ordered the guards behind him. Looking at the busy guards, Han Feng sincerely sighed that Su Long's scheming and methods were really deep. After the incident in the morning, Han Feng decided not to go anywhere in the afternoon and stayed in the hotel. Soon, time passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the next morning. Since the previous leather armor scabbard was broken, Han Feng asked Luna to make a new one for him the night before. After tying the brand new leather armor scabbard, Han Feng took Tanya, Natasha, and the boss out of the hotel. It will take several days to go there. Are you really not going to open this hotel? Before leaving, Han Feng looked back at the hotel and asked the boss again. Oh, even if the hotel is sold, how much can it be worth? With a big wave of his hand, the boss said proudly. Mr. Han, can we set off now? A bodyguard wearing sunglasses and a suit asked Han Feng at the side. Let's go. Okay. Mr. Han, please go to the car in front. With Han Feng's permission, the bodyguard raised his hand and motioned Han Feng to sit in the front car. Oh! With a reply, Han Feng walked to the front of the team. Opening the back door, Han Feng saw Su Long on the other side. Congratulations, I was right about you. Seeing Han Feng, Su Long said a polite opening speech. When will you meet the Lord of the Central City? Han Feng, who wanted to meet the Lord of the Central City, said directly. At noon. I will take you and another strong man to attend the lunch before the competition. After lunch is over. At this point, Su Long gradually fell silent. Han Feng pretended to nod, indicating that he understood. When the dinner is over, that is when the Lord of Central City dies. Drive. Seeing Han Feng's understanding, Su Long smiled and nodded with satisfaction. 40 minutes later, the convoy drove into the front of a restaurant in Central City. Of course, this was when the convoy was driving slowly. Although this area is divided into 5 territories, east, west, south, north and center, these places are not big after all. It is a small town with less than 10,000 people, and each territory has only a few thousand people. Let's go! I'll let you and the Lord of the Middle City spend time alone after the banquet is over. In the car, Su Long patted Han Feng's knee and continued, as long as he dies, you will have half of what I have. Don't worry. Han Feng casually responded by moving Su Long's hand away. Let's go. Let's eat first. After that, Su Long opened the car door and got out first. In the huge banquet hall on the 3rd floor, a huge table was in it. On the table, a variety of food exuded a burst of fragrance. In addition to the Lord of the East City, Su Long. There were 3 other lords sitting around the table. Each of them was followed by 2 contestants, who were coming to participate in the finals. Are you all here? Suddenly, while Han Feng was still observing everyone, an old man's voice came from behind the screen behind the dining table. He is the Lord of the Central City. Hearing the voice, Su Long leaned over to Han Feng's ear and whispered, "It has been 3 months since we last met." Right? As he spoke, the Lord of the Central City appeared, wearing a white training suit and a dragon-headed cane. His figure was not hunched at all despite his old age. The Lord of the Central City had a big back-combed hair, and every strand of hair was meticulously gathered together. This face reminded Han Feng of the president in Hong Kong movies. It's been so long since we last met. Brother Bo is still so strong. Su Long looked at the Lord of the Middle City and stood up first to compliment him. Hey, I'm old. The Lord of the Middle City smiled and continued, the only ones who can sit at this table to eat are you 4 pillars, and the strong men who are picked from thousands of miles away. At this point, you are no longer warriors, but a family who protect the city together. Even if you can't stay with me, you can be selected by other city lords and become their confidants to protect the peace of the region. Hearing this, Han Feng suddenly realized. Pick out the strong men from each district and distribute them to other districts. In this way, each city lord will lose some obedient warriors. Even if they get warriors from other districts, they will feel a little disgusted in their hearts. In this way, the 4 districts will be scheming against each other. Hee hee. This middle city lord really played a good hand. Let them restrain each other. Come on, let's toast to tomorrow. When Han Feng was thinking about the conspiracy behind the competition, the middle city lord finished his opening remarks and took the lead in picking up the cup. After drinking the wine in the cup, the lunch officially began. Those who chatted. Those who flattered. During the whole dinner, Han Feng was the only one enjoying the food alone. After about an hour and a half, the boring lunch was finally over. All those who have no losers in all the competitions, come with me. Wipe his mouth. The Lord of the Central City slowly stood up and said, Is this a chance to be alone? Han Feng saw that there were 2 people standing up besides himself at the table. Feeling cheated, Han Feng whispered to Su Long, You will know in a while. Remember to move quickly. Su Long responded quickly with a slight movement of his lips. Rolling his eyes at Su Long, Han Feng quickly followed the Lord of the Central City, who left the table. Who is Han Feng? Walking through the long corridor, the Lord of the Central City asked in front of the door at the end. I am. Take a step forward and look at the Lord of the Central City and say, Well, it's a good seedling. After praising him, the Lord of the Central City turned around and opened the door at the end of the corridor, and then continued, Come in with me. Huh? Exhaling lightly, Han Feng thought, this should be a chance to be alone. Entering the house, Han Feng first smelled the sandalwood in the air. Look at the decoration here, ancient and quaint. If you don't know, you might think you have walked into the wrong set. You are very powerful. The voice of the Central City Lord drew Han Feng's attention back. Looking at the Central City Lord, who was already sitting on the dragon chair, Han Feng smiled and did not respond. I am much older than you. You can call me Bo Lao. Hello, Bo Lao. After Han Feng finished speaking, he turned his eyes to find a stool, but found that there was no place for him to sit here. Helplessly, Han Feng could only stand and talk to the Central City Lord. You have never lost in the East City. What are your plans for the future? Hearing Bo Lao's words, Han Feng instantly guessed the other party's intentions. This guy probably wants to keep me by his side and use me for his own benefit. Of course, besides me, the other 2 strong men outside the door. Bo Lao should also say the same thing to them. I don't have any ideas. Just fight one game at a time. Han Feng was honest and didn't say what Bo Lao hoped for. Ring. After Han Feng finished speaking, the phone in Bo Lao's jacket pocket rang. Bo Lao glanced at Han Feng, then took out his phone. He tapped the screen of the phone, put the phone to his ear, and listened. Voice. Luna received the signal, let me listen too. Seeing Bo Lao listening to the voice, Han Feng suddenly became interested and gave Luna instructions. Okay, Captain Han. After Luna finished speaking, Han Feng's mind rang with the content of the communication on his mobile phone. It's okay to assassinate the Lord of the Central City. But what about your promise? When can you fulfill it for me? After the lunch is over, how long can I be alone with the Lord of the Central City? Don't worry. It's just killing someone. Look how nervous you are. In the several voice messages, all of them are his own voice. Hearing his own voice, Han Feng's eyes widened. At this moment, even a fool know that this is a trap set by Su Long. Tell the Lord of the Central City that he wants to assassinate him, so that he can't get off the tiger. Take down his ladder, so that he has no way out. Secondly, the most admirable thing about this situation is that even if I bite out Su Long, Mr. Bo will never believe me. Damn. I was tricked alas. I'm still young. Too young. Looking at Mr. Bo's gradually solidified expression, Han Feng shrugged and muttered to himself. Wait here for a while. I'll be back soon. Mr. Bo put his phone in his pocket, said something to Han Feng, and stood up, trying to walk out of the room. Hey. Wait. You'll be busy later. I want to talk to you. Seeing that Mr. Bo was about to escape, Han Feng hurriedly stopped him. Someone. Kill him. As soon as Han Feng finished speaking, Mr. Bo panicked. Bang. 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 The next second, 3 figures smashed the glass and walls, and rushed into the room from all directions. You were deceived. I was deceived too. I didn't want to. Huh? When Han Feng was about to explain, the 3 figures moved. I'll say it again. I was deceived. You were deceived too. I don't want to kill you. Quick. Kill him. Quick. The more hurriedly Han Feng explained, the faster Bo Lao ordered to kill. It's annoying. Telekinesis. Imprisonment. After dozens of seconds, seeing that the explanation was ineffective, Han Feng got angry. Directly activated telekinesis to freeze the 3 people around him. Seeing his personal bodyguards were fixed in place, Bo Lao widened his eyes in fear. These 3 people are the first ones selected from all the cities. The powerful generals who protect their safety. At this moment. Hey. Don't be scared. Can you still communicate normally?